Class Act, a coach-student romance, written by Gianni Holmes, Sage Abbott, narrated by Zachary Zappa. From the author. Dear reader, there are some things you probably should know about going into this book. First of all, Sage Abbott is my pen name for my non-kinky contemporary gay romance books. Hopefully, you'll see as much of Sage Abbott as you will of Gianni Holmes. Class Act is a taboo-ish romance, given the genre usually avoids the subject of cheating. However, in this book, one of the main characters initiates a sexual relationship with the other main character in secret, while still married to his wife. There is no cheating within the MM relationship, and the two main characters are devoted to each other. If you're not comfortable with the idea of a main character being married while sneaking around, keeping secrets, and setting up house with the other before his divorce is final, this book may not be for you. I must also say that this isn't a salacious smutfest that glorifies cheating either. I like to think of it as an organically developed romance between two people who meet each other's needs, which blossoms into more. This book contains a relationship within a high school setting between two consenting adults, a final year student and the football coach. All characters are over 18. Within these pages, you'll also find cheating, physical abuse by a parent, homophobia, high school bullying by an adult, and being unhoused. If anything here bothers you, please reconsider before going further into this book. Gianna.
Chapter 1. Emery. Take it down, put it up, shoot it in, let's win. Woo! The skirt of my cheerleading outfit fluttered around my thighs as I executed a straight jump. Sweat trickled down my spine from the lukewarm gymnasium. Supposedly, they turned on the AC before the game started, but that was questionable, given how humid it was. None of that mattered, though, as I cheered with the rest of the varsity squad while the basketball game was underway. I didn't know much about the sport, but it didn't take a genius to figure out the game wasn't going well. Both teams either sucked or were having a terrible game. They fumbled the ball, missed shots, and the crowd watching what should have been a highly anticipated game booed a few times. Despite the disaster of the game, we had to keep the spirits high. I'd been nervous about tonight, as it was my first time cheering with the rest of the squad, but I kept up with them, although I was one of the two new members. I hit every beat the way we'd planned for our pre-game cheer. Too excited about my first game, I didn't even care that the team was losing. I was happy to cheer for a losing team anyhow. I was happy to cheer at all. Being a cheerleader had been my lifelong dream, and I'd finally gotten the chance to live it, regardless of the obstacles I'd faced, to make this iconic moment happen. The only male cheerleader on the squad. When I tried out after they'd lost a few members of the team, I'd thought they'd just humored me, but my moves had impressed them, and they listened to my ideas during our rigorous training sessions. "The hoop is open, the net is hot, make that shot," we chanted as one of our players aimed for the basket. And missed. A collective groan rose from the audience. A player from the visiting team walked by us, and his eyes landed on me, roving me from head to toe. He walked right into one of his teammates, which had him looking away. "That's all right. That's okay. We'll make the next one anyway." A timeout was called, and the two teams huddled together. My friend Mandy, who'd curled my hair for tonight's game, nudged me in the side with her elbow. I made an excited face, and she grinned, pulling the front of her blouse away from her body and fanning herself. Fuck. It was hot in here. I grabbed my bottle of water from the bench behind us and gulped down half of it, spilling some on my top. Shit. I put the cap back on the bottle and flicked the remaining droplets away before they soaked into the material. Hopefully, no one would notice. I'd done everything I could think of to ensure tonight went smoothly. I wanted to show my team members that I was up to the task and could keep up with them. Cheering was just as rigorous as they'd warned me when I signed up. Maybe even more. My body had never been so stretched out and folded up in all kinds of positions in my life. Luckily, I was flexible, and dancing came easily to me. "Girls, and Emery, can we step outside for a minute, please?" Gasps and outbursts of "What?" echoed around us. I turned to Miss Reed, the cheer coach for our team. "I'll explain outside, ladies. And Emery, get a move on quickly." We filed out of the gymnasium, disgruntled and confused. I was new to the team, but it was obvious this wasn't anything normal. We were being hustled out of the game instead of cheering like we should. Miss Reed held the door open, and we slipped out as a whistle blew. The game had resumed. I glanced back inside, then at Miss Reed's face. She averted her gaze, but not before a flash of what looked like anger flickered in her eyes. My stomach sank. Whatever had happened, it was my fault. I just knew it was. But what had I done? I had done everything I was told to do exactly the way I was supposed to do it. "Why are we out here while the game's going on, Miss Reed?" Kendra, the captain of the cheer squad, asked. Someone moved closer to me, and when a hand slipped into mine, I looked up. Mandy. She narrowed her eyes, asking me if I was fine, and I gave her the best smile I could muster. "An official request to wrap up the cheering until halftime," Miss Reed replied, her hands planted on her hips. "What? But they can't do that," Ruby huffed, her ginger pigtails swinging with the angry movement of her head. "They can if they feel the cheering is affecting the quality of the game." "And we're affecting the quality of the game?" Mandy asked. Miss Reed glanced at me, then returned her attention to the girls. "I'm upset too, but the reason doesn't matter. They've requested that the cheers be stopped, and as the cheering squad, we want what's best for the team, so we'll go along with it." "This is stupid," another girl muttered. "We know it's because Ruby!" Miss Reed snapped, and I inhaled deeply, breathing through the painful compression in my chest. My hands turned clammy, and my mouth went dry. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. "Chin up, put those smiles on, and return inside," Miss Reed said. "We may not be allowed to cheer, but we're still here to support the team. You may sit together or in the crowd if you choose." She settled her gaze on me. "Emery, will you stay behind?" I knew it. I knew it was because of me. Ruby gave me the stink eye and stomped back inside. A few of the other girls sent me sympathetic looks as they followed her. Mandy squeezed my hand and ran after them. It took everything in me not to wrap my arms around my body. I dressed no differently than the others on the squad, a blue and yellow fitted top and matching high-rise delta skirt. The skirt was no shorter than the others, yet I felt exposed again, a feeling I'd already dealt with last year when I'd come out. I didn't need to relive this. "Emery." At least Miss Reed seemed to find it difficult to get out whatever she had to say. She'd advocated for me to be on the team when some of the girls, Ruby and her friends, had complained about having an androgynous boy on the squad. At one point, it had even reached the school board, which found no reason a boy shouldn't be on the cheer squad. Even if I preferred wearing a skirt rather than pants, which had been retired anyway, given the school hadn't had a male on the squad for years. "I know it's not your fault, Miss Reed." I smiled at her, even though I was holding back my tears. "It's okay to continue cheering without me if they'll accept the others on the squad. I don't mind sitting on the sidelines for this game." And every other game? What if the same thing happened at other games? "Absolutely not," she said. "We're a team, and if one of our members can't cheer, we all won't cheer. We're all about support." Tell that to Ruby. "But that's not fair to the others. And it's not fair to you either. Come on, get back in there." Like hell I would. "I need to use the bathroom first." "All right then. Take all the time you need and come back when you're ready." I nodded and straightened my shoulders as I walked away. The second I was out of sight, I let them slump, and a tear rolled down my cheek. Fuck them. What kind of distraction was I for a basketball game? Did they stare at the girls while they jumped in those short skirts and executed twirls, hair swinging? At least I didn't have any tits swelling above the neckline of the top, bouncing with every movement. My cock was well tucked away too. If anyone was complaining about me, it was because they had an internal bias about boys wearing feminine clothes, makeup, and looking beautiful. How was any of that my problem? But once again, I had to suffer for their ignorance. I went straight to the boys' locker room and changed into the pair of distressed jeans and halter top I'd worn when I came here. As I stuffed the cheer outfit into my bag, the door creaked open. I glanced over my shoulder, relieved that it was only Mandy. The students didn't harass me too much at this school, but it happened from time to time. Usually the same set of assholes who thought that because I wore skirts and makeup, I couldn't defend myself. "You okay?" Mandy asked. "Yeah, just going home." You sure? We were going to grab pizzas after the game. She was such a great friend. When I started at this school, I had been convinced I would be fine if I didn't make any friends at all. But on the first day, she'd taken a seat beside me in our homeroom and decided we would be study buddies because she needed someone to keep her focused. I warned her I was more of the type to distract her, and we've been friends since. I'd rather not listen to Ruby all night bitching about why we had to stop cheering. Such a damn shame, too. I would have preferred to stay out with them for as long as possible before I had to go home. I would have preferred if I didn't have to go home at all. Ruby's stupid and jealous of you. I laughed. No, she ain't. Why would she be jealous of me? Now who's fishing for compliments? That was a boost to my ego. I wasn't blind. Every mirror I checked several times a day to ensure my face was still on point showed me I was gorgeous. It never hurt to hear it, though. I'm sorry tonight didn't go the way we planned. I slung my bag over my shoulder. Maybe I should quit cheering. No fucking way you aren't. Bitch, you've said how much you wanted to do this. But if it's going to cause a problem, it won't. People are just not used to you yet, but give them time, and they'll see you're my fabulous BFF. I made a face. So much for making me sound like an acquired taste. You know what I mean. Besides, Miss Reed won't let you quit for all the wrong reasons. She was right. The woman was a rock, and it guided me through the first week of cheerleading practice. I'll feel better tomorrow. Let's at least visit a cafe tomorrow and do homework. That's why we're friends, isn't it? I hugged her. I thought it was because of my fierce makeup tips, and so you can borrow my clothes. That too. Seriously, I'm expecting you tomorrow. Yeah, I'll text you. Wait. I turned, and she threw herself at me and snapped a photo. I licked her jaw, and she squealed like I knew she would. She was crazy, and I loved her. Great pic. Of course, she immediately uploaded it as her profile pic on Instagram. I waved at her. See ya. I kept my head down and quickly made my way to the parking lot. A few students hung out around a motorcycle, smoking cigarettes and talking about music. I threw my bag into the trunk of my car.
Hey, panty boy.
I gritted my teeth. Of course it had to be that asshole Priest Guthrie. His name couldn't have been more ironic. His friends laughed and wolf whistled, but I ignored them.
What color are they tonight?
You saying you want to get into my panties, Priest? I called out. I'll leave my bedroom window open for you tonight. Bring a condom and lube. Oh yeah, and make sure you douche first, because you're one nasty asshole. He spluttered, and I smirked as I jumped into my car and backed out of the parking lot. Asshole. Guys like Priest would always be around. Last year at the private school I transferred from, I'd rolled over and played dead, letting them trample all over my self-esteem. I'd been determined that this time, right off the bat, those fuckers who messed with me would know I didn't lie down for just anyone. Just for a really nice dick. And preferably not attached to asshats either. A damn shame the radio in my car was busted, so I couldn't listen to music. I wound down the window and let the rushing wind drown out any remaining insecurities. On the way home, I bought a burger and wolfed it down. Since I hadn't wanted to eat before I cheered, I was hungry. When I got home, light shone behind the curtains of the living room. I groaned. If I was lucky, maybe my dad was fast asleep on the couch. More like passed out at the rate he drank these days. He was one more missed day of work from being fired. Thank fuck I rarely depended on him for anything, or I'd have been screwed. I had to park in the driveway, since the garage was only big enough for one. I grabbed my bag from the trunk and opened the door. The tall figure looming in the hall stopped me in my tracks.
Where the fuck are you coming from?
Dad asked, his sour breath enough to make me drunk. The basketball game. He waved his hand at my face. Fuck. I hadn't washed off my makeup.
Make up your fucking mind, boy. Do you want to be a man or a pussy?
I flinched and inched away from him along the wall. Without answering, I slipped past him, but a hand in my hair yanked me back and ripped out the pins Mandy had used to secure my curls. Dad, stop! You're hurting me! He only tugged harder and pushed me into the wall.
I have a son,
he spat.
I have a goddamn son, so man up and start acting like it.
Maybe it's your fault. I didn't grow up with a man around me. I shouldn't have said anything. By now, I should know responding only made the situation worse. I turned my head just in time to deflect most of the force from the punch he aimed at my face. It grazed my cheek, still hard enough for tears to pop in my eyes. I hate him. I fucking hate him so much. When he slumped back, trying to recover his balance, I shoved him away and raced up the stairs with him bellowing after me. I locked the bedroom door, even though he'd set no locks in the house. But when that door was the only thing to save me from his wrath, I had no choice. Every time he confiscated the keys, I changed the locks. I kicked a chair out of my way and threw my bag onto the floor. I fucking hate him.
Chapter 2. Abe.
What do you say, Coach? Any chance of us winning that game on Friday?
Laurie Crawford, the math teacher, was a chronic gambler, and I was pretty sure he was looking for intel so he'd know how to bet on our upcoming game. I slipped my whistle over my head.
We always play our best, Crawford. That doesn't leave me with enough,
he grumbled, pushing the wiry frame of his glasses up his long, thin nose.
Are your players in excellent shape?
I shrugged. As well as we can expect. Guess you'll just have to wait and see. He kept muttering under his breath, but I ignored him, grabbed my water bottle from the fridge, and sauntered out of the teacher's lounge. Walking along the corridor, I acknowledged a few students, who either addressed me by name or gave me a nod. It was nothing I would brag about, but unlike some teachers, I got along well with the students. Even those who complained about hating PE and said they were only doing it because they had no other choice. I pushed open the door of the rear exit and headed for the field where my players were supposed to be warming up for practice when my phone rang. I fished it out of my pocket, intending to ignore the call and setting my phone to silent, but my wife's name flashed across the screen. Frowning, I swept the screen to answer.
Hey, honey, are you home early?
Tonight was supposed to be date night. It had been so long since we'd been out together, and I was looking forward to adult conversation, a nice dinner somewhere fancy, and sex after.
I'm not,
Teresa said, and I stopped walking.
There's this meeting that came up last minute, and...
I tuned out her excuse, which didn't differ from all the others she'd made up. A client she had on retainer needed her services urgently. Her flight was delayed, and she couldn't get home until the next day. She had met up with some friends after a conference and decided to stay another couple days.
You understand, don't you, babe?
She asked. Yeah, sure. No amount of arguing would change the situation. I was married to a sought-after criminal defense attorney who made monthly what I did in a fucking year. I'd never resented her job until recently. It consumed so much of her time we should spend together as a couple.
I swear I'll make it up to you, she said. But I have to go now. See you later tonight, okay?
She hung up before I could respond. I couldn't avoid it anymore. We had to have a talk about this. We barely have much of a marriage going on. After setting my phone to silent, I walked onto the football field, but the players weren't warming up as I told them to do. I followed their distracted gazes. Him. The queer kid my daughter talked about every chance she got. He was supposedly cool, but at the moment, he was distracting my players with the dancing he was doing for the cheerleaders. He seemed to be demonstrating something because he was the only one doing any actions while the others watched. The boy gyrated his skinny hips, and I widened my eyes. No guy should be able to move like that, but he could. He wore long, hot pink tights with black stripes, and nothing, absolutely nothing, was left to the imagination when he shook his ass. I dragged my eyes away. The football players were eating it up, laughing and nudging each other. At least one of the boys looked a little too flushed as he watched the routine.
All right, boys, break it up, I called,
and they startled.
Aw, shucks, Coach,
Bryson whined.
The routine was just getting interesting.
You want to trade your jersey for pom-poms? Just say the word, Bryson. The other players guffawed and fanned out onto the field to do their warm-up. Thankfully, they focused on the routine now that I'd arrived. The team they had to play on Friday was good. So far, we'd won our first 2 games of the season, and we wanted to keep our winning streak going for as long as possible. Practice ran for 2 full hours, and although the boys were dedicated, I didn't want to overwork them. That's it, boys, I called. Take it to the locker room and get out of here. Good job. I followed them inside.
Hey, Daddy.
I groaned. I'd long since stopped trying to get my daughter to call me Dad while we were at school. My primary concern had been that other kids would pick on her for it, but no one did. Probably because she didn't care what anyone thought of her, so it got old fast. Yes, Pumpkin. I turned. She walked toward me with a friend in tow. I couldn't remember his name. Jesus. If I'd have thought nothing was left up to the imagination from the back, his front was practically indecent exposure. Mandy pulled a face.
I thought we agreed we weren't going to call me that in public.
Just reciprocating with the daddy bit. She rolled her eyes.
Is it okay if I go hang out at Emery's? We're studying for our trig test tomorrow.
The boy seemed harmless enough. Slender and feminine looking, especially with the mascara and eyeshadow he wore. I frowned. He still had a dick, though, and I would prefer it if it stayed far away from my daughter. Is there an adult I can speak with? I asked a friend. His warm brown eyes met mine.
Well, there's just my dad, but...
You can study at our place. No way was I sending my daughter to two men I didn't know, even if one seemed to prefer skirts and dresses, based on what I'd seen him wear on campus.
Oh, that's right,
Mandy said.
You and Mom have date night, so we'll have the house to ourselves.
Actually, date night's cancelled.
Again?
Heat crept up in my cheeks. Mandy didn't say anything else, and I was glad. I didn't want to get into our family's business with him around. We'll talk about it when I get home, I said. I expect you to study. Better yet, I ruffled her hair. Bring home a B, and you can take over the entire house to study anytime you want. She slapped my hand away.
Dad, stop. You're messing up my hair.
Emery laughed and grabbed her arm. As they walked away, arm in arm, he said,
He's just being affectionate. I wish my dad would be that way with me.
See you at home, Pumpkin, I said again, just to annoy her. Were they really just friends? I wasn't stupid. He didn't have to be gay just because he liked wearing makeup and dresses. He could be into girls, too. Not that I thought Mandy was innocent. She'd had boyfriends before, so why did it bother me thinking she was involved with this guy? All afternoon, I kept thinking of Mandy having an interest in her new friend. I stayed at school for another hour, then dropped by the bar on my best friend, Lynn. She saw me coming from across the room and had a beer ready by the time my ass hit the stool.
Let me guess.
She threw the rag she used to wipe down the counter over her shoulder.
Teresa canceled on you again.
Yep. No surprise there. I downed the entire bottle of beer in one go. Can I have another one?
You don't need beer. What you need is to tell your wife how you feel about her career supersedes everything else.
I grabbed a handful of peanuts still in their shell out of the small bowl on the counter and popped one open. You know how it is. If I bring it up, she might think I'm jealous of her career.
You've been supportive of her career since day one. Talk to her, man.
Maybe. If it's the right time. Pussy. I threw a shell at her, and she scowled, plucking it from her short brown hair. You're no better than the kids at school, I said.
To be honest, back in the day, I think we were worse. At least you have a good kid who doesn't contribute to your gray hairs.
I don't have any gray hairs. I leaned sideways and peered at myself in the glass on the other side of the bar. My honey blonde hair was almost as full and lustrous as back in high school, with no fucking gray in it.
Exactly my point. How's Amanda, by the way? Final year of high school. Has she decided whether she's going out of state for college yet?
I think she will, but we haven't really talked about it.
What are you waiting for? The day her bags are packed at the front door?
I just don't want to think about it.
Seems there's a lot you don't want to do. What do you want to talk about?
The scenery. She laughed, her voice booming, and went over to serve another customer. I'd drunk my beer way too fast, and now I craved another, but I still had to drive home. Hardly could get wasted on a school night. I opened my phone and thumbed through my apps. On Instagram, I hovered over the search bar. I shouldn't, but what kind of father would I be if I didn't snoop a little to ensure my daughter was fine? Yeah, that was a solid excuse. I typed in my daughter's handle. I didn't make a habit of it, but I liked checking up on her every once in a while. Since she was too cool to send her old man a follow request, this was my last resort. She'd changed her profile picture since the last time I checked out her account. Now it showed a photo of the boy, Emery, licking her cheek. How obscene. They looked happy, young and carefree. Who was I to look too deeply into their friendship? I was such a fucking tool for stalking my daughter. The photo had garnered a lot of comments, some recent ones. A few were rude and homophobic about what she was doing with Emery. Some rather graphic ones told her to dump Emery for a real man, and that they would show her a good time. My stomach roiled. God, I hate social media. My fingers flew over the buttons, and before I knew it, I pressed send, putting that last commenter in their place. I froze. What the fuck had I done? I rarely used my social media apps, and here I was, commenting on my daughter's post. Why do you look like you're choking on a dick? Lynn asked. I showed her the phone, too panicked to formulate words. Did you just go all dad mode on your grown daughter's Instapic? Fix it. I thrust the phone into her hand. What do I do? Just delete it. She tapped on the screen, then handed me back the phone. See? Comment erased. Man, what were you thinking? I refreshed the photo and sighed when the comment didn't show anymore. I don't know. The things they were saying just made me want to punch them through the screen. What an asshole. Yep, but you know Mandy won't like you interfering. She's got an independent streak going just like her mama. Hopefully she didn't see it. You think she did? She shrugged. Maybe not, but you know these teen girls. They check every notification as fast as they appear. I groaned. I hope she didn't. Who's that cute guy she's with? Cute? I glanced back at the photo of Emery with his curly, short brown hair, his smooth face, makeup, and bright smile. He wasn't just cute. Some would say he was beautiful, if they were into that kind of thing. Apparently, my lesbian best friend found him interesting too. She claims he's a friend. He looks gay. Weird for you to say. People don't look at you and think you're lesbian, do they? Have you seen me? Lynn laughed. I'm butch as fuck. Thank you very much. I'm just saying, he can be bi, but even if he is, that doesn't mean anything is going on between them. She arched an eyebrow, the one with the curved barbell through it. You don't approve of him. It's just that I don't know him well enough to approve or disapprove of him. I think he's harmless. But? No but. I slid off the stool. I should go home. I'll settle my tab this weekend. No problem, man. Drive safe, and call if you need to talk. I waved at her and walked out of the bar to my car. Apparently, I still hadn't learned my lesson. Instead of driving home, I revisited my daughter's Instagram profile and clicked on the new picture she had posted less than a minute ago. A picture of her and Emery on the floor of her bedroom, making kissy faces at the camera. Already a few comments about the two of them had been posted, the same kind of comments. As bad as what they said about my daughter was, Emery got the worst of it. Why would anyone stay on a platform that was so toxic? One of the comments was from Emery, just a series of heart emojis. I tapped his name, and his profile popped up. Fuck. His profile was filled with photos of him and a few with my daughter. Some were videos that looked like makeup tutorials. He had a penchant for showing off what he was wearing, mostly figure-hugging outfits that showed off his slender body. He must have deleted all the negative comments because these were all positive. Way too positive, and forward about him calling them for a good time. And that was putting it mildly. He had nearly 200,000 followers. My finger slipped on the screen and hearted a photo of him in a pleated skirt and halter top that was so sheer it showed off the points of his nipples. Fuck. I tapped back on the heart button to remove the like and immediately swiped away the app, then threw the phone onto the passenger seat. My throat was tight, and my face was all heated. What the hell was I thinking? So I was curious. I never met anyone like him before. Didn't mean I had to stalk the guy. I just needed to know my daughter was safe around him. That was all. I started the car and pulled out of the parking lot. 10 minutes later, I was home. A Volkswagen was parked in the yard. I groaned. He was still here. I tapped the steering wheel. Why was I stalling? This was my house, damn it. When I opened the front door, the sound of the television greeted me. Good. I knew which room to avoid. All I needed was another beer, and I could relax in front of the tube in my den for a few. I entered the kitchen and halted. The boy was peeking into my cupboards. He changed into a fire-red sweater and a pair of denim cutoffs. He stretched to a high shelf, his sweater pulled up and his waistband dipped, showing off a bit of black lace.
Yikes! Who eats all these Cheetos puffs?
He muttered. He bypassed my favorite snack, grabbed a bag of potato chips, shut the cupboard, and turned.
Fuck! Shit! Oh my god, you scared me!
His face grew as red as his sweater. At least I knew one vice. He swore like a sailor. Sorry, just grabbing a beer. Like I needed to explain what I was doing in my kitchen.
Mandy told me where to get the chips,
he said.
I didn't.
It's fine, just food. You can find bowls here. I opened the bottom cupboard where we kept the bowls.
Oh yeah,
he snorted.
The Queen of Sheba doesn't eat chips straight from the bag.
I chuckled. Or so she says. When no one's around, she damn near licks the inside of the bag too. Emery laughed and poured out the chips. I sidestepped him and grabbed a beer from the fridge. There are drinks in the fridge if you guys want.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I nodded at him and walked out. At least he was polite. He wouldn't be the worst guy my daughter ever dated if they ended up being more than friends. That peak of black lace, though. I shook my head. Teresa had a drawer full of the things. She wore them all the time. I just didn't get to see them on her ass as much as I liked anymore. Damn, I missed that. Lynn was right. We needed to talk about our relationship before things got worse.
Chapter 3. Emery. Today felt like a short skirt kind of day, and I had the perfect one in mind. A little number I'd picked up with Mandy last week. I'd been saving it for a special occasion, and what was more special than a morning I could use a pick-me-up? All weekend, Dad had been horrible, forcing me to spend most of my time away from home and sneaking in late at night when he'd already passed up from drinking. I'd avoided him as best as I could, but it had come to a confrontation yesterday. Now, I had a shiner, but a little makeup would fix that. I rifled through my drawer of new, pretty underwear. Dad had burned the last set when he'd searched through my room and found them. The cute lace-trimmed cherry print underwear with a little ribbon on the back was perfect. Sliding my legs into them and feeling the whisper of lace on my skin was amazing. I snapped the waistband in place and twirled in front of the full-length mirror to admire my ass. Was it normal to be turned on by looking at yourself in the mirror? Chuckling, I skipped over to my closet and thumbed through the racks until I found the cutest fuck sparkly gold sequin skirt and the black top that would look great together. Heels or flats? My laptop chimed from the unmade bed. I'd been so tired after my late-night session that I just pushed my laptop to the side and fallen asleep. I threw myself onto the bed and navigated to the website I used to jerk off in front of men for money. Well, I didn't jerk off all the time. Some men wanted me to look pretty and talk dirty to them while they got themselves off. And I had one client who wanted to see my feet. Several older guys wanted someone to talk to at night and listen to how lonely they were or to bitch about their wives. The username in my inbox was familiar. Twink Daddy 69 hit me up once per week at the minimum. He was one of my most demanding clients, but at least he paid good money. So what if he wanted to see me bare my butthole on camera? He was miles away in another state. What harm could it do? At least I wasn't starving, and I was putting aside money for college. My douche canoe of a father wouldn't pay for it. I typed a quick reply to Twink Daddy 69 that I would be late for school and I couldn't play now. Before I got off the bed, he responded, tacking on $100 extra in tips to what he usually paid me. To some, it might not be a lot of money, but every little bit helped, and I didn't always have time to do my camboy work. Some months I earned up to $3,000, and others I barely made $500. I took a peek at the time. Maybe I could finish up and get to school on time after all. I told him to Venmo me the money, something the camming site forbade, but this way I didn't have to pay them a cut. I read his request for what he wanted for the half an hour of pleasure time. Of course, he wanted me naked, playing with myself. As a healthy 19-year-old, I got myself hard in no time, even if I wasn't too much into doing cam work today. I did the butt stuff he wanted, though, and moaned his name like he'd requested. Yes, Daddy, I want your cock in me. When the 30 minutes were up, I let out a sigh. I removed the butt plug I'd been working in and out of my ass. Sorry, we don't have any time left, I said. He sent me a quick message that he wanted another 15 minutes. He wasn't done yet. I really have to get to school, but later, if you're still online, we can continue. Bye. I ended the video call and powered off my laptop. Shit. It was later than I'd thought. I only had 10 minutes to freshen up, which meant little time to fix my makeup really pretty. I had an extra $300 in my bank account though, so the day had started well. At least I could feed myself for a couple of weeks if Dad didn't get groceries or if he fucked off somewhere, leaving me on my own. After dressing, opting for my biker boots instead of heels, I stuffed my books into my bag and dashed down the stairs. I was late anyway, so it made no sense to skip the most important meal of the day. I was sitting at the kitchen table, eating a bowl of Cheerios, when Dad entered the kitchen. What the hell was he doing home? Shouldn't he be at work? He was dressed casually in jeans and a t-shirt, like he'd gone out on an errand. He marched to the table and grabbed a bowl of cereal, spilling it all over the counter. Fuck! I jumped back to avoid getting milk over my clothes. What did you do that for? He walked over to the sink and dumped the bowl in it.
You don't get to eat my food anymore. Not gonna have any kid under my roof disrespecting me and eating my shit. If you're so grown, maybe get a job.
It was on the tip of my tongue to tell him I had one, but how would I explain that? Fine. I picked up my backpack.
Where are you going? Clean up your mess.
You made it.
I said to clean that mess up, or you'll find your shit on the lawn when you get back from school later.
It wasn't the first time he had threatened to kick me out. Not that I believed he would go that far this time. I bit my tongue not to respond to him, snatched paper towels and wiped up the mess, then stomped out. This was my final year. As soon as I graduated, I was out of here. I could probably pay rent somewhere now, but who was going to rent an apartment to me? Outside, I stopped dead in my tracks. Where the hell was my car? I'd parked in the yard when I got home last night. What the fuck? I checked the garage, but it wasn't in there either. Chest tight, I returned to the kitchen. What did you do to my car? Dad didn't even grace me with a look.
I wasn't aware you had a car.
I sucked in a deep breath. He'd always threatened to take my car away, but I needed it. I'll pay you back what you originally paid for it. Just tell me where it is. I need to get to school, and I'm already running late.
Sold it.
You did what? He couldn't be serious.
I said I sold it. Needed the money.
For what? He turned to me.
I quit my job yesterday, so I can't waste money maintaining 2 cars anymore.
He took a bite out of the peanut butter sandwich in his hand. I maintained that car, not you. Frustrated tears popped up in my eyes. What am I supposed to do now? How am I supposed to get to and from school?
You think I give a fuck whether or not you go to school? You ain't ever gonna amount to anything good.
He brushed past me and stormed out of the kitchen. I couldn't breathe. I rubbed at my eyes and sniffed. He was trying to get to me, but I wouldn't let him. But fuck, what was I supposed to do now? That asshole would never let me borrow his car. I had to get to school, not to mention cheerleading practice and games to attend. And most importantly, I needed my car to get away from him. I had to hitch a ride to the school, but I was determined not to let Dad stop me from going. I would never let him win. I'd called the school, though, pretending to be my dad to have them excuse my tardiness because of a family emergency. When I made my way to the lockers, the halls were empty. The second period had already started. I was physically at school, but in my head, I was back home, telling Dad off for what he had done. If only I had the guts to grab his car keys and take his car to school, since he stole mine. I'd contemplated it briefly, but had ruled it out because of possible death when he eventually caught up with me. I still had too much to do with my life to die yet. I got my books out of my locker and turned, only to have the books slapped out of my hands. They scattered on the floor. A booted foot lashed out and kicked one down the hall. You fucking asshole! I glared at Priest. I'd had one person too many fuck with me this morning. I shoved him in the chest, and although I was smaller than him, he stumbled back.
You just pushed me.
I guess it's true what they say about you if you have to ask the obvious. You are stupid. I stooped to pick my books up, but a hand in my hair halted me. What the hell was wrong with people pulling on my hair? Get your hands off me! I tried to punch him, but he slammed me into the locker, the metal groaning in protest.
You're gonna cry, you pussy.
He smirked.
Where's that smart mouth now?
Sucked a few dicks and think that makes you tough.
Is that what this is about? You jealous you don't know what a good BJ feels like, priest? All you gotta do is ask. He grabbed the front of my shirt, crumpling the material in his fist. I shouldn't keep taunting him, but I'd played dormant all my life, and now that I knew what it felt like to stand up for myself, I refused to let the fire burning through me be extinguished.
You keep running those gay jokes, Emery, and I swear to God I'll fuck you up.
Relax, man. You should lighten up. It's harder up the ass when you're this tense. His nostrils flared, and he raised his fist. I clenched my eyes tight and turned my head.
Guthrie, that's enough.
Coach Cooper stood a few feet away from us, arms crossed over his chest. Shit. I couldn't get in trouble at this school. I'd get kicked off the cheerleading squad for sure if I had any disciplinary issues.
We were just fooling around, Coach.
Priest laughed uneasily and stepped back, smoothing the front of my shirt.
You should be in class, not lingering in the hall. Both of you.
Yes, sir. Going back there now.
Priest hurried away, the soles of his shoes slapping on the ground. My dad called the school. I lied. We had a family emergency. That's why I'm late. I pulled down my shirt and swore at the large rip at the front that showed off the bra I had underneath. No one was supposed to see that. I grabbed the two sides of the shirt and pulled them together to cover my exposed chest. When I glanced up at Coach, his face was pink, and he looked everywhere but at me.
If you're being bullied at school, Emery, you need to tell someone about that.
I'm not being bullied. I can handle myself.
I heard what he said to you. It doesn't matter what you like to wear or who you prefer being with. Nobody should harass you.
He bent and picked up the books Priest had slapped out of my hand.
You have something you can wear over that shirt?
No, sir. He sighed, walked over to the other side of the locker where Priest had kicked one of the books.
Follow me to the main office. We'll see what we can find you in the lost and found.
I pulled a face. Wear other people's clothes?
You don't have a choice.
He cleared his throat.
It's not appropriate for you to walk around the school like that.
Why not? I lifted my chin. Girls show their bras all the time. Do you tell them not to? He frowned.
I'm only trying to help you, Emery. You're new and my daughter's friend. I won't comment on your choice of clothes, just that your shirt is ripped. Wouldn't you rather have something else to wear? If you feel comfortable dressed like that, by all means, go to class.
I scanned his face for some sign he was lying. If Dad had seen the bra, he would have backhanded me. No way a man like Coach, who trained all those rowdy boys with their toxic masculinity, didn't mind what I had on. But his face didn't show disgust or intolerance. He seemed concerned. When our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat, and my breath fled from my lungs. Heat suffused my cheeks. I think maybe I should check out the lost and found. I dropped my eyes.
Let's go, and we need to hurry. You've already missed so much of your class already. I'll write a note to have the teacher let you in.
He placed a hand on my shoulder and steered me in the right direction. It was a gesture I'd seen him do to the guys on the football team, so I knew it meant absolutely nothing to him. But my heart raced, and even after he removed his hand, the area where he touched me burned. I didn't want him to stop touching me. Oh, fucking hell. This was the last thing I needed to happen to me right now. I couldn't be attracted to my only friend's married dad.
Chapter 4. Abe. Cafeteria duty was the bane of every teacher's life, and no year passed when the school didn't assign me to the tedious task. Not that it was a hard job. It was boring, and being inactive for 45 minutes while rowdy teens trafficked through the cafeteria wasn't my idea of time well spent. But I understood. The school had a high standard and monitored the students at all levels from class to extracurricular activities. We didn't have too many incidents, but from time to time, ones like I'd witnessed in the halls 2 days ago cropped up. I'd never wanted to smack a kid before that day. It was also the day I decided to stay as far away from Emery Cannon as possible. I didn't even need to understand it, but I trusted my gut. The way he tilted his chin in defiance and basically called me out when he thought I had a problem with the bra he was wearing left me unnerved about the whole situation, and it had nothing at all to do with the blush pink lace bra on his flat, hairless chest. He also happened to be the first person I saw when I entered the cafeteria. Was it his laughter that had drawn me? 1 second I was walking, the next I froze, seeking the sound that drifted across the room. He was sitting with some members of the cheerleading squad, my daughter's arms around him. The way they touched each other seemed so natural to them. How far did they go? The boy looked better today than the other times I'd seen him. The day I'd broken up the fight with Priest, he'd covered a bruise with his makeup. He hadn't done a good enough job hiding it, though. Did more people bully him than just Priest? Was that how he got that bruise? I shook my head and marched in the opposite direction of their table. I'd encouraged Emery to report being bullied, but he turned down my offer. If he had been a younger kid, I would have reported it without hesitation. But he was 18 or so, and he decided not to. I'd respected his wishes. As the teacher on lunchroom duty, I had to walk around while trying not to bother the students eating and chatting, but I had to be vigilant and look out for anything suspicious. One time I'd caught a student distributing weed in the cafeteria. He'd been smart about it too. He'd hidden the stuff in bags of chips. My boys from the football team were cool enough to wave me over and chat with me for a few minutes. They were discussing the NFL game they'd watched over the weekend and whether a star player was losing his form. I mostly listened to them argue about it, a sense of pride filling my chest. How passionate they were about the game. Sadly, few would make a career out of the sport, but I'd make it my point of duty to inform them of the different professions that still involve sports. We had a few players with real potential, and I'd steered a few college recruiters in their direction. 3 of our boys were offered scholarships to play for a college team. Whether they joined the NCAA or pursued different options, I was proud of them all. One of my former players was now a doctor, and whenever he came to town to visit his family, we went out for drinks. Football bred brotherhood and family. My phone vibrated, and I excused myself from the boys' table. They barely noticed as they launched into a debate about who the best players were for the current football season. I frowned. Teresa never called me at this time of day unless something was wrong. "Hey, Ter, what's up?" I walked away from the kids so no one would overhear my conversation.
Babe, please don't be mad.
I rubbed at my forehead, tension growing in my shoulders. I stepped out of the cafeteria and leaned against the wall. What am I not supposed to be mad about now?
My flight's delayed until tomorrow.
Your flight's delayed, Ter, or you pushed it back?
I might have pushed it back, but that's just because I ran into some friends here, and we're hanging out tonight. Please don't be upset. You know how hard I work, and I rarely have these moments to relax.
Not true at all. She played as hard as she worked, but usually she balanced it with our family life. Unlike lately, now she spent most of her free time away from us. This has been happening a lot, Teresa. Sometimes I wonder.
What are you implying, Abe?
Nothing. For all her flaws, and we all had them, she was a trustworthy person.
Were you going to ask if I was cheating on you, Abe?
It did cross my mind.
You really think I'm that kind of person? Is your opinion of me that low?
I didn't say it. I know you're better than that. Teresa was too practical to cheat. If she had a problem with our marriage, she would rather divorce me and move on to a new man. She was a woman of action, a trait I'd loved about her when we first met.
Just so you know, Abe, one thing you can always count on is me being faithful to you.
It's been so long since we spent time together.
Is that what this is about? You should have just said that, baby. I promise the moment I get home, I'm yours. You think of me tonight, Abe, because tomorrow, when I get home, I'll be sitting on your face.
Shit. Had I forgotten already how dirty my wife's mouth was? Usually it turned me on, but now unease settled in my gut. I glanced around me to check no one was overhearing.
You want to tie me to the bed, Abe?
Ter, now's not a good time, okay? I'm at... Fight! 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 Fuck no. Not on my watch. Ter, I have to go. I hung up and rushed into the cafeteria. My heart sank. A group of students stood around the table where my daughter and the rest of her friends had been sitting. "Break it up, now!" The students parted when I approached. I hadn't expected it to be Mandy. She was too smart to get caught up in fights, especially at school. Emery swung at Priest, landing a solid punch in the bigger boy's face that had everyone oohing. "I'm gonna fucking kill you!" Priest charged after Emery. No way in hell was I going to let him get his hands on Emery. Not when it seemed he'd already gotten away with at least one hit, judging by the bruise on Emery's cheek. I stepped between them and grabbed the young man's arm, halting his movement. He struggled to pull back his hand, and for a few seconds, I tightened my hold on him. I hadn't seen the start of the fight, but I knew without a doubt he'd been the one to initiate it. "Will somebody explain what's going on?" About a dozen students started talking at once. I released my grip on Priest. "Stop. You, Priest, want to explain yourself?"
"She punched me." "My pronouns are he, him, you fucking asshole. Use them."
Emery growled and would have launched himself at his opponent had I not caught him around the waist and pulled him back. "Emery, you need to calm down," I said sternly.
"I don't need to do shit. He's been fucking with me since my first day in this school, and this is the last fucking straw."
His body was tight with rage, and I wouldn't be surprised if he started frothing at the mouth. It was clear that what Priest had done this time was the drop of water that had caused the bucket of anger and hurt to overflow. The school took fighting seriously, and whether or not he'd started it, enough students were filming the scene, broadcasting Emery's belligerence. His behavior wouldn't be excused because someone had pushed him too far. "Priest, kindly make your way to the principal's office."
But I did nothing wrong. I was defending myself." "You ripped my pants."
"It was an accident."
"This was an accident?"
Emery spun around, showing the huge tear at the back of the lightweight material of his pants. Black lace crested his bare ass cheeks, giving everyone an eyeful of his round ass. There was no way a rip that big was an accident. Fuck. Oh, hell. I was going to regret letting that word slip out while being filmed, but having a student's bare ass presented to me wasn't something I'd have expected in a million years. I shrugged my blazer off, wound it around Emery's lower half, and knotted the arms around his waist. "We need to take this to the principal's office." When Priest opened his mouth again, I pinned him with a glare. "Save it for the principal. I don't need to hear it." His face turned red, and he huffed as he stalked out of the cafeteria. Emery made to follow him, but I held him back. The two needed some space between them. I didn't trust the pint-sized boy not to let anger get the best of him. "You, sit right here." I indicated the bench where Emery had been sitting before. He opened his mouth as if he might argue, and for a second I thought he was going to defy me, but he let out a frustrated huff and plunked his ass in the seat. Mandy threw an arm around his shoulders. "Every one of you who made a video of this needs to delete it right now." Wishful thinking, but I could try. "If we get word that any of you posted this video to your Instagram, your TikTok, or whatever names they're using these days, I'll personally oversee your detention." Since I didn't dare leave the students alone, I made a call to have another teacher sit in for the rest of the lunch session. By the time I was relieved, Emery had cooled down. With his head hung, he walked ahead of me to the principal's office. Throughout the whole incident, Mandy had been trying to get my attention, but I'd ignored her. The last thing I needed was for the entire school to get the impression I was on Emery's side, although I was, because he was friends with my daughter. We walked along the hall, neither saying a word, and then Emery stopped.
"I'm sorry,"
he said, his voice small, tears streaming down his face. Emery's crying through me. He didn't avoid confrontations from what I'd seen. He'd been ready to go another round with Priest, showing the whole school that he was tough, that he could fight his own battles. But that little crack in his veneer that had him crying in the hall stirred me.
"I didn't mean to curse at you when you helped me not get my ass beaten."
I frowned. "If you thought you had no chance of winning, why did you fight back?"
"Because I'm tired of being somebody's punching bag. I don't care if I lose, as long as I get a punch in too."
My chest tightened, and it took everything inside me not to pull him into my arms and reassure him that no one was ever going to treat him like a punching bag again. Not while I was around. "Hey, it's okay. I know you were angry, and after your last interaction, I can see why your anger is justified. Just be careful you don't give up your rights by also doing wrong, okay?" He nodded. "Now, I need you to be calm and explain everything once you get to the principal's office. Don't look at Priest. Tell yourself he's not there and give your side of the story. I'm sure there are enough witnesses who can confirm the truth of what happened. Do you understand, Emery?" He nodded again and rubbed his face with the back of his hands.
"Do you think I can stop at the bathroom and wash my face first?"
"Sure. That's not a bad idea." Chapter 5. Abe. When I entered the house, the delicious scent of chicken roasting greeted me. I set my shoes on the rack by the door and made my way to the kitchen. It was already close to 6. Practice went on far longer than I planned, but the boys were hungry for another win, and they'd push themselves this evening. They trained hard, and hopefully they would see the reward for such dedication. Teresa was checking the oven, but she turned and smiled when she saw me.
"No kiss?"
She closed the oven and walked up to me, then ran her arms up my chest and twined them behind my back. Her long black hair swung around her shoulders. "Hell yes. I'm just surprised to see you, honey." I cupped her ass and pulled her closer to me, moaning when our lips met. It had been a while since she'd slowed down long enough for me to enjoy her like this.
"Well?"
she murmured when our lips parted.
"Someone's in a naughty mood."
"I sure am. When was the last time I came home to find you in the kitchen?" I squeezed her ass, and she giggled. That's my girl. This was the Teresa I'd met and fallen in love with. I loved the lawyer too, but she was harder to reach.
"How was your day?"
she asked.
"Mandy mentioned there was an incident with a friend, the new kid."
Yeah, I dropped my hands from Teresa's ass. But I don't want to talk about school. I'm home. How was your day?
"Very good. Scored a big client today."
She returned her attention to the stove.
"I'm thinking of Europe for a family vacation before Mandy goes off to college. What do you think?"
Sounds great, but don't you think spending the time at home with her would be better before she goes away?
"She's not going away, babe. It's college."
You know what I mean. It'll be just us. And if Teresa worked and went on business trips as much as she did now, it would be just me.
"Think of all the fun we can have."
I walked up behind her and circled my arms around her waist. Or maybe, don't you ever want to try for another baby? Teresa laughed and pushed my hands away.
"Don't even make jokes about that. I'm in my 40s.
Why does it have to be a joke? Older women are having kids now. We always talked about having a big family, but we only have one kid. We always said we would have more when your career took off.
"Babe, I'm at the pinnacle of my career."
She turned and took my hands.
"Having a baby right now would slow me down. Think about all the freedom we'll have with Mandy at college. Would you really want to have a baby disturbing our lives right now?"
I really would. Teresa was 42, but lots of women in their 40s had babies, especially when they put their personal lives on hold so their careers didn't suffer. But Teresa didn't seem too enthusiastic about it. She kept giving me excuses whenever I brought the subject up before. Okay, I stepped back.
"Honey."
No, it's fine. It's your body, so you get to choose what you do with it.
"Can we discuss this another time? I've made a nice dinner for us, and Mandy's home. I want to sit down and have dinner like a normal family."
It was on the tip of my tongue to ask her why she thought we were not a normal family. Because she put her career over everything else. Saying that, or even hinting at it, would open up a can of worms, though, and would only devolve into an argument I could never win. There was a reason she charged tens of thousands for a retainer. Sure, I'll take a quick shower and change.
"I'll have everything ready by the time you get down."
The shower was exactly what I'd needed to revive me and put me in a better mood. When I returned downstairs, our seats were already set at the dining table, and I smiled. We hadn't eaten together for a while. It felt good. Need help with anything? I asked Teresa. Delicious aromas wafted in the kitchen. A bit of guilt gnawed at my stomach at how much I enjoyed this domestic scene. She wasn't a maid. We had one who came twice a week, but I was a bit old-fashioned and liked to be taken care of. I pulled my weight around here, though, and I handled dinner most nights, since she was hardly ever home on time.
"You can bring the salad and gravy, and get your daughter down here."
Will do. I kissed Teresa's smooth cheek, grabbed the bowls, and took them to the dining room. The food looked damn good, but I was holding back tonight. I was almost sure I was going to get laid. "Mandy," I yelled from the foot of the stairs. "Come on down for dinner."
In a sec.
Teresa frowned as she walked past me to the dining room.
Don't yell up the stairs, honey. We're not barbarians.
"Much quicker this way." She shook her head.
Sometimes I forget about the Neanderthal I married. After more than 20 years of marriage, you would have thought I'd sanded down the rough edges.
"What are you talking about? I remember that's what attracted you to me when we first met." I'd been a rowdy jock with a foul mouth and a bad attitude. She'd taken one look at me, rebelled against her parents, and before I knew it, I was sliding into her on the back seat of my old Buick on our first date. Although far few in between, sometimes I still wondered if she'd only said yes when I asked her to marry me because she wanted to get back at her strict parents. They'd never liked me. Whatever it had been then, I hated these little quips she made about my caveman behavior. Funnily enough, she had no problem with it in the bedroom. With company, she expected me to be Mr. Refined. Mandy came clattering down the stairs, looking slightly irritated to be pulled away from whatever it was she'd been doing. "What's with the face?" I asked. She took a seat at the table.
Nothing.
"Come on, I know you well enough to figure out something is wrong. Just spit it out."
Well, maybe I don't want to talk to you about it, since it's technically your fault.
I sat and waited for Teresa to join us. "What's my fault?"
You getting Emery suspended for 2 days.
Ah, now the glares made sense. "I didn't suspend him, Mandy. The principal did."
Yeah, but you brought him to the principal's office. Couldn't you have handled it?
"Not an incident of that scale, honey. The students had videos. Can you imagine the trouble I would be in if the principal had seen the video and I hadn't reported it?"
I guess you're right.
"He only got 2 days.
The only consolation is that idiot priest got a whole week. I wish they'd just kick his ass out already. He's been making Emery's life a nightmare. He doesn't need that, given what he's been through at his last school."
"Well, maybe if he didn't try to be so different." Her gasp cut me off.
Dad?
"What? I'm just trying to be helpful."
By suggesting he stifle who he is to make other people comfortable? Do you have a problem with the way he dresses? Because I thought you were cooler than that.
A pink lacy bra floated through my mind, and I blinked. "No, of course not. I just hate knowing anyone's being picked on for something so silly, but you're right. Hiding their identity because of others shouldn't have to be the solution either." Teresa entered the dining room, her cell phone to her ear.
You guys start without me. I have to take this, but I'll be back.
"We can wait on you," I said.
It might take a while, and you must be hungry. Just go ahead, and I'll catch up with you.
My heart sank. I should have known better. An uninterrupted dinner, my ass. I was lucky dinner was on the table at all. "You heard your mother." I forced a smile. "Let's dig in." We dished food onto our plates, me going for a large helping after all. The food tasted as amazing as it looked, but resentment made it go down hard. I took a long drink of water.
Dad?
I glanced up at Mandy. "Yes?"
I don't know if I'm right, but I think Emery's in trouble.
I put my fork down. "What kind of trouble?" She shrugged, shoving a pea around her plate.
I've just noticed things.
"What things?"
Bruises he tries to hide with makeup.
So I wasn't the only one who had seen that then. "What do you think is happening? Does he have a person who's hitting him?"
Not a boyfriend, if that's what you're asking. He hasn't had one since the incident at his last school.
Oh. I caught myself before I asked the question burning in my mind. What had happened at his last school? "I'm not sure you should talk to me about this, Mandy. Maybe your mother. She'll know what to do." She rolled her eyes.
Mom's too busy for us. Or haven't you noticed lately?
I sighed. "What do you think is happening to your friend?"
That he doesn't get along with his dad.
"You're saying his dad's the one hitting him?" Emery was so small. What kind of asshole dad would beat on him instead of protecting him? If he was mine, I'd never let anyone come close enough to hurt him. My child. If he were my child. Not Mine.
I can't think of anyone else, and I don't think they get along.
Doesn't mean his dad abuses him, Mandy. Be careful of accusing people without evidence. Why not talk to Emery about it and let him know he can confide in you?
I guess you're right. I'm still worried about him, though.
She downed her glass of water.
I'm not too hungry, and Mom's not getting off that call soon. Think I can make a break for it?
Sure, honey. Go ahead.
Thanks, Dad.
She rose to her feet and hugged me.
You're the best.
I patted her arm. Love you, kiddo. Left to my own devices, I picked up my dinner, stretching out the time for as long as I could to give Teresa sufficient time to join me. When almost an hour passed, I took my plate to the kitchen and loaded the dishwasher. I'd know better next time than to keep my hopes up. In the den, I closed the door and sat before the television with the sports channel on and a bottle of beer in my hand. Usually, a football game would have me glued to the television, but my mind kept drifting to too many things. But two thoughts overpowered the rest. Teresa putting work before the family again, and everything Mandy had said about Emery. Who was hitting him? What was I supposed to do about it? Talk to him and try to get him to open up to me? I scrubbed a palm over my face. To get to the bottom of the Emery mystery, I would have to interact more with him, and that was the last thing I wanted. Principal Hayes had already assigned Emery to help me out for a week for the disrespectful way he'd addressed me in the cafeteria. The suspension had been for the fighting, so now I would have to find something to give the boy to do and to supervise him while he was at it. It was like the universe kept pushing him at me the more I tried to stay away. A knock sounded on the door, and Teresa walked in. The den was my place of comfort, and she rarely entered my sanctuary. Not because I didn't want her here, but this was the one room in the house I hadn't allowed her to decorate. All the things in this room, from my lazy boy to the magazines and trophies on the shelves, were mine. Some went back as far as my Little League days. When we moved into this house together, I'd brought everything of sentimental value in. My parents' urn with their ashes sat atop the shelf to the right. She'd been pissed I wanted to keep it instead of scattering their ashes, but I wasn't ready yet.
I know what you're thinking.
She climbed into my lap and wrapped her arms around my neck.
Will you forgive me?
I grunted. Did it matter?
Use your words, Abe.
A man couldn't even grunt without her commenting on it. Are you finished with your call? I asked.
Yes. I swear if it wasn't important, I wouldn't have answered. You know my clients pay me well to be there whenever they need me.
What about when I need you, Ter? I'm starting to think I can't afford you. She snapped her head back.
Don't say that.
It's the way I feel, okay? I grabbed the remote and turned off the television. I'm going up to bed. Did you eat yet?
Yes.
Come to bed. I slipped my hand under her blouse and up to her bra and cupped her breasts. The bra wasn't lace. My hand stilled. What the hell? My chest rose and fell.
I'll be up in a minute. I just need to fax something to my secretary.
This time I didn't argue. I stood and set her on her feet. Good night.
Abe, don't be that way. I work hard so we can all have nice things.
I halted, her words punching me in the gut. That was what this all boiled down to, didn't it? She wanted nice things I couldn't provide on what I made as a teacher and a coach. What right did I have to take that away from her? Without a word, I walked out. I needed some space from her to breathe. Our bedroom felt lonelier and lonelier with every passing night. I zombie-walked my way through my routine of brushing, flossing, and changing into a pair of old shorts for bed. The worst thing was that even with all the muted fighting tonight, had she walked through that door, I would have kissed and loved her the way I always did. My dick never got the memo that nothing interesting was going down tonight. It'd been 6 weeks since we last had sex. When we were first married, we had sex several times a week. I understood life got in the way and we couldn't maintain that, but going from 6 times a week to 1 time in 6 weeks was an immense blow. Frustrated, I grabbed my phone and opened an incognito browser. I hadn't jerked off to porn in a long time. When we were more sexually active, we liked to watch it together. I opened my favorite site and scanned through the newly added videos, but skimming over them did little to excite me. I clicked one with a mature, busty brunette wearing a lace bra. A 10-second must-watch ad popped up on the screen. Usually I scrolled around until the 10 seconds were up, but the image that appeared on the screen had me looking twice. The advert invited viewers to watch the cam show for tokens. I'd never paid for porn before, and I wasn't about to start now, but I couldn't look away from the image. What was their gender? It was hard to tell from their appearance, especially with a light pink mask covering most of their facial features. What was showing of their face were chocolate brown eyes framed by nicely arched eyebrows, smoky eyelids, and accentuated lashes. Long, straight blonde hair flowed down to their shoulders. Were they wearing a wig? They reminded me of Emery. How ridiculous. It wasn't him, but I couldn't look away as they crawled onto the bed. The short, pleated skirt they wore did very little to hide the lace-covered ass beneath. They wore knee-length socks that made them appear too young. I should have exited the ad, but I couldn't. They settled back against the pillows on the bed and lifted the skirt. The bulge between their legs was unmistakable. I should have clicked the X and go to the video I'd intended to watch in the first place, but I snuck my hand into the waistband of my shorts as I watched them. They were all smooth limbs, graceful movements, and soft moans as they cupped their dick. The 10 seconds were up, and the video stopped with an ad to purchase tokens to continue watching the show. My heart pounded in my chest, and my mouth felt dry. No way would I add a charge like that to my account. The username, SchoolboyTwink03, got stuck in my head, and shocked my brain back into functioning. Had I really gotten hard from watching a boy wearing a skirt and feeling himself up online? Had I really gotten hard from watching a man? This was all Emery's fault. I just knew it. I'd sensed something happening since I met him, and this dress and skirt-wearing boy now had me confused enough for my dick to like it. I closed the video. Too ashamed, I shut my phone off and slid under the sheets, my dick tenting my shorts. 10 minutes later, Teresa entered the bedroom and kissed me. When I pushed her legs apart and took her roughly, a damn pink lace bra was in my mind. When I flipped her onto her stomach and pushed inside her ass, a round bottom and torn pants bore a hole in my head. And when I came, I had to bite my tongue, afraid the wrong words would come out, because all I could see was Emery's crying face.
Chapter 6. Emery. Emery, what happened to your face? I stifled my groan and turned my face away from Mandy, but it was too late. I hadn't been able to cover up the latest punch from my father with makeup, no matter that I'd used concealer and every trick in the book I knew. It had been bad. He'd acted so pissed about my suspension, even though he didn't give a shit whether or not I attended school. I basically sent myself every day with little to no help from him. Emery? Mandy pressed, her tone full of concern. How to get out of this one? It's nothing. She grabbed my arm. It's not nothing. Someone hit you, and I want to know who. I shrugged. I got in a fight, that's all. I don't believe you. I halted in the middle of the hall, causing some kid behind us to bump into me. He scowled and walked around. Look, we'll talk later, okay? I gotta go. Go where? She frowned. It's lunchtime. Aren't you eating with us in the cafeteria? Can't. I have detention with your father, remember? I'll do it first and then eat lunch after. I'd done little but think about it over the weekend and how I was going to get through it. Oh yeah, maybe I'll come with you and we can both talk about giving you actual detention. Nope, not gonna take the easy way out. Come on, it's my dad. He's really cool. Mandy. I gave her a gentle push forward. Go have lunch with the rest of the squad. This is only for the week and then I can rejoin you for lunch. If you-know-who hasn't banned me. Mandy rolled her eyes, likely remembering the confrontation I had with Ruby this morning. The chick seriously needed a life. She'd been all up on my case about members of the cheer squad not getting detention. It would make the team look bad, and why didn't I save myself the embarrassment now and quit? I was seriously contemplating it. Way too much drama. Catch you later, Mandy. Before she could respond, I walked away, heading in the opposite direction of the cafeteria. Kids had either kept a wide berth around me or giggled every time I passed them this morning. Coach had tried, but my ass had still ended up making the rounds on social media like I knew would happen. It was Foster Academy all over again. Not if I have anything to do with it. I couldn't let the same shit happen. No fucking way. As the head coach, Coach Cooper had his own office, tucked away at the rear of the building. It was closer to the boys' locker room than the administrative block. I'd been dreading this all weekend, and my palms were sweaty when I stopped at his door. Next to it was a whiteboard with dates scribbled in blue marker, the dates of the upcoming football games and where they would be played. A mischievous little devil on my shoulder had me glancing around. I tiptoed up to the board and used my index finger to erase the 4 from the date of the next match. The door opened, and I froze. Coach Cooper walked out and did a double take when he saw me.
Emery.
He glanced at my very guilty finger, which I hadn't pulled away fast enough. There was no hiding the blue smudge on said finger. My face burned, and my heart beat hard in my chest at his scowl. A very hot scowl. Oh boy, this wasn't good. I can write it back.
Please do. And when you're done trying to earn more detention hours, step inside my office. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Coach Cooper stalked away, and I stared after the man's broad back. Unlike the other teachers, he always wore sweatpants and a track jacket with a t-shirt underneath. The coach at my old school looked nothing like him. I tore my eyes away from the back of my best friend's dad. I needed that reminder and quickly scribbled the number. And, because I couldn't help myself, I added kitty whiskers to all the I's, replaced the marker, and slipped inside his office. Holy shit! His office was smaller than I'd expected and a disaster. His desk was littered with papers that only stayed on because he'd plunked anything he could find on them. His phone, a stapler, a book, scissors, a hole punch, a glue stick. Nothing was in order. A cabinet to the right of his desk was opened, files pushed in haphazardly, so the drawer didn't close properly. Yikes. The closed window made the room stuffy. The AC didn't seem to operate, and the fan plugged in on the other side of the room was off. No way could I stay in this crummy office. I walked over to the window, but it was too high up, so I grabbed a chair and set it beneath it. I climbed on and unlocked the latch of the window, then pushed it out. Cool air rushed into the room. Much better.
What are you doing?
I startled and wobbled on the chair. Shit! I tried to steady myself, but the chair rocked and one of the legs landed on something that was definitely not the floor. I clamped my eyes shut and braced for the fall. Into a hard, muscular chest. Arms wrapped around my body and stubble scraped my jaw. My skin tingled. I inhaled deeply, taking in his lightly musky odor mingled with a woodsy cologne. His arms tightened around me, and it just felt nice to have someone hold me like this. I knew it meant nothing. He'd just prevented me from taking a nasty fall, but I didn't know how not to take advantage of the situation. Oh my God, no one has really hugged me in years. As the reality hit me, I broke and burrowed deeper into his chest, gasping for air. My heart was beating too fast and my chest tightened. An irrational fear settled in my bones, and I shook against him. Against this stranger who hadn't meant to hug me, but now was doing just that.
Hey, I've got you. Breathe in slowly,
he said softly.
In and out. In and out.
I followed his instructions, but it wasn't so easy when my brain slammed years of living a shitty existence into the forefront of my mind.
Do you want to go to the nurse?
I shook my head. Anxiety attack. Just need a minute. I gasped when he lifted me in his arms and brought me to the chair behind his desk. He placed me in it, then stepped back, but I clutched his hand, desperately needing the warmth of another person to anchor me, to remind me of what was real. It was so hard to know anymore. Please don't go. He perched at the side of his desk and held onto my hand, not saying anything, but that was okay. I'd had enough of words for a while. So many people told me what to do, but so few showed me they cared. Even if he was just giving concern as a teacher, it was still concern, and I soaked it up. No telling when anyone would hold my hand again without expecting something in return. After a few minutes, my breathing calmed. My head still felt a little light, and my mind was terribly foggy, but I wasn't struggling to inhale anymore. Coach Cooper squeezed my hand, and I glanced up at him. Our gazes clashed, and the hard beating of my heart had absolutely nothing to do with my anxiety attack. Oh, shit. I'd never felt such a pull to someone before. Did he feel it too? He dropped my hand like he'd burned himself and vaulted off the desk.
Feeling better?
Yes, thank you. I haven't had an anxiety attack since I started this school. He frowned.
Got them a lot at the previous one.
Quite a bit, actually. I licked my lips and wrapped my arms around my body. Thought I was over them. He scratched his stubble.
Listen, I know you're supposed to do detention with me, but why don't you go to the library?
The library?
Yeah, nobody's checking whether or not you're here the entire time, and since I'm the one who was offended, and I'm sure you're sorry for what happened, you can go.
What? Why would you let me off the hook? I clutched the arms of the chair. I don't understand.
You were being picked on. You were upset, and in the heat of the moment, you lashed out. Happens to the best of us. I'll let you off with a warning, but you should respect your teachers. I've seen too many times when a teacher a student disrespected ended up being the person who helped them out of a bad situation.
I know, and I truly am sorry, but I accept my punishment. I got out of the chair and, when I found my legs didn't wobble, moved around his desk. It's just for this week.
Yeah, well, I don't have anything for you to do.
I raised an eyebrow and gestured at his office. Are you kidding me? Coach, this whole place could use a makeover, and I'm the guy for makeovers.
What? No.
He cringed.
I mean, I know it's a disaster, but I'll handle it.
It's settled then. I walked over to the file cabinet and pulled out the drawer all the way. Didn't this man know anything about filing? I'll tidy this place up so if the principal asks you how my detention went, you can tell him you've whipped me into a proper, respectful boy. An image of myself over Coach's lap, him paddling my ass, was definitely not where I'd been going with that. It sounded dirty too, the whole proper, respectful boy bit. I glanced over my shoulder. Had he noticed the sexual undertone? If he had, he didn't show it. He was picking up a football from under a chair.
Fine. Maybe just straighten things up and I'll sign off on your detention.
Good. You'll want to call this place home when I'm done with it.
Just tidying a bit, Emery. Anything more and it becomes child labor.
I'm 19, hardly a child, and it'll keep me busy. Honestly, I don't mind. I arranged some files, but oh boy, this was going to take a lot more work than I'd anticipated. The students' names weren't even in alphabetical order.
Wait, isn't this your lunch hour?
Coach asked. Yes?
Have you eaten yet?
No, it's okay. I'm not hungry anyway.
Nope.
He walked up to me and shoved the drawer of the cabinet shut. At least he tried, but it stuck.
I don't want you skipping lunch to do detention in my office. You can come back after school.
He was way too close. Brain short-circuiting.
I'll be at football practice, but I'll leave the door open. Just pop in when you're ready, and you can leave when you're done.
Cool.
Wait, don't you have cheerleading practice?
Tomorrow, just 2 days this week, since we're having camp over the weekend.
Oh, right. Mandy mentioned that.
Mandy. I stepped away from Coach Cooper and tucked a lock of hair behind my ear. I'll stop by later then. Thank you. For everything. He simply nodded and left his office, closing the door behind me. I strolled down the hall, then backtracked to the whiteboard and rubbed out the number I'd rewritten earlier. When I was out of the corridor, I burst out laughing. What would he do when he saw what I'd done? He would know for sure I was the one who did it, but he couldn't prove it. Even after my anxiety attack, it felt rather amazing. I entered the cafeteria and joined the short line. Most of the students had already purchased their lunch. I waved at Mandy, and her face lit up. She was truly the most incredible person ever. Armed with my lunch tray, I made a beeline for the table where the cheer team always sat, but a yank on my shoulder stopped me. I almost dropped the tray, but I managed to hold on to it. One of Priest's friends glared at me.
Because of you, Priest is in trouble. You better watch your back.
Everything inside me wanted to lash out, but I swallowed the words back. It didn't matter what he thought. I had a hot date with a gym teacher's office later today. I hadn't been looking forward to detention, but I was now. At the cheerleaders' table, I squeezed in beside Mandy and bumped her shoulder with mine. Hey, did you sweet-talk my father out of detention? She whispered into my ear. Oh shit, did you realize my crush? What? She chuckled. Did you or didn't you get out of detention? I'm doing it after school. She pouted. But we're supposed to go to the mall. You're helping me pick out a bikini for Ruby's pool party, remember? Oh no. I'm sorry, babe. I kind of promised your dad. You sure you don't want me to talk to him for you? Get you out of it? She cupped a hand over her mouth. Between you and me, he looks all stern and serious, but he's a pushover. My mother's the one I can't get anything by, but I usually can wrap daddy around my finger. We can go some other time, I said. Besides, if you'd seen your father's office, you'd realize I'm doing him a huge favor.
Chapter 7. Abe. I checked my watch and swore under my breath. Damn, it was late. The players seemed energized enough to go through another hour of training, but I had to set their limits. The last thing I needed was for them to overwork themselves before our next big game. Okay, boys, let's wrap it up. I blew the whistle, and that got their full attention.
Half an hour more, Coach.
Listen up. I know you're passionate about the sport, and while that's great, you shouldn't overdo it. You need to give your muscles time to rest as well, so that's it for the evening. We've already gone overtime. Hit the showers and get home safely. You're all looking sharp out there. My praise wasn't idle words. Each player was putting out an amazing effort. Although they goofed off sometimes, they were focused when it mattered, and with every game we played, they were more determined to end this season as champions. The players grabbed their water bottles and walked off the field, chatting and laughing. Harry, I called after one of our substitute players. The young man stopped walking and turned.
Coach?
How are the tutoring sessions coming along? One of the things I'd done when I made head coach was arrange tutoring for the athletes who needed it. With the rigid training hours, some players had trouble keeping up with their schoolwork. Several students had volunteered as tutors and were helping them to get passing grades. Winning the state championship was great, but having all my students graduate from high school was even better.
They're going great,
Harry said.
I never thanked you properly for arranging a tutor for me, Coach. She's fantastic.
I hope she's not doing the work for you.
Not Amber. She makes me do everything myself.
Smart. The aim is to make sure you understand the material and can use it to pass your tests and in life. If she did the work for you, you'd only be cheating yourself.
Right.
I patted his shoulder. All right then. Catch up with the others. I'll see you tomorrow. He loped off to the locker rooms. I strolled after him, smiling when one of the guys ribbed him about seeing his girlfriend instead of going out with him. Typical locker room stuff, so I didn't pay them any mind. When I was out of sight, I pulled my shirt forward, which was sticking to my skin. The sun was scorching today, and the humidity was awful. At my office, I stopped in front of the notice board. More modifications had been made. Whiskers formed over eyes. The hearts were new and inappropriate. I should have erased them the moment I noticed. I forgot. Then do it now. This boy would drive me to insanity if I let him. I shook my head and opened my door. As soon as I was inside and had the door closed, I spun the lock and shrugged off my shirt. That was better. No more itching from all the sweating. That's more like it. I switched on the fan and closed my eyes. The cool breeze on my damp skin was heaven. I turned around to give my back the same treatment. I opened my eyes. What the hell? Emery. He sat crouched on the floor between my desk and my chair. He swallowed and trailed his gaze over my torso. My naked torso. His Adam's apple bobbed. His cheeks turned pink, but it was him biting his lower lip and the jolt to my cock that had me yanking my shirt back over my head. Emery, what are you doing in my office? He slowly rose to his feet, but kept his distance.
You said I could come here at the end of the day.
He gestured to my desk, and I was at a loss for words. He tidied up the mess on my desk, but now I had no idea where anything was. But it's late. You shouldn't be here in my office at this hour.
Why not? I said I would help.
It's just not appropriate, Emery. Even though I had my shirt back on, the way he looked at me made me feel like I was still naked.
What's not appropriate? A student can't help a teacher.
You're doing detention, not voluntary service. He arched an eyebrow, and the corner of his lips lifted.
Is there a difference, really?
I frowned. It was either that or return his smile. What were you doing under the desk?
A paper flew onto the floor. I was trying to get it when the door opened, which reminds me.
He dropped to his knees and crawled under the desk. The breeze from the fan ruffled the material of his skirt around the back of his thighs, revealing pale skin. The flimsy material flirted along his skin, teasing my senses.
Got it.
He backed out from under the desk, coming closer to the fan. The swirling air swept the hem of the skirt up, giving me a clear view of a round bottom hugged by purple silk with black lace trimmings and a bow. I'd thought seeing his naked ass and the torn pants had been bad, but this was worse. I itched to peel down the material and expose what charms he had underneath.
Oops.
He swatted at the back of the skirt, and I averted my eyes and turned off the fan. It wasn't working anyway. The fan couldn't cool down the heat coursing through my veins. I was sick. This was wrong. You've done enough. I took a step toward him and plucked the paper out of his grip. Thank you for cleaning up my desk. It looks great, but you can go now.
Are you sure? I can help some more.
Why would he offer that? A guy like him didn't have an active social life. Nope, I'm about to leave for home, so you need to do the same. He sighed.
Okay, but I'm not even nearly finished yet. What time should I come tomorrow?
You don't have to come in tomorrow, or the rest of the week.
Sorry, Coach, but no can do. I made a promise, and I'm sticking to it.
But you have cheerleading practice, don't you?
I can come during lunch and...
Out of the question.
Then how about before classes begin in the morning and during my free period? I can be here an hour earlier tomorrow morning.
You don't have to do that. He got to his feet, shuffled over to a chair in front of my desk, and lifted his bag. It was a light pink and blue swirl of colors with a fuzzy heart keyring of the same colors attached to one zipper. Gold stars adorned the front, and gold embroidery at the top read Princess. Could he be any louder?
I don't mind. It'll help distract me.
He slipped the straps of his bag over his shoulders.
So tomorrow at 7?
I don't get here that early. He pouted, and my breath hitched. Did he really have no idea how his body language and facial expressions came off as sultry and flirty? But I'll leave the door open so you can get in. The pout turned into a smile.
Thanks.
He headed for the door, then stopped.
I almost forgot.
He gestured at the desk organizer I had never seen before.
I cleared your desk of most things so you have the space to work. I also returned the documents to the students' files. No need to worry. I'm not nosy. I didn't look at anything.
He pulled out the top desk drawer, which now looked neat and tidy, with everything in its place. All the junk was gone.
I put away the supplies in your drawers and cleared them out, but I didn't throw out anything.
He pointed at a box on the floor next to the desk.
You can find everything in there. I think it's mostly junk, but you may want to check if there's anything important you need.
Damn, he was so pretty. He got animated when he told me what he had done, and my eyes followed his pink lips.
Coach?
I snapped out of my daze. My heart skipped a beat and pounded in my chest. I swallowed hard. Thank you for making everything look so neat. He winked at me. In all my years of teaching, had any student ever winked at me? I couldn't recall, but Emery wasn't like any other student. I'd never had this insane attraction to a student before. Denying what I felt was no use. At least by admitting it, I could do something about it to avoid trouble.
You're welcome. I enjoy tidying up. You should see my bedroom.
Don't think about it. Don't you dare think about it. By sheer force of will, I managed not to put Emery and a bed in the same thought.
I should go. It might take me a while to get a ride. See you tomorrow.
He was almost out the door when his words registered. Why is it going to take you a while? You have a car, don't you?
My dad sold my car.
His jaw clenched. I'm sorry.
Don't be. He's an asshole.
He waved his hand.
I should...
I'll give you a ride. To thank you for cleaning up my mess. Where do you live? He gave me his address, which was on the other side of town. Shit.
It's out of your way, so it's okay,
he said. No, I insist. It's already late, and trouble has a way of finding you.
Are you calling me a trouble magnet?
I huffed a sound without directly responding and stuffed my laptop into my bag. I retrieved my set of keys from the hook and nodded at Emery. Let's go. He wasn't the first student I offered a ride home, and I'd never thought twice about it before, but with Emery, it was different. The corridor was thankfully empty now, and we made it to my car without meeting anyone. With a sigh of relief, I pulled out of the parking lot. How do you plan to get here early tomorrow? You don't have a car, I asked him.
I'll find a way.
I'm offering you an out for detention. You should take me up on it.
No thanks.
No thanks? What did that mean? If I had told my students detention was over, they wouldn't question it. Why was he being so stubborn?
It's not just about me, he said. You need the help. Your office is a disaster zone, a hazard waiting to happen.
Hey, watch it.
What are you going to do? Give me more detention?
I gave him a sideways glance. He smirked like he knew all my thoughts. There had to be something I could do to make this ridiculous fascination I had with him go away. A horn honked behind me, and I returned my attention to the road. The light had turned green. We rode the rest of the way in silence. He didn't seem to mind and typed away on his phone. Whomever he was talking to caused him to smile and chuckle, which was way too disturbing, and I was relieved when I pulled up in front of his driveway.
Thanks, Coach.
He grabbed his bag.
You're every bit as nice as Mandy says.
You talk about me with Mandy? My cheeks heated. He got out of the car and poked his head back in with a dimpled smile.
Don't worry. She only says good things about you. Cross my heart.
I snorted, and my face burned even hotter. Good God, what was happening to me? All this flustering nonsense needed to stop. Emery! I'd never seen someone's countenance change that fast. Emery snapped up straight, and shutters slammed over his eyes, hiding all the playfulness that had been there a minute ago. He clutched the straps of his bag as though needing something to keep him upright. A man marched down the driveway towards us. With his wide shoulders, beer gut, and unkempt look, he couldn't be any more different from the boy, and yet I could see tiny facial similarities, the shape of his face and his nose. He had to be Emery's father.
Dad, don't make a scene.
Emery stepped away from the car.
I got a ride home because someone sold my car.
What did I tell you about bringing men to my house? He grabbed the boy by the shirt front and jerked him forward. Didn't I tell you I don't want any of that gay shit near me?
It's the sidewalk, Dad. You don't own it.
Fuck. That boy was a trouble magnet, and his mouth only dug him in deeper. Hey, there's no need for that. I jumped out of my car, but the man had already hit Emery across the face. My blood boiled as I strode to him, my hands and fists at my sides. You hit him one more time, and I'm calling the cops. Let him go. The man raised his arm, but instead of slapping Emery again, he shoved the boy away from him and stepped up to me so close we stood toe to toe. You gonna tell me what I can and cannot do to my son? What? You're fucking him, and you think that gives you some sort of authority here? Well, get something straight. He planted a hand on my chest and pushed me back. You ain't the first John he's ever fucked, and you sure as hell won't be the last. Get the hell off my property. What the hell? There's nothing going on between your son and me. He needed a ride. I sure bet he did. You rubbing it into my face on my worthless piece of shit son lets himself be mounted like a fucking bitch.
Just go.
Emery rubbed over his cheek, which was already bruising. How could I leave him here? The man was repulsive. I'm not leaving you here.
It'll be fine. He gets like this when he drinks. When he sleeps it off, everything goes back to normal.
But the man didn't smell of alcohol, and he didn't look drunk. Are you sure? Don't tell me I need to get my gun for you to take me seriously, his dad shouted. Get off my property. He stalked toward the house.
Please go, Emery begged. I can take care of myself.
But you...
You're only making it worse. Just go.
He took a step toward the house, but I grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back to me. Where's your phone?
Why?
Just unlock it and give it to me. He moved as if in a daze and handed me the device. I punched in my phone number and saved it. You need any help, Emery. Don't hesitate to call me. I don't think you should be here.
And where else can I go?
I opened my mouth, but no words came out.
Exactly what I thought. I'll be fine.
He shoved his phone into his pocket and marched up the driveway. I stared after him. How did someone like him survive with such a shitty father? I had to do something, but what? Technically, as a teacher, I was bound to report abusive situations, But when it came to older students like Emery, who was an adult, it was trickier. His voice also mattered, and he didn't seem to want more trouble. Fuck. I got into the car and slowly drove away. At least he had my number.
Chapter 8. Emery. It was no hardship at all to be at Coach's office at 7, like I'd promised. After the blow-up with my father, I'd packed a bag, climbed out the window, got an Uber, and snuck back onto the school campus. It wasn't the first time I'd done this since the start of the school year. Most times I could handle my father, but since that one time he choked me so hard I blacked out, I stayed away from him when he was truly furious. And he had been enraged that Coach had given me a ride. I'd barely made it to my bedroom and locked the door before he had pounded on it and hurled insults at me. Eventually he'd stopped, but I hadn't felt safe sleeping in the same house as him, so I climbed out through the window. The other 2 times I'd snuck onto the school compound after hours, I'd slept on the bleachers of the football field. This time I knew for sure Coach's office was open, so I went there instead. I locked the door behind me and cracked the window open. I wanted to turn the fan on, but I couldn't risk someone hearing and coming to investigate. I used the flashlight on my phone to do my homework, and when I was hungry, I munched on the snacks and water I'd bought on the way. I had to cancel my one-on-one cam show with a client, although I hated missing another night. 2 movies later, and I was tuckered out from the eventful day. I slipped out of the office to use the bathroom, then spread the fleece blanket I brought with me on the floor and settled down. The ground was hard, but it was safe. I slept fitfully, plagued by dreams of my father threatening to kill me if I didn't go back to being straight. I'd given up explaining to him that I'd always been gay. A year ago, I had finally mustered up the courage to show the world the real me, but my coming out hadn't gone down well. I'd been bullied for it, especially when I made a drastic change in my wardrobe. What should have been an educational experience had turned into a personal war zone. I'd had no other choice than to switch schools after flunking my final year. The ultimate decision had been Dad's inability to pay the tuition he owed since he drank and gambled away his money. In the early morning, the dreams changed into vivid memories, but they did very little to ease my mind. I kept reliving that moment when Coach Cooper entered the office and ripped off his shirt. A man that many years older than me didn't have the right to look that hot. He was huge and packed tight with muscles. The images played like a movie in my head. Frustrated, I rolled over onto my back, spat in my hand, fisted my cock, and jerked off while shoving a finger into my ass. Did I imagine it was his finger inside me? Yes. Yes, I did. Did I imagine his mouth was on my cock instead of my hand? I couldn't stop thinking about it once the thought surfaced. And when I pictured his cock slipping inside me, I blew my load, my stomach clenching and my gasping breaths filling the room. I fell into an exhausted sleep after. When my alarm sounded, I wasn't nearly rested enough. I trudged to the locker rooms to take a shower and clean up. The only things I'd shoved into my bag that wouldn't make it look like I'd slept on the streets were a pair of distressed skinny jeans and a wrinkle-free top. Since I started this school, I hadn't worn clothes this basic, but the outfit was cute, if understated. I applied light makeup that didn't disguise the bruise on my cheekbone well enough, but it couldn't be helped. On the way to my locker to stash my blanket, I almost ran into a custodian. I grabbed some snacks from one of the vending machines and returned to Coach's office to work. With my earphones popped in, I mouthed the lyrics to the songs from my happy playlist. I needed a pick-me-up to get through the day, and the right music usually cheered me up. Half an hour later, the songs were working. I shook my hips while I was organizing the file cabinet. I spun around, then stumbled to a halt at the sight of Coach Cooper. He was chuckling, but when our eyes met, he turned serious. In fact, he looked upset. Had I left something lying around so he would know I'd slept here? Coach,
Jesus, Emery, your face.
What? Was that why he was upset? Well, sheesh, I said, trying to lighten the mood. I didn't think I was that ugly.
You're not. You're
He widened his eyes, coughed into his fist, and turned away.
What I meant is that you should have someone look at that bruise.
I shrugged and returned to sorting through the file cabinet. I'll look worse for a while, but it'll get better within a week.
You're an expert on bruises, Emery.
I snorted. With my dad? Yeah. He fell silent, and I glanced over my shoulder. He was watching me intently. I ducked my head, my face burning, and shuffled my feet. Why did he look at me that way, like he pitied me? Of all the people in the world, he was the last one I wished had witnessed the fight between my father and me yesterday. I didn't expect you to get here this early. I put a file between the others.
It's 7:30. I like to have half an hour to myself before classes begin.
Oh, am I in your way?
No, you're good. You may continue.
He walked behind his desk and sat, placing his bag on the desk. He took out his laptop, powered it up, and focused on the screen. For a few minutes, we worked quietly. Every time I looked at him, he had a frown on his face. His phone rang, and I tried not to eavesdrop, but the softer tone of his voice was enough for me to guess his wife was on the other end. Oh, God. I'd masturbated to thoughts of a married man this morning. It wasn't as if all my clients were single. That was different, though. I couldn't control what anyone did behind a screen.
Again, Tare?
He asked.
That's the third time this month you've had an out-of-state conference. Why didn't you give me more notice?
He drummed his fingers on his desk.
You're going to do what you want to do anyway, regardless of what I think. Talking about it when you get back will change nothing. Yeah, text me when you land. I love you too.
I bit my bottom lip as I double-checked every file to ensure they were in the right order. Satisfied, I closed the drawer and pulled out a middle one. This was a mess, no semblance of order at all. I rifled through the contents to determine how best to organize the drawer and what to throw out. I squeaked. Porn magazines were stacked at the bottom of the drawer. I dropped everything in my hands on the floor. I wasn't so much shocked by the magazines. I didn't judge people for their choice of reading material. What stunned me was where they were. In Coach Cooper's office. Why not keep them at home? Wasn't he the good man I thought he was?
What's wrong?
Coach asked.
You didn't find a dead mouse or anything, did you? I wouldn't be surprised with the way I kept this place.
No. I just remembered something. I fell to my knees and picked up the contents from the floor. His chair creaked and shoes appeared in my line of sight. I didn't want him to know I'd seen the porn magazines. I vaulted to my feet.
Watch out for the...
My head slammed into the open drawer. Ow! The paper slipped out of my hands. I'd caught myself good. I closed my eyes and gritted my teeth as I sat hard on the floor and rubbed the top of my head.
Jesus, are you accident-prone too?
Coach dropped to one knee and shoved the drawer closed. His hands were in my hair, fingers gingerly sifting through the strands. His earthy cologne and aftershave filled my nostrils and distracted me from the pain. He was so close.
You're not bleeding, although you might get a bump.
He sounded relieved. He tipped my chin up while his other hand remained in my hair. Didn't he realize he was still caressing my hair?
First your face, and now this. Be more careful, yes?
His hand slipped from my chin to my cheekbone, where I'd applied the most makeup to hide the bruise. His thumb pressed gently against the wound. Pain flared up, and I gasped.
Does it hurt?
Not too much. My heart was racing in my chest. Only when you touch it. He jerked his hand away, but I caught it and returned it to my face. I didn't say you should stop. It feels nice.
Emery, this is...
I know. My throat was dry as I scooted closer to him. I shouldn't be doing this, but I couldn't stop myself. But you don't know what it's like. For your own father to treat you like shit, and then to meet a stranger who shows you the most kindness you've had in a fucking long time. I just don't care anymore. I badly need a hug, Coach. Is it so wrong to want one? Tears sprang into my eyes, and a sob choked out of me. What the hell? I didn't give a damn anymore. I tilted forward, not caring that I was falling over. His arms came around me, and he held me to him, supporting my weight and preventing us from tumbling over to the floor. And I was so fucking grateful he caught me instead of letting me fall. I tucked my face into his shirt and clamped my eyes shut against the tears as warmth flowed through me. He folded me into his chest, holding me to him. He was so solid and dependable.
Emery.
He whispered my name.
I have to let you go.
Just a bit longer, please. I tightened my hold on him. You said if I needed anything, I should call you. Well, I need this hug more than you could ever know.
I could get in trouble for this.
But he didn't let me go. For a hug?
For having a student sitting on my lap with my arms around him. It's inappropriate.
I understand. I don't want you to, but if it's for the best, you can let me go. I waited for his arms to slacken, but they tightened around me. The relief that coursed through me was unmatched. I threw my arms around his shoulders and buried my face in his neck. His heart thumped heavily inside his chest, and I felt for him, for the awkward position I'd put him in. But I was a little selfish too, because I hadn't felt so good in someone's embrace for a long time. Sex never felt like this. Several minutes passed, silence stretching between us. I didn't want to move, but my arms were cramping. With a sigh, I dropped them. He released me, and I shuffled back off his lap and sat on the floor. He looked conflicted and confused, unable to meet my gaze. "You did nothing wrong," I said.
"Didn't I?"
His voice was hoarse. He climbed to his feet and offered me a hand. I took it and got to mine. "You didn't. It's not like we had sex. It was just a hug." He let go of my hand and stalked back to his desk.
"That's never going to happen."
"I know." I tucked my hair behind my ear. "You're my best friend's father. And married."
"And you're a student."
I smiled. "Does that mean you would if none of that existed?" He raised his head and finally met my gaze.
"What are you doing, Emery?"
Oh God, what had I said? I wrapped my arms around myself, ashamed for being inappropriate with him. "Sorry, it's just..." I shook my head. There was no way to make him understand. I had dealt with shitty people for most of my life, and it was difficult to stay away from a man as good as him. I wanted him for myself, but I would never have him for the reasons he mentioned. They were good reasons, too. "I'm sorry."
"You should go get settled for your first class."
"Okay." He didn't want me around anymore. Damn him. I grabbed my bag from the chair and stalked to the door.
"Emery."
I didn't turn around. "Yes?"
"You can finish what you started in your free period, and whenever else you're available except for lunch."
He rummaged through the bottom drawer of his desk.
"But I can't keep leaving the office door open. I have a spare key around here somewhere."
Now I faced him and smiled. "The other side, bottom drawer. There's a box where I placed all the small items."
"Oh."
He opened the drawer and held up the square container.
"Where did this come from?"
"I made it." He had lots of recyclable junk around the office, and I'd taken an old stationery box and rewrapped it with bright blue cartridge paper. With a marker, I'd drawn swirly patterns at the bottom of the box.
"You made this?"
He studied the box from all sides. I shrugged. "It's easy. I made the organizer on your desk, too."
"You're talented."
He cocked his head to the side.
"You enjoy organizing this clutter, don't you?"
I twirled a lock of hair around my index finger. "I do."
"I can tell."
He took out a key and handed it to me.
"Here you go. Technically, you're not supposed to have this, but I won't tell if you don't."
It's our little secret. Why did taking the key seem so significant? Maybe because it meant he trusted me.
"You're the only one allowed inside here, Emery. No one else. I have sensitive information about students here."
"I understand."
"Good."
"Thank you." I took the key from him and clutched it in my palm. "Does this mean you don't hate what I've done so far?"
"God, no. It looks great. I can see that my desk is made of wood again."
I giggled. It was a hot mess.
"You're the hot mess."
Coach Cooper flirting and blushing had to be the sexiest thing ever. First the hug, and now this? Today was the best day ever.
"All right,"
he said sternly.
"Get out of here and go to your class. And Emery..."
"Sir?" His nostrils flared. Or did I imagine it?
"Please stay out of trouble. Not everything is worth fighting for. Understand? Sometimes you just need to step back and stay alive to fight another day."
I gave him a small nod. Maybe he was right. I had nothing to prove to anyone. If walking away was an option, I could try it and see how it went.
Chapter 9. Abe. I was in the middle of watching an episode of Spartacus when my phone rang and interrupted a scene of Nazir and Agron kissing. I wanted to ignore it, but I used the ringtone for Mandy, so I paused the television. "Hey, Mandy, are you almost home yet?" She'd been at a cheerleading camp out of town, and they should have arrived back on the school campus at 7 p.m. to get picked up by their parents. It was almost 8.
"I'm still at school, Dad,"
she said with a huff of breath. "How come? Your mother said she would get you."
"But she didn't, and she's not answering her phone either."
"Fucking hell. Not again, Teresa." Knowing how erratic her schedule was, I offered to pick Mandy up, but Teresa had gotten offended that I hadn't even asked her. When I tried to explain she was often too busy to handle these minor tasks, she'd gotten real mad, saying I was calling her a terrible mother. I stepped back and let her pick up our daughter. After arguing so much about it, I would have at least expected her to ask me to get Mandy if she couldn't make it. "Are you alone?" I asked Mandy.
No, Emery's here with me, as well as Miss Reed. She can't leave until we're all accounted for. This is embarrassing, Dad.
"I'm sorry, sweetheart. I'm on my way now. Hang in there."
Thanks, Dad.
I turned off the television, grabbed my jacket and keys, and got into my car. On the way to the school, I called Teresa, but her phone went straight to voicemail. Damn. I hung up without leaving a message, too upset and afraid I would say things I ended up regretting. With the busy traffic, it took me almost half an hour to get to the school. 3 distinct figures were in the parking lot. Emery and Mandy stood together, Emery's arm around her shoulders. They both seemed fine. I parked and walked over to their coach. "I'm sorry about this, Eva. I had no idea my wife hadn't picked up Mandy." She waved a hand.
That's all right. Just get them home. I'm sure you've dealt with your fair share of parents not picking their kids up after a game.
I had, and it sucked. After an away game, I wanted to go home and relax, but instead I had to wait for parents who were late picking their kids up, and sometimes even forgot. "I will. This won't happen again. I'll make sure of it." She got in her car and drove away. Mandy hurried toward me, dragging a reluctant-looking Emery along. I frowned. I hadn't known Emery for long, but he didn't seem like a shy person. The boy hadn't let my job stop him from sitting on my lap and seeking a hug. For whatever reason, Mandy was pulling him with her. It was clear he was dead set against it.
Dad, I'm so glad you came.
She dropped Emery's hand and hugged me. "Of course, honey." I patted her head and released her.
You shouldn't have agreed to Mom picking me up. We both knew this would happen.
She insisted. Mandy rolled her eyes.
I need to ask you a favor.
"To drop Emery off?" "Sure thing."
Well, that, but at our place.
Emery still wasn't looking at me.
I told you it's fine, Mandy,
he said softly.
No, it's not. I saw the bruise he put on you, Emery.
My body tensed. What are you talking about?
I told you that in confidence, he said. Not for you to tell your father about it. An adult needs to know. I'm legally an adult. I can take care of myself.
Mandy stomped her feet and huffed loudly.
Why are you so stubborn? Why won't you let me help you? I didn't ask for your help. I just wanted to vent.
Emery stormed away and plopped down on the low wall that bordered the parking lot on one side. What's going on? I asked.
He needs help, Dad,
she sniffled. I placed my hands on her shoulders. Why don't we start with what happened? She mentioned a bruise, so I could already figure out where this was heading, but I needed specifics of what Emery supposedly had done that was so wrong for his father to hit him again.
At camp, I noticed Emery was having trouble with simple routines that he's usually great at. At one point, he almost passed out, and I didn't buy his excuse that it was because he hadn't eaten. I finally forced the truth out of him, and he told me his dad had forbidden him to attend camp. They got into a huge fight when he was leaving, and his dad kicked him several times in the ribs. I couldn't get Emery to tell Miss Reed the truth, but I think he needs to go to a hospital.
I ground my teeth at the mental image of Emery's father kicking him. The man was so much bigger than his son, and if our last confrontation was anything to go by, he would hold nothing back when attacking his own flesh and blood.
Please do something, Dad.
Mandy grabbed my arm.
Can't he stay the rest of the weekend with us?
A weekend won't solve what Emery's going through.
But isn't it a start? He's my best friend, Dad. I won't stop until I get him help. I'm afraid one of these days his father will go too far and Emery won't be around anymore.
Tears rolled down her cheeks. Get in the car. I gave her a little nudge. I'll talk to him.
Thank you.
As Mandy walked to the car, I made my way over to Emery.
It's none of your business, he said.
How do you figure? By law, I'm required to report any suspected abuse of a student. He scoffed.
If that's the reason you'd report it, don't bother. I'm an adult anyway. There's not much the CPS can do for me, so I'm on my own.
You're not on your own. Mandy cares about you.
Do you?
I sucked in a deep breath. Emery.
You shouldn't get involved, Coach.
He dropped his voice.
It's a terrible idea.
Like it or not, I'm already involved. I can't stand aside and let him continue to abuse you.
What can you do about it?
Make sure he never touches you again. He laughed, but the sound cut off with a grunt of pain, and he gripped his side.
You have Mandy. Please go.
I'm not leaving you here. From the looks of you, we need to get you to a hospital so they can check up on your ribs.
My ribs are fine.
Let the doctors be the judge of that. Now come with me, so I can take you to the emergency room.
Then will you leave me alone?
Then you'll stay with us for tonight and tomorrow, just like Mandy suggested. He shook his head.
I can't.
And why the hell not? Our eyes connected, and Emery caught his bottom lip between his teeth.
You know.
If only I could say I didn't know a damn thing. I'm just a concerned teacher, helping my daughter's best friend.
Good for you.
He frowned.
And I'm just a boy who's never been loved before, and I think you could love me the way I want to be.
I froze, shock rooting my feet in place. Neither of us was stupid enough to deny the sexual undercurrent between us, but I sure as hell wouldn't have mentioned it. I was an adult with a sense of right and wrong, and what he was suggesting was wrong on so many levels. I never expected Emery to be this bold. Emery pushed off the wall, but he stumbled, hissing in pain. I caught him as gently as I could, to not hurt him any more than he already was. Emery, are you okay? He breathed in slowly.
My ribs hurt so much.
Fuck. I'm taking you to the hospital. I wanted to carry Emery in my arms, but Mandy was watching us, so I slung my arm over his shoulders to support him and led him back to the car. I helped him in, then threw both his and Mandy's bags into the trunk. Mandy, I'll drop you off at home first. I slid my seatbelt into place. I'm not sure how long it'll take us at the ER, so that might be best. Try to reach your mom and let her know I've picked you up.
Okay, Dad.
I glanced in the rearview mirror. Emery sat with his head on Mandy's shoulder, his eyes closed. He looked so pale. How much pain must he have been in over the past 24 hours? That piece of shit father of his needed someone his own size to teach him a lesson. After dropping Mandy off at home and promising to take care of Emery, I drove to the hospital. When he didn't protest me helping him out of the car and into the ER, I knew he was more hurt than he'd let on.
Emery Cannon.
The nurse at the front desk where we had to register recognized him. She shook her head and tutted.
Still getting that pretty face of yours into fights. I thought you were done with the emergency room after the last time.
Was that what he told everyone? That he got into fights? He smiled at the nurse.
Trouble just always finds me, Nurse Gale. You've never brought a family member before. I needed some help this time.
Emery took the form from her.
Thank you.
We found seats in the waiting room, half filled with patients, and Emery filled out the form. How long? I asked.
Huh?
How long has he been hitting you? Emery shrugged.
All my life, I guess. He's always been a tough father, but it was usually a slap here and there, not very serious. It got worse when I came out. My dad doesn't want to have a gay son, and especially not one he considers a sissy. If I was a masked gay, he probably would have dealt with it better. Probably.
When he was finished filling out the form, I brought it back to the nurse for him. Then we had to wait. Emery's head tipped over onto my shoulder, but I let him. He looked so peaceful and young, leaning against me like that. When his name was announced, I had to shake him awake. The doctor's ready for you.
Oh.
He stretched, and a groan of pain left him, but when I tried to help him up, he pushed my hand away.
I'm okay.
It was on the tip of my tongue to ask him if I could go in with him, but it wasn't my place. I was just here as the father of a friend. It didn't stop me from worrying, though, and thinking about everything else in the world except those words Emery had spoken.
I'm just a boy who's never been loved before, and I think you could love me the way I want to be.
My phone vibrated, but when Teresa's name popped up on the screen, I let it ring off. I wasn't in the mood to listen to her bullshit excuse for leaving our daughter stranded at school after insisting she would pick Mandy up. A doctor entered the waiting area and spoke to the nurse. He glanced over at me, said something to the nurse, then came over with a hand outstretched.
Mr. Cooper, I'm Dr. Luck.
I shook his hand hesitantly. Why was he talking to me? Is this about Emery?
Yes. He's updated his emergency contact to include you, so I figured I'd reassure you that there's no lasting damage. None of his ribs are broken, but they've been severely bruised from blunt force trauma. He's going to require rest for at least 2 weeks. That means no engaging in activities that will put a strain on him. To make it clear, no sex.
My face burned. What the hell had Emery told this doctor?
And more importantly, he needs to avoid more trauma to that area of his body, especially in the near future. If he has any shortness of breath or if he's coughing up blood, he needs to return to the ER immediately.
I nodded. Understood. Thank you. Emery came walking toward us. He didn't hunch over as he had before. I guess the pain had eased.
Don't forget to fill that prescription for the pain, young man, the doctor said to him. The injection I gave you will eventually wear off, and those pills will help you feel more comfortable.
The doctor strolled away, and Emery shoved the prescription into his pocket. Give it to me. I held my hand out.
Why? I can handle the pain. I'm not going to waste my money on painkillers.
Do you always argue when you're told to do something?
It's been a while since I had a reason to be good.
He smirked, but dug into his jeans pocket, took out the paper, and handed it to me. Let's go.
Chapter 10. Emery.
Emery, wake up.
M? My eyes flew open and connected with Coach's. The car door was open, and he'd already unbuckled my seatbelt. He rested the hand he'd been using to tap my cheek against my skin. Before he could remove it, I caught it with mine and leaned into his touch while inhaling deeply. I was safe.
Emery, we're at my house,
he said hoarsely. I took pity on him and let him go. The more you interfere to help me, the harder it'll be, you know.
There's nothing hard about this situation. I'm a married man.
But he wasn't happy, was he? Mandy had told me things about her parents' relationship, sharing her fears that they would eventually divorce. Sometimes when she was pissed off at her mother, like tonight, she was all for them separating, and then other times, she was a little girl dreaming, wanting her parents to be together forever. Coach stepped back, and I slowly got out of the car. Thankfully, the medicine the doctor had injected me with was still working. On the way home, Coach had stopped to fill my prescription. He led me inside the house. The few times I'd been here, I'd felt uncomfortable at the luxurious feel of their home. It didn't seem to suit Coach Cooper at all. I'd never imagined all the white and ivory walls and chairs to be his kind of thing. I'd expected darker hues and bolder furniture. Your home's lovely, I said. Thank you. The woman's voice startled me. I hadn't seen her approach. My special touch, of course. If I left the decor up to Abe, he would turn the entire house into his man cave. Mandy's mother. She looked stunning in an off-the-shoulder dark blue cocktail dress that ended several inches above her knees. Diamonds glittered around her neck and dangled from her ears. I'd only met her once. Coach Cooper was the one usually around when Mandy and I hung out.
Teresa, you're home.
Yes. I tried calling you, but I guess you were busy. Her gaze traveled over me, and it took everything in me not to shuffle behind Coach's back to hide. Under her scrutiny, I felt like a naughty little boy trying to play adult games. What had I been thinking? Coach Cooper had this stunning woman at home. How could I have insinuated earlier that he had feelings for me? Shit.
I had to take Mandy's friend to the hospital, Coach said. Emery's staying in the guest room for the night.
You couldn't have told me.
I would have if you had bothered to answer your phone.
I tried calling you back, but you didn't pick up.
We were busy at the hospital. It's been a rough night. Let me show Emery to the guest room, and then we can talk.
I don't want to be a bother, I said. One could cut the tension between them with a knife.
You're not.
Coach took my arm.
This way.
I fought my instinct to look back. Was she watching us go? My heart pounded inside my chest. Flirting with Coach was one thing, but seeing him together with his wife made me panic. What the hell was I doing? Up the stairs, Coach turned left and led me down the hall to the room at the end. He pushed open the door and gestured for me to enter.
The room has its own bathroom. Take a shower and get settled in. Are you hungry?
A little.
I'll fix you something to eat. After you shower, you come down to the kitchen.
He walked out of the bedroom and closed the door before I could even utter a thank you. I sat heavily on the bed and emptied my pockets of my phone, some coins, and a pack of cigarettes. The room was as fancy as the rest of the house, with an ivory bedspread and a gazillion pillows. I kicked off my shoes and dug my toes into the soft fiber of the carpet. I opened the closet. It was empty except for a pile of towels and bed linens. The window overlooked the backyard with a pool. I'd never used it. Mandy wasn't big on swimming, and I'd always thought it would be awkward to ask if I could take a dip. The bathroom was compact, clean, and nice, with unopened bath supplies for guests. I stripped off my clothes and stepped into the shower. The water felt good on my skin, especially over the bruised ribs on my left side. Finally, a decent shower without someone yelling at me to turn off the hot water. I dried off with one of the big fluffy towels and returned to the bedroom. Damn, I couldn't put back on the clothes I've been wearing all day. I wrapped a towel around me and called Mandy to lend me something of hers, but there was no answer. Shit. Was she already asleep? She always slept like the dead. Knuckles rapped on the door.
Emery.
Did it matter that I sat here in a towel? I was more covered now than in some of the clothes I wore. Come in. Coach entered, his eyes scanning my body with such intensity I might as well have been naked.
You're not dressed.
He turned his back, and I rolled my eyes, but couldn't help smiling. I was trying to call Mandy to borrow something of hers to wear.
Mandy's sleeping. I'll bring your stuff from the car.
Don't bother, they're all dirty. I only brought what was essential, knowing I would be back home this evening. Maybe you could wake Mandy and...
No,
he snapped.
It's not appropriate for you to wear her clothes.
I frowned. Friends borrow each other's clothes all the time. Coach didn't respond, just walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. What to do now? My stomach rumbled, reminding me I hadn't eaten in a while. With a sigh, I lay back on the bed and stared up at the ceiling. I should just leave. What good was being here? I was only delaying the inevitable. Eventually, I would have to go home. It would be me and Dad then, with no one to defend me against his fists. But for one night, I could sleep without fear. The door opened again, and I jerked up. Fucking hell! A flare of pain ran up my left side. I panted, waiting for the nausea to pass.
Come on, take slow breaths.
Coach sat on the bed, gently assisting me to sit up the rest of the way.
That's it.
He stroked my bare arm and talked to me in that calm voice he'd used before when I had an anxiety attack, but when I'd leaned into him, he jumped away and climbed to his feet. His jaw was clenched in a hard line. Don't take the rejection personally. He's not available anyway.
Here you go.
He dropped a gray shirt on the bed.
You can wear that for now.
I rubbed my thumb over the soft material. Whose is it? He swallowed.
I've left out a sandwich for you in the kitchen, and I've also thrown your things in the washing machine for you, so you'll be able to wear your own clothes tomorrow. Turn the lights off when you're done.
He stalked out of the room. Wait.
Good night, Emery.
But I...
Stop it!
His eyes flashed a hard glint.
I'm doing the decent thing by helping you. I don't need to know the rest of what you think is happening here. This is just me being a good person. I am a happily married man with a daughter and a career I would never jeopardize.
With that, he walked out, closing the door behind him. I blinked away the tears and pulled the shirt over my head. Why did it have to smell so much like him? I would have preferred to stay in the bedroom, but I was hungry, so I tiptoed into the hallway. Too bad the guest room was at the end of the hall, and I had to pass the other rooms to get to the stairs.
Times are you going to do this, Teresa? If tonight wasn't a wake-up call for you, I'm not sure if anything can be.
Startled by the outburst, I froze. Coach. Anger and hurt laced his voice. What was it like to have someone love you so much that your actions caused them to feel so much pain? You're being unfair, Abe, his wife snapped. Why do I have to give up my professional life because I have a family? Can't I have both?
You can, but at least act like you have a family. Do you know what's happening in your daughter's life, Teresa? Do you even care to know?
A slap rang out, and I took a step back, my heart racing in my chest. I needed to move, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. How dare you? Is it my fault you've settled? I've tried to push you to move on from your current job, but you have no ambition. If not for me, we would still live in that crappy 2-bedroom apartment, barely able to make rent and take care of our family every month. Everything I've done, I did to put this family at an advantage. I clapped my hand over my mouth. The words cut deep, and they weren't even meant for me.
No, Teresa. At least be honest with yourself. You didn't do this for your family. You're doing it for you. I practically raised Mandy on my own since she was a baby for you to pursue your career. And all these years, I've never wanted to limit your potential, so I've stood by your side, waiting for you to have enough. But you're never going to have enough, are you?
Only you would make ambition seem like a disease, Abe. Because of my career, we're able to move in circles we never have before. Our daughter can go to any college she wants.
But that won't make up for you not being there. Damn it, Teresa. I'm a married man, and the few times you're home, I have to beg you to have sex with me. Do you know how humiliating that is?
Is that what this is about? Sex? Do you want me to give you a pass to get it from someone else? If that's what it takes for you to accept that my career is important to me, then fine. You can have sex with whomever you please.
You don't mean that.
The heartbreak in Abe's voice drove me away from the door. I hurried down the stairs and to the kitchen, my whole body shaking. I had no business eavesdropping on their conversation, but a lot Mandy had confided in me about her family finally made sense. Why she was so close to her dad and spoke about him more than her mother. Was that the reason Abe was drawn to me? Because he was sex-deprived and I seemed easy? Just the thought of sex with Abe made my cock perk up. Slut. I sighed. The man's marriage was in trouble. I needed to stop flirting with him and giving him the idea I would be open to sleeping with him. If he was single, which he wasn't, then yes, but he was still a married man. The conversation I'd overheard played in my mind as I ate the roast beef sandwich Abe had made for me. I helped myself to a Coke from the fridge and slowly drank it. When I was almost finished, Mrs. Cooper came into the kitchen. I couldn't get over how beautiful and sophisticated she looked. She had on a silk nightgown, sans bra, because the way she moved made it seem as if she was the silk and the silk was her. I jumped to my feet, then winced and rubbed my side. Getting up so quickly wasn't a good idea. My ribs hurt like hell. Emery, she smiled at me. Don't leave on my account. In fact, I could do with the company. Okay. I sat back down on the chair. She took a bottle of wine from the fridge, poured herself a glass, and gulped it down. God, I needed that. Instead of returning the bottle to the fridge, she poured herself another glass and sat across from me. She downed the second glass and started on the third. Abe explained why you have to stay with us, she said. If you need to stay longer, please do. Our guest room is available, and I know Mandy will be happy to know you're in a safe space. I gave a curt nod. Thank you, but I think I'll go home tomorrow. She eyed me and cocked her head to the side. You're awfully pretty for a boy. Whoa, where was she going with this? I squirmed in the chair. Thank you. I can't take any credit for what I was born with. She chuckled. Funny, too. You leave high school this year, right? Yes, ma'am. She made a face. Please, call me Teresa. Okay. How old are you? 19. I'm repeating my senior year. I see. What are your plans after high school? I shrugged. I so wanted to escape these questions, but I had no idea how to do so gracefully. I'd love to go to college, but I don't think I'll be able to afford it. There are ways to afford college, Emery, if you really want to go. She pointed a finger at me. All you need is ambition, drive, and the right attitude, and the world can be yours. And it doesn't even matter what you have to do to get on top. It's all just business, after all. Do you understand what I'm saying, Emery? I think so. The way she scrutinized me made warmth spread over my cheeks. I can't get over how beautiful you are. She shook her head. Here I am rambling when my marriage is crumbling. I just don't know what to do anymore. When the person you love is stifling your growth, what's left to do? I'm sorry. I hope you can work everything out. She chuckled softly and rose to her feet. I'm not sure everything will work out this time. Will you continue being a friend to Mandy? She might need someone close for a while. Of course. I love Mandy. She returned the bottle of wine to the fridge. Think about what I said, Emery. I haven't known you for long, but I like you. I can see a fighting spirit in your eyes. If you ever need my help, I know a lot of wealthy men and women who are drawn to certain types like yourself. It might be worth your while. Good night, dear. My jaw dropped, and I stared after her. Had she seriously been hinting at me selling my body to her wealthy colleagues in the name of ambition? It was one thing to expose my body online. That had been my own decision. But for my friend's mother to make this proposition was mind-boggling. The more I learned about Teresa Cooper, the more I disliked the woman. For the way she treated Mandy and how much she hurt Abe. She didn't deserve a man like Abe at all.
Chapter 11. Abe.
If you ever need my help, I know a lot of wealthy men and women who are drawn to certain types, like yourself.
I lost track of time as I sat alone in the den, staring at the blank TV screen with Teresa's words rolling over and over inside my head. I'd caught the tail end of Teresa's conversation with Emery while I was on my way to grab a beer from the fridge. Her words might as well have been another slap to the face. Stunned, I backed away before either of them spotted me. Where the hell did she come off making that sort of proposition to Emery? I knew exactly the type of men she was referring to. Men she got off criminal charges because she was damn good at what she did. Men who thought the world, and whatever was in it, was theirs to manipulate and take anything they wanted. When had my wife become a pimp for this type of man? Every time her words echoed in my head, my stomach roiled. When she became a defense attorney, we'd talked about how to keep her professional life from affecting her personal life. So much for that conversation. Poor Emery already had a difficult life. What if he was tempted by the offer? I wasn't stupid. These men were loaded. They could give the boy all the money he needed. He could get out from under his father's roof and live comfortably, but at what cost? Hadn't he said he was looking for love? But how many people sold out love for money? My wife was a perfect example. I would have felt better if my marital issues were because of Teresa having an affair. An affair I could deal with. I could confront the other man and handle what was so unsatisfying in our relationship and why she had to seek out someone else. But how could I compete with a job she loved? With jerky movements, I turned the television on and resumed the episode of Spartacus I'd been watching before I had to pick up Mandy and Emery. The magic of the series was ruined, though. I couldn't concentrate, couldn't follow the story happening on the screen. Emery wouldn't take Teresa up on her offer, would he? And what's it to do with you? That boy and whatever he does is none of your business. Teresa and I weren't strangers to arguing, but our fights never affected our sleeping arrangements until now. Tonight she had gone farther than she'd ever done before when she slapped me in the face. Add to that the way she propositioned Emery, and I couldn't bring myself to go upstairs and lie in bed next to her. I couldn't be anywhere near her. Not that I could sleep, anyway. A couple of hours must have passed when the door squeaked open. My body stiffened as I braced myself for Teresa invading my space and starting another argument. The figure in the doorway was shorter and slenderer. Emery. I should have known better than to think it was Teresa. If I wasn't in bed with her, she wouldn't have to work herself up to having sex. She was probably relieved she had the bed to herself. Emery halted. From the genuine way he widened his eyes, he hadn't expected to see me.
Coach,
Abe. Call me Abe. We were past the point of him calling me Coach. Now it just felt awkward and pointless. He rubbed his left shoulder with his right hand and shifted from foot to foot.
I'm sorry. I didn't think anyone was here, and I couldn't sleep. Thought I would watch some TV until I felt tired.
I narrowed my eyes. You could have used the living room.
Mandy showed this room to me one day. It seemed more private. I didn't want anyone to know I was having trouble sleeping.
Why couldn't you sleep? I muted the television. Is it your ribs? Did you take the pills? He shook his head.
My ribs are fine. I just couldn't sleep. Can I stay down here and watch with you?
He clutched the front of the shirt he was wearing. My shirt. It was so big on him, the neckline slipped down one shoulder, and the hem reached all the way to his knees. At least he was decently covered. If only I didn't know he had to be naked underneath. I'd thrown his clothes in the washing machine, but I'd been too distracted to take them out and put them in the dryer. I really should, though, so he didn't have to wear my clothes. I should have let him borrow something from Mandy. My stomach clenched at the thought of him wearing anything belonging to my daughter. Or anyone else. Not cool, Abe.
Abe? Can I?
May I? He looked confused for a moment. Then his features cleared, and the playful little smile I'd become used to, even when he was hurting, lifted the corners of his mouth.
May I watch television with you, pretty please?
The words were perfectly fine, but the way he watched me wasn't. I had no idea how I knew, but I was sure Emery had the potential to be a proper brat. The kind of brat that could get me into trouble. A brat I should be sending back to his bed instead of nodding to him to join me. Sure, I'm watching Spartacus, but you can change it.
Oh, bloody.
He crossed the floor to the couch and sat next to me, even though he could have taken the armchair. He pulled his legs up to his chest, with his feet on the couch, and tugged the shirt over them. Aren't you hurting your ribs like that? I asked.
Who knows? I'm too high on medication to feel any pain right now. I might have taken the pills too soon.
I frowned. Then you should be in bed.
I'm fine.
He plucked the remote from my lap and unmuted the television. Instead of giving it back, he kept the remote in his hand, but at least his focus was on the screen. If I thought watching Spartacus with Emery would be no big deal, I was quickly dissuaded from that notion. He reacted aloud to the plot unfolding on the screen. He muttered under his breath, sighed in frustration, and chuckled with glee. In no time, Emery became a source of my entertainment, rather than the television. When the episode ended, Emery paused the television.
Abe?
Maybe I shouldn't have allowed him to use my first name after all. The way the syllable whispered from his lips sent a shiver down my spine. I swallowed hard, but didn't respond.
Do you want to talk about it?
He asked. Talk about what?
I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I heard.
I frowned. Heard what?
You and your wife arguing. I'm sorry she said those awful things to you.
My face burned, and I glanced away. Stay out of it.
I'm just trying to...
It's none of your business, Emery. Drop it. Emery lowered his legs to the floor and got to his feet, letting the remote fall from his hand to the couch.
I'm sorry. I'll just go.
His voice was full of hurt, and my chest ached for me to do something about it. To make him smile again. Let him go, Abe. I jumped up and grabbed Emery's wrist. He jerked to a stop, but he kept his head turned away from me. He tried to tug his hand out of my grip, but I held on.
I'm leaving you alone like you wanted, Abe.
My heart pounded in my chest. When did I ever say that? Seconds ticked by in silence. I moved closer to him, placed a trembling hand on his angular hip, and turned him to face me. His chest rose and fell, like he was struggling against his emotions.
Do you want me to stay, or not?
He asked. Damn it. Why was he so damn pretty?
Let me go, Abe.
Do you really want me to? He nodded, so I dropped his hand. Emery rubbed his wrist.
Do you care about what I want?
My nostrils flared. What do you want?
To hug you.
Before I could move, Emery wrapped his arms around me and pressed his face to my chest. Push him away. I raised my arms, but as if they had a mind of their own, they embraced him, one settling at his lower back and the other at his hip. I closed my eyes and swallowed the lump in my throat. Why was he made to fit me so well if he could never be mine? Emery, I said softly. I don't know if I'm thinking straight.
What do you mean?
He whispered back. You heard it yourself. My marriage is in shambles, and I can't be sure if this thing is merely a reaction rather than something real. Emery grabbed the back of my head and pulled it down, then captured my lips with his. Stunned, I stood stock still. Emery's mouth moved over mine, and desire unleashed in my belly. With a groan, I pressed him closer to me and gripped his hip more tightly. He gasped, and I took advantage of his parted lips to thrust my tongue into his mouth. He gripped my hair and moaned. I slipped my hand farther down to his ass. So full. Damn, he felt so good. I felt so good. I didn't want the sensation to ever go away. He panted against me in such need, his soft sighs tearing at my resistance. He was someone who desired me, who wanted me back, someone I didn't have to beg and placate to satisfy me. I pulled up the hem of Emery's shirt, baring his naked bottom, cupped his ass cheeks in both hands, and lifted him. Emery wrapped his legs around my waist, and I walked us back to the couch. I laid him down on the cushions, never taking my lips off his as I came down on top of him.
Ow!
Emery gasped, and I jerked my head up. He closed his eyes and swallowed hard. The doctor's words echoed in my head. Fuck. I pulled away from him as far back to the other side of the couch as I could. Did I hurt you?
I'll be fine.
Maybe I can be on top, so...
No.
No?
He struggled to sit up, and I placed a hand on his shoulder and helped him. He tried to kiss me again, but I turned my head.
Abe?
You heard what the doctor said. I released him, but he clutched my shoulder.
Do you still think it's not real? Because maybe if your marriage was healthy, you could have ignored the attraction. But I think it would have still been there. Am I wrong?
It doesn't matter. This, I waved my hand between us, can never happen again.
Why not?
You're a smart boy. You can figure it out.
And what if I refuse to ignore us?
You don't have a choice. There is no us. Would you risk your relationship with my daughter so carelessly?
I would risk it, but it wouldn't be carelessly.
Damn it. Why did he have to sound so sincere?
You've already shown your hand. I know you care about me, and I've already told you that I think you could love me real hard. You could love me real hard, Abe. So yes, I'd risk it all for that love.
But I don't love you.
Not yet.
I can't ever love you. He released my arm and shuffled to the edge of the sofa, but made no effort to pull the shirt down to his knees. Fuck. I touched his naked ass. And I wanted to do it again, and more. I'd never touched another man before. Why wasn't I freaking out?
I feel guilty too, you know.
You don't act like it.
What do you want me to do?
His cheeks turned bright red.
You're married, and you're my best friend's father, and I really like you. Do you think I wish I could turn it off?
I really like you. Such a juvenile thing to say. The words reminded me of the tremendous gap between our two generations. Yet coming from him, they sounded sincere, especially with how he was looking at me. I closed my eyes to block out his face. It was too hard to think when he was gazing at me with such hope. I couldn't mislead him. That would be crueler than setting him straight right now. I'll make up with my wife, Emery. I opened my eyes. Couples fight all the time. He scrubbed his hand over his face.
I should tell you I'm happy for you, and that I hope everything works out. But I can't.
This time when he walked away, I didn't try to stop him. Long after he was gone, I stared at the door, feeling a great sense of loss, like I'd let something monumental slip from my grasp. I was doing the right thing, wasn't I? I had no clue if my marriage was fixable, but whether or not it was, I could never be with Emery, and it was better for us to face that fact now before we destroyed each other's lives and the people we loved.
Chapter 12. Emery. The next morning, I woke up in Abe's guest room feeling terrible. I had tossed and turned all night, angry at myself for crossing the line and kissing him, and angry at him for... Why exactly was I upset with him? Did I really expect him to walk away from his family because of a little attraction between us? I couldn't be mad at him, though I wished I could go back to him topping me on the couch. I would have gritted my teeth and borne the discomfort in my ribs just to experience more with him. That kiss hadn't been enough. Oh God, the way he grabbed my bare ass and easily lifted me had turned me on. I groaned and crawled out of bed, gingerly touching my ribs. They ached more than they had last night. I had to find some food so I could take some more painkillers. In the bathroom, I took care of my morning routine, but I still had no clothes to put on. With a sigh, I crept out of my room and down the hall to Mandy's room. I knocked softly on the door. A few seconds later, the door opened and Mandy appeared, dressed in a pair of lavender pajamas with cupcakes on them. She rubbed her eyes. Emery? Shit, did I wake you up? I'm sorry. It's not even 8 yet, she frowned. Why are you up already? It's a Sunday. I want to borrow something to wear. Your father was supposed to have thrown my stuff into the wash last night, but I don't know if he has, and nobody's awake yet. Sure, come on in. The shirt you have on looks hideous on you. She was right. The material was shapeless on my slender body, but I loved the feel on my skin. And it was Abe's shirt. He was never getting it back. Mandy stretched, then crawled back into bed and pulled the sheets up to her chin. Mandy, you're supposed to help me find something to wear. She waved a hand at me. Take whatever you want from my closet. I don't mind. I won't take anything fancy. Whatever you say. I knew she had an extensive closet, courtesy of the credit card her mother had given her. I moved through all the options and selected a pair of faded jeans and a yellow graphic t-shirt. I'll get these back to you soon, I promise. I don't care about the clothes. She rolled over and sat up in bed. What happened at the hospital? Are your ribs okay? They will be. You didn't need to have your father take me to the emergency room, although the medicine they gave me sure has helped. You're welcome. What are you going to do about your dad? I shrugged and put a leg inside the jeans. Try to stay out of his way as best I can. If it gets too bad, then I'll look around for a room to rent somewhere. She wore a contemplative frown that made me uneasy. I knew her plotting face all too well. We might not have known each other for long, but we spent a lot of our free time together. Whatever you're thinking, stop it right now. But it's the perfect solution. All we'd have to do is convince both Mom and Dad to let you stay here while you finish high school. A choked sound left me. No way. I'm pretty sure they'd agree to it. I shook my head. Doesn't matter. I wouldn't want to stay here anyway. Why not? Because I kissed your father last night, and I liked it. I don't want to be a bother. My dad will be cool about it, and I just need to make Mom feel guilty enough for not picking me up last night, and she'll agree. No need to. I'll be fine, though I love your manipulative heart. I shrugged out of the shirt Abe had loaned me and pulled on the t-shirt I had picked from Mandy's closet. The fit was much closer to my actual size than Abe's clothes. Oh, why do you look cuter in my clothes than I do? Mandy said. I laughed. I do not. Do too, she sighed. Did my parents fight last night? I was out cold before you guys returned. A little. Mandy growled and dropped back onto the bed. I don't know why they don't divorce already. They have nothing in common. I'm sure you don't mean that. I do. It's so uncomfortable being around them when they argue. If they do divorce, and I'm not saying they will, who would you choose to live with? She shrugged. I don't think I'll have to choose. I'll be off to college soon, and then it won't matter. But there'll be holidays. I went over to her. You won't be able to stay neutral, you know. She shuffled over and patted the space beside her. At least I'll still have you as a friend, right? Of course. I ruffled her hair. Why don't you help me make breakfast? You don't have to do that. Dad will make it. I want to thank your folks for letting me spend the night. Fine, go ahead, but I need at least another hour of sleep. She pulled the pillow over her head, and I chuckled. All right then, be lazy. Clutching Abe's shirt in my hands, I slipped out of Mandy's room and closed the door, only to have a steel band fasten around my wrist. Abe, I squeaked. He pulled me along with him, and I quickened my steps to keep up. He flung the door of the guest room open, marched inside, and closed the door behind us. Only then did he release me.
What do you think you're doing?
He snapped, his lips so stiff they barely moved. His eyes glinted hard and accusatory. What do you mean? He gripped the shirt I had on in his fist and yanked at the material.
What are you wearing?
Mandy lent me some stuff.
I told you it was inappropriate to wear her clothes, didn't I? Take them off.
What? I tried to step away from Abe, but he kept his hold firmly on me.
Last night you were kissing me, and this morning I find you coming out of Mandy's room wearing her things.
I gaped at Abe. Was he jealous that I'd been in Mandy's room? That I was wearing her clothes? Why are you angry? They're just clothes.
They aren't yours. Take them off. I'll bring your stuff up to you.
But you didn't have a problem with me wearing your shirt last night. Color rose in his face. My heart skipped a beat. I was right. He was jealous of me wearing Mandy's clothes.
Don't wear my daughter's clothes, Emery, and that's final.
He let go of my borrowed shirt. Why does it bother you so much, Abe? You turned me down last night, didn't you? What business is it of yours whose clothes I wear? I cocked an eyebrow. And don't use the Mandy is my daughter defense card. We're both old enough. He took a step toward me, and I backed up until my legs hit the bed.
But you're both under my roof, so you'll follow my rules.
It won't bother you then if I wear her clothes outside your house. The muscle in his cheek ticked, and his nostrils flared.
Why are you being such a brat?
Because I want you to admit the real reason you're upset seeing me in Mandy's clothes. Abe's hand came up. I flinched and lifted my arms as if deflecting his blow. It never came. He widened his eyes and cupped my neck, his anger melting away.
Emery, I'd never hit you.
I swallowed the lump in my throat and tried to quell a fear that had risen inside me when he raised his hand.
It doesn't matter how angry I get. I'd never ever lay a hand on you that way. Do you understand?
I lowered my gaze to the floor and nodded. Abe took me by the shoulders and pulled me against him. I easily went along and placed my head in the center of his chest. His hand came to rest on my lower back, stroking me gently. It was a reflex, I whispered. I know you'd never hit me.
Good.
He sighed and kissed my head.
Will you change?
Will you tell me why it matters so much to you?
I don't know. It just does. I hate seeing you coming out of her room and wearing her clothes.
You were jealous? It wasn't a direct answer, but he'd said enough. I smiled. I'll change.
Good boy.
Oh, shit. Everything inside me turned to jello. Abe's approval shouldn't make me feel so good, like a bandage over a wound, or salve on extremely sunburnt skin. It only made me want more.
Don't look at me like that,
he said. Like what?
You know.
Ugh, why couldn't he come out with it already? He acted as though if he didn't say the words, then everything would be normal. Nothing could ever be normal between us again after that kiss we'd shared last night. Abe?
Yes?
What are we doing?
Fuck if I know. I can't be with you the way you want. It's too complicated, but I don't know if I can walk away either. I need to know you're okay.
He pressed his thumb to my bottom lip and rubbed. I opened my mouth and licked his thumb while staring up at him. Abe swallowed hard and dropped his hand.
I'll go get your clothes for you to change.
I rolled my eyes, and when he frowned, heat surged into my cheeks. Yes, sir. He picked up the t-shirt that had fallen onto the ground. I tried to pull it out of his grip. No, don't take that.
I'll throw it in the laundry with my things.
Please don't. I'd like to keep it.
Emery.
Please, if I can't kiss you or more, I can at least sleep in your shirt and think about it. Abe's chest rose and fell, but he released his hold on the shirt.
You shouldn't be saying that to me either.
I shrugged and hugged the t-shirt to my chest. Just speaking my thoughts out loud. You should go if you don't want to hear the rest.
You're a brat, aren't you?
He cocked his head to the side.
Let me get your things.
When Abe left, I sighed and lay on the bed, staring up at the ceiling with a silly smile and a flutter in my stomach. Abe wasn't going as far as I wanted, but he wasn't pushing me away either. Had he taken me up on my offer last night and fucked me, I might have been left thinking he only wanted to use my body. He was being careful, though. He was exactly the kind of man I thought him to be. I wasn't even sure what I expected and wanted from him, but all I knew was that being around Abe made my life better somehow. Like the way he touched me and talked to me gently yet firmly. Abe could be the one. The door opened and I sat up. Abe carried my duffel and a laundry basket with my clothes. Something lacy peeked out from the bundle, and I bit back a smile. Had he just dumped everything into the machine, or had he picked through my clothes? Did he like the lace?
Get dressed.
He hovered in the doorway, as if he was afraid to get too close.
I'm going to get started on breakfast.
Oh, can I help? I jumped up from the bed, jarring my ribs, but I was too happy to pay the flare of pain any mind. If your wife doesn't have a problem with someone else in her kitchen.
Teresa isn't here.
But it's Sunday.
Just another business day for her. I'll be in the kitchen.
Abe walked out and closed the door firmly behind him. For a long time after he'd left, I didn't move. I'd flirted and played with him, but fear skated down my spine. What was I doing? He would never choose someone like me over his wife, so why should I push? I would only end up getting hurt. Only if you go into this with false hope. I peeled off Mandy's clothes. Abe's face, stamped with jealousy, flashed through my mind. Maybe I'd find heartbreak. But maybe I'd find love. The very big maybe was worth the risk.
Chapter 13. Abe. The cafeteria was packed with students. Loud chatter, raucous laughter, and friendly banter spilled across the large room. Don't look for him. Don't look for him. Emery stood in front of the cheerleaders' table, talking and gesturing wildly. His fashion choices were always so different it was impossible not to spot him. I wasn't deliberately looking for him or anything. Today he wore a pink plaid pleated skirt and a pair of shoes that were different, one pink and the other shoe black. They were platforms and had buckles almost up to the knees. He'd put the outfit together with a short-sleeved black top on either side, skeletal fingers wrapped around his ribcage. How could I not look at him? Especially when he was laughing and his entire face lit up. On a normal day, he was a beautiful boy. On a happy day, Emery was breathtaking. I tore my gaze away from him, but I was pleased he was in a good mood. If I'd learned anything about him in the past week, it was that he was usually quiet after he'd had words with his father. He didn't speak much, only sought hugs. I bought a bottle of water and walked out, glancing over at the cheer squad again, but Emery didn't make eye contact. Damn it. Had he really not noticed me? I was so aware of him that it seemed he popped up everywhere I went. Back in my office, I guzzled down half of the water and put the bottle in the cup holder. I couldn't escape him, not when everything in my office seemed to have a touch of Emery now. Determined to get him out of my mind, I powered up my laptop and went through my email. A knock on the door interrupted me from the playbook for our next game. Come in. The door opened, and Emery slipped in, then locked the door. He sauntered around my desk, his hips swinging from side to side, a mischievous smile on his lips. My throat went dry again. I pushed back my chair, and he climbed into my lap, wrapped his arms around my neck, and pressed his face to the side of my neck. The first time he'd done it in my office, I'd freaked out, but he had reassured me that he'd locked the door. The next couple of times had been nerve-wracking, but now it felt like the most natural thing in the world to have Emery on my lap for a comfort hug. Dropping my hand to the small of his back, I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply, trying to work through the guilt. Was it wrong just to hold him like this? We hadn't kissed again since that night at my house. I have a class soon. I stroked his back.
I know. I studied your schedule.
Why would you do that?
To find out when you're free, so I can sneak out of class and beg you for hugs.
I sighed. Emery.
I'm being a good boy.
No, he wasn't. He was placing kisses on my neck.
I haven't even asked you for a proper kiss, although it's been years.
Laughing, I tugged at his shirt and he pulled back. It's just been a week, and we both know it's for the best that we don't kiss again.
Fuck that. I want to kiss you.
Emery slapped his hands to my cheeks, brought my face forward, and plastered his lips to mine. Clutching his shirt, I shifted my head to own the kiss. It didn't matter that he started it. How easily he caved in and whimpered in my mouth was all I needed to know. Because I never quite got over the way he felt in my arms, I dropped my hands to his ass and squeezed. He gasped, and I thrust my tongue into his mouth. Emery moved his hips, grinding in my lap. Fuck, he was rubbing himself against my hard-on. It felt so fucking good. I held down his ass and thrust up against him over and over.
Abe, please,
he begged, his voice ragged and desperate.
Fuck me.
Emery. I rose with him in my arms. The thought of lying him down on the desk flashed in my mind. Then what? I stared into those trusting eyes, watching me with anticipation. He wouldn't say no, so I had to put a stop to this. I tried to lower him to his feet, but he tightened his legs around my waist, holding tight. Emmy, sweetheart, you'll be late for class.
I don't want to go. I want to stay here with you.
My chest tightened, making it difficult to breathe. How could I resist him when he was like this? I fucking loved every moment of him clinging to me and not wanting to let go. Emery, please, I said. He sighed.
Kiss me again first.
I slanted my lips over his, intending it to be short, sweet peck, but the moment my mouth touched his, the familiar lightning sparked between us, and I deepened the kiss. Touching him seemed a necessity at this point. I tore my lips away from his, completely thrown off by the kiss. I really should go.
Wait, let me do this for you.
Emery wiggled his way down to the floor on his knees and reached for the waistband of my sweatpants. Emery, no. I choked on the words. His hand stilled, and he pouted up at me.
Are you sure you want me to stop, Abe? Because I want to send you off onto the field with a smile on your face.
I swallowed hard, too guilty to explicitly tell him yes, and too whipped to tell him no. He rolled down the waistband of my sweatpants. He held my gaze as he reached into my boxers and pulled out my cock. When he licked his lips, my last resolve disappeared.
One day, Abe, he said softly. One day you're going to let me ride you until you come inside me. But for now, this is enough.
Christ, Emery. Emery wrapped his tongue around the head of my cock and licked the prominent vein that traveled down my shaft. He shoved his hand back into my boxers and cupped my balls, squeezing gently while he sucked my cockhead between his lips. I hissed out a breath. Emery released my cock, leaving a trail of saliva behind.
You don't have to be afraid, Abe. Put your hands in my hair. Use my mouth and get off. I love it. I promise.
Mother of all, that was going to land me in trouble. Emery wrapped his lips around my cock again, and this time I ran my fingers through his hair gently. He stroked me, removed his lips, and looked directly up at me.
Do it harder. I won't break.
No talking, I rasped, my heart pounding furiously in my chest. Open up. I thrust my cock into his mouth, gripping his hair and angling his head in the perfect direction for me to slide down his throat. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he moaned. I knew he was no saint. He'd been very outspoken about wanting to have sex with me, but the reality of it all sank hard inside my gut. He looked wrecked, his lipstick ruined, his mouth straining around my cock, bubbles of spit forming at the sides as I pressed his head all the way down until his lips were flush against my pubes. He gagged, eyes watering, but he didn't pull away. Jesus, Emery. His face was red, his pupils blown as if he was riding a high. He had his dick in his hand, jerking off while he sucked me off. I caught a peek of the flushed red head with a delicate hand with pretty French-tipped fingernails. The contrast between his nails and his cock did the trick. Emery, I'm going to come, I warned. He didn't pull away. Instead, he sucked harder as I pumped my release into his mouth. He swallowed around me until he had it all. His face scrunched up and he cried out. My cock slipped out of his mouth as he came right on my shoe. Emery smiled impishly.
Sorry.
The bell chose that moment to ring. Shit. I hooked my hands under Emery's armpits and pulled him to his feet. What should I do now? I felt like I just used him.
Abe, stop taking it so seriously, he said.
I don't know how not to. I smoothed down his skirt. You should use the bathroom before going back to class. I'll give you a hall pass.
He wrapped his arms around my neck. All I needed to do was suck you off and I get perks.
Emery, I saw he was joking, but what could I do? I couldn't take back my cum, which was swirling around in his belly right now. I lowered my head and kissed him gently, letting him know this wasn't something I took lightly. He'd asked me not to think too seriously about it, but there was no other way for me to look at it. We'd moved to another level, and I was terrified of what came next, but I didn't think I could stop it. If he'd been opposed to it and told me no, I could have walked away, but I was so weak for him, for the way he looked up at me with so much trust and desire. Do you have cheerleading practice later? I asked him. He nodded.
Yeah, I'll meet you here after.
No, go straight home.
But how will I see you then?
You won't. He pouted.
I'll see you after cheerleading. We don't have to do anything. I just like being with you.
He smacked a kiss on my cheek.
Hall pass?
I opened a drawer.
Not that one.
He rested a hand around my waist as he pulled out the bottom drawer. Bundled together and held by a rubber band were a stack of hall passes.
You're not keeping up with my organization.
Are you scolding me? He handed me a pass.
Yes, I believe I am.
I scribbled my name on it along with the time and gave it back. Go, little brat. There are no hall passes to excuse a teacher's tardiness. Chapter 14. Abe. Emery. Fuck, Emery. I gripped the arms of the chair. Emery deep-throated me, his face dripping with saliva and his eyes staring into mine. After I returned from football practice, he'd been waiting for me. I tried to warn him that I was sweaty, but he hadn't given me a chance to get all the words out. He pushed me into the chair, pulled my sweats down, and taken me into his mouth. Emery's head game was amazing. No way could I turn him down after his lips were already sliding up and down my cock. He used a lot of spit, something I wasn't used to. When he bobbed up and down my cock, it made sloppy suction sounds, and I'd become addicted to the slurping. I'd become addicted to his mouth. Fuck, I never knew my sex drive was this high until he started putting his mouth on me. Ugh. I'd stopped warning him when I was going to come. He never pulled away. He pushed out his tongue, and my cum shot inside his mouth. When I was spent, he beat my cock against his tongue, then released me. He had to be the most sexual person I'd ever met in my life, and I was in trouble. To be fair, in the 2 weeks since we'd started fooling around, he hadn't always gone down on me. I cuddled him in my lap a lot too. Sometimes, when we stayed behind after everyone had left, he would sit at my desk and I'd help him with assignments and projects. He wasn't the most studious guy, but he at least tried, and I made sure to compliment his efforts. It was the least I could do, given I never reciprocated. I never went down on him or touched his cock. I'd convinced myself that it was better this way, that I would feel less guilty if he was the one doing all these things to me. Because if I touched him, if I bent him over my desk like I've been tempted to do on so many occasions, I wouldn't stop before I'd buried my cock inside him. A blowjob was far enough. At this stage, we could still stop. I could ask for my office key back from him any time. But if I touched that boy like I dreamed about at night while I lay in bed beside my wife, there would be no turning back.
Was it good?
Emery wiped his face with the back of his hand and got to his feet. He didn't need permission anymore. He just hopped up into my lap and wrapped his arms around my neck. Better. He looked so happy when I mentioned that, and guilt surfaced. Emery, babe, you should be out there with someone who can hold you openly. He slipped his fingers into my hair and tugged my head back. He plastered his mouth to my neck, and I sucked in a breath. You can't mark me. He let out a sigh and released me.
I know. I don't want you to get busted, but seriously, Abe, if you're going to tell me to hook up with someone else, you can't call me babe while you do it.
Heat surged into my cheeks. Why did he make me feel like the inexperienced one in our relationship? What kind of relationship do we even have? We met up in my office, talked, hung out, and he sucked me off. Sometimes he jerked off while he sucked me off. What do you call a relationship like that? Side piece? Wasn't that what he really was? I looked at his beautiful face. He deserved more than that, more than the mediocrity I had to give. The doorknob rattled, and both of us startled. My heart skipped a beat and raced in my chest until I'd remembered I'd locked it.
Dad?
Mandy. Emery slid off my legs and ducked beneath my desk. I stood, cramming my cock back into my sweatpants. Just a minute, Mandy. If it were anyone else, I would have pretended I wasn't in, but I couldn't risk not knowing if she had an emergency or something. Shit. Emery's bag. I snatched it from my desk and handed it to him. I plastered a smile on my face as I opened the door.
What took you so long?
Mandy asked.
And why's the door locked?
Didn't want to be disturbed. I had to focus on the game plans. And the lies have started. I thought you'd be home already, I said. Hasn't cheerleading practice been over now for almost an hour?
Yeah, I was hanging out with some friends, but Emery disappeared. He said I should call him when I'm ready to leave, but I can't find him anywhere.
She glanced around the office.
This is the last place I could think of to look.
Why did you think he was here? She shrugged.
I know he stops by sometimes to organize your office. You should pay him, you know. He did a great job, and I'm pretty sure his dad doesn't support him, so he can use the money.
You're right. I haven't even thought about that.
He's just the sweetest and won't ask, but Hey, isn't that Emery's phone?
What? She walked past me to the desk, and my heart pounded inside my chest. Fuck almighty. How had I not seen his phone?
So he was here?
She asked. Yeah, he dropped by briefly to check I hadn't messed up my filing system, but he already left. Must have forgotten his phone.
Now how am I going to find him?
She sighed and took up the phone.
I better hang on to it.
I think you should leave it, I said.
Why? I'll probably bump into him somewhere.
Yeah, but if he realizes he lost it, he might retrace his steps, and that will lead him here. She frowned.
You're probably right.
She put the phone back on the desk.
If he comes back, let him know I'm looking for him. We're supposed to get something to eat before I bring him home.
Okay. But instead of leaving, she stayed, eyeing me. My stomach clenched. Good Lord. She didn't know, did she?
Dad, can I ask you something?
Could I deny it if she asked me? Sure, sweetie. What's up?
I was thinking, Mom's away for the weekend. Would it be okay to invite the cheerleaders over for a Halloween party?
Oh, sweet relief. Just the cheerleaders?
And a few people from school. Seniors.
Will there be alcohol?
Of course not. I know better than that, Dad.
I frowned. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Let me talk to your mom first.
She doesn't even care.
Still, I need to hear it from her. I suppose you don't want me at the house while this party is going on.
No way. That'd be so lame.
Well, like I said, I'll think about it and let you know.
Okay.
When she walked out of the office and closed the door, I let out a shuddering breath. Shit.
Don't freak out.
Emery crawled out from under the desk.
She didn't suspect anything.
But she came so close.
Abe?
He clutched the front of my shirt.
Please don't panic and make any rash decisions about us. She doesn't know.
I'm terrible at lying, Emery. He smiled, his eyes all soft and dreamy. That right there was the look he used to twirl me around his finger.
I love that about you. Means it'll be hard for you to lie to me.
Why would I do that?
See?
He took his phone and shouldered his bag.
I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be here at 7.
Emery.
Love it when you say my name.
He went up on his toes and pulled my head down until our lips touched.
Especially when you moan it while I'm sucking you off.
Doesn't it bother you that I never do it back? I asked.
Nope.
Because I will soon. I promise. It's just different, and I'm processing.
Abe.
He placed a hand over my mouth.
You're overthinking again. Whatever feels natural to you whenever it's right. I've had years of practice.
I scowled at him. He grinned, but removed his hand.
You know I'm no saint.
I know, and I don't like thinking about you with anyone else. But it's only fair if you do, I guess.
What do you mean?
If there's someone else, promise you'll tell me so we can break this off. It's only fair to you. He shrugged.
There won't be anyone else.
Emery.
Yes, Daddy.
I sucked in a deep breath, but even that wasn't enough. I could barely breathe. What did you call me?
Daddy.
He waggled his eyebrows.
Do you like it?
What does it mean?
I'll tell you one day. I have to go before Mandy comes back. And speaking of Mandy, please let her have that Halloween party.
I don't know. Seems like an excellent opportunity for kids to misbehave.
We're not kids. We're young adults, and if it's not at your place, pretty sure someone else will just have it somewhere else. Wouldn't you prefer to know it's somewhere we'll be safe?
He blew me a kiss.
Think about it. I'll see you tomorrow.
When Emery left, I sat down hard on my desk and scratched my hair. I didn't know what to do, but one thing was for sure. If I kept doing this with Emery, one day we were going to get caught. The best thing to do was to call off this affair, no matter how good it felt to have him in my arms or bask in the adoration on his face. It was best to let Emery go. A few hours ago, I'd been pretty sure I planned to let Emery go, but here I was, in the middle of the night, a blanket and my laptop under my arms, slipping inside my den and locking the door. I'd waited until Teresa came home, and as soon as her head hit the pillow and she'd been out, I'd snuck out. We barely talked these days. We had little to say to each other. I wanted to accuse her of trying to pimp Emery out to one of her wealthy clients, but doing that would only raise questions I wasn't prepared to hear the answers to. I kept my mouth shut, but I couldn't forget it. I sat on the couch, the place where Emery and I had kissed for the first time. It seemed so long ago when it had actually been a couple of weeks. Now my life was drastically changed. My marriage might not stand a chance, and I was honest enough to admit to myself that I was cheating on my wife with Emery, my daughter's best friend. Did it make me a horrible person that I was more worried about Mandy finding out than Teresa? My wife had made it clear she didn't care if I slept around. That had been the final straw. I settled under the blanket. Now was the time when he was usually on. I turned my laptop on and clicked on the website I'd subscribed to. I'd started on that campsite before I'd followed his Linktree and found he was on OnlyFans. Every time I watched this camboy, I thought of Emery, which wasn't so hard to do, given the camboy never went on screen without his mask on. He'd uploaded a new video. I liked that they were all solo videos. I wasn't so much interested in watching two men fuck, as I wanted to get accustomed to seeing and accepting how turned on I got by a naked boy. I was so close to going down on Emery. I'd studied this guy's cock for so long, I was sure I wouldn't freak out taking Emery's into my mouth. Emery might not have a problem with me not reciprocating, but he was already getting the raw end of the deal. I could at least give him what he wanted. The boy wore a light blue crop top and a pair of matching underwear. He turned to show off his ass and the words, "Daddy's little slut," on the material that stretched across his buns. His perfect buns. Was this how Emery's ass would look? So gorgeous I could just imagine his tight little hole on display.
"I want you to spank me, Daddy,"
the boy on screen said, his exaggerated high-pitched tone not exactly what I would have gone for, but it wasn't a turn-off either. Emery had called me Daddy earlier. Was this what he wanted? For me to spank him? The boy cracked his palm against his ass, grabbing the flesh tight and releasing it, leaving a handprint behind. It made me want to spank Emery, to see what lovely shade I could make his ass. Would he call me Daddy if I did? Would he beg me for more or to stop? As I continued to watch, my groin tightened. The boy teased and taunted, eventually pulling his underwear down and displaying the rose-hued pinch of his hole. He spread his cheeks and moaned, begging Daddy to put his tongue inside him and eat him out. Fuck. I clenched my eyes tight, but at the boy's soft cry, I snapped them open. He had 2 fingers inside himself, shoving them slowly in and out.
"Like that, Daddy,"
he panted.
"Fuck me like that. I want your fat cock to stretch me and make me cry."
The boy rolled over onto his back and pushed a pillow under his hips. He reached for a vibrating egg and pushed the smaller end against his hole. His ass stretched around it. I held my breath. Could he take it all? He did. The egg disappeared into his body. Tiny, high-pitched gasps escaped him as he grasped his cock.
"Feels so good, Daddy,"
he moaned.
"Oh, shit. It's hitting the right spot."
He jerked his cock, his hips pumping, legs straining. I busted my load before he did. I hadn't even been aware my hand was in my shorts, stroking my shaft.
"Fuck."
The boy slumped against the pillow, his chest rising and falling hard. He reminded me of my Emmy so much. Would Emery be pissed I was getting off on porn? Fuck, I'd never even thought about that. I closed the website, my heart thumping in my chest. I had my answer. No need to watch this boy anymore when I had Emery ready and willing to satisfy me. My phone vibrated, and I put the laptop on the floor. Only one person called me so late at night. Emery, a.k.a. unavailable. "Hey," I said. "Assignment's all done."
"Ugh, now you see why I call you Daddy."
"That's why. Because I have a different theory altogether."
"Let me hear it, then."
"Nah, I'll wait until you tell me. Then I'll confirm if my hunch is right." He sighed.
"I miss you. Wish I was sleeping in your bed."
"I'm actually on the couch in my den."
"Why? What happened? You and Teresa had a fight again?"
"Damn, I shouldn't be telling him." "No, we haven't really talked since that time you were here."
"Uh-oh. What are you going to do?"
"Damn if I know, but things can't continue the way they are."
"Do you think you'll ever leave her?"
Despite him trying to sound nonchalant about it, the hopefulness in his tone was clear. "I'm such a bastard. I hate myself for this."
"What? Why?"
"I'm seeing you without offering you anything."
"Are you kidding me? Every moment I spend with you I cherish, Abe. I know they're stolen, but I'm always happy to be with you. And I'm not talking about sex either. I like the way you hold me in your arms and make me feel safe. Do you know how long I haven't felt safe, Abe?"
"But that's not enough."
"For me it is."
"For now."
"Why worry about tomorrow? All I know is that I'm happy with you now. Do I wish things were different? Sure.
I'd love to come home to you, to be seen in public with you without your job being at stake. Maybe someday. I don't know, but I'm happy.
Are you sure, Emery?
I am.
I sighed and rubbed my forehead. How are things at home? That bastard hasn't hit you again, has he?
No, he's hardly been home.
Good. You call me if anything happens, okay?
Maybe.
Emery, I'm not joking about this.
And how would you explain why I would call you if I'm in trouble?
I'm a teacher at your school and your best friend's father. You should be able to call me.
Don't worry about me, Abe. I've been taking care of myself for a while now.
Doesn't make me feel any better about the situation, Emery. Do you need money? I can help you get a car, so...
Good night, Abe.
Emery, don't.
I don't want things like that from you.
What's so wrong about me wanting to make sure you're comfortable?
It's not your duty.
Of course it's my duty. You're my...
I'm your what, Abe? You don't even know. I didn't call to fight with you. You already do that enough with your wife. Good night.
He hung up. I swore under my breath and returned his call, but he didn't pick up. He sent me a message instead.
Emery, I'm not mad at you, just tired. I'm going to bed. Sorry for making you upset. Forgive me.
I took a deep breath. Me. Nothing to forgive. I care about you, Emery.
Emery, I know. You don't have to worry about me and money. I promise I'm not starving or anything. Only reason I haven't bought a car is that I'm saving up to afford a lease on an apartment.
But who would rent him an apartment? He was still in high school, didn't even have a job as far as I knew. Did he even have anyone to vouch for him? But I could sense he was proud and a fighter. He wouldn't accept help so easily. Me. Okay. But know I'm here if you need anything. Blow me a kiss. He didn't respond right away, and when a photograph loaded on my phone, I understood. He sent me an actual photo of himself blowing me a kiss. I smiled at how sweet he looked, his pillow clutched to his chest. My fingers flew over the keys, but then slowed until they stopped moving altogether. The bed sheets. It couldn't be. My chest expanded, and I dropped my phone and grabbed my laptop off the floor. I pounded on the keys as I navigated back to the page and opened it. I clicked on the video and stared at the same bed and sheets. I was such a fool. How could I have not known? My stomach churned. I'd watched the boy performing before his thousands of fans. He'd gotten so much money in tips for this last video. No wonder he didn't need my help. Was anything he said to me the truth, or was he acting? Was I the only man, or were there dozens more like me? How could you, Emery? How could you?
Chapter 15. Emery. I'd caved in and bought a car on the way home yesterday evening. I couldn't wait to show Abe. At first I hadn't wanted to spend so much money, but not having a car was an inconvenience, and I'd more than made up for the expenditure with last night's video. It had been one of my best tipping nights. I headed for his office like I usually did at 7 in the morning. Since I still had a spare key, I let myself in. Then I waited in his chair. This had become our routine. We saw each other before classes began and late in the evening after he finished football practice. Normally he wasn't too far behind me, but today he was running late. I checked my phone to see if he texted or called me. Sometimes I put my phone on silent so the notifications wouldn't piss off my dad. He'd been away from home more often recently, and whenever he returned, he was too drunk to even make it to his bedroom before he passed out. I didn't want to think about what he was doing when he was out. As long as he didn't swing at me when he came home, I didn't care. I just needed to keep my head down and graduate without letting anyone figure out I was in a relationship with Abe. Then what? Pain stabbed me, and I rubbed a hand over my chest. If only I could soothe the longing in my heart. I wanted all Abe's attention and love. I told him it didn't bother me he was with his wife as long as we were together. But the reality was, I hated it, though I'd never tell him that. If I did, he would only break off our relationship to spare me. He would never leave his wife for me. Then why are you still hanging around? I'd never met anyone else like Abe. He wasn't judgmental about my needy behavior. In fact, he seemed to love how much I needed his affection. And although I sucked him off, he didn't treat me like a fucking flesh sleeve for him to dump his cum into. I tapped out a message to Abe. I tried not to call him when he was at home in case his wife or Mandy were around. Me. Where are you? I've been waiting for you. Was he still mad about our argument last night? I worried my bottom lip with my teeth and drummed my fingers on the desk. He hadn't sounded upset with me. I was the one who'd been angry he wanted to offer me money. If I took money from him, then the lines blurred. At least this way, no one could say I fucked him because I got material shit out of it. I knew how to work for money. What I didn't know was how to get someone to look at me the way Abe did. Hell, I didn't want anyone else to look at me that way. It had to be Abe. He didn't send me a message back. Had something happened? Abe always answered my texts as soon as he could. Why was he late for work? I could call Mandy, but I didn't know how to ask her without it being too forward or making her suspicious. I couldn't jeopardize outing Abe like that. At 5 minutes past 8, I could no longer wait. I was already late. Should I scribble a note and leave it on his desk? No, I'd better not. If someone else found it, he could be in serious trouble. Thankfully, I didn't run into a teacher in the hallway, and Mrs. Plum was facing the whiteboard when I slipped in. I couldn't concentrate on anything Mrs. Plum was droning on about. I doodled in my notebook. Why hadn't Abe come to his office, and why hadn't he responded to my texts? While Mrs. Plum wrote something on the whiteboard, I fired off a quick text to Mandy, asking if everything was okay. Surely, if something was wrong with Abe, she would have told me. Mandy, yeah, in class. See you at lunch. Nothing was wrong with Abe then. My heart rate picked up, and I closed my eyes, concentrating on my breathing. Now wasn't the time to panic. For all I knew, Abe had lost his phone or something. Whoa, that would be even worse. I'd sent him so many pictures of me. Did he delete them after looking at them? Maybe from now on, I should only send them using vanishing mode. Something poked me in the back. I turned to my classmate.
What the fuck, man?
Justin whispered.
I thought you were gay. Why do you have the hots for Coach's daughter?
What? He pointed at my notebook. Alarm bells went off in my head. I'd scribbled all over the page. My first name with Abe's last name. Fuck, fuck, fuck. How stupid. Luckily, Justin was even stupider. What I am is none of your business, I said.
You can be a fucking mean bitch. You know that. It's your luck that's what I'm into. You.
I ignored him, ripped out the page, and stuffed it into my bag. I started taking down the notes from the whiteboard.
You heard what I said, Emery,
he whispered fiercely. Shut up. All through class, he tried to get my attention from throwing things at me like we were in fucking kindergarten to pulling on my hair. As soon as the bell rang, I climbed to my feet and swiped everything off my desk into my bag.
Emery, wait up.
I rushed from the classroom. I knew how this would end. Straight-appearing guy harassed the gay guy because he wanted to experiment so he could boast about the gay guy sucking his dick. Straight guy got offended, though gay guy had the right to say no. Straight guy fought with gay guy to save face. But I'd promised Abe I would stay out of trouble, so I walked away. Thank God for Abe. Now if I could only find him. Throughout the day, I sent Abe countless messages, but he didn't respond to any of them. I even totally disgraced myself by double texting him, over and over. By the time I arrived at cheerleading practice, I was at my wit's end. A sense of relief and dread hit me when he walked out onto the field with the football team. Why was he ignoring me? Tears prickled my eyes, and I looked away. None of this made sense. During practice, I replayed our conversation from yesterday in my head. Maybe he was upset that I'd gone to bed when he'd wanted to carry on talking. At the end of practice, Mandy came up to me. Em, are you all right? Yeah, why? You seem awfully distracted. Just family stuff on my mind. Is your father being an asshole again? Do you want to stay with us tonight? I'm sure my parents will let you. No, it's not that serious. Nothing to see over here. Just your father giving me the cold shoulder and breaking my heart. Want to go grab something to eat with the rest of the team? Nah, you all go on ahead without me. I'm behind with some schoolwork. Are you sure? She studied me as if trying to determine whether I was lying to her. Yes, you worry too much. I smiled and gave her a little push. Let's hit the locker room. After the cheer squad left, I snuck my way to Abe's office to wait for him. I noticed nothing seemed to have been touched. It was almost as if he'd avoided his office all day. Avoided me. Hurt developed into anger. If I'd done something wrong, I deserved to know what. How dare he treat me this way, like I was a little kid he could ignore? Did he think I was too easily distracted to realize? I hurried from the office and locked the door behind me, then ran along the hall. The football team was heading toward the locker room. Abe was nowhere around. I made a beeline for the parking lot. Thank God his car was still here. He'd have to come for it eventually. I didn't want to confront him like this, but what else was I supposed to do? At least most of the extracurriculars were already done for the evening, so hardly anyone was around. The wait felt like years, but at long last, Abe came rushing toward his car, his phone at his ear, a bag in his other hand. I wanted nothing but to run into his arms and wrap my legs around his waist. I wanted his kisses and his reassurance that we were fine, and whatever the hell this was, it was nothing but a misunderstanding. I wanted an explanation, and by God, I was going to get one. He shoved his phone into his pocket and glanced up, his steps faltering when he saw me. He stopped walking and stared right at me for a few seconds, then averted his gaze as if contemplating an escape route. Yeah, I wasn't about to let that happen. I jumped down from the wall where I'd been sitting and approached him. My throat worked, but no words came out. My eyes filled with tears and, to my complete horror, spilled.
Shit.
He held up his hand.
Emery, don't do this here. Please don't make a scene.
I'm not making a scene. I scrubbed at my eyes. You've been ignoring me all day. Why? The tortured expression on his face got to me. Whatever it was, he wanted to be with me. I just knew it. I deserve to know why after everything we've done.
Or else what? You're going to report me.
The tears came faster, and my bottom lip trembled. How could you say that? I'd never do that to you.
Now's not the time nor the place to do this.
I waited for you at your office. You didn't come. I didn't have a choice. Abe swore under his breath.
Go back to my office and wait there. I'll store my gear in my car, then meet you.
Why can't I wait for you?
We can't be seen together like this, Emery. Do you want to get me into trouble?
I took a step back and glanced around us. I'm sorry. It's just that...
The office, Emery.
At his hard tone, I nodded and ran back to his office. I checked the corridor was clear, then used the spare key to let myself in. What if he didn't come? I paced in front of his desk. He wouldn't be so deliberately cruel as to mislead me, would he? Avoiding me was one thing, but sending me to wait for him when he had no intention of meeting me was another. The door opened and Abe slipped inside. He turned the lock. I clenched my hands behind me to not reach out for him. Something was wrong. Abe was always in a pleasant mood around me, sweet and kind. This stoic man with the blank expression was not the Abe I knew. What did I do wrong? I whispered. I needed to know so I could fix it.
You should have just forgotten me, Emery. I didn't answer your texts. You should have gotten the message.
I did, but I didn't want to believe it. The least you can do is tell me why. I deserve to know.
You've been keeping secrets from me.
Secrets?
Don't.
He shook his head.
Please, don't pretend. You've always been honest, at least about the things you don't admit. Don't lie about this.
My heart skipped a beat. I hadn't kept anything from him except... Oh my God. How did he know? You know. He nodded. But how? I'm always careful. No one can recognize me. I don't even show my face.
You sent me a picture of you in bed last night. It's the same bed as the one in the last video you uploaded.
Oh shit. I took a step back and another until I collided with Abe's desk. I turned away from him, heat burning my cheeks and my eyes watering again. Abe was the last person I would have expected to see those videos.
Emery, don't be ashamed.
Really? Because why else would you have stopped talking to me if you weren't ashamed of what I did?
I'm going to be honest with you. I struggle to figure it out. What you're doing for money, I don't like it. I can't support it, and it makes me feel awful because I care about you so damn much. And I know I should be more open-minded, more accepting. Sex work is popular and an honest way of making a living. I know all that, but I can't stop myself from feeling hurt to see you in front of that camera, performing for thousands of viewers. It hurts too much, and that's why I avoided you, because I have no high moral ground from which to judge you.
I don't have a choice, Abe. I turned to face him. My dad stopped taking care of me, and I had to earn money. Decent money. I stumbled upon it online, and I've been living off my camboy money for a while now.
If you had another way of making money, would you walk away from it?
Yes.
Emery.
I swear to you I would. I'm not married to the camera, Abe. It's not something I love to do, just something I'm good at and have to do. When I'm on camera, I try not to put my feelings into it. It's nothing but business. I slowly made my way to him and grasped a handful of his shirt. You've got to believe me.
It doesn't change our circumstances.
He cupped my face in his hands gently.
I have a wife and a family. Who am I to stop you from making decisions to better your life? It's selfish of me to make demands of you when I'm still clinging to my old life. I can't have expectations of you while I'm climbing into bed with my wife at night. So how can I tell you to give it up, even though I desperately want to? You don't see how fucked up this is, Emmy?
Tears slipped down my cheeks, and I sniffled. So you just leave me? Is that what you're going to do?
This isn't the right way to go about things.
What do you mean?
I mean, we both have a lot to think about. Until then, a little space is for the best.
He dropped his hands, but I clutched them. I'll stop my cam show. I swear I will. Just don't leave me, Abe.
Sweetheart.
I flung his hands away as if stung. No, don't call me sweetheart when you're breaking up with me.
We aren't breaking up, Emery,
he said softly.
We weren't really in a relationship, just fooling around, and that's why I need to end this right now. I'm already expecting things from you when I have nothing to give you.
You're wrong.
Wipe your face. Don't cry.
He pulled me into his chest.
Please don't cry. I wish things were different. I really do. But this isn't fair to you.
But it wasn't fair for him to break up with me either, after I'd fallen in love with him.
Chapter 16. Abe. We'd won. My boys had won another game, and it hadn't been an easy one. They'd played their hearts out on the field, and only in the last quarter did we gain the upper hand. I wished I could say they'd won based on my efforts tonight, but I'd been so distracted by the cheerleading squad, I'd barely done a decent job. Even if the boys had noticed, they hadn't commented on it. Luckily, but a deep sense of shame landed in my gut, not only for tonight, but for my current situation. I was a tool for getting involved with Emery. As I'd struggled with how to treat his camboy act, that was the one thing I'd been able to settle on. I should never have touched that boy. Now I ached for someone who could never be mine. I'd lost my fucking head, for sure. When did I become so selfish to accept all his love and everything he poured into us when I wasn't offering him anything back? Because I cared for him, I had to end things the way they'd been. All the sneaking around wasn't what he deserved.
I'm your what, Abe? You don't even know. I didn't call to fight with you. You already do that enough with your wife.
When I'd gotten angry about his camboy routine, his words had come back to me. I had no right to expect anything from him. When he'd asked what he was to me, his voice had held so much hurt. If I kept up this affair, I would only bring him more pain. It hurt like hell, and my life felt empty without Emery's radiance, but I was doing this for him. For the first time since I'd met him, I was being unselfish, and I hoped, even if he didn't understand at this moment, he would in the future. The cheerleaders walked by our bus to their smaller van parked next to ours, and I scanned every face until I found him. My heart squeezed so tightly I could barely breathe. He was with Mandy, her arm through his as she prattled on. Please make him happy for me, Mandy. As though sensing me, Emery turned his head and looked straight into my eyes. The connection only lasted a second, but when he broke the contact, it felt like he'd severed my soul. What else could be responsible for this emptiness inside me? Emery, baby. I closed my eyes and sat back as the bus driver announced we were departing. I'd already checked off the players. The 3-hour drive back to the school left me drained, but when we filed off the bus, I worked up the energy to give them one final hearty, well done. I trudged to my office. The halls were as empty as my heart. Until Emery showed up in my life, my mediocre marriage hadn't bothered me much. Could I get back to that normal? Inside, I clicked on the light. I'd stayed away from my office as much as possible over the past couple of days. It reminded me too much of Emery. His ghost was everywhere, sorting through my files to ensure I hadn't fucked them up, sitting on top of my desk, opening the window to let in fresh air, and sliding onto my lap. I sucked in a deep, painful breath. Fuck. How was I supposed to do this? Walking away should be easier, but even now I wanted to text him to sneak off and meet me in my office. I wanted his legs around my waist while I kissed him. I wanted to see him smile. His genuine smile. I dug my phone out of my pocket and punched in a message. I miss. My fingers stilled. What was I doing? Emery deserved better than stolen moments. He deserved someone who could take care of him openly so he could quit performing for other men. If I couldn't do that for him, what right did I have to be with him? I shoved my phone back into my pocket and walked over to my desk. The creak of the door startled me, and I turned around. Emery stood framed in the doorway, still dressed in his cheerleading outfit. I opened my mouth to tell him to leave, but it felt so good seeing him in my office again that I couldn't get the words out.
You don't seem happy to see me,
he said. How could I? My heart was warring with my head. At the ripe old age of 44, I should have all this shit figured out. I had a wife, a daughter, a boy on the side wasn't just a no-no. It was a fucking disaster. Then why didn't I tell him to leave? I'm not happy, Emery. Everything hurts. Seeing you hurts most of all. He closed the door behind him, but didn't move toward me.
Then make it stop, Abe. I don't want to hurt like this anymore either.
It's better to hurt this way now than to hurt much more later.
Why do we have to hurt at all?
I shook my head. Don't you see? The way we started this, we're bound to hurt everyone we love. I'll only hurt you more in the long run. It doesn't seem like it, but this is the best for you. If I can't give you my everything, you shouldn't settle for just a piece of me.
But don't I have a right to make that decision for myself? About what I want?
I need to take Mandy home.
She left with a couple of the other girls. I told her I'd let you know.
You?
She suspects nothing, Abe. I promise.
I inhaled deeply, held it for a few seconds, then let the air out. Can you try to see my side?
What side is that? You want me but won't admit it?
I admit it. I want you. Not a day goes by that you're not a constant thought in my mind, but what I want from you is too much for what I can offer you.
It's enough.
Emery, come here. He vaulted in my arms in a second. Emery wrapped his arms around my waist and pressed his face into my chest. I cupped the back of his head. It felt so good having him back in my arms. The temptation was great to hold on to him and not care about who I would hurt with my selfishness. Never doubt how much I want you and care for you. I stroked his curls. I want only the best for you, and I'm telling you right now, the last thing you need is someone else to take from you without giving back. You need someone who will adore you.
I already feel that way when I'm with you. Just give us a chance to work this out.
I will if you can tell me honestly that me having a wife doesn't bother you. He trembled against me, then sagged into me. I tightened my grip around him and kissed his hair.
I try not to let it,
he finally said. I squeezed his waist and released him. But it does. Go home, Emery. For now. He snapped his head back and stared up at me with wide eyes.
What does that mean? For now?
I wanted to say the words, but I couldn't because I didn't even know if I had the courage to follow through. It was better for me to act first and then think about everything else after. It means that if we're meant to be together, then it will be, even if that's not right now. His cheeks went red and he groaned.
That doesn't help one bit. What if I find somebody else tomorrow?
My throat tightened and I forced the words out. As long as you're happy, I'll live with it. Emery narrowed his eyes.
Well, if you divorce your wife for someone else, it better only be me. I'm not so generous to wish you happiness with anybody else.
The fierceness of his words made me smile. I couldn't resist leaning forward and brushing my lips against his cheek. Go home, sweet Emery. After Emery left, I stared into space, holding on to the feeling of having him in my arms. Being with him for just a few minutes had already flipped my night around. Did I dare to try again with Emery the right way this time? I drove home in a zombie-like state, my heart beating so hard it threatened to explode from my chest. When I married Teresa, I made a vow for an eternity. It wasn't a simple feat to break that vow, but I couldn't drag Emery any further into an extramarital affair. My wife shouldn't be able to use him as a weapon against me. This was the only way to do right by Emery. I parked in the garage, relieved to find Teresa's car already in its parking spot. I tied my hands on the steering wheel and inhaled and exhaled several times. Images flashed through my head of how happy we'd been on our wedding day. We'd been in love. We had a daughter together. Our marriage was supposed to last forever. Was I really throwing it all away for a chance to be with Emery? Someone I couldn't even have a proper relationship with until he graduated. And even then, the school might question what our relationship was in the year Emery was a student. When I entered the kitchen, a delicious aroma greeted me, which was rare if I wasn't the one doing the cooking. Teresa had made me dinner. Too bad I wasn't hungry. I put the plate in the fridge and made my way upstairs, but in case she was already sleeping, I showered in the guest bedroom, Emery's room. I snuck in our bedroom, moving as quietly as possible, but I had to click on the bedside lamp to find my pajamas. When I'd slipped on a pair of shorts, I grabbed the pillow from the bed.
Abe?
Yeah, I'm home. Go back to sleep. She groaned.
I must have fallen asleep. I was waiting up for you.
She sat up, letting the sheet fall to her waist. The sheer lace negligee she had on barely covered her ample breasts. You didn't have to do that.
I wanted to.
She patted the bed beside her.
We've been fighting over silly things, and I want to make it up to you. I'm so sorry if I've been bitchy lately, but I was under so much stress at work, trying to make partner.
It's okay.
It's all over now, though.
What do you mean?
They didn't make me partner. They chose someone else.
Oh, shit. We might have had our differences, but she worked hard. I'm sorry.
Don't be. I'm done giving my all to people who can't appreciate it. I was a fool for focusing so much on my career and not giving my best to my family.
She ran a hand through her hair and pouted.
Forgive me, Abe.
My chest tightened. This wasn't the way I'd wanted things to happen. The Teresa who'd enjoyed her career more than anything else might have made my divorce request bearable, but Teresa wanting to fix our marriage wouldn't be so easy to let go. Teresa.
I know you've been sneaking out of bed and sleeping in the den. Sex has been an issue between us because I've been too busy, but I'm here now.
You told me to sleep with anyone else I want to, I said. Did you forget?
I'm sorry.
She crawled over to me on her knees.
I don't have any excuse, except that sex was the last thing on my mind while I was trying hard to impress my bosses.
And now that you were rejected, you've come running back.
You don't have to make it seem like a bad thing.
It is a bad thing. I took a step back. Because I came here tonight to ask you for a divorce.
A divorce? She laughed. Don't be ridiculous.
I'm dead serious, and I'd prefer it if we do this as peacefully as possible, for Mandy's sake. Regardless of the outcome, we will always share a daughter, and she doesn't have to suffer through this. Her face fell.
You're seriously asking me for a divorce?
Yes.
Why? I already told you I'll be less devoted to my work and be home more.
It's not just that, Teresa. It's everything that's led up to this point.
Because of the sex?
That's just one part of it. We don't communicate. There's no warmth between us. Do you know you try to belittle me whenever you get the chance? You went so far as to hit me, and I'd never lay a hand on you.
That was all a mistake.
A very costly one. A part of me will always love you, but the kind of love that should be present between a couple isn't there anymore. Please don't make this difficult. She narrowed her eyes into slits.
Why would you bring up that I told you to have sex with someone else? That's it, isn't it? You've slept with some random bitch, and now what? You want me out of your life so she can replace me?
I haven't slept with anyone. I'd gotten my dick sucked, but I hadn't gone that far.
You're a terrible liar, Abe. I can see it on your face that there's someone else. Tell me I'm lying if you dare.
I opened my mouth, but no words came out. I shook my head. This has nothing to do with them. If anything, it just made me aware that I've stayed married to you longer than I should have.
Who is she?
Teresa.
It doesn't matter, because I'll eventually find out. I'm not giving you a divorce, Abe, so forget about it.
I don't need your consent, Teresa. You're a lawyer. You already know this. I'm just doing the decent thing by...
The decent thing is to not allow a homewrecker to tear our family apart. That's the decent thing. Chapter 17. Emery.
Just where the hell are you going?
I slowly turned to face my father, who stood in the hall holding a beer bottle by the neck. Shit. This was all my fault for lying in my bed for way too long. I hadn't even heard him come into the house. It's the weekend. I shifted my gaze. He had this weird thing about me looking him in the eye. He always assumed I was challenging him, even when I was just making conversation. Everything was already going so wrong. The last thing I needed was a fight with him too. I'm going out with some friends for a Halloween party. To Mandy's, to be precise. She texted me a half hour ago, asking me why I hadn't shown up at her Halloween party. Although the holiday was actually next week, she thought she would get more people to attend if she didn't have to compete with all the other parties that would be held on Halloween. Despite telling myself earlier that I wouldn't go, I'd caved in.
Not dressed like that, you aren't,
Dad said. I'd bought a punky-looking Edward Scissorhands costume last year, but never had a chance to wear it. The short pleated black leather skirt I put on over a pair of black tights matched the black sheer top with gold accents. A black belt cinched my waist tight and showed off my figure. Black, calf-length heeled boots and gloves topped off the costume. It's a costume party, Dad. Nobody cares what I wear.
So you're saying I'm nobody?
I'm going. I ducked just fast enough to avoid the beer bottle he threw at my head, but it hit the door and the shards showered over me. A sharp sting stabbed my cheek. I gingerly touched the area, and my hand came away with a thin line of blood. Without a word, I flung the door open and rushed out as fast as I could at my heels.
Emery, come back here. I'm not finished with you.
But I was finished with him. I was so done. I jumped into my car and drove away, leaving him cursing and shaking his fist in the driveway. Why do you hate me so much? I blinked away the tears that rushed into my eyes and gritted my teeth. Tonight, I would have fun with Mandy. Later, I could worry about where to spend the night. At least Abe wouldn't be there. If he was, it might tempt me to seek him out for comfort hugs, and I didn't even know what the hell we were right now. When I reached the house, loud music blasted in the air. People spilled out onto the lawn and frolicked in the pool. What the hell? How hadn't I known Mandy was expecting this many people? We'd invited only the seniors. With some difficulty, I found a place to park my car. How would I find Mandy in this crowd? As soon as I entered the house, the scent of alcohol hit me. My stomach clenched. She'd promised Abe this would be an alcohol-free party, but surely Abe wasn't that naive. Put a bunch of seniors together, and there was going to be alcohol, among other things. The smart girl had at least covered up the furniture in the living room. 2 couples were wedged onto the long sofa in different stages of undress, while they made out under the hungry stares and cheers of their classmates. I pushed my way through the crowd to the kitchen, where snacks were laid out on the counter next to a huge tub filled with ice and beer cans. Mandy, her cheeks flushed, was laughing with a few of the cheerleaders. She was dressed up in a Wonder Woman costume, brandishing a lasso at her side. She looked amazing, and just seeing her put me in a cheerful mood. "Emery!" She waved at me. "You made it!" I embraced her hard, then stepped back. "Yeah, just barely. This party is huge." I grabbed a can of beer, pried the tab off, and took a long gulp. "Isn't it? I can't believe so many people showed up," she squealed, bouncing on her feet. I leaned closer to her. "Your dad's going to be pissed about this." She took my arm and turned to the other girls. "Enjoy the party." She dragged me along with her to the stairs. Laughing, she pushed open her bedroom door. We halted at the sight of one of the football players, getting his dick sucked by 2 very familiar girls. "Bryson, get out of here!" Mandy cried. "No one's allowed upstairs, and this is my bedroom." The girls surged to their feet, looking embarrassed as they shuffled by us out of the room. Bryson made no attempt to cover up his dick, and with what he was packing, I completely understood. "Hey, Bryson, we kinda need the room." I gestured at his groin. "You should put that thing away and go." He smirked at both of us.
I got a better idea. How about you 2 pick up where they left off? They sucked at it anyway.
"Not likely to happen. Get out. I'm sure you don't want Coach knowing you're harassing his daughter." He jumped off the bed like his ass was on hot coals and shoved his dick back into his harem pants. Some sorry excuse for an Aladdin he was.
You're really just as bitchy as they say, aren't you, Emery?
When he left, Mandy closed the door behind him. "You really think Dad's going to be that pissed?" she asked. "He's your dad. You should know him better than me. What do you think? But you've been spending a lot of time with him lately." My heart skipped a beat. "I do not." "Course you do. Running around, cleaning up after him like his little secretary." She giggled. Goddamn. Why was she giving me ideas? "Are you drunk?" I frowned. How much have you had to drink? Not nearly enough. Come on, Emery. It's senior year. Don't be a buzzkill tonight. I need my party friend. She walked up to me and touched my cheek. You have a small cut here. What happened? I shook my head. Nothing, just an accident. Mandy, it's your party, and it's a huge success. Everyone will be talking about this for weeks. I don't want to talk about me. Where did you get all the booze? I didn't. It just showed up. I think one of the cheerleaders is dating an older guy, and he brought some. His friends came in with more. To be honest, the party was a little bit of a dud without it. So what now? I don't know about you, but I'm going to enjoy the party while it lasts. This time tomorrow, I'm going to be grounded so hard, I won't be allowed to go out for weeks. What if it gets out of hand? Which it already looked somewhat. A little party was good, but the kegs in the kitchen told a different story. What would the school say if they found out we had served all this alcohol at the coach's house? It won't. I touched her arm. Your dad's a teacher, Mandy. He could get in trouble for this. Why? It's not his party. She frowned. Why are you being such a stick in the mud? This isn't like you. I'm just worried. Don't be. It's my ass on the line here, not yours. Okay, if you're sure. Besides, you'll help me clean up before Mom and Dad get back from their hotel tomorrow, won't you? The air flew out of my lungs as if someone had punched me in the gut. Hotel? Yeah, Mom was supposed to be out of town originally, but I think something went down at the firm where she works. She's been at home more often. Yeah? Yeah, I think Mom's trying to work on their marriage. The breath I inhaled was painful. Damn, the news hit me hard. I wanted Abe for myself. I'd been hoping that their relationship would crash and burn. It was selfish of me, but Abe was happy with me, and I hadn't felt this good being with anyone in so long. Was it wrong of me to want to hold on to that feeling? I thought you wanted them to get a divorce. Rather than them fighting, yeah, but if they can work on their marriage, I'm all for that too. They've been married for years, Emery. It'd be sad if they did divorce. So what do you say? Will you help me get this place back into shape when everyone leaves? I nodded through the pain that threatened to overwhelm me. Sure. Good. I'll get a few others to help as well. Are you coming back down now? Go ahead. I probably shouldn't have worn these heels. Need to sit for a few. All right, but we wear the same shoe size. Why not grab a pair of flats from my closet? I don't mind. Abe's jealous remark about me wearing his daughter's things drifted through my head. He would have minded. Would he still? Thanks. She breezed out of the bedroom, leaving me on my own. I sucked in a deep breath and let it out slowly. The pain was almost unbearable with each exhale. After what Abe had said to me in his office, I thought he needed some time to break things off with Teresa first. Wasn't that what he'd meant? Had I somehow misinterpreted his words? I slipped out of the bedroom, but instead of heading downstairs, I stopped at the room Abe shared with his wife. I glanced around me, then tried the door, surprised to find it unlocked. How careless. What if one of these horny kids went inside to fuck on his bed? I entered, closed the door, and spun the lock, then clicked on the light. No one was hiding inside. I took in the lavish bedroom, the king-size bed with a mountain of pillows, the rug, expensive ivory curtains, and the dark wood furniture. What are you doing here, Emery? The closet was open, and I moved toward it. His clothes were to the right and hers to the left. They organized their shoes on stands against the wall. How coupley everything looked. Teresa's clothes were designer. I skipped through the racks and admired each garment, the sexy dresses and the power suits. With every article I touched, my confidence lowered. Teresa was a sophisticated, mature woman. She was the mother of Abe's child. They'd exchanged vows. They'd been through shit together and had happy times. How could I compete with that? I stepped back from the closet, my heart aching, not so much over how lovely the room was, but what it represented. This was where Abe lay next to his wife every night, where he would make love to her. I never asked him about it because I hadn't wanted to know. Had he fucked her since our affair started? I'd convinced myself that he hadn't, that I was the only one. It made sense now. His objection to what I did for money. I could barely stand the thought of him holding her with the same tender care he showed me. Did he give her my special smile? I sat on the bed and pressed my face to the nearest pillow. The scent wasn't quite right. I reached for another and buried my nose into it. This was Abe's pillow. I inhaled like the fragrance he'd left behind was a drug, and I needed a quick fix. I crushed the pillow into my chest and curled up on the bed. You don't love her anymore. You love me, I whispered. Had he fucked her on these soft bed linens? Did she moan for him the way I did? Choked up, I jumped from the bed and straightened the sheets. I scrubbed at the wetness on my cheeks and stormed out of the room, angry at myself for the tears. Had Abe sensed how envy burned inside me whenever I was around him and his wife? I slipped down the stairs and went straight to the kitchen. I didn't bother with the canned beers, grabbing a solo cup instead. Some guy who'd appointed himself cake master filled it to the brim, and I downed it all in one go. Mandy appeared next to me, took the cup out of my hand, and refilled it. Now that's the Emery I know, she said into my ear. Her breath stank of alcohol, but she was radiant. She looked so carefree. Mandy, how much have you had to drink? I asked. Not enough. She held the cup to my lips. It was open my mouth or be doused with alcohol. I drank half the contents before she took the cup away and downed the rest. Come dance with me. Mandy grabbed my wrist and, for the second time that night, dragged me along with her. The buzz of the party was concentrated in the living room, where the music was loud enough to split eardrums. We danced, twirling around each other, making exaggerated moves, the more the crowd cheered us on. This school was so much better than the old one. I would have been teased and bullied to tears had I shown up wearing my outfit at such an event at my old school. Soon, Mandy and I weren't dancing alone anymore. Random guys came up behind us, and as long as none of their hands wandered, I was cool with it. Abe was at a hotel with his wife. Why should I sulk and pine about what he was doing with that frigid bitch? He had forgotten. Had he forgotten so quickly how she talked to him like she was better than him? Shame wedged itself into my chest for thinking about his wife that way. I knew it was resentment and hurt that fueled my dislike of her, but instead of getting better at the realization, the feeling got worse. I wanted her husband so badly, but he wasn't mine to want. My phone vibrated in my pocket with a message alert, and I fished it out. I had 2 missed calls from Abe.
Abe, how are things at the party? Don't tell Mandy, but I'll be sneaking by in a few. Can I see you? We should talk.
My heart skipped a beat. Abe wanted to see me. I pumped my fist in the air and a grin spread across my lips. Then reality hit. Mandy had said he was with Teresa tonight. What if he'd made up with her and wanted to end things with me for good? I sucked in a painful breath and stumbled back against the wall. If Abe really walked away, how could I let him go? But he was never mine to hold on to in the first place. Someone bumped against me, yanking me out of my thoughts.
Great party, right?
Great party. Great party. Holy shit. Abe was coming home. If he saw this party, he would ground Mandy till her graduation. We needed to get all these kids out of here.
Chapter 18. Abe. I checked my watch and sighed. Why was I even surprised Teresa was late? When she claimed she wanted to work on our marriage, not that I'd changed my mind, I'd expected to see a change in her. Not a front she could hide behind when it suited her to act like she cared, but a genuine effort to save our marriage. I'll give her 15 more minutes. If she doesn't show, I'll leave. I picked up my phone off the table and opened my chat with Emery. I didn't want to call him again in case he hadn't answered earlier because he was with Mandy. Abe, how are things at the party? Don't tell Mandy, but I'll be sneaking by in a few. Can I see you? We should talk.
God stood up again.
Lynn slid into the booth across from me. She had a towel thrown over her shoulder, a toothpick in her mouth. Teresa would have hated seeing that toothpick. Why the hell had I chosen this bar for us to meet up and talk about our divorce? Maybe it was a good thing she hadn't shown up. What's new? I sat back in the booth.
You tell me. You look like you have something on your mind.
A lot, actually, but I'm muddling my way through it.
Yeah? You divorcing Teresa?
I stared at her. How did you know? She removed the toothpick.
Seriously? I'm sorry, I was just fucking around.
But there has to be a reason you thought that, right? She pushed a lock of hair behind her ear.
Just that I know things haven't been hunky-dory between you two. Who's divorcing who?
I shrugged. It doesn't matter. I think we'll both thrive outside of this marriage. It's funny I never realized before how little we have in common. Or how we'd gotten too comfortable and we'd let the affection fizzle away.
It's been over 20 years. I know you've had your differences, but there has to have been something for you to last that long, right? Maybe all you need is to see a couples therapist.
You don't get it. I don't want to make it work. God, I felt awful for admitting it. I didn't want to work shit out and give my marriage a chance, and for what? A boy whose eyes glowed when he smiled at me. Before Emery had entered my life, I would have wholeheartedly agreed to seeing a couples therapist. I would have done anything to fix what was wrong with my marriage, but these days, all I thought of was Emery.
Don't do anything rash. Take some time and think about it. You love Teresa. Plus, there's Mandy to think about. How's she taking it, by the way?
I haven't told her yet. I don't want her to worry about it. The door of the bar opened, and Teresa appeared, turning the heads of several men as she stopped and scanned the room. She was wearing the tan ankle-length pencil skirt I told her countless times I loved on her. The material was soft and flowed over her curves, cupping her hips. She paired it with a green silk camisole-type top that plunged between her breasts.
What are you?
Lynn glanced over her shoulder.
Damn, Abe. You sure you want to divorce your wife? She's a looker for sure and intelligent.
She was all that, but none of it mattered. Looking at her only made me feel sad. Once upon a time, just seeing her walk into a room would have stolen my breath away.
I should get going.
Lynn rose to her feet, patted me on the shoulder, and walked back behind the bar. Teresa sashayed to the table, and I stood to pull a chair out for her.
I told you we could have dinner in my hotel room, Abe.
She shifted and twisted, seemingly not capable of getting comfortable.
In fact, it's ridiculous for us to stay in two separate hotels. What if someone I know saw you leaving that dingy place?
Since we'd agreed to Mandy having the house for her party, I'd gone ahead with my plans to stay in a hotel close by where I could drive by the house and ensure everything was okay. Teresa hadn't planned on being in town and had booked a 4-star hotel for the weekend. It had pissed her off when I turned down her offer to stay in her suite. I just thought it would be better for us to have this conversation somewhere more public, somewhere she couldn't start a fight. She was too concerned with her image to make a scene.
It would have made better sense to stay in my hotel. How else are we going to work on our marriage, Abe?
She leaned forward and placed a hand on mine.
Honey, I know I haven't been paying much attention, but I am now. Why would you want to throw our marriage away because of some slut you met?
I pulled my hand from beneath hers and took a gulp from my beer.
Couldn't you get a glass, Abe?
I gritted my teeth. Our marriage was on the verge of collapsing, and she cared about whether I used a glass to drink beer. None of this has to be your problem anymore, Ter. I drank some more, just to spite her. You don't have to seek me out in public constantly to see if I'm embarrassing you.
I don't do that.
Forget it. This isn't why I asked you here.
No? Then what?
I don't want any bitterness between us to spill over to Mandy. You know how much I love our daughter. I'm asking you not to use her as a weapon during the divorce proceedings.
You mean you want to keep it from her that her father's fucking someone else on the side?
I'm not sleeping with anyone, she scoffed.
You expect me to believe that? I know you, Abe. Half the problems we had were that you never thought you got enough sex.
Believe what you will, Ter. I'm telling you, I don't want to continue with the facade, which is why I'm filing for a divorce. Yes, I've had some intimacy with someone, but I've not slept with them. Her face went red. She grabbed the bottle from the table and threw the drink into my face. Fuck. I'd underestimated what she wouldn't do in public.
You're not ending our marriage. Have you forgotten how many years I put into it? Of how much work I've put into you over the years? I didn't make us what we are today to hand you over to someone else to reap the benefits of my hard work. I'm not signing the divorce papers, so don't you dare think of having me served.
It's going to happen, Teresa. I used my hand to wipe off the beer from my cheek. She jumped to her feet, and without another word, strutted out of the bar. Scowling, I pinched the wet material of my shirt away from my skin. Lynn dropped a cloth on the table. Thanks. I scrubbed at my shirt.
I take it things didn't go so well.
What gave it away? Her storming out or the beer I'm now wearing? Lynn shook her head.
Come on over to the bar, and we'll talk while I work.
Nah, I'm going to make a quick stop at the house to check on Mandy's party before going back to the hotel.
You gave Mandy the house for a party? You must be feeling really guilty about this divorce thing.
I did. It was juvenile to think a party could soothe the hurt she would feel for her parents splitting up, but at least she would have this night to enjoy before she had to face the tough ones ahead. After settling my tab, I got into my car, buckled my seatbelt, and punched in Emery's number.
Hi, Abe.
He sounded breathless. Emmy, are you at my house? A party should have been going on, but everything sounded quiet. Too quiet.
Yeah, we're all good here.
You didn't text me back. I'm on my way. Can we talk?
How far out are you, exactly?
I'll be there in 15. Think you can sneak away?
Sure. See you.
He hung up, and I removed the phone from my ear and stared at it. Was it my imagination, or had Emery sounded different? He'd been practically rushing me from the phone. Something was definitely up. I backed out of the parking lot, changed gear, and merged with the horrible night traffic. It was the weekend and close to Halloween. Many people were out and about. The drive, which should have taken me 15 minutes, took me half an hour. The house was too quiet for a party. No cars were in the driveway either. Where the hell was everybody? Had the party been a bust and everyone left? Damn, Mandy would be upset, especially since I'd made it clear no alcohol was permitted inside the house. I'd even counted the cans of beer in the fridge. They'd better still be there. I'd been meaning to just drive by, but I'd been a father long enough to know when things weren't adding up. A house full of seniors being so quiet didn't. Before I could put my key in the lock, the front door opened. Emery stood in the doorway, in his Halloween costume, looking enticing as hell. Damn it. Whenever I was around him, I felt like a horny schoolboy battling with self-control.
Abe.
He shifted from one foot to the other.
Maybe we should talk in your car.
That sounded suspicious. I peeked over his shoulder. Even when he moved to block me, he wasn't tall enough for me not to see the empty hall. Did the party end already? I asked.
Oh, yeah. Everyone went home.
I narrowed my eyes. Emmy, what's going on? He chewed on his bottom lip.
Are you here to break up with me for good?
He blurted out.
Because Mandy told me you and Teresa are spending the weekend at a hotel and...
What? No. And we're not staying at the same hotel. Was that the reason for this worried look, and why he was holding the door jamb for support?
You're not?
Relief flashed across his face, and I reached for him, but then dropped my hand. Everyone is truly gone. You're not hiding them in a closet until I leave. Emery's laugh was a little high-pitched.
Someone's been watching too many movies. They're all gone.
And Mandy?
Upstairs sleeping.
Now this I had to see. I'll check up on her, and then we'll talk, okay? I kissed his forehead, but he didn't move so I could enter the house. I held him by the waist and lifted him.
Oh, God, don't do that.
He clutched his stomach, and I set him back on his feet. He looked pale. What? He turned his head to the side and threw up all over the carpet. The stench of alcohol hit my nostrils.
Oh, my God, I'm so sorry.
Emery vomited again. Fuck. Teresa was going to have a shit fit about her carpet.
I'm sorry.
Emery swayed on his feet.
I'll get something to clean this up.
I left the door open to get rid of some of the smell and placed a hand on Emery's shoulder. Don't. I'll take care of it. Sure, I wanted to put him over my lap and spank his little ass for drinking when I'd forbidden it, but first I needed to make sure he was okay. He sagged against me, and I held him to me.
Please don't be mad,
he moaned.
I thought your text meant you wanted to break up with me. I didn't mean to drink this much.
It's my fault. I should have called you instead of sending a text. Come on, let's get you in bed so you can sleep it off. I led him up the stairs into the guest room, and walked him straight through into the bathroom.
I can do it,
he whispered. I wanted to argue, but he looked so embarrassed, as if he was holding back from barfing. Wash up and get into bed. I caressed the side of his face with the back of my hand. I'll clean up downstairs, then check on Mandy before I tuck you in. My throat tightened. He was so damn young. What was I thinking? Emery, you don't have to worry about me and Teresa. I swear I'm handling it. I'm asking a lot here, but please trust me. Emery nodded.
I do.
I dropped my hand and walked out of the bathroom. I took a peek in Mandy's room. Just like Emery had said, she was fast asleep under the covers, snoring loudly. Fast asleep or passed out. I shook my head, closed the door behind me, and headed for the stairs. Nothing looked out of place downstairs either, and I peeked into the closets and my den. No teenagers hiding. There was, in fact, no evidence a group of teenagers had been in the house at all. Instead, It looked as if someone had gone through the trouble of straightening up. After cleaning up after Emery, I washed my hands in the half bath downstairs, then grabbed him a bottle of water and went back to the guest bedroom. He'd made it on the bed with the comforter tossed over him. He was curled up into a ball with a pillow clutched to his chest. "Emmy," I sat on the bed next to him and brushed back the hair from his face. "Are you awake?" He let out a pitiful groan. "Come on, sit up and drink this bottle of water before you fall asleep."
"I'm too tired."
I placed the bottle on the bedside table and, with my hands on his shoulders, pulled him up into a sitting position. He leaned against me and wrapped his arms around my waist.
"Abe, please don't ever leave me."
"I'm not." I picked up the bottle of water and uncapped it for him. "Open up." He guzzled down half of the bottle, then shook his head. I downed the rest and dropped the bottle onto the floor. Instead of nudging him to lie down, I lifted Emery and placed him on my lap. Too late, I realized he wasn't wearing his skirt. Without warning, he caught the hem of his shirt, pulled it up over his head, and dropped it to the floor. He wore a similar lace bra to the one I'd seen him in at school. Matching lace undies hugged his hips. He was all pale limbs dipped in a generous serving of sexy. If only the way he looked didn't affect me, but the moment his plump ass hit my lap, my cock chubbed up. Emery squirmed against my erection, and a smile split his face. He batted his eyelashes.
"You want me, Abe?"
What was the use of lying when he could feel the evidence? "Yes."
"Then have sex with me."
He wrapped his arms around my neck and kissed the side of my face.
"Let's do it, Abe. I don't want to wait anymore."
I cupped his nape, desire warring with common sense. "Not like this, Em." I pulled his head back, and his sexy pout almost did me in. I lifted him up and pulled down the comforter some more so I could tuck him under. Emery locked his legs around my waist, and the way he gyrated against me was sinful. He kissed my neck and bit me, leaving me hyperventilating. Damn, but he was going to leave a mark on me. "Down you go." I tried to lay him on the bed, but he tightened his legs.
"Please," he said. "I don't want you to be mad at me tonight."
"I'm not."
"Promise."
I laid my forehead against his. "I promise, though tomorrow I expect a full account from you and Mandy when you wake up." I had a pretty good idea of what had gone down in the house tonight, but I needed them both to confirm how Emery had played me. It was so obvious that me texting him to let him know I would come around had triggered them in getting rid of the kids and the alcohol before I arrived.
"Or maybe tomorrow we can pretend as if it never happened."
"Nope. I'm going to punish you both." His jaw fell slack, and he let out a moan.
"I'm on board with a spanking."
I chuckled and stroked his cheek. "Of course you are. But now we need to get you into bed. You're drunk."
"I'm not. We're having a perfect conversation."
"Let's see how much of it you remember tomorrow." He groaned, but released his legs around my waist so I could put him down. Before I could step back, he clutched the front of my shirt and tugged.
"At least kiss me goodnight."
"No problem." He puckered his lips and closed his eyes. I gently kissed the space between his eyes. "Keep your eyes closed and go to sleep."
"Please stay with me."
"I can't. We're not alone."
"Mandy won't wake up until morning,"
he said.
"Please, Abe. For once, I want to go to bed without feeling so alone, especially tonight when I thought I'd lost you."
How could I walk away from him after that? "Scoot over. You're on my side of the bed." He shifted and gasped. More slowly. I kicked off my shoes, took off my socks, and removed my shirt. I kept my jeans and undershirt on and slid into the space next to him. Emery turned over and cuddled into my side while I lay on my back. He threw an arm around my chest and placed his head on my shoulder and his leg between mine.
"So comfy."
He let out a sigh, and the smile on his face was gentle and warm. It didn't take long before he was softly snoring. I wasn't used to the gentle puffs, but his were reassuring. He was next to me, and all right. I frowned at the thin cut on his cheek. Had he had an accident, or had that bastard hit him again? I placed a hand on his hip, the sharpness of his bone alarming. So breakable, so vulnerable, so easy to hurt him. Inhaling deeply, I closed my eyes. I had to protect this boy, from his dad, from my wife, from the potential backlash of my daughter finding out and the disdain of others when the truth eventually came out. How long could I hide how I felt about him when I was willing to be so reckless as to sleep in the same bed with him under the roof my wife and I had been living in for the past 10 years?
Chapter 19. Emery. A hand that wasn't mine cupped my ass too familiarly. I groaned and my eyes flew open, but when light hit my pupils, I closed them again just as quickly. The body under me shifted. Snippets of last night came back to me, and I cracked one eye open. Abe was sleeping, a protective arm around me. His chest rose and fell, each movement letting me know how close we were. My knee was right next to the thickness of his morning wood. The tension eased from my body, and I snuggled closer to him with a contented sigh. I should wake up like this every day. I would never feel unloved and unwanted. Abe's hand tightened on my ass and then ran down my thigh in a possessive caress that stopped my breath. He caught me by the back of my knee and hitched my leg higher up his body, then went back to torturing me by rubbing up and down my naked flesh. My heart pounded, and I swallowed, which prompted a reminder I'd been drinking last night.
Good morning. What time is it?
Oh, he's awake. Good morning. I haven't checked.
Shit, I must have fallen asleep.
He patted the bed until he found his phone.
Okay, it's still early. Kind of. Just a few minutes past 6.
I gripped him tighter and stretched, rubbing my body against his like a cat. I kissed his neck. Don't leave just yet.
I will have to soon. How are you feeling?
Oh, God. Did he really not know what him stroking my thigh was doing to me? Not too bad. Considering, I think the coffee helped a bit.
Coffee?
Yeah, I had to sober up a little before you got home last night. How much trouble are we in?
That depends.
On?
What happened last night?
Oh. He squeezed my thigh.
Don't make me ask, Emery.
A shiver ran down my spine at the stern voice. Abe's stern voice. This man could keep me on a straight and narrow. I groaned. I'd already been drinking when you texted me that you would drop by. Mandy told me you and Teresa were staying in a hotel. Naturally, I thought it was the same hotel, and I guess I lost it a bit. When I saw your message, I knew I had to get everyone out of the house and hide all evidence of wrongdoing.
So, you admit what you two did was wrong and irresponsible.
I fell silent.
Well?
Your dad voice is kind of turning me on right now. Maybe dial it back a bit if you want me to concentrate on our conversation. I dropped my hand below his waist and grabbed his junk through his jeans. Not satisfying enough. I had more of the material than him in my hand. Abe's hand came down on mine.
The story, Emery.
I sighed. Mandy was too drunk to be much help. She'd all but passed out, but luckily the cheer squad was great. They helped get everyone out and to straighten up. The last car had just left when you arrived.
And you thought you could get away with it?
We would have if I hadn't barfed.
No, you wouldn't have.
Yes, I would have.
Nope. The house was too clean after a party.
Oh. Shit. I hadn't thought of that. In my attempt to get rid of the evidence, I'd created new evidence. Abe chuckled.
I've been a football coach for years, Emery. I've seen some tricks in that time.
I glanced up at him. Is it too much to ask not to punish Mandy for this? Punish me instead.
I can't do that.
But I feel so guilty about what we're doing behind her back. I batted my eyes at Abe.
Minx?
He swatted my ass hard.
None of that. You're not feeling guilty about anything, are you? You are shameless.
I pouted and tugged at the material of his shirt. Would you rather I was sick with guilt over us? Because I refuse to be. It's true I don't want to hurt Mandy, but I won't take on any guilt for the way I feel about you. His gaze softened, and he tightened his hand on my thigh once more, then released me.
I should check on Mandy. See if she's awake.
I reluctantly rolled off him and got out of bed from the other side. And I should use the bathroom. I feel like alcohol is dripping from my pores.
You're really going to remind me you were drinking?
The frown he wore disappeared as he took in my semi-nude body. For good measure, I stretched and let out a moan as my joints cracked. Even without the searing heat from his gaze, the stretch alone felt so good.
Hit the shower,
he said, his voice hoarse.
I'll check on Mandy, and if she's still sleeping, I'll join you.
My breath hitched. Did he mean what I thought he did? As Abe slipped out of the room, I dashed to the bathroom and found the toothbrushes they kept for guests. After quickly brushing my teeth, I took a considerably longer piss. When I was done, I stripped off the bra and panties, hopped into the shower, and turned on the water. The glass door slid open, and I startled. I hadn't even heard him enter the bathroom. He was naked, and he had a bottle of lube and a condom in his hand. Oh, fuck. My legs buckled. Abe, I gasped when he stepped in and closed the door. Are we going to? His lips on mine shut me up. When he thrust his tongue into my mouth, all questions vanished. Yes, finally. I clutched Abe's arms and leaned into the kiss, tongue fucking his mouth as he did mine. This had been a long time coming, and I had no intention of playing games. I wanted him, and before we walked out of the shower, I was going to know what having sex with Abe, with the man I loved, was like.
We don't have much time.
He kissed my cheek and down to my neck.
I wish we had more.
It's enough for me. You don't have to waste time prepping me.
Of course I do.
No, I play with my toys. Trust me, you don't have to. Abe pulled his head back and stared down at me, and for a second, fear crept into my heart. Fear that he would reject me as he remembered why I used those toys and the thousands of viewers who'd seen me with them. Without a word, Abe went down on his knees. Abe, you don't have to. I'd given him blowjobs before, but he'd never reciprocated, and I didn't want him to feel that he needed to do it. Abe. He wrapped his lips around the head of my cock and slid down my shaft. Holy fuck! Abe! His name came out in a moan. I grabbed his shoulders to steady myself as he sucked me off, his head bobbing up and down. My long, thin dick disappeared into his mouth, only to reappear for a second before it was hidden from view again. He sucked me off like a man intent on being good at it. And fucking hell, he was. Abe, please. Tremors ran through me. I don't want to come this way. Please, Abe. I was on the verge of sobbing as I fought to control my urge to spill into his mouth. Not like this for our first time. When I came, it should be from him pounding into me. Abe released my cock, stroked me twice, then with his hands on my hips, turned me to face the wall.
Do you know how much I've fought with myself about this, Emmy?
He pressed gentle kisses down my spine. Oh, God. Why did it sound so good when he called me that? The affectionate spin on my name made my heart tighten, and everything inside me went soft whenever he called me Emmy. And he'd wanted to deny this would ever happen between us. One of us had been delusional, and it hadn't been me. I've wanted you for so long. I reached back, grabbed my right ass cheek, and pulled it apart for him. I've dreamed about you.
Doing what?
Fucking me. Eating me out.
Like this?
Abe pushed my hand away and spread my cheeks himself. He tongued my hole, and I clenched, then relaxed. Oh, God. No amount of dreaming and wishing could have prepared me for this. Yes, I moaned, slapping my hands against the wall to keep myself steady. Oh, yes, Abe. So good. I glanced over my shoulder at this man, this married man and my best friend's dad, slipping his tongue inside my hole and moaning while he did it. And I'd be lying if I pretended that knowing he was forbidden didn't add an extra spice to what he was doing. Knowing that a couple of doors down, his daughter was asleep, and that in a couple of days, his wife would be back in this house. More, I begged like the slut I was, but he liked me the way I was. I never pretended to be anything else with him. Oh gosh, Abe, that's so good. The man knew his way around a boy's hole for sure. He knew exactly when to broad stroke me, to tongue fuck me, or tease the nerve endings. I trembled and shuddered. He slipped his thumb inside my ass and fucked me with the digit.
Fuck, Emmy.
He groaned and bit my ass cheek.
Why are you so goddamn sexy?
To trap you, for you to stay with me and never leave. I might have intended it as a joke, but I was also dead serious about it. If I had to use my body to tie Abe down to me, I would. I didn't love the deception, but the fear of losing Abe was worse than the fear of being hated by everyone else. Abe rose to his feet, and I tilted my head back. He kissed me while working 2 fingers in and out of me.
I don't know if I can ever leave you alone.
He kissed my neck and down my shoulder.
I swear I've never wanted anything this much in my life.
My heart swelled. Are you mine, Abe?
Yes.
Then fuck me. He slipped on the condom and lubed up quickly. With one hand on my hip, he held me in place and nudged the head of his cock against my opening. A long moan tore out of my throat as he slid inside me, stretching my insides and owning me. Fuck. I'd forgotten how it felt to be held while I had a cock up my ass. I'd been using silicone for so long. Just the way Abe's hands gripped my body as he thrust had me crying out.
Shush.
He stopped moving and bit my ear.
Mandy's still sleeping. Let's not wake her.
I nodded, but it was so hard being quiet. Abe pulled out slowly, then pushed back inside me. He gently rocked in and out of me, his thick cock stretching my walls to make an easier passage for him.
Fuck, Emmy, baby.
He kissed my neck.
Why do you feel so good? God damn, I want to smack your ass until it's red.
If only he would, but I understood his hesitation in waking up Mandy.
Is it good for you too, baby?
He asked. A shudder ran through me as his cock hit the right spot. Yes, please, don't stop. I've wanted you so much all this time. Thought about you doing this to me so many times, Abe.
Yes?
Yes, I'm a dirty little slut for you, Abe. Don't you know it?
You're not.
His hip snapped faster, smacking into my wet ass. I am, I gasped. I think about you fucking her, but calling out my name, it's the only way I could cope with thoughts of you giving her this.
Emmy.
I hated her whenever I thought of you inside her. You should only be inside me, Abe. Only me.
Fuck.
His grip on me tightened, and I bit my bottom lip to prevent me from crying out, but low moans came out instead. I couldn't help it. He pegged against my pea-spot repeatedly, causing my cock to leak pre-cum.
I was jealous too, you know.
His hands slipped from my hips, up under my arms and over my chest. He touched me everywhere he could, cherishing every curve and every inch of flesh. You were?
Yes, when I found out it was you behind that camera. Do you know what I'd wanted to do to you?
Tell me. I caught his rhythm and rode back onto his cock with each thrust.
I wanted to fuck you right there on your little cam show, so all the men would know you were taken.
Am I taken?
God, Emmy, I wouldn't be touching you otherwise. Fuck, I'm not going to last. Baby, are you close?
Yes. I was now that he'd put the image of him fucking me on camera in my head. I grasped my cock and stroked it vigorously. Just a couple of tugs, and cum shot off onto the floor. Abe slapped a hand over my mouth to stifle my cries.
Come here.
Abe pulled out of me and lifted me off my feet. He bridged the gap to the shower bench and sat with me on his lap.
Sit on it.
He held his cock at the base. I wrapped my arms around his neck and settled down onto his cock, gasping at how much of him I had inside. If only he were bareback.
Fuck, that's it.
Abe groaned.
Do it again.
Do what again? Abe lifted me, then settled me back down on his cock. Oh, that's what he liked. I obliged and rode him, ensuring each time I raised myself completely off him before I slammed my ass back down onto his lap. Abe's palms cracked on my ass.
Just like that, baby. Almost there.
He grabbed my cheeks and spread them apart, holding me hostage on his cock, but he didn't get it. I'd give up all my rights for this. He shuddered against me, raising his hips, punching up over and over, even though he kept me rooted around his cock. The tremors subsided, and he fell back on the bench. I collapsed against him, breathing hard. Abe kissed my temple and the side of my face, then found my lips. He pressed his mouth against mine, soft and gentle.
I hate this.
He groaned. Hate what? I shifted and looked at him. Hadn't it been as good for him as it had been for me?
Having sex with you like this, then running off.
I smiled. He was such a good guy. I don't mind.
We need to talk about everything, but we should wash up quickly first and get dressed.
I didn't want to move, but I slipped off Abe's lap, missing the feel of him in me. He rose to his feet and hugged me from behind. For a man who was in a hurry not to be caught, he took his sweet time just holding me against him. If only we could stay like this always.
Chapter 20. Abe. I shouldn't be this pleased at Emery entering the kitchen wearing my shirt. Since he hadn't planned on staying over, he hadn't brought a change of clothes. I'd thrown his costume into the wash, so he would have that to wear later. He'd mentioned something about borrowing a shirt from Mandy, But one glare from me, and he changed the topic. From the grin he'd worn, he deliberately made that suggestion to get a reaction out of me.
You already got started.
He hopped up onto the stool at the island, a smile lighting up his entire face.
I would have helped you if you'd waited.
Can't I make breakfast for you? His cheeks flushed, and he bit his bottom lip. He looked as giddy as I felt inside. Where was the guilt that should accompany what we'd done upstairs just now? Where was my sense of shame? Emery's happiness outshined any other feeling.
I won't turn you down.
I sucked in a deep breath. From the way he watched me, he wasn't just talking about breakfast. I blinked, and for a second, it wasn't his face I saw, but Teresa's the day we first checked out this house and decided we were going to buy it. We danced around this kitchen full of excitement about moving our family into our dream house.
Abe?
I snapped my head up. Yes?
Your face. Are you regretting what we did?
He asked, sounding uncertain. No, never that. I knew one thing for sure. I'd fallen in love with Emery. Throughout all our interactions, him sitting on my lap and snuggling into my chest, stealing hugs and chastising me for making a mess of my office, I'd fallen hard. For better or worse, my future was entangled with his. The vines of our life might be armored with thorns, but I could see the delicate rose of love blooming. Those prickly thorns would come in handy for those trying to pick that rose, but the people closest to us would hurt too. Was there any other way? I made pancakes, I said. Do you want eggs?
No, just lots of syrup.
Why doesn't that surprise me? He smiled, but it still seemed hesitant, as though he didn't believe I had no regrets. I placed a stack of pancakes on his plate and passed him the syrup and a cup of coffee. He took it with a lot of creamer, while I had mine with just sugar.
Aren't you eating?
He asked, as I took the stool across from him. I had a protein shake. He pointed his fork at me.
Ah, so that's how you managed to look so fucking good at your age. Have all of us gay students panting hard after you and all that.
You're exaggerating. You're the only one shameless enough to carry on with a teacher. His face heated, and he laughed. When was the last time my stomach had flipped this way over a compliment? Hell, when was the last time someone had paid me such a compliment?
We're a mess, aren't we?
He asked with a dimpled grin. Speak for yourself. He dribbled way too much syrup on his pancakes, cut off a piece, and held the fork to my lips.
Open wide. From your demonstration earlier, you know what to do.
He shoved a piece of pancake into my mouth. I glared at him as I chewed, but he just went back to stuff it in his mouth, looking all innocent, like he hadn't just casually mentioned me sucking him off over breakfast. Sighing, I put a couple more pancakes into the microwave to heat.
So that's where the magic happened,
he pouted.
I thought you made them from scratch.
Some other time.
There will be other times.
As I plated the pancakes for him, I couldn't resist dropping a kiss on his mouth. He tilted his head back and slipped a hand into my hair, deepening the kiss into more than I'd intended for it to be. His mouth was sweet from the syrup, almost as sweet as the basic essence of him. I pulled back. Shit. We were being reckless. When I checked on Mandy, she'd still been asleep, but for all I knew, she was already awake. I asked Teresa for a divorce. I took my seat. Emery widened his eyes.
You did?
Yeah.
Holy shit. I thought that's what you meant, but when Mandy said you two went to a hotel together...
He shook his head.
Which means Mandy doesn't know.
Not yet, and we never booked a room together. I haven't slept with Teresa since you and I started our thing. He dropped his gaze.
You don't have to lie to me for me to feel good. She's your wife, so I understand.
He frowned.
I don't enjoy thinking about it, but I understand.
I'm not lying to you. I'd never lie to you. Emery, what we have here has to be based on truth. Others might accuse us of things and embellish what we've done, but we will always know our truth. He nodded slowly and put his fork down.
Okay. What do we do now?
I need to know what you want out of this. Is this just a short-term fling for you, or do...
It's not. I want to be with you, Abe. I know this will make me a horrible person, but I want to take her place.
Why?
Because you've made me feel things no one else does, and you've cared for me when no one else has. I want to be the one who takes care of you, because I know you'll do a good job taking care of me in return. And I just want to be with you, okay?
I chuckled at the frustrated rush of words. I just need to make sure that...
That you're not throwing your life away for a fling? Are you worried you'll divorce her from me and regret it?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes, because at this stage of my life, I would still divorce her, even if you tell me right now that you've changed your mind about us.
May I ask why you're divorcing her? Why now?
If I told you I'm doing it because of you, how would that make you feel?
Don't make me say it, Abe.
He glared at me.
It's already bad enough knowing I'm a horrible person for wanting this. Do you have to make me say it out loud too?
I sucked in a deep breath, and my heart pounded in my chest. Yes, because I enjoy hearing it. I like hearing how selfish you are when it comes to me, that you don't care what anyone will think about us as long as you have me. Until you came along, I'd forgotten what it feels like to be wanted by someone that much for who I am and not what they want me to be.
Then I'll say it, Abe.
His cheeks were red, but he looked me straight in the eyes.
If you walked out on your wife right now, I'd hold your hand, follow you anywhere you wanted to go, and spend as long as it takes on my knees, on my back, whichever way you want it, making it up to you.
Is this just sex for you, then? He's startled.
What? No, it's just that I don't have much of anything to offer you, and I assume that's what makes a man happy, right?
No, not right. I frowned. Emmy, I love your body and the crazy way it turns me on. What we did earlier almost drove me out of my mind, but I enjoy spending time with you. You're sweet and kind, and I love how adorable you are. Do you know what it does to me when you hug me, when you climb into my lap like you belong there? His chest rose and fell.
Does that mean you...
I'm in love with you. He closed his eyes, and a tear slipped from under his lid.
I hoped and hoped, but I didn't dare believe it.
Well, you should. I love you, Emmy. Love doesn't solve our situation. It doesn't stop Teresa from wanting to contest the divorce, which might be a drawn-out, ugly affair, and we'll have to keep this a secret until you graduate, but I'm crazy about you. Emery laughed and scrubbed at his eyes with the back of his hands.
It's okay. I know people are going to call me a homewrecker and a gold digger when we come out. I can wait for that to happen.
Where's the gold mine? I asked. Everyone knows a high school football coach doesn't earn shit. Teresa pays for the majority of the costs of the house, so I'll be the one to move out.
Will you miss it?
Honestly, parts of it, yeah, but I'd miss you more if I gave up on us. Emery's smile was so sweet, I knew I was making the right decision.
Do you mind if I spend the weekend here? My dad's being a bit of an ass again.
I'm sure it's fine. You've slept over before. I gestured at the faint scratch on his cheekbone. What happened to your face? Did he hit you again? My blood boiled. I hadn't asked before because I hadn't wanted to make a mess for him. But now...
It's nothing.
Emery.
Emery!
Mandy shrieked, pounding down the stairs.
Oh, fuck. Dad's going to kill me. Emery, are you down here?
I got up from the counter and poured myself another cup of coffee. Mandy shuffled into the kitchen, one hand cupping her head.
There you...
she squeaked when she saw me.
Dad, you're back already.
I am. I got in earlier and saw you were sleeping, so I didn't wake you. How was your party last night? Mandy glanced at Emery, who squirmed. From the look in his eyes, he wanted to warn Mandy that I knew, but with me watching him, he was silent.
It was great.
Yeah, lots of kids turned out.
A few did.
You had no issues then. You know, I drove by last night.
You did?
Yeah, I was surprised that the party seemed over already.
I didn't want to disturb the neighborhood, so we did the responsible thing and shut the party down earlier. Right, Em? Mandy, you're...
You look pale. I cut off Emery. Are you sick?
No, He knows, Mandy.
Emery blurted, then grimaced at me.
I'm sorry. I couldn't watch that anymore. It was just painful.
A part of me felt happy his friendship with my daughter meant so much to him, but another part felt petty he hadn't sided with me and allowed me to torture Mandy a little, to see how far she would go to try to cover up what had happened last night.
I'm sorry, Dad, Mandy said. I didn't supply the alcohol, I swear.
But you didn't exactly stop its distribution either. In fact, you were drunk last night. Mandy, I expect better from you. She lowered her head and clutched her hands in front of her.
I'm sorry.
You were reckless last night. You passed out, Do you know what can happen to a young woman when they're completely wasted at a party?
Or a young guy?
Emery added. I glared at him. You're included in this conversation. You both are. In less than a year, you'll be off to college. I can't monitor what you do there, and the only way I won't worry is if I know you can make smarter decisions. You didn't prove that to me last night. You also put my job on the line by having alcohol served under my roof to teenagers I'm responsible for. If this gets back to the wrong person, do you know what this can do to my career?
I wasn't thinking.
No, you weren't. When your mother gets here, we'll talk about this and your punishment.
What's that?
Teresa breezed into the kitchen and removed her shades. Why was she back already? She'd booked her hotel for the entire weekend.
Who's being punished?
Our daughter. I tried not to look at Emery, lest my countenance betray us. Despite our rules, she had alcohol at the party, and when I got home, she was passed out. Teresa turned to Mandy.
Honey, is this true?
Mandy nodded.
Please don't be disappointed. Well, it couldn't be that bad, Teresa said. The house looks good, so I can cancel the cleaner.
Yeah, it's clean because Emery organized a cleanup crew while Mandy was sleeping off the alcohol. Teresa finally looked at Emery. Shit, I shouldn't have drawn Teresa's attention to him, but as long as we did nothing suspicious, she would never guess that Emery was the one. She wouldn't expect me to be with a man.
You're a genuine friend to Mandy,
Teresa smiled at Emery.
Thanks for helping her out. If you don't mind, we have some family matters to discuss. Just the three of us.
Emery jumped down from the stool.
Sorry, I'll get out of your way.
He rushed out of the kitchen. I resisted the urge to go after him. Please don't be too hurt. I'll make it up to you, I promise.
I'll do anything you guys say.
Mandy looked miserable.
I know it was wrong, so I'll accept whatever punishment you come up with.
Good. That was highly irresponsible of you, young lady. Teresa brushed Mandy's hair back from her face.
But we all make mistakes. We'll let you off with a warning this time. Don't do it again. We expect better from you. Thank you, Mom.
Mandy threw her arms around Teresa and hugged her. I bit my tongue to repress the retort that threatened to spring to the surface. I could see right through her game.
Now go on upstairs and take a shower. I can smell the alcohol on you.
Mandy hurried from the kitchen, leaving Teresa and me alone. I unclenched my jaw. What was that?
What was what?
She asked. You letting her off just like that, without consulting me first. She shrugged.
She's a good girl. Plus, she's no longer a kid. She's at the stage where talking to her should be effective. And really, Abe, we drank too when we were her age. You seem to have forgotten a lot of our history together.
Don't give me that bullshit. We both know why you went the way you did. You're trying to manipulate things so Mandy will side with you in the divorce.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
She pointed at Emery's plate.
He's here again.
Yes, he's having issues with his father and will stay with us over the weekend.
And that's your decision alone to make?
My throat went dry. She'd never disagreed with Emery staying with us before. Had she somehow figured out how Emery and I felt about each other?
Of course he can stay, she said. He's Mandy's friend, maybe even more, given how close they are. Still, you decided for us. I'm just showing you how hypocritical it is that I can't decide alone about our daughter, but you can about other matters.
I got up and grabbed Emery's plate and cup. I don't want to fight with you.
It's all up to you, Abe. Stop trying to walk out of our marriage, and there will be nothing for us to fight about. Chapter 21. Emery. Stomach sick, I went straight to the bathroom and puked, spewing out everything I just had for dinner. God, this is painful. More painful than I could have imagined sitting in their kitchen and playing nice while Teresa did all sorts of shit to try to win over Abe. As if she was deliberately mocking me, throwing it into my face that he was still hers. A few stolen moments didn't make him mine. My stomach hurt, and sweat beaded on my forehead. Why did she return this morning? The way she dismissed me had left a bad taste in my mouth. She'd always appeared kind before, even when she tried pimping me out, but this morning she'd been a bit hurtful, as if reminding me I wasn't a part of her family. She'd spent the day making little digs at me, or was that my guilty conscience? First she'd interrupted Mandy, Abe, and me when we'd been hanging out at the pool in the afternoon. She'd worn the skimpiest two-piece string bikini known to man. Not even the stretch marks on her hips had been a turn-off. She flaunted them proudly, as a reminder that she'd borne the man I loved a child, something I could never do. She already had me beaten in so many ways. Would he really go through with the divorce from such a woman? I wasn't so blindsided by jealousy and love that I couldn't recognize she was a formidable woman. She had beauty, poise, and intelligence, traits I could never dream of. Hell, I wasn't even sure what I wanted to do after high school. I'd applied for some in-state colleges just because it was expected, not because I wanted it. As soon as she joined us, I'd left the pool, admitting defeat in that round. If I wanted to come out of this the winner, then I needed to know who my opponent was. How could I see her as anything else? Not when she kept making it blatantly obvious she was after reconciliation, though Abe had been frank about his wish to part ways. Back in the guest room, I'd searched her up on the internet, and none of what I'd found had set my mind at ease. She was even more successful than I had thought. She was a well-respected criminal attorney. Teresa gave guest lectures and had been a keynote speaker at numerous conferences. Analysts even talked about a possible career in politics. No way was I going to top that. The only thing I had going for me was that Abe loved me. That was enough, right? With a groan, I pushed to my feet and flushed the toilet. I brushed my teeth and, after rinsing, studied my features in the mirror. Was I beautiful enough for him? What am I doing? I whispered. He'd said he loved me, and he meant it. I would hold on to that for as long as I could. Thinking about Abe's love calmed me down, and I returned to the bedroom. I might not sleep in his arms tonight, but I'd done so last night. For now, that was enough. I came to a halt, and a nervous flutter set off in my stomach. Why was Teresa in the bedroom? I'd left them all downstairs, rushing to the bathroom to throw up after she'd sat in Abe's lap. Did she suspect us? She wasn't saying anything, just sizing me up from head to toe. Mrs. Cooper, is something wrong? She smiled and sat on the bed, then patted the spot beside her. Of course not. I just thought we could talk. Fuck. Abe, where are you? I glanced over at the door, which was ajar. Surely, if she'd meant to talk about that, she would have closed the door. Come on, don't be shy. I just want to continue the last conversation we had. Oh, that. I let out a long breath and sat next to her. She took my hand in hers. Emery, you know Abe and I care about you like a son, right? Yes? I hadn't wanted to pose it as a question, but after what Abe and I had done in the shower, the idea of him seeing me as a son was amusing. Good. We only want you to be happy, and we're worried about this situation you're in with your father. No one deserves to go through what you are, to be chased out of your home because of the fear of being abused. Just know that you're always welcome to stay here. I dropped my gaze to where our hands touched on the bed. She said all the right words, but something was off. What was it? The way she was looking at me? Or was it my own guilt? Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm also concerned about your future. Mandy has already been accepted into the college of her choice. Have you decided what you want to do yet? Not really. I'm still deciding. Look, I know finances are tight for you, but sometimes we have to do what we need to, right? Have you given some thought to what we last talked about? About clients. Friends of mine I told you about can ensure your future is secure. You wouldn't struggle the way you are now. Abe and I do what we can for you, but there's only so much we can do. I don't know. It feels a bit like selling myself. She laughed. Dear boy, you're such an innocent, aren't you? Relationships with one partner doting and taking care of the other have existed since the beginning of time. You're thinking about what other people will say when the only one who matters in this is you, your needs, and having them provided for. Would she have wanted the same for Mandy? To sell herself to someone just for the money? You're such a beautiful boy. She touched my cheek, and I fought against the impulse to pull away. Don't let that go to waste. Make it work for you. Think about it again. I've told a friend about you, and he would love to meet you. When you've decided, come and see me. I can set up a meeting as soon as next week. You don't have to struggle so much, Emery. It's up to you to change this. She rose to her feet and sauntered out of the bedroom, leaving me alone with my guilt. I fell back onto the bed and stared at the ceiling. Maybe she really wanted to help, but what she was suggesting was inappropriate. As if I wasn't involved in a very inappropriate relationship with her husband. My phone vibrated and I grabbed it. Damn, it wasn't Abe. Instead, Mandy asked me if I wanted to watch a movie with her. I would have preferred spending time with Abe, but that wasn't happening, and I needed to keep myself busy. Me. Sure, I'll be right down. Forcing my conversation with Teresa from my mind, I walked out of the bedroom and skipped down the stairs. In the living room, Mandy was whacking the remote control. What's wrong? I asked. I don't know. It won't come on. The TV is plugged in, right? Yeah, and I changed the batteries for the remote, so that's not it. Let me see. I took the remote control from her and checked she hadn't placed the batteries in the wrong way. Seriously, Em? I shrugged. It doesn't hurt to double check. The TV remained black. I handed back the remote to Mandy. Seems like it's broken. No movie for us then. We can use Dad's den. I'm bored, and despite Mom leaving me off the hook, I doubt Dad will say yes to me going out tonight, so I won't even ask. The next best thing is to watch a good movie, and I have one that's perfect. Mandy knocked once on the door, then pushed it open and stormed in, dragging me in after her. Abe was lounging on the couch, sipping a beer. He shook his head before Mandy could say anything.
Nope, forget it. You're not leaving the house this weekend. Take the time and think about your actions from last night.
Mandy pouted. Dad, I wasn't even going to ask you that. Can Emery and I watch with you?
What happened to the TV in the living room?
It won't turn on. With a sigh, Abe got to his feet.
I'll look at it.
As he walked by us, I inched over to the left so he had no other choice than to brush his arm against mine. It still wasn't enough. I wanted more contact. I wanted back on that couch like the first night he'd kissed me here. I wanted every room in this house to remind him of me. Mandy dropped my hand and dove for the remote on the couch.
Don't get too comfortable,
Abe said and left. Oh, Mandy grumbled. He can be so strict at times. At least he's that way out of love. I sat next to her and pulled my legs up on the sofa to get comfortable. She opened the Netflix browser and scrolled through the Trending Now section. When she clicked a new vampire horror movie, I groaned. Are we really doing this? She giggled. It'll be fun. I read the reviews online, and it's supposed to be scary good. You know I don't like horror movies, but it's the right time of the year for it. She flung her arms around me and hugged me to her. Don't worry, Em. I'll protect you. Abe cleared his throat, and we both looked up. His frown turned into a smile, but I'd seen it. He didn't like me being so close to Mandy at all. Didn't he know I wasn't attracted to women? I loved seeing him this irrationally jealous. I'd never had someone care enough about me to feel that way. Who said jealousy couldn't be a good thing in a relationship?
Well, the TV's definitely not working,
he said. I guess that means you'll have to watch what we're watching. Mandy beamed a smile at her father. Hope you're a fan of vampires. Abe made a face.
Hard pass. If I can't watch my sports, I'll leave you two to the TV.
Daddy, Mandy drawled the word sweetly. Can you get some popcorn for your favorite daughter?
There are two of you. Why doesn't Emery get it? He knows where everything is. Turn the lights off when you leave.
He walked out of the den, leaving me alone with a pouting Mandy. It's fine, I stood. I'll get it. No, you already did so much for me last night. Let me. I beat her to the door. I'm just stacking up favors. Now you owe me like 100 times. Don't be bitchy. Laughing, I made my way to the kitchen, where Abe was opening a new box of popcorn. It hadn't been just my imagination then. He'd meant for me to follow him. Is something wrong? I moved closer to him, but kept a respectable distance in case someone kept in. Abe set the box on the counter and pulled me into his arms. I melted against him and tilted my head up. His lips crashed down on mine in a kiss that was way too short to satisfy. 1 minute I was in his arms, and the next he was putting a packet of popcorn in the microwave. What was that for? I asked.
I've been wanting to do that all day,
he whispered.
Today's not really going well, is it?
I've made it work, but yeah, it's hard seeing you with her and pretending not to care.
Emery.
His eyes were full of conflict. You still care about her. Panic knocked against the walls of my heart.
No, not like you're thinking. So stop that right now,
he said fiercely.
You don't spend over 20 years being close to someone for that to disappear overnight. But nothing compares to the way I feel about you.
I swallowed and bit my bottom lip. What he said made plenty of sense, but do you still want her the way you want me?
No, I haven't looked at anyone else since we started flirting with each other.
That made me feel much better. Okay, I think I can bear this for one more day.
Why not stay longer? Your dad
usually calms down after a few days. I'll try to avoid him.
And if you can't,
I'll think of something. The microwave beeped, and Abe grabbed the bag of popcorn and gave it a hearty shake, then poured it into the bowl. He handed it to me.
Here you go.
Thank you. But when I had my hands around the bowl, he didn't let go. Abe, something's bothering you. It's not about the Camboy stuff, is it? Because I haven't done it again since you found out. He shook his head.
No, it's not that.
Then what?
Promise me you won't do it,
he said, his eyes full of desperation.
That you won't let her find you some rich, terrible man just for the money. Promise me, Emery.
Of course I won't. I love you. Did you overhear?
Yes, I went to your bedroom to check up on you. The door was ajar. I heard everything she said to you.
Shit.
I'm going to confront her about it.
What? No, you can't.
Why not?
If you're defending me, she may start looking too closely at us. He released the bowl and brushed my cheek with his hand.
It's not just a you and me thing. It's the principle. What she's suggesting you do is horrible.
Some could say that about what we're doing, Abe, I said softly. On what moral high ground can we stand and judge her?
It's different. She's making this proposition to a teen, a high school student.
Who you're sleeping with. Abe swallowed hard.
It's different. I care about you.
But to someone else, you're a teacher taking advantage of a student who's down on his luck. You know that's what people will say, among other things.
Fuck.
Abe sagged against the counter.
How could I not say anything?
It's sweet how you want to protect me. I went up on the tips of my toes and kissed his cheek. But I keep telling you I'm a big boy who can take care of himself. I can handle this without you interfering.
Chapter 22. Abe. When Emery's slight stature walked out of the kitchen, my heart ached in the worst way to go after him, to take him away from all this and bring him to a place where it was just the two of us. But that was only a pipe dream, wasn't it? Even if we had a divorce, Teresa would always be a part of my life through the daughter we shared. Was I being unfair to Emery by including him in this mess? He was just 19. He should enjoy things teens did, not worry about being caught in the middle of a divorce and a cheating scandal. I put the popcorn box back into the cupboard and made my way up the stairs. A boyfriend downstairs and a wife upstairs. How had my life come to this? When I entered the bedroom, Teresa wasn't there, and I breathed a sigh of relief as I walked over to the closet to change my clothes. I didn't want to be around her, not after what I'd heard her saying to Emery earlier, and I couldn't be around Emery without giving away how I felt about him. My best bet to get through tonight was to leave the house until everyone was asleep. I had my jeans up, unbuttoned, and was shrugging on my shirt when Teresa came in. She had a towel wrapped around her body, but the second she saw me, she removed the knot and dropped the towel to the floor. Her naked body was on full display.
Where are you going?
She asked. Out. She glared at me.
I can already tell that, Abe.
Possibly Lynn's. She pulled a face.
Why do you like that bar anyway? It's tacky.
It's friendly. The people who frequent there remind me of me. It's where I feel comfortable.
You're not them. You have a good life. Why not go to a better place?
I tucked my shirt in and buttoned my jeans in haste. The sooner I was away from her, the better. Emery had said he could take care of Teresa and her offer himself, but he shouldn't have to. What good was I to him if I couldn't address this issue? And if she suspects the nature of your relationship with Emery, so be it.
You're just going to walk away? She asked. You won't even try to work things out anymore?
What's there to work out, Teresa? You're not the woman I fell in love with. Your greed and ambition changed you. How dare you suggest to Emery what you did tonight? Silence fell between us. At least she had the grace to blush.
He told you about that? She cocked her head to the side and frowned. No, he didn't. I overheard you talking to him about it for the second time. What were you thinking? She shrugged. Oh, Abe, grow up. I'm trying to help the boy. You know damn well most of these men you represent are criminals. You didn't think that way when we went on cruises, family vacations, and parties with them. It always made me feel uncomfortable, but it's your job. I told myself you were networking and not to take it too personal. You've completely crossed the line to pitch such an idea to Emery. What are you hoping to achieve from this? To gain favor from your clients by sacrificing an innocent boy? Sacrificing an innocent boy? She scoffed. I can't tell which part of that is more hilarious. Does he look innocent to you? You're missing the part where he's the one who will live a better life for this. As someone who's enjoyed the things my money has bought this family for years, you, of all people, should be able to understand. My chest tightened, and I clenched my teeth. She'd made these quips about her money before whenever we had tiffs, but lately she'd been intimating more often that she was the one providing for the family. My coaching salary didn't stretch far, could never compete with what she made at the law firm, but I did my part. I contributed to Mandy's college fund. I paid the bills, too. We'd only moved to a more affluent neighborhood and upgraded our house because she'd wanted to. I'd been just as happy in the small 2-bedroom house we lived in when we got married. If money is the reason for you threatening to contest this divorce, you needn't bother. I don't want a penny from you. Just stop pushing your agenda at Emery. He's made it clear to you twice now that he's not interested. And why are you interested in this? What's it to do with you? You mean other than not wanting to see you land in prison for pimping out a teenager to criminals? I didn't wait for her to respond. I grabbed my keys and wallet and took the stairs 2 at a time. Maybe Emery was right that Teresa would look at us skeptically now, but finally confronting her about this felt good. That should stop her from pushing the boy at her rich friends. The need to go to the den and take Emery with me was strong, but I forced myself to leave him with my daughter. I hopped into my Bentley, the car Teresa had bought for me 2 birthdays ago. She'd claimed that I deserved it for being a wonderful husband and father, and I'd accepted that reason. But now, as I stared at the dashboard with all the high-tech features, the expensive leather seats with temperature control, my stomach turned over. As someone who's enjoyed the things my money has bought this family for years, you, of all people, should be able to understand. Before she'd bought me the car, she used to make random comments about the one I'd driven. Whenever we went to the event she carted me off to, I always had to drive her Jag instead of my modest car. Thankfully, I hadn't sold my other car. I'd kept it for sentimental reasons. Instead of switching on the engine, I got out, climbed into my older model RAV4, and backed out of the driveway. It felt like getting a piece of my soul back. Hey, man, Lynn greeted when I sat on a stool at her side of the bar. 2 nights in a row. There really must be trouble in paradise. What can I get you? Surprised me. She chuckled, grabbed a glass, and started mixing. I glanced around the bar. Although there were a few women here, the majority of the patrons were men. None of them made my heart race just by looking at them. Here you go. I nodded my thanks and took a sip from my drink. Scotch. Not a terrible choice. You look like you want it rough. I shook my head at her, and she laughed. What have you been up to lately? I think we should focus on you. Things aren't looking up for your marriage, is it? Nope. I'm going to make it official and visit a divorce lawyer this week. I've already made an appointment. No shit. You probably should talk to Mandy before that. I plan to. I thought if I gave Teresa a few days to process this, she'd calm down, and we would present a united front when we inform Mandy. Talk to her before, Teresa. It's better that she's on your side. No, I don't want her to pick a side. We'll both love her and be there for her. There's still so much to figure out, though, especially the living situation. Yeah, remember that apartment I rent out? Well, it's your luck that it's available. It's yours, if you want it. I rubbed at my temple. Shit. I need to give this some more thought. About divorcing Teresa? No, that part is definitely going to happen, but I don't want to leave them alone to deal with the aftermath, you know. Would it be better to stick around until Mandy leaves for college? That might be best. But Emery's dad continued to assault Emery, and I wanted to get him away from the prick. If I had an apartment in another neighborhood, he could move in with me. We just have to be careful that no one knew we were living together. We could manage that. It wasn't long before he would graduate. Give me a sec. Be right back. Lynn served a group of men at the bar.
When she returned, I drained my glass.
Should I get you more? She asked.
I shook my head. I'm driving.
Okay, although I can always call you a cab, or you can even crash at my place. It's been a long time since you've done that.
Don't you have a pretty curvy redhead running around your house somewhere?
We broke up. You know they never last long. I take care of them, but they're never satisfied. They're always looking for more.
What do you mean?
It's easy to wrap your head around. I'm in my 40s. They're young women in their 20s. They're not only looking for a good time, but also for someone to take care of them.
Surely they're not all like that.
I would hope not. I just haven't found anyone yet.
Emery wasn't like that. He refused to take money from me. Then why do you bother going after that type?
What can I say? I have a weakness for that type of woman. I like taking care of them. Don't get me wrong, that's not the problem. I just want their heart to be in it too, you know?
Was I just like Lynn? Emery was like the young woman Lynn enjoyed dating. Maybe she would understand. Do you have a minute to step out from behind the bar? I asked. I want to talk to you about something.
Give me 15.
She got me a glass of water, and I downed it, my gut twisting with indecision. Could I trust Lynn enough with this? I knew without a doubt I could. We went way back to high school. It was the one friendship Teresa hadn't been able to shake. When she'd found out Lynn was a lesbian, she hadn't been able to use jealousy as a reason for me to stop talking to Lynn. Lynn took longer than 15 minutes, but eventually she gestured for me to follow her to an empty booth at the back while her assistant took over. I slid across from her.
Jesus, you're a mess, Lynn said. What the hell's going through your mind? If I didn't know any better, I'd say you have woman trouble. The kind you get when you're juggling two of them.
She widened her eyes and cupped a hand over her mouth.
No shit. Is that the reason you're pressing for a divorce? There's another woman?
Kind of. There's someone else. Someone I love, but it's not a woman.
Not a woman? You mean you're fucking around with a man?
Yeah. Took me by surprise too. Heat rushed into my cheeks, and I scrubbed the back of my neck. I'm still not sure how it happened.
Well, fuck. Who is it? Anyone I know? Some teacher from your school? Well, that makes sense.
I shook my head, unlocked my phone, and scrolled to the picture of Emery and me I hadn't been able to delete. If anyone found it, we could be in a heap of trouble. Emery had been in my office that day, scolding me as he usually did about not putting back my files right away when I used them. He'd been flitting from my desk to the file cabinet, and I pulled him down onto my lap and told him to stay still for a minute. He'd snapped a picture of himself, his eyes bright with laughter.
Isn't this Mandy's friend? Lynn asked.
Yeah. She passed me back the phone.
Shit.
Aren't you going to lecture me about how wrong it is?
I could, but I know you. You've already lectured yourself about this several times. If you're at this stage, it's clear you've made your decision.
I have, but it's scary. It's different in so many ways. He's a student, a teenager, and my daughter's best friend.
You left out the part where he's a guy. I didn't know you swung that way.
I shrugged helplessly. I didn't know either. He's different, very femme. I think that made me notice him. And then he kept getting into trouble, and we kind of got close. I admit his appearance got to me first, but then came the need to protect him and keep him safe. Before I knew it, I was falling hard. He's so sweet, Lynn.
Are you sure you're not thinking with your dick? Because he is a sexy little thing.
I scowled. No, it's not just my dick, though that's a part of it. I can't keep my hands off him now that I've had him.
You mean you've already...
Yeah.
How was it? Your first time making your way around another dick?
Mind-blowing. It feels different. I thought it would be weird, but as soon as I kissed and touched him, everything fell into place.
Yeah, you're definitely in love with this guy. But what are you going to do? Your job will be in jeopardy, and if Teresa finds out you're dumping her for this guy, your wife's vicious, man.
I know, and I'm still trying to work through it. Right now, the most important thing is Emery and protecting him when all this blows up.
Well, good luck. If you ever need someone to take him just to hang out, you can always drop by my place.
Thanks, Lynn. I appreciate it. She reached across the table and squeezed my hand.
I hate asking this, but are you sure he's not after your money? Good-looking guys like him usually bounce around for a sugar daddy.
I frowned. The thought would have weighed me down if I hadn't heard him turn down Teresa's wealthy friends more than once. I'm positive he's not.
Okay, just checking. Well, keep it on the down low until your divorce is final.
No use stirring up drama that might draw out the divorce. You want that shit done with as soon as possible.
Chapter 23. Abe. As I drove up the driveway, I was still going over my conversation with Lynn. At least I had one person who supported me. I didn't expect many would when the truth about Emery and me came out. Hell, Lynn could have easily condemned me for getting involved with a student, but she hadn't. I parked the car and switched off the ignition. But I didn't move. Lynn's last words before I left the bar floated around in my mind.
Don't let guilt eat you up. He's of the age of consent, so the law is on your side. People can say all the shit they want, but let your conscience be free of that. Just be happy, man. And treat him well.
Besides, no one could accuse me of taking advantage of Emery. He was the one who'd actively pursued me. All I'd done was give in. I locked the car and checked my phone. It was after 1 a.m. Good. Everyone should be sleeping. The tense atmosphere from the last few days should have cleared. In the kitchen, I drank a glass of water, then climbed the stairs. Why didn't I move into the other guest bedroom? So far, I hadn't used it, as it was easier to explain to Mandy if she found me sleeping in the den than I had been up watching a game and fell asleep. If I slept in the guest bedroom, I couldn't avoid the truth that my marriage to her mother was over. It was time to tell her anyway. I didn't want to keep this from her any longer. I slipped into my bedroom, moving quietly and using the flashlight from my phone as not to disturb a sleeping Teresa. I grabbed the things I needed, toothbrush and toothpaste from the bathroom, blanket and pillow, and went back downstairs. After using the half bath, I settled into the den. It wasn't the most comfortable place to sleep, but when a man was tired, he could sleep anywhere. Finding a comfortable spot turned out to be more difficult than usual. I swore Emery's scent still lingered on the couch. Was he asleep? Why hadn't he waited up for me? I closed my eyes and tried to relax, but Emery kept floating through my mind. He was close by, and yet so far. Was he wearing one of the shirts I'd given him earlier? Was he naked underneath it? God, I'd love to smell myself on him right now, wrap the fabric around his waist, and grip it while I fucked him like I'd done in the shower this morning. My cock hardened, and with a groan, I rolled over onto my back and fisted my dick. After being deep inside Emery, my hand was a pale substitute. Fuck. I couldn't take it anymore. I flung back the covers and got to my feet. My heart thumped inside my chest as I left the den like a thief in my own home. First, I checked Mandy's room to make sure she was fast asleep. Teresa was next. She didn't seem to have moved. I let out a shuddering breath and made my way to the guest bedroom. The door was unlocked. My hand shook when I turned the doorknob and entered. After I closed the door, I pushed the lock down. Damn it. I hadn't brought my phone, and the bedroom was dark. Moving with caution, I located the rectangular shape of the bed, snagged the thick duvet, and pulled it down. I slipped beneath it and felt for Emery. He was on his side, his back to me. The second I settled behind him, I felt at ease. This was where I belonged, in his bed. I plastered myself to his back and wrapped an arm around him, nuzzling his nape and planting soft kisses on his skin. I inhaled deeply and closed my eyes. His scent washed over me, and the desire in my gut increased. I rubbed my cock against that curvy ass of his, my nostrils flaring. I should at least wake him up, make sure this was what he wanted, but I couldn't stop rutting against him. A moan filled the room, and I stilled. The sound hadn't come from me. It was then that I heard it. Emery's shallow breathing. How long have you been awake? I pulled him even closer to me.
Since you started kissing my neck. I'm a light sleeper.
Ashamed, I buried my face in his neck. I'm sorry I got into your bed without your permission. He pushed his ass back against my cock and did something spectacular with his hips that made me gasp.
You always have permission, Abe.
He turned his head, and I leaned over him to kiss him in the dark. His lips clung to mine in a possessive claim. God, this boy. How could I do without him now?
Abe.
He grabbed fistfuls of my shirt and yanked me down on top of him as he sprawled onto his back. He wrapped his legs around my waist, and we moved together, pressing our pelvises against each other. But it wasn't enough. I tore my lips away from his and kissed his cheek, then dragged my lips down his neck. Emery tilted his head back, and the way his body curved into mine was utterly sinful. I caught his thigh and ran my hand up under the shirt, my shirt, and found him naked. You were hoping I'd come, I said, more to myself than him.
Yes,
he moaned.
I want you again, Abe. Give me your hand.
He pressed a bottle and a packet into my hand.
I hid them under the pillow.
I groaned and kissed him hard. You're going to drive me insane, you know. He released his legs, and I rocked back on my knees, ripping my clothes off and threw them onto the floor. I slipped the condom on and lubed up. One of these days, Emery, we won't have to go so fast. I'm going to take all the time in the world and make love to you. I settled between his legs, pinning them back, and guided my cock to his entrance. I slid inside him slowly, and although he repressed his moan, I could still hear him loudly.
Who needs making love?
He gasped.
When you fuck me like this, I'll take you any way I get you.
I slammed my mouth to his and shoved all the way inside him, groaning into his mouth at how tightly he clenched around me. Snapping my hips backward and forward, I took him with swift strokes. He clung to me, digging his nails into my shoulders with every thrust. Why couldn't I get enough of him? I was inside him. I should be satisfied. Instead, I was already thinking about the next time I would fuck him. How I wanted him to ride me again, like he'd done in the bathroom. But not now. Now, I needed to be the one in control, to feel his lithe body beneath me as I hammered into him. Emery, I thrust harder. Sweet Emery. The bed groaned and creaked beneath us, and the headboard hit the wall hard. Fuck. We both stilled and waited for footsteps to come running and voices to demand to know what was happening, to intrude on our private moment.
I don't think anyone heard,
Emery whispered and kissed my neck.
Please don't leave.
I pulled out of him and brought him to the edge of the bed with his feet planted on the floor. I settled behind him, and he reached back to grab my cock and guide it inside him. He rubbed his fingers around the rim and pushed my length completely into his body.
Abe.
I know, baby. I know. I gripped his hips to keep him in place and rocked inside him hard. Over and over. My pelvis smacked into his ass, the sound mixing with our moans. I wanted to turn the lights on and see how he stretched around my cock, but we were already being loud. We didn't need to alarm anyone by light spilling up from under the door. I closed my eyes and savored the moment. The tight vice around my cock, the squelch of the lube each time I pushed into him, and the way he pressed back into each thrust.
Abe.
He chanted my name.
Please, I want to come. Harder. Oh God, yes.
He spat into his hand, and then he was jacking himself off. His breaths came out in hisses. I ran my hands under the shirt and up his chest to rub his nipples. He stiffened up beneath me. Then spasms took over. Emery collapsed on the bed, breathing hard. I pulled my cock out of him and ripped the condom off. With my right hand, I stroked myself hard. Emery flipped over.
Let me...
He took my cock and guided it to his mouth. He went to town right off the bat, sucking me down his throat. With a groan, I slid my fingers into his hair and held him against me as I fucked his throat. Almost there, I whispered and spilled into his talented mouth. He swallowed every drop and licked around the head of my cock, then released me. My legs were shaking too much to hold myself up. I dropped onto the bed next to him. Emery straddled my hips and leaned over to cuddle against my chest. Even though we didn't have time to snuggle, I'd already been in his room for too long. I wrapped my arms around him and stroked his back through his shirt. Still not enough. I needed skin-to-skin contact. I grasped the hem of his shirt and pulled it over his head. Cupping his face into my hands, I guided his lips to mine and kissed him, taking more than I should, risking more than we could both afford.
I'm glad you came, he said. I was worried you might not.
Then I'm sorry I'm late. I kissed his neck.
After that little show, you're forgiven.
I chuckled and ran my hands down his back to his ass. He squirmed against me, so I gentled my grip. Was I too hard?
It was just right, but I'm a little sore. That's twice in a day.
Thank God the darkness hid my heating face. We won't again for a while then, I said.
Says who? I love everything you do to me.
He stroked my shoulder.
Abe? What happened between you and Teresa tonight?
What do you mean?
After you left, she was drinking and seemed upset about something.
Now don't be mad, but I told her to leave you alone. He groaned.
I should be mad, but I love how protective you are. Nobody ever cared two shits about me before.
Well, I do. One day this will all be over with, Emmy. Then it will be you and me all the time. We won't have to hide anymore.
I can't wait.
I squeezed his ass. Up. You should wash up and go to bed. I'll return to the den.
You were serious about that? You don't sleep with her anymore?
I'll never lie to you, Emmy, so you can believe every word I say.
That makes me happy.
He covered my face with kisses, and I laughed.
I love you, Abe.
Damn. All I wanted to do was curl up with him in my arms and go right to sleep. I love you too. With a sigh, I got out of bed. Emery turned on the lamp, making it easier for me to find my clothes, except for my shirt.
Looking for this?
Emery had my shirt balled up into his hand, sniffed it, and ran it down his neck and chest. Heat surged down my spine. Fuck. There was no time, and it would take me a long while to become hard again. Naughty boy, I stood. Hand me my shirt.
What will I get in return?
Emery, the longer I stay, the more likely we are to get caught.
But isn't it exciting?
I groaned, leaned over him, and slammed my mouth to his in a hard kiss. He moaned and grabbed my shoulders. I reached up and snatched the shirt from his hand. Emery pouted.
Oh, I underestimated you. I didn't know you were a trickster, too.
There's a lot you still don't know about me. I kissed him again. Good night. Sweet dreams.
How can it be sweet dreams when I won't sleep in your arms tonight?
He said it playfully, but I sensed the seriousness in his question, too. I brushed my hand over his cheek. Soon, I promise. I kissed the back of his hand. He tightened his fingers around mine for the briefest moment, like he didn't want to let go. He wasn't the only one. One day, we wouldn't have to anymore.
Chapter 24. Emery. It was tough as hell enduring breakfast with Teresa playing the dutiful wife. I felt like an outsider, and her entire personality seemed to shift whenever she addressed me. Sometimes I caught her watching me, and I swore she knew what was going on between Abe and me. After breakfast, I offered to do the dishes, and while Abe and Mandy disappeared, she stayed in the kitchen with me.
I'm sorry my offer seemed to have come across as me foisting you on one of my clients. I didn't realize I was coming on so strong, she said. I attribute it to how persistent I had been in the courtroom, but I didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable. Don't worry about it. Abe helped me realize I was out of line making that suggestion, and I hope you can forgive me.
What could I say to that other than I forgave her? Sure, it's okay. She left me to finish the dishes, not even offering to help me. But deep down, I was glad. Anything to avoid being around her. After I dried the last cup, I hurried to the den, where Mandy and Abe were watching TV, since the one in the living room was still busted. He wouldn't be able to get a new one until tomorrow, and I might have been the little devil in Mandy's ear, whispering that a new episode of a show we were both obsessed with on Netflix was out. I took a seat on his left, while Mandy was on his right. Like I'd known he would, Abe handed us the remote, but instead of leaving, he remained sitting on the couch, right in the center. Despite not having a clue what was happening in the over-the-top drama show, he watched in amusement, and I felt a lot better about everything that had happened this morning. Break! Mandy paused the television and surged to her feet. I need to use the bathroom. Nobody resumes the show without me. Or else what? I challenged. Don't you dare, Emery. I laughed as she hurried from the den. As soon as the door closed, I was on Abe, my legs over his waist and my mouth on his. He shoved his big hands under the waistband of my shorts, brand new shorts his wife had loaned me, and squeezed my cheeks.
Damn, no underwear, he murmured against my lips. If we had 5 minutes.
What would you do?
Make you get it wet with your spit and then sit on it.
My mouth fell open. Abe! Footsteps approached, and I scrambled off his lap and as far away on the other side of the sofa as possible. Abe grabbed a cushion and placed it on his lap to hide his erection. Look who's joining us. Mandy walked into the den, Teresa right behind her. Now we're all here.
I should go,
Abe said, but before he could get up, Teresa plopped her ass down on the cushion in his lap and wiggled around to get comfortable. She wrapped her arms around his neck. My heart pounded in my chest, and I tore my eyes away from them. Mandy smiled at the display of affection, like a little girl who'd begged Santa to get her parents back together. Christmas had come early for her this year. She might be damned pleased, but I was seething. Emery and I can finish watching this another time, Mandy said and changed the channel to a romantic movie. This should be cute to watch. She prattled on, but I wasn't paying attention. The sight of Teresa in her husband's lap made me angry with Abe too. Why was he taking so long to tell Mandy the truth? She was getting her hopes up again that her parents would work out their differences and they would all be one big, happy family. Well, honey, Teresa shifted in Abe's lap. You seem happy to see me. Heat coursed through me. How dare she hump on the erection I'd given him? It wasn't hers to take. It was all mine, but I couldn't do a damn thing about it. Gross, Mom. Mandy pulled a disgusted face. Don't be childish, Mandy, Teresa said. How do you think you got here? Your father and I have always had amazing chemistry in bed. But we're watching the movie with the kids, Abe said. We shouldn't make them uncomfortable. Why would they be uncomfortable? We're life partners. Naturally, sex is a part of what we do. I'm sure Emery and Mandy understand that. Nope, I was out. I couldn't take any more of this torture. I don't think I can make it through this movie, Mandy. I got to my feet, not looking at Abe or Teresa. I'm going to take a nap. I had a hard time sleeping last night. Are you okay, dear? Teresa asked. I heard some sounds in the night. Was that you getting up? Yeah. I fell out of bed, but I'll be fine. Enjoy the movie. I rushed out of the den and up the stairs. Shit. I slammed the door of the guest room open and collapsed to my knees at the edge of the bed. The scent of our sex lingered on the sheets. Tears slipped from my eyes, and I clamped them shut, concentrating on my breathing. Not now. I couldn't have an anxiety attack. When I'd calmed down some, I pulled myself up and grabbed my smokes from the bedside drawer. I snuck out of the house into the pool. With a sigh, I lowered myself to sit and dangled my feet in the water. The pool wasn't heated like it had been the night of the party, but I didn't care. I lit up a cigarette. After the first few drags, I felt better. I should just go. It had been 2 days, and if Dad stayed out, we wouldn't get into a fight. Hell, I could be so quiet he wouldn't even know I was back at the house. Emery, there you are. Mandy hurried toward me with a couple of books in her arms. What are you doing sticking your feet in the water? Isn't it cold? It was. Fuck. I pulled them out and clenched the cigarette at the side of my mouth to free up my hands to rub some warmth back into them. I spaced out. I thought you were going to take a nap. I have a lot on my mind, so I got a cigarette. Gimme. She reached for the cigarette, but I smacked her hand away. No, Abe will kill you if he finds you smoking. He'd probably kill me if he knew I did too, but I'd used the excuse that he and Teresa had driven me to it. Let him try to chastise me then. Oh, help me with this. She tugged at my arm, and I got up and walked to one of the wicker chairs. What are you carrying? Our family albums. As if I wanted to see them. Why did you bring them? I wanted you to help me pick out the best photos of our family. She flicked her hair over her shoulder and grinned. Did you see my parents in the den just now? Maybe they just need a push to remind them how lucky they are to have each other, so I've decided to play matchmaker. Of course, you have to help me. She flipped the album open and turned the book toward me. You take that one and choose for me while I go through the one they started putting together when Mom got pregnant with me. Mandy, I'm not sure your parents would appreciate me going through their album. What do I even look for? And no way in hell did I want to see how happy Abe appeared in these photos with Teresa. Nonsense, you're practically family now. Just select photos of them together that will remind them how much in love they are. Get working. My stomach was in knots as I flipped through the pictures. The first ones went back as far as high school for Teresa and Abe. Though the photographs were over 2 decades old, the happiness on their faces hadn't faded. Abe looked at her the way he looked at me now. They kissed and hugged, intimately gazing into each other's eyes. Dismissing the tightness in my chest, I picked a few photos until I got to the ones from their wedding. I was jealous. Jealous of the memories they had together, of how many good years she'd given Abe. What if I didn't measure up? How could I measure up? I shoved the album back at Mandy. What's wrong? She asked. I just remembered there's something important I need to do at home. Can't it wait until after? No, I'm sorry. I really need to go. This house, the memories, it was all suffocating me. I needed to get away, clear my head and refocus. The way I felt, I shouldn't be around Abe and Teresa right now. I would only do something stupid, like show my hand. Okay, calm down. We can go tell Dad and Mom you're going. No, they're busy, right? Let's not interrupt them. I'm sure they'll understand when you tell them I needed to go. Please let them know I appreciate them letting me stay here again. I hurried inside and up the stairs and grabbed the stuff I had left in the room. Thankfully, it wasn't much. I didn't even bother to change out of Abe's shirt.
Emery.
I stiffened at Abe's voice and spun around to face him. Please don't try to stop me. I held up my hand. I can't watch you two pretend anymore. A look of panic flashed over his face.
I'll tell Mandy right now, I swear. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to lose you.
You won't lose me unless you want to, but right now I have to leave. I blinked away the tears and slipped past him, but I didn't get far. He grasped my arm and pulled me back against him. I wasn't strong enough to fight him, even if I wanted to. He tucked my head under his chin.
I understand. I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
Why does it feel that way?
He kissed the side of my face, and my knees buckled. Did he know how hard it was to ask him to let me go when I wanted nothing more than to stay? Abe, please. Someone might see. He only tightened his grip on me.
Where will you go?
Home.
Shit. I don't want you to go back there, but you can't stay here either. You'll call me if you need me.
I already need you, Abe. I promise. I just need a breather from this weekend. From you and her. I can have that, can't I? Abe released me, but didn't move away. I knew he hated the situation we were both in. It wasn't his fault his wife didn't want a divorce. I gave him my best smile. Don't worry, okay? I'll see you tomorrow morning at the usual time. He nodded, and some of the tension seemed to ease out of him. I went up on my toes and kissed his cheek. Thanks for taking all the risks you have and letting me stay here. Walking away from Abe was hard, but it became easier with each step. Mandy waited for me at my car, her face full of worry. Em, is everything okay? You've been acting weird all weekend. Don't worry, it'll all work out. Can't you talk to me about it? I brushed her hair away from her face and felt the overwhelming need to cry. She must have seen it because she threw her arms around me in a tight hug. I sniffled, trying to hold the tears back, but they spilled over my cheeks anyway. You're going to hate me, I whispered. What? She chuckled. Emery, you're being silly. I'd never hate you. I stepped back and rubbed my eyes. Behind her, Abe watched us from the front door. I'll explain everything soon. Hopefully. Eventually, Abe and I had to break the news to her. On the way home, I stopped at a fast food restaurant and got a burger and a milkshake. I didn't dare touch any of the groceries Dad had bought after what had happened last time. I handed my debit card to the cashier. I'm sorry, sir, but your card's been declined. I frowned. That can't be. Can you try it again? She scanned the card and raised her eyebrows. Declined. Again. Declined. This was the card where all my money from my Camboy activity went. Several thousands of dollars were in that account. I'll pay for it in cash. My hand shook as I gave her a $10 bill. As soon as she gave me my change, I rushed to a quiet spot and opened the banking app on my phone, my mind swirling so much it took me a minute to remember the password. I punched in the two-step verification and swallowed as the balance appeared on the screen. $6 fucking dollars. I had $6 fucking dollars in my entire account. There has to be some mistake. I hit the transaction history. What the actual fuck? There'd been a withdrawal. All my money was gone. Sir, here's your meal. Numb, I slipped my phone into my pocket, accepted the bag and shake, and returned to my car. I called my bank, but I already knew. Sir, the joint party to the account, Devin Cannon, made a withdrawal of the amount on Friday. The fucking bastard. He'd taken all my money. How could he do that? I let my phone fall into my lap, the squeaky voice of the customer service agent asking if there was anything else she could do for me. My chest rose and fell, and I inhaled too much air in shallow puffs. That money was supposed to be my way out of that shitty house. It would help me escape. Money I'd earned doing something I wasn't necessarily proud of, but what was honest work. I could have splurged on shit and even left home a long time ago, but I kept it for that day when enough really became enough and I couldn't endure anymore. I wasn't stupid. The money sounded like a lot, but I could blow through it too quickly if I even found someone willing to rent me a place without a co-signer on the lease. So I stayed put, suffering the abuse. I upended the brown paper bag and dropped the burger onto the seat. I cupped the bag over my mouth and breathed inside it. The bag expanded and contracted with each exhale and inhale. Slowly, my heartbeat returned to normal and my breathing slowed, but the episode left me exhausted.
Call me if you need anything.
I needed Abe. Instead of calling Abe, I buckled my seatbelt and pulled out of the parking lot. If I told Abe, he would get involved. If he got involved, my dad might out us. He'd already thought Abe and I were fucking long before we'd started. Abe interfering would only add fuel to the fire. When I got home, Dad's car was in the driveway. I stared at the house, dread filling my stomach. I'd wanted to avoid him, but he'd stolen my money. How could I let that slide? The second I hit 18, I should have gotten a new account instead of using the one he'd opened for me when I had my first job at 14. Now my stupidity was about to cost me everything. Inside, I followed the sound of giggling to the kitchen. A young woman who couldn't be that much older than me was loading the dishwasher. She had nothing on but a bra and a pair of matching underwear. Dad crowded behind her, holding a bottle of beer in one hand and shoving the other down the front of her panties. "Dev," she giggled. "We've already done it this morning."
Hey, I paid good money for this last night,
Dad said.
I might as well get all the use out of it I can, right?
She turned, caught sight of me, and squealed. Dad spun around. The look on his face wasn't one of hatred this time. That stupid smirk he wore was one of spite. He knew damn well what he'd done. "Who is this?" she asked. "I'm his son," I said, fisting my hands at my sides.
Now you remember your gender,
Dad flung at me.
Get the fuck out of here.
"I didn't know you had a son," she said. "A son he stole from," I said through gritted teeth. "Where's my money, Dad? You had no right to go into my bank account."
You mean our bank account? How could I have withdrawn the money if my name wasn't on the account?
As if you ever put $1 in that account. Your name was only on it because I needed a parent to open an account for me.
Sounds like your problem.
Dad pulled his companion's underwear down her ass, despite her gasp and attempt to stop him.
Now get out, unless you plan to stay so you can watch how a real man fucks a pussy. You could do with some lessons, you fat...
Dev! She pushed away from Dad and pulled her underwear up. How can you talk to your son that way? Even if he's gay, you don't need to call him that. Dad frowned.
You defending him?
You can't say things like that. Dad's face turned red, and a vein stood out on his forehead.
Don't tell me how to raise my son. Get your shit and get out. Don't forget what I paid for. Your fucking pussy, not your advice.
She paled and took a step back. Well, I'm giving it anyway. I'm sorry he has a piece of shit like you for a father. She stormed out of the kitchen, leaving me alone with him. But for the first time, I was too fucking mad to be afraid of him. I need my money, I said. All of it. Now. He laughed.
I took it for services.
What?
You think I don't know?
He snapped.
I found the videos on your fucking laptop, which I threw in the trash, by the way, along with all the camera equipment you've used to turn my house into a fucking whorehouse. So I charged you a housing fee to house your filth and you.
You took all my money, I choked out. It doesn't matter how I made it. I worked hard for that money, and you just fucking took it like it was yours. Then you destroyed my shit. How dare you?
Watch who you're talking to, boy. You know I'll knock your fucking teeth out.
I fucking hate you. I launched myself at him, but he captured the fist I flung at him, and he delivered a punch right to my cheek.
You want to fight your old man?
He shoved me hard up against the counter and hit me in the back of the head. Stop! Stop it! The woman he'd brought with him cried out. I'll call the police. I swear I'll call the police.
Go ahead. I'm sure they'd love to know the business you came here to transact. Last time I checked, it's against the law to sell your pussy, but be my guest. Call them.
A blow to my back left me so stunned I couldn't even cry out. He kicked me in the back of my knees, and my legs buckled. I tried to grab the counter to steady me, but instead, my hand landed on a pile of dirty dishes. I clenched my fingers around the top of one while the rest tumbled off the counter and shattered on the floor. Wincing, I fell on the shards of broken earthenware around me. Dad pulled back his fist. When he drew close enough, I smashed the plate into his face. His fist caught me at the temple, and my head snapped back, pain piercing my skull. I groaned and clutched my head, fighting against the darkness and nausea rising in my throat. Hands pulled at my shoulders, and I screamed. "No, it's me," the woman said. "Get up before he comes around. Let me get you out of here and to the hospital." She helped me to my feet, and I leaned heavily on her. As she led me out of the kitchen, she sidestepped my dad, unconscious on the floor. Was he dead? God, I fucking hope he's dead.
Chapter 25. Abe. Teresa. I frowned at the breakfast laid out on the island and the woman smiling at me. The wonderful aroma had lured me into the kitchen, but now that I was there, I hesitated. I didn't trust her smile.
"Good morning, darling," she said. "How'd you sleep last night?"
Fretfully. Although Emery had assured me he would get in touch, he hadn't called or texted me. Did he have second thoughts about our precarious situation and decide he didn't want to be with me after all? Or worse, what if he'd been in another altercation with his father? He hadn't answered my good morning text either, which was strange. If he didn't show up at my office this morning, as was our routine.
"Abe, I asked how you slept last night."
Teresa scowled. Okay.
"Why don't you come back to our bed? It can't be comfortable for a man your size to sleep on the sofa."
The sofa's fine. She sighed and gestured at the island.
"Well, I made breakfast. Are you going to sit and eat, or leave and let my efforts go to waste just to avoid me?"
It seemed silly to leave, since she'd gone through all the trouble. With a sigh, I pulled out a chair and sat.
"I made you a croissant breakfast sandwich. I remember how much you loved them when I made them for you."
"And then you became too busy."
"I know, but I'm trying to make it up to you now."
"It's a little too late, there." I placed a hand on hers to stop her from filling a plate for me. "Sit and eat. You have work too. I can help myself."
"I don't understand you."
She tugged her hand away and poured herself a cup of coffee.
"You complain if I ignore you, and you still complain when I don't. What do you want from me?"
"You know." I stood and got myself a cup of coffee as well. Today I definitely needed it. "I have a meeting with my lawyer on Thursday."
"You're still going through with that?"
"It is going to happen." I returned to my seat and sipped my coffee. I didn't feel hungry anymore.
"You can eat your breakfast," she said, "unless you think I'd rather poison you than let you go."
I scowled. "Now, why'd you have to say something like that?"
"Don't be so dramatic. I was joking."
"That's not something to joke about." Mandy came into the kitchen, her eyes darting from me to Teresa, and smiled a little too widely for my peace of mind. I'd noticed her matchmaking efforts, but they'd been so subtle I had let it go. From the look on her face, she had something else up her sleeve. Whatever it was, must have something to do with the book she had clutched to her chest.
"Happy anniversary!"
Shit. Was that today? My head had been filled so much with Emery and getting out of this marriage that for the first time ever, I'd forgotten the date. Teresa was smirking at me. Was this what the lavish breakfast was all about?
"I think your father forgot our anniversary, sweetie," she pouted. "And after I went through all this trouble to make him a wonderful breakfast. Luckily, I got us reservations for dinner later. I even booked a trip for all three of us this weekend."
I glared at Teresa. What the hell was she doing? Lynn's words came back to me, about Mandy taking sides. Was this what Teresa was trying to do? To make me out to be the bad guy?
"That sounds romantic," Mandy said. "But you should go, just the two of you. I wouldn't want to get in the way. I'll have Emery stay over with me, so I'm not alone." "Is that your way of saying you want some alone time with your boyfriend, too?"
Teresa asked. My whole body went stiff. She knew Emery was gay. Mandy laughed.
"Emery's not my boyfriend. He's gay. Why would you think that?" "Are you sure, honey?" Teresa asked. "You two are extremely close, and you'd make a beautiful couple. He could be bi."
What the hell was she playing at now? How could she thrust Emery at her wealthy associates one week and Mandy the next? It was almost as if she wanted to get Emery hooked up with someone. Anyone. It didn't matter who. Did she suspect the two of us were involved?
"Doesn't matter, Mom. He's gay."
Mandy smiled and placed the book she held on the table.
"I made this for you yesterday. It's for me and Emery, since he helped me pick out some of the photos from the family albums. Too bad he had to leave before I finished it."
What photos? I snatched up the scrapbook and opened it. She'd used glitter and markers to decorate the inside cover with a happy anniversary greeting. Below in her handwriting were the words that sank in my stomach like lead.
To my amazing parents, I know this year has been especially rough, but I admire how much you love each other to work through the tough times. I hope one day I'll find someone to love me the way you love each other. Happy anniversary from your favorite daughter. You always said gifts from the heart are the best, Dad, so I hope you like it.
I flipped the pages and stared at the photos of Teresa and me. Teresa came over to stand next to me. Emery helped to pick out the photos, I asked.
Yeah, right before he had to go home.
So that was it. That was what had driven him away. He'd looked so hurt and defeated when he left. I should have insisted more that he tell me what happened.
This is beautiful, honey,
Teresa said, then wrapped her arms around my shoulders.
Didn't she do a good job earmarking the key moments of our 23 years together, Abe?
Stop it. I slammed the book shut and got to my feet, shrugging Teresa's hands off me. Mandy gasped, her eyes opened wide.
Dad!
I'm sorry, Mandy, for not telling you earlier, but...
Don't do this, Abe, Teresa cried. Don't ruin our family.
Mandy took a step back.
What's going on?
We need to talk. I tried again. Please sit.
There's nothing to talk about.
Teresa hurried over to Mandy and cupped the girl's face.
Your father's having an affair, and now he wants to divorce us and be with her instead. No, I don't believe that.
Mandy pulled her mother's hands away from her face.
Dad, tell me that's not true.
This has nothing to do with who I'm seeing. I ignored Teresa and focused on Mandy. You said it yourself, that the past year has been difficult. Only it hasn't just been the past year. It's been years of our marriage deteriorating, and I can't do this anymore, pretending to be happy with your mother. I'll always love and support her, but it can't be like it was before. We'll all be much happier in the end.
How can we be happier? Teresa snapped. You're ruining our lives.
Teresa, enough! In our time together, I raised my voice to her so few times, but I was tired of her manipulating the situation. Stop capitalizing on the situation to make me out to be the bad guy.
But you are. You're the one breaking up our family.
Our family won't be broken up. It will be different, that's all. Our divorce has nothing to do with my relationship with Mandy, and if you'd stop making everything difficult, we can still be friends.
I don't want to be friends. I'm your wife.
Closing my eyes, I gritted my teeth and inhaled deeply.
Dad, you're not really serious about this, are you?
Mandy whispered. I opened my eyes, and the confusion and hurt on her face pierced my heart. I reached for her, but she stepped back. Honey, what your mother and I have left isn't how love is supposed to feel.
Is it true then? You're cheating on her with someone else?
It's complicated.
There really is someone else?
I nodded.
Who is it? Do I know her? Is she a teacher from school?
All valid questions, but I can't answer them right now. For one, I don't want the details to make our divorce messy, but as soon as it's safe for me to do so, I'll let you know. And hopefully, she wouldn't hate me or Emery.
I can't believe you!
Mandy stormed out of the kitchen, stomped up the stairs, and slammed the door. Are you satisfied now? I asked Teresa. You got what you wanted. Our daughter involved and hating me.
You saw how she's hurting. If you really love her, you'll stop this nonsense.
I'll move my things out and into the spare bedroom until I've got another place to live.
Abe!
I spun on my heels and climbed the stairs to the bedroom to get ready for work. While putting my clothes on, I checked my watch. A twinge of guilt stabbed me. After everything that had happened in the kitchen, all I could still think about was whether Emery would show up at my office at the usual time. I snatched my keys, shoved my wallet into my pocket, and strode from the bedroom. Now that Mandy knew the truth, there was no reason for me to keep traipsing in and out of Teresa's room anymore. If only I told her sooner. Now that everything was out in the open, relief flowed through me. When I backed out of the garage, Mandy's car was still in the driveway. It gave me a moment's pause. She was alone with Teresa, and I had no doubt her mother would try to gaslight her, but what could I do about it? Hopefully, when she calmed down, she would remember who had been there for her all the times Teresa put her associates' needs above ours. Her career was all her mother had ever cared about. As I walked through the school, I checked my phone. Still no message from Emery. What was going on with him? I unlocked my office door and entered, holding my breath. Sweet relief flooded my system. He was stacking the files I'd left on my desk on Friday in the file cabinet.
Abe, you still keep leaving. Oh!
I set my laptop bag down on the floor, spun the lock on the door, and hugged him from behind, practically lifting him off his feet. Emery made a choked sound and recoiled. Emery, what's wrong? I kissed the back of his neck over and over.
Nothing. My body is just a bit cramped this morning.
I tried to turn him around, but he stiffened up. Something was definitely wrong. You didn't answer my messages or my phone calls. Emery, turn around.
Just let me get these filed away for you. And my cell phone broke yesterday.
I'll get you a new one. I don't like not hearing from you. This time, I forced him to face me and shoved the drawer of the file cabinet shut. I took the files from him and dropped them on top of the cabinet. What the hell, Emery?
Abe, it's not as bad as it seems.
He held up a bandaged palm. Son of a bitch. I cupped his bruised cheek gently and brushed it with my lips. He hit you again.
I survived.
Not good enough. A hand in his hair, I guided his head to my chest. I'm going to beat the shit out of him, Emery. A shudder ran through him, and despite the bravado he'd shown me, he sniffled.
I don't want to get your shirt wet.
I don't care about that. I stroked my fingers through his hair. Emery cringed again. I carefully touched him again and felt a bump at the back of his head. Heat flushed through my body. That bastard. This has gone on long enough.
What are you going to do?
He asked. I'm going to confront him about it. Emery tightened his fingers in my shirt.
Please don't. It's already bad enough what I did to him.
What do you mean? Come, tell me everything that happened. I walked to my office chair, sat, and pulled Emery down on my lap. Grimacing, he wrapped both arms around my neck and settled his head under my chin.
If only we could stay like this,
he said with a sigh.
You're the only person in this world who makes me feel so safe.
His words broke my heart. He deserved so much more, to be loved and cherished. Tell me what happened.
I had several thousands saved up in an account for my cowboy shows. I've been frugal. Yesterday, when I discovered Dad had withdrawn all the money from my account, I confronted him at home. You can guess the rest.
Why didn't you come back? He shook his head. Mandy. I'm so sorry, Emery. I had no idea what Mandy had planned.
But I could have made up some excuse to be alone with you and kiss you till you have no doubts about us.
I stroked his back, and he tensed. No doubt he had bruises there as well. Emery, let me see.
It's not that bad.
Let me be the judge of that. He eased up away from my chest, and I caught the hem of his shirt and pulled it up his arms and over his head. His back bore the worst of the bruises. I skimmed my hand gently over the purplish skin, rage building inside me. This ends today. No one had the right to hurt anyone this way, even less so the person I loved. I placed gentle kisses along his back. He's going to regret this.
No, Abe.
He pushed his arms in his shirt and tugged it over his head.
You have to listen to me. It's sweet you want to protect me, but you confronting him will do neither of us any good. It's just been him and me since my mom left us when I was little. I barely remember her, but I sure as hell remember all the beatings he gave me. It wasn't so bad until he found out that I was gay, but he's vindictive and will out us. He's been this way for as long as I can remember. I can lose my money, friends, even my place here at this school, but I refuse to lose you, Abe.
You can't possibly expect me to ignore this any longer, Emery. I can't. I won't. Don't ask me to. He placed his forehead against mine.
You can't afford to. We can't afford for anyone to find out about us right now.
So I sit here and do nothing about it? Do you think I'll be able to sleep at night when I'm worried sick about what new bruises you'll wear next when I see you?
He won't hit me again.
That's what you've said before.
And this time, I promise that it's so. He won't ever touch me again, Abe.
And what if he does?
Then you can beat the shit out of him.
I kissed him lightly. You promise? You can't take it back.
I promise. But we'll have to face the consequences together of people finding out.
Don't worry. He won't dare say anything when I'm through with him.
I bashed him over the head with a plate, and now he's avoiding me.
You did? He nodded and grimaced, then threw his arms around me again and hugged me tight.
Oh, Abe, I thought I'd killed him. When I saw him lying there on the floor, I wanted him to be dead.
Shit. He shouldn't have to go through this.
He was behaving like a monster. He ruined my things, smashed my laptop and my cam equipment, threw all my toys in the garbage, and even cut up my skirts, blouses, and dresses.
I don't feel comfortable leaving you at that man's house, Emery. Will you grab some stuff and stay with us? I'll find a way to get the son of a bitch to return your money.
I can't.
He shook his head.
I would love to, Abe, but if we do, we're going to sneak around, and then we'll get caught. And Mandy, she's going to be hurt if she finds out that way.
She knows about the divorce. I told her this morning. Emery sat back.
You did?
Yes. He swallowed hard.
How did it go?
Honestly, it could have gone a lot better if Teresa hadn't told her I was leaving because I was having an affair.
That was a bitchy thing for her to do.
Yeah, I'm trying to be understanding, trying to put myself in her shoes and being gentle with her because I know she's hurt.
Abe.
He placed a hand on my cheek.
You know she's manipulating you to stay with her, right?
I know. I kissed the palm of his hand. But it won't work. I've already moved on. The smile on his face melted my heart.
With me?
Yes, with you. What should we do about your father stealing your money? He shrugged.
What can I do? His name's legally on my bank account.
Let me confront the bastard.
No. Everything between us is too much right now.
And you won't take your things and stay with us? You know Teresa and Mandy won't mind.
Until they catch you sneaking into my bedroom at night. I'd rather not have your wife or daughter walk in on us while we're in the middle of having sex, because I honestly don't know if I could stop. You fuck me so good, Abe.
My cock twitched, and I groaned, but didn't give in to a smug grin. Naughty boy. Do you want your ass to be sore when you're in class?
Yes, please, please, please.
Not here. I put my finger on his lips before the full pout could form. I swear when we have our own place, I will put you over my lap and spank you until you can't take it anymore.
We'll get our own place?
I've been giving it some thought. Christmas is close, so I'll stay at the house to spend the last one with Mandy before I move out. Of course, we'll have to keep quiet about it when we move in together. What do you think?
I think you're a thoughtful man to consider how tough the holidays might be for Mandy without you and to stay with her until then. I'll try not to be impatient.
Maybe we should do it sooner, since your dad's such a fucking tool.
I want you to. I dream about it a lot, just the two of us in a new apartment. But I know Christmas is Mandy's favorite holiday, and I don't want to ruin that for her this year. So, yeah, I'm okay with this.
I caught his eyes with mine and held his stare. I still think I need to have a word with your father about abusing you, but I don't want to make it harder for you. Men like him rarely change. Emery, promise me if he hits you again, you'll come to me. I don't want to see your face like this ever again. You hear me, baby? If he touches you again, I'm going to smack his head off.
Chapter 26. Emery. I shouldn't have come here. When I entered the restaurant, Mandy and the two other cheerleaders sat in a booth. Just as I got the idea to sneak back out and send her a message from my new phone that I wouldn't be able to make it after all, Mandy spotted me. She waved me over, and that was that. With a sigh, I pulled my jacket tighter to my body. It was bitterly cold outside, and walked to their table. Mandy shuffled over, creating room for me. Hey, sorry for being late. I slipped onto the seat. You're right on time, Kendra said. We were about to order. A waiter came over, and the girls ordered burgers and fries with a drink. Just a lemonade, I told the guy. When Abe had learned how my father cleaned up my bank account, he'd given me money to get through the week. Taking the money from him had been embarrassing, but when he told me I didn't have a choice, I swallowed my pride. I loved him even more for understanding how difficult it was for me to accept money from him and not feel horrible about it. He'd even turned down my offer for a blowjob and, for good measure, smacked me hard on the ass with a warning.
When you give me your body, it shouldn't be because you feel you owe me anything.
How lucky was I to have Abe in this shitty moment of my life? No one, not even Abe, realized how bad shit was. Did I feel guilty about keeping things from him? Absolutely, but I hadn't lied. He'd told me to call him if Dad hit me again, and I'd kept that promise. What Abe didn't know was that Dad hadn't hit me again because I hadn't given him the opportunity. After grabbing some of my clothes from my bedroom that Sunday we'd fought, I'd never gone back home. Emery, you okay? Mandy nudged me. Why did you just order lemonade? I'm not hungry. Had a big lunch. No wonder you're so skinny, Kendra said. You starve yourself. I didn't, but spending $12 on a burger was out of my price range. As a high school football coach, Abe earned a modest salary, and he had a daughter. I didn't expect him to provide for me. If he did that, people would be right about me being a gold digger. I'll eat when I get to the, home. I drummed my fingers on the table. Was there a reason you all wanted to meet here? Did something go wrong? Tatiana crossed her arms. Yeah, Kendra and I were talking and we feel our new routine is a little too tame for the next football game. What do you want us to do about it? Mandy asked. We figure that Miss Reed likes both you and Emery. She'll be willing to listen to you if you tell her the routine is boring. Yes, very boring, Kendra echoed. Well, it's not so bad, I said. At least the foundation is there, but we can spice things up a bit. I got an idea, Mandy said. How about we work on a routine together, the four of us, and then we can show Miss Reed the routine to see what she thinks. I love that idea. Me too. The girls chatted about cheerleading, movies, music, and cheers, while I played with the pepper shaker. What do you think, Emery? I snapped my head up. Huh? I mean, sure thing. I had no idea what I just agreed to, but how bad could it be? Great, then it's settled. We'll meet up tomorrow and practice a routine together. Shit. That's what I agreed to? I had a job interview tomorrow evening to work part-time after school and on the weekend, which meant giving up being a cheerleader. It didn't matter if I was there tomorrow or not. The waiter appeared with our food. As I come to expect from her, Mandy gave me her fries and didn't want to hear my protests. She reminded me so much of Abe then. While they ate, I sipped my lemonade, answering only if they asked a direct question. Every so often, I glanced at my phone to check the time. Well, this was fun, but we have to run. Tatiana put some cash down on the table to cover her and Kendra's order. I have to meet up with Link. Link was her boyfriend, who went to the private school I used to attend. Although we'd never run in the same circles, I knew him well enough. He was a popular lacrosse player. See you tomorrow for our rehearsal then. As soon as the girls left, Mandy's smile dropped, and she let out a long breath. I thought they'd never leave. I chuckled. You planned this meetup with them. Only because they told me it was urgent. Honestly, Emery, cheerleading is the last thing on my mind. I tensed, sensing where this conversation was going. For the past 2 days, I'd had to listen to a rant about Abe wanting to divorce her mother. Mandy, you're thinking too much. How can I not? Mom's taking Dad's betrayal badly. And you want to know what the worst thing is? Not that he's divorcing her, but that he's cheating on her. Didn't you used to wish they'd divorce because you saw how miserable your dad was and how badly your mom treated him? In the last 2 days, I'd refrained from making any comments, but I was at the limit of my tolerance. I didn't mean it. Emery, my parents love each other. Mom's willing to work on their relationship, so why isn't Dad? Why is he so set on getting rid of us? He's not getting rid of you. You'll always be his daughter. Well, if this bitch he's fucking can make him forget he has a wife, how can I not worry that soon he'll forget about his daughter, too? I hissed between my teeth. Mandy, stop exaggerating. Abe's a wonderful dad. A good dad doesn't cheat on his wife. You're mixing up the two. What he's doing with this person has no bearing at all on your relationship. Make excuses for him all you want. I'm not making excuses. Should have kept my damn mouth shut. But I'm going to find out who this slut is. She slapped her hand on the table. And I'm going to do whatever it takes to get her out of the picture. Once she's gone, Dad won't be distracted by her anymore. If you ask me, I think you should leave it alone. Can we put this aside for a minute? I have something to tell you. I can't leave it alone. Can't you see? I feel like it's my fault. So many times I'd said they should just divorce already, but they've been together all my life, Emery. I don't want things to change. I must find out who she is. For the first time since we'd become friends, Mandy annoyed me. Usually she was so perceptive. She couldn't even tell I was on the verge of freaking out. Whenever I met Abe in the mornings, it wasn't difficult to be happy with him. Abe made me feel safe. But the moment we parted, the weight of my homeless situation grew with each passing minute. I figured something out this morning, she said. Mandy, I've been sleeping at a homeless shelter, I said softly. She snapped her fingers. Dad's been leaving home earlier than usual in the mornings. Mandy, did you hear what I just said? Yeah, just a minute. Hear me out first. But from the way she dismissed what I'd said, I knew she was too caught up in her own drama to listen to me. Why would he suddenly change his routine? She put her finger on her lips. I bet he's meeting this homewrecker in the mornings before he goes to work. So you know what I'm going to do? Tomorrow morning, I'm going to tail him. I'm going to find out who she is, Emery, and when... For crying out loud, Mandy. I climbed to my feet with my fists clenched. Your mother made your dad miserable. From all you've said, your dad looks happy now. Doesn't his happiness mean anything to you? This doesn't concern you. It's between him and your mother. You're so busy plotting against him, you haven't even heard a thing I said. I can't do this with you right now, while my whole fucking life is crumbling around me. I rushed out of the restaurant, tears falling, blinding me so I narrowly avoided crashing into the door. Outside, the temperature was freezing, and I didn't wear a winter coat. Was Dad home? Maybe I could sneak in and get more stuff, warmer clothes. I could keep them in the trunk of my car with the other items I'd already taken with me. But if he was home... I scrubbed at my face and jumped into my car, adjusted the heater, and let the car warm up. My phone, the new smartphone Abe had bought me, vibrated, and I plucked it from my pocket. A sob burst out of me at the caller ID. I took several deep breaths. If I answered sounding all upset, he would demand to know what was wrong. Shit. The call rang off before I could answer it. When the second call came through, I swiped the green icon quickly. Hey, Abe.
You didn't answer the first time.
Ever since my last altercation with my father, he'd been like a drill sergeant. He called or texted me several times a day to ensure I was okay. I hated lying to him, but I couldn't go back to his house while Teresa and Mandy were there. I'd rather sleep in my car. I was with Mandy. I opened the glove compartment and took out my cigarettes. We met up with 2 other cheerleaders. I lit one of the cigarettes and took a deep drag.
How did it go?
Bad. I rubbed my nose. She suspects you're seeing someone before school starts, and she plans to follow you in the morning to see where you go.
Damn. She's barely speaking to me.
I'm sorry I'm causing you so much trouble.
Emmy, baby, you aren't. I know Mandy. She's like this now, but she'll come around. Where are you? Do you want to meet me somewhere?
I pulled the phone from my ear and checked the time. It was almost 7:30, and I had to be at the shelter at 8, or I wouldn't get a bed. But what was a bed when I could be with Abe? Only if I can pick you up, I said. And you're paying for gas. The gas prices were outrageous.
Pick me up a few houses down.
Be there in 10. I ended the call, stubbed out the cigarette, and dropped it in the cup holder. I found a stick of gum and wound down the window to get the cigarette smell out. It was fucking cold, but it couldn't be helped. Despite all the shit going on in my life, I was so excited to see Abe tonight. Chapter 27. Emery. I drove past his house and slowed. My heart hammered like crazy. On the corner stood a large figure, a hoodie covering his head. His back was to me, but I could pick Abe out at any angle. That was the broad back I'd sunken my fingernails into when he'd fucked me on his desk yesterday morning. It had been desperate and wild. My ass had been sore for the whole damn day. I'd never felt so much love, and I wasn't mixing love with sex, but whenever Abe and I fucked, it reminded me how much he loved me. A man like Abe wouldn't have touched me otherwise. He was too sincere. I stopped next to Abe. Hey there, coach. Need a ride?
Ha ha. Very funny.
He walked up to the car and got in. Our noses bumped when we met in the center and kissed like we hadn't made out already this evening after practice.
Why's your window down?
He asked.
It's so cold tonight.
I was flirting with hot guys I passed on the way here.
Emery?
He dug his finger into my side and I laughed. I'm joking. You're the only hot guy I notice.
Just drive.
Where are we going? I asked.
I don't know. You picked me up, so it's your call. Nowhere we might run into anyone.
All right, then. Kick back and relax and let Emmy take care of you. He squeezed my thigh.
You're in a good mood. You sounded so sad over the phone.
Is that why you told me to pick you up? To make Emmy happy?
Will you stop talking about yourself in the third person, you annoying brat?
Who you love so much. I sang off key.
I do.
I smiled at him. Just like that, he made my night better. I could worry about where I would sleep later. These moments were everything I lived for.
Teresa and Mandy will be spending Thanksgiving with Teresa's parents. Do you want to come over? We'll have the house to ourselves.
Play house with Abe? Hell yes. You sure you don't want to go with them?
Nope. Our parents hated that she married me when she could have done so much better. Their words. I'd rather spend the time with you than face their treatment when Teresa tells them we're getting a divorce.
I gasped. She got the papers?
Yes.
Still refusing to sign them?
Yup. But my attorney assures me she can only delay the divorce, but can't stop it from going through.
That's good then.
Very. But let's talk about something else. How have you been getting on with your dad?
I grimaced. Next topic, please.
Emmy.
He's not hitting me, I swear. I promised to tell you if he did. He sighed.
That's fair. There's a gas station up ahead. Let's stop there and fill up.
I don't think a gas station is the best place to fill me up, but whatever you say.
You know what I mean.
I laughed. Do I? At the gas station, I switched off the engine and leaned over to kiss Abe's cheek. I'll be back in a minute. Going to get what we need to fill me up.
Emery, come back here.
I jogged over to the convenience store. No one else was inside, and I hurried down the aisles and grabbed a big bag of Cheetos Puffs, a large bottle of water, a pack of wipes, and lube, then walked to the counter, where I asked the cashier for condoms. He huffed, but I glared at him, and he retrieved a box from under the counter. Thanks. I paid for my groceries, grabbed the paper bag, and rushed out of the store. Abe had moved the car. I hopped in and laid the bag on his lap. There you go. He held up the Cheetos Puffs.
I didn't know you liked these two.
They're for you. I'd noticed they were the only snacks he munched on at home.
Damn it, Emery. Thank you.
You're welcome. I backed out of the gas station and turned left.
I'm still upset with you.
My eyebrows shot up. Upset about what?
I found the cigarettes.
I groaned. Abe, don't start. They help me.
To damage your lungs. Yeah, I'm sure they do.
They keep me relaxed.
I wish you wouldn't use them. I need you to stay healthy, baby.
God, this man. When he said something like that, what other choice did I have but to stop? I opened the glove compartment, felt for the pack of cigarettes, and threw them out the window.
What are you doing?
He asked. I just quit.
Just like that?
That's what you wanted me to do, wasn't it? Or should I go back for them?
Yeah, but...
But what, Abe? You wanted me to quit, and I am. For you.
You're something else. You know that.
But you're going to have to replace the cigarettes with something else. I'm spoiled by having things in my mouth.
Well, this is too big. You might choke on it.
I laughed and reached across the console to fondle his cock. Abe groaned and batted my hand away.
Both hands on the steering wheel.
If I'm a good boy, will you spank me?
If we find some place no one will hear.
Leave it up to me. The usual makeout spots would be swarming with kids, so I turned off on a secluded road I discovered by accident the first time I'd driven out here to the old water tower to meet up with Mandy.
Where does this road lead?
Abe asked. An abandoned farmhouse. There's even a barn.
You're kidding me, right?
Nope. Another half a mile, and the dilapidated farmhouse came into view. The barn wasn't in better shape. Once I tried sneaking in there, but the structure didn't look safe, so I decided against it. It would have been the perfect spot to stay if the roof was still intact and the temperature wasn't so cold. I'd freeze to death inside, if the whole thing didn't collapse on me first. I parked next to a large tree and turned on the ceiling light. What do you think? Abe unbuckled his seatbelt.
I know I'm not supposed to ask, but have you ever brought anyone else out here?
I couldn't repress my grin. Are you jealous?
Your ass is going to be so sore.
I released my seatbelt and straddled him. No, I haven't. You're special.
Front seat's a little cramped.
He squeezed my ass.
We should adjust the seats and get into the back. Don't you youngins know anything?
I clucked my tongue. My, you naughty coach. Who said anything about getting into the back seat with you? I fake gasped. How could you propose such a thing? I'm your student, yet you want to have your dirty way with me. Abe groaned.
Keep that up. It's really turning me on.
He pushed the door open, and I tumbled out over him. While he pushed the front seats forward as much as they could go, I pulled my leggings down. The chilly night air hit my ass in the thin lace that stretched across my cheeks. No thong today.
What are you doing?
Abe asked.
You're going to freeze your ass off, Emmy.
I laughed and wiggled it. Come on, if you spank me, it won't be cold for long. Abe came up behind me. He pulled my ass toward him and nuzzled my neck.
Seriously, what am I to do with you?
I'm sure you don't need suggestions. Or do you? Abe pressed 2 fingers against my mouth. I sucked them in and promptly forgot about the cold.
You have such a bratty little mouth on you. Maybe I should keep my fingers right in there to keep you quiet.
He groped my ass with his other hand, and I moaned. He chuckled close to my ear.
Fuck, baby. Will you always be this eager for me, even after I've had you 100 times?
Yes, I'll always be horny for you. He withdrew his fingers and moved back, creating too much space between us. I whined in protest and gasped when his hand smacked the fleshy part of my ass cheek hard. Fuck. I sprang an instant boner.
That's what you wanted, wasn't it?
Yes, Abe. He twined his left hand in my hair and pulled back.
Call me Coach.
My nostrils flared. Yes, Coach.
Good boy.
He smacked my ass again, and I tried to hold back the cry.
Nobody's here but us. Let me hear you.
Okay, Coach, but maybe we shouldn't. 2 more sharp slaps left my ass cheeks burning. I welcomed the cold to cool them off. Abe clamped his hand onto my hip and yanked my waist back into his body. He had to crouch his stance for his pelvis to rock against my ass. He moaned and grabbed onto the hand still holding me by the hair. He loosened his grip. No, don't, I whispered. I like it. I like it so fucking much.
How will I know if I'm hurting you, or if you want me to stop for real?
I'll tell you, Red, I rasped. Don't stop for anything, no matter what I do or say unless you hear Red. He inhaled deeply and fisted my hair again. He rubbed it against my stinging ass, his thick cock still behind his sweatpants, teasing me. The front of my panties was wet from pre-cum, from the way he ground against me fully clothed.
Oh, fuck yes. Keep moving your hips like that, baby.
I hadn't even realized I'd been grinding back into his groin, my hips circling his cock, begging him to take me.
Oh, yeah.
Abe hissed.
Look how perfect your little ass is, Emmy. I'm going to fuck you right there in the back seat of your car.
Please, Coach. I want it so much. He tightened his grip on my hips, then released me.
Get inside.
I crawled onto the back seat on my hands and knees. With the front seats pushed forward, we had a lot more space to move around. I lay on my back, and Abe came down on top of me, his weight pressing me into the seat.
Fuck. It's been years since I've had to do this,
he said. Fuck in the back seat of a car?
Yeah. You have a dirty mouth. Did you know that? I always knew it was going to get you into a lot of trouble.
Is it now?
Can't you sense it coming?
He bowed his head and kissed me. I clutched his hoodie and shoved at it. Even in the roomier back seat, we struggled to get his clothes off. We might have done it quicker had we stopped kissing, but it seemed he'd grown addicted to my tongue, and I wasn't about to tell him he might be better off in the long run if he'd suffered through the withdrawal. When Abe's shirt came off, I ran my hands over his muscled chest. Mine, I mumbled.
So are you.
He kissed my neck.
So mine. I tried. Fuck knows I tried to keep my hands off you, Emmy, but you pushed, and you slipped through the cracks. Now, how am I supposed to live without you,
Never live without me, Abe.
I won't. I promise I won't. There's no life without you in it, baby.
Oh, Abe. I pulled his face down to mine and kissed him again, licking into his mouth and then sucking on his tongue. He pushed my right leg off the seat and cupped my cock through my underwear.
I never dreamed I'd touch another man like this before you.
And you won't touch any other, will you? I bit his bottom lip.
How can I? I can't stop thinking about you.
I'd been with men before who used flattery to get me on my knees or my back, but I sensed the sincerity in Abe's words. Sitting back, he rolled on the condom and slicked the lube down his length.
Get your panties off. Your shirt too. I want to see you in just your bra when I'm inside you.
I wiggled out of my panties and threw them on top of his head. Abe snatched them off and closed his eyes as he sniffed them.
They're wet.
That's how much I want you. You make me wet, like a horny slut.
That mouth of yours, Emery.
As he kissed me, he slipped his fingers between my ass cheeks and probed my hole. Harder. Finger me harder.
God, you're insatiable. I love how desperate you get for it. For me.
Then don't make me suffer, Abe. Fuck me already. Ain't nobody around to hear me scream while you wreck my hole.
Jesus, Emery.
I groaned. What? I'm always having to restrain myself so we don't get caught. I don't have to do that now. He removed his fingers and rubbed the head of his cock over my hole, teasing me.
This where you want it?
Yes. Don't tease me, please.
I won't. But you put it where you want it.
I brushed his hand aside, palmed his cock, and stroked him up and down, then guided the head of his cock to my hole. Today, I fucked up so many times on my flips because every time you blew that damn whistle, I got hard.
You want to blow my whistle, baby?
Oh, God, yes. He slid inside me, and I gripped his hip, pulling him as deep as he could go. Move, Abe.
I'll have pity on you.
He wasn't fooling me. Tremors ran through him. He was just as desperate for this as I was. The confined space only made us even more eager. Abe spread out on top of me, reaching one hand under my ass to hold me still. I couldn't move. Pinned under him, I could only take it all and dispel the energy he pumped into my body with loud, unfettered cries. They seemed to turn him on even more. I shouted every time he forced through my tight walls and fed me what he could of his cock while we were in this position.
Fuck, Emery,
he grunted.
It's not enough. Come here.
He pulled out, climbed out of the car, and helped me to my knees with my back facing him. I scooted down to the edge of the seat and slipped a hand between my legs to stroke my cock. Abe planted twin kisses on each of my cheeks, then filled me up again. He swore and ran his hands up my back and down to spread my cheeks. Over and over, he pumped his hips, the tempo picking up with each thrust. He caught my hips to prevent me from moving and smacked his pelvis so hard into my ass, I cried out from the pleasure pain. Yes, yes, I chanted. He pegged my prostate so good. Right there, Abe, fuck me right there. I spat in my hand and fisted my cock, stroking myself harder and faster. Bracing a hand on the seat, I closed my eyes and gasped. Fuck, oh fuck, Abe, Abe! His name rang out over the empty land. I clenched my hand into a tight fist as a wave washed over me and filled me with warmth. My body trembled under the force of it. Behind me, Abe grunted and stilled. Not for the first time, I wished he would fuck me without a condom.
Holy shit.
Abe pulled out of me and slapped my ass.
Move over, baby. Now my ass is freezing.
I shuffled along the seat to the other end, and Abe slammed the door shut after him. He grabbed the bottle of water, uncapped it, and handed it to me. Thanks. I drank slowly while he wiggled and squirmed to put back on his sweatpants. 1 foot in, he swore, and I giggled.
I don't recall them being this hard to take off.
How would you know? You were too distracted. But look at us. We didn't break anything. He grunted.
Don't speak too early. I might have slipped a disc.
You didn't.
I'm just joking, but as amazing as it was, car sex might be out of the question unless we get a truck and do it in the bed.
I'm down for that. He shook his head and took the bottle of water from me.
You're down for anything.
With you I am. He kissed me softly and handed me back the bottle. He wrestled his other leg into the sweatpants and settled them up to his waist, then adjusted the heat.
Aren't you getting dressed?
He smiled at me in amusement. I'm too comfortable. Abe picked up my legs and placed them on his lap.
Are you okay?
He snagged his hoodie from the back of the driver's seat and wrapped it around me. I am. Toasty as a baby lamb. You take such good care of me. I smiled at him lazily.
So silly.
He caressed my legs.
Emery. You never talk about your mom.
Because there's nothing to talk about.
Nothing at all.
She left me when I was a kid. She doesn't deserve me talking or thinking about her.
I'm sorry, baby.
It was a long time ago. I sighed. Mandy's lucky to have you.
You have me now, too.
I smiled lazily. Speaking of Mandy, she's probably pissed at me.
Why?
She kept going on and on about the divorce, and I might have snapped at her that you're allowed to be happy and for her to lay off you a little.
What did she say?
I shrugged. I got out of there before she could respond.
Are you worried about what she'll say when she finds out?
Aren't you? She's the only genuine friend I've ever had. I'd rather not lose her.
She's a smart girl and emotionally intelligent. I'm sure even if things are rocky at first, she'll forgive us and be happy for us.
I want to believe that so much. He tugged me into his arms.
Regardless of what happens, it's always going to be you and me.
That sounds good. You know, you shouldn't tell me these things if you don't mean forever with me.
Good to know. I'll keep saying them then.
He kissed my hair.
Have you ever thought about what you want to do after you graduate?
Besides you mean? Abe sighed.
I'm serious, you minx. I'll help you get into college, if that's what you want.
I swallowed. Actually, what I really want to do, I bit my bottom lip. I'd never shared this dream with anyone.
Is what? Come on, you can tell me anything.
I think I'd be good at interior design. I bowed my head and plucked at his hoodie around me. Maybe, who knows? It was just a thought. Abe hooked his finger under my chin and pulled my head up.
Say it again, and with more confidence this time.
I think I'd be good at interior design?
Not good enough. Again.
I exhaled slowly. I'd be fantastic as an interior designer.
There you go. What would you need to do to become one?
I stared at Abe. Was he being serious right now? No one had ever listened to me talk about my goals or dreams before, and I'd never volunteered the information. The one time Dad had asked me what I wanted to do, and I told him. He'd laughed at me.
Emmy, I'm serious.
Too choked up to speak, I buried my face into his chest and let the tears fall. He was too good to be true, wasn't he?
Chapter 28. Abe. With Mandy hell-bent on finding out who I was seeing, I left the house when her shower was running. Until Emery and I talked more about our situation, I couldn't tell Mandy about us, not to mention it being the wrong time when we were all dealing with the divorce. One thing at a time. We didn't have to rush, since we were working out how to be together without all the backlash we would both face. I arrived at my office half an hour earlier than I usually did. I looked at the whiteboard on the wall and smiled. All the eyes had whiskers made out of them. Emery was back to his mischievous self. God, I love that boy something awful. Just the thought of being without him left this Emery-sized hole in my heart. If I didn't get to be with him the way we both wanted, it would drive me crazy. I unlocked my door and pushed it open. The blinds I'd recently had installed to give us privacy when we were together were still closed. Usually, he'd drawn them back by the time I got there in the morning. For the first time, I'd beaten him here. When he arrived, we would have more time to cuddle and talk about the future. I clicked on the light and walked to my desk. What the hell? Emery lay on the floor in his sleeping bag. His clothes were draped over the desk, his backpack and shoes neatly put to the side. Everything sank in then. How long has he been sleeping in my office? My stomach churned, seeing him like this. Had he fought with his father again? Why hadn't he come to me? I closed my eyes and sucked in a painful breath, guilt clawing into me. I should take better care of him than this. Fear of discovery had kept me from doing anything that would out us, but this was unacceptable. I'm going to do right by him regardless of what happens. I can no longer bear this suffering. To avoid waking him, I put my bag down gently on the desk and sat in the chair he'd moved aside so he could position his sleeping bag behind the desk. This way, anyone who came into the office wouldn't readily see him. Was this the first time he was sleeping here? Hunched over in the chair, I balanced my elbows on my knees and watched him. A fierce protectiveness unfurled in my chest. For the first time, I realized I'd been holding back with Emery. I'd loved him cautiously, thinking so much about people discovering us that I hadn't always done what was best for him. I should have removed him from his father's house weeks ago. The sleeping bag twitched, and Emery stretched. A soft sigh escaped him, and he seemed to snuggle under the sleeping bag some more. A few seconds passed, and he gasped. Fuck! He scrambled up to a sitting position and felt around for his phone. He peered at the screen and groaned. Shit, I overslept. I'm glad you did, or I wouldn't have known. Emery froze. If the situation wasn't so serious, I would have laughed. He slowly turned to face me. Abe. Bright crimson blotches covered his cheeks. Abe, He swallowed hard, and whatever he'd meant to say never made it past his lips. He bowed his head and clenched a handful of the sleeping bag. Please don't be mad at me. I'm not mad at you, sweetheart. You seem upset. I am. At myself. My eyes burned and my throat tightened. I got up from my chair and sat next to him on the floor, wrapped him up in my arms and pulled him into my chest. I'm sorry. What? Abe, what's going on? I'm the one who slept in your office without your permission. I stroked his hair. I'm sorry I've been such a coward, taking from you and giving you little in return. Tears squeezed out of my eyes, and I let them fall. I'm so ashamed, Emery. No, Abe. What have I given you but sex? What have you given me? I pulled back and cupped his face between my hands. His beautiful face. Emery, I know you. I know how hard it is for you to get close to people, to let others in. You've been hurt so much that you put up walls to protect yourself, but you opened the gates for me. You can't begin to imagine what you brought into my life. Your love is worth way more than I've gotten from anyone in a long time, and I've taken that for granted.
Abe, please don't cry.
He brushed the back of his hands over my cheeks, wiping my tears away.
You're the strong one. I lean on you so much.
No, you're wrong. After everything you've endured, baby, there's no doubt in my mind you're the strong one in this relationship. But I'm going to do right by you, Emery. By God, I'm going to deserve you and the happiness you brought into my life.
Abe.
This time, he was the one who wrapped his arms around me and held me while I silently let the tears fall along the graceful neck I'd kissed so many times. But I'd sat back and allowed all this misfortune to happen to him. What kind of man was I? I kissed him and fucked him last night, and then went home to my cozy bed while he was sleeping on my office floor. I swear I didn't mean to let it go on for this long, I whispered. I should have stood up for you sooner. Please forgive me, Emery.
There's nothing to forgive, Abe. But I need you to stop crying so I can go wash up before people come in. I can't leave you like this, blaming yourself for what's happened. It's my shitty father's fault.
I sucked in a deep breath and used the sleeve of his shirt to dry my eyes. They were gritty, but I also felt better, and my reserve was so much stronger. Go. I took his hand and kissed the back of it. But hurry back. We need to talk. He nodded, leaned forward to kiss me, but seemed to think better of it.
Oops. Morning breath.
I caught his face and kissed him. I wouldn't have let him go any time soon if time wasn't working against us. Emery grabbed his backpack and left the office. I rolled up his sleeping bag and found a pack of cigarettes. He must have gotten them after he dropped me off last night, but the pack was unopened. I slipped the cigarettes into one of the containers in my drawer Emery had made for me. He'd looked after me so well, and what had I given him? A warm cock to fill his hole, but that was all. God, I was a horrible person. I'd taken advantage of his touch-starved nature. It didn't sit right with me. Emery returned to the office, looking more like his old self. I couldn't help staring. Not because he looked stunning as usual in a long-sleeved black and red knitted crop sweater and a pair of distressed jeans with black stockings underneath, but because he was strong enough to put himself together in such a way that no one would know of his home situation. My stomach clenched. What if his situation was even worse than he told me?
I thought you'd be mad I lied to you,
he said. I patted my thighs, and he dropped his bag and sank his ass onto my lap. I promise you I'm not mad at you. A little disappointed, yeah, but I blame myself for that.
But you're not to blame.
Tell me what happened. The whole truth. Leave nothing out. He licked his lips, his eyes darting away from me.
I haven't been back home since my last fight with Dad. If the woman he'd brought home for the night hadn't been there, he might have seriously hurt me that day. I knew I couldn't go back, that if he did, he would attack me, so I never went back.
Have you been staying here all this time? He shook his head and leaned into me to place his head on my shoulder. I tightened my hold on him. Last night I told him he was mine. This was the best I could do for him.
I stayed at a shelter. If I miss intake, then I sleep here.
Wait a minute. I frowned. You didn't miss intake last night because of me, did you? When he fell silent, I knew he had. I clamped my eyes shut. Baby.
I missed you. I wanted to be with you, Abe, and I didn't mind sleeping on the floor.
But I do. I mind very much, so we're going to fix it today.
What do you mean?
I mean, we're going to find you a place to stay.
But I don't want you to.
Enough, Emery, I said gently. I've always taken your assurances that you're fine at face value, and I finally know why. To avoid having to handle your situation and risk people asking questions about why I'm so invested in you. I don't care anymore.
But Abe, your job, and Mandy.
I'm not saying we out ourselves. We still have to keep us a secret until you finish high school, but please don't ask me not to interfere anymore. You're mine to care for, and damn it, I swear I'll make you happy.
I'm already happy.
Happier? He chuckled softly.
I can't do anything to stop, can I?
No, it's too late.
All right then.
He ran his tongue along my neck.
Want to plow me like virgin soil before class starts?
I'm sorry, but I'm not in the mood. Everything was still too raw, seeing him sleeping on the floor. I need to fix things. Can I take a rain check? Emery pulled back and scanned my face.
You never turned down sex with me.
I thumbed his pouty bottom lip. Don't sulk. I don't deserve to touch you until I make up for all my wrongs, starting with getting you somewhere to stay. Get up for a bit, will you, sweetheart?
Why? What are you doing?
He slid off my lap and I stood, removed my wallet, and thumbed through it for my credit card.
No, Abe, I don't want your money.
I took his hand and placed the card in the middle of his palm. You need it, Emery, I said gently. There's no shame in that. I want you to be comfortable coming to me with your problems and not hiding them from me. I want to take care of you as best I can. You're going to take it and buy yourself some pretty clothes and anything you need. Don't think of arguing, or I'll bend you over this desk and slap your ass with that ruler. Emery frowned.
Now I'm torn. Being bent over your desk and being spanked with a ruler sounds so hot, Abe. How can you give me a choice like this?
How about this? You take this credit card and get all the things you need, and later, when you show me all you bought, if I'm satisfied, I'll spank you. A slow smile spread across his lips. Then it dropped.
Abe.
The bell rang through the halls. Shit. We were out of time. What is it?
I don't want to stay at your house. That's why I didn't tell you, because I don't want to go back there and sneak around behind your wife's back. It'll be harder for Mandy to forgive me for sleeping with her dad if I do that.
I know. I cupped his face and kissed his forehead. Don't worry about it. You're not going back there, I promise. If I couldn't find him an apartment in short order, then I'd book him a hotel room until I did. Nothing but the best for him from now on. As long as I could afford it, he would have his heart's desire. Emery threw his arms around my neck and hugged me. I let my arms surround him with my love, caressing his slender back. Stay out of trouble, I whispered in his ear, and let me know if that priest kid still picks on you.
I think being suspended the last time set him right. He hasn't bothered me again.
He poked my stomach.
Besides, if he bothered me, what would you do? Make him run extra laps?
I caught his hand, brought his finger to my lips, and nibbled on it. His eyes went dark, and his mouth fell open. Chuckling, I released his hand. Calm down, love. Can't send you off to class with a heart on.
You know there's a way you can take care of it.
It was tempting, but I turned him around and swatted his ass. Go. By the way, what about food? He grabbed his backpack.
I got some stuff from the vending machine when I used the locker rooms to shower.
Come back here to have lunch. I'll be in a meeting, but I'll leave something nice for you, okay? He nodded, looking almost shy, then went up on the tips of his toes and raised his head. I lowered mine and kissed him softly.
I love you.
He didn't wait for me to say it back. He never had. The door closed behind him, and I stared at the spot on the floor where he'd been sleeping. Chapter 29. Abe. During my next class, I watched from the sidelines as the 9th graders completed an obstacle course I'd set up for them. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I checked the screen, and my heart skipped a beat at Lynn's name. I handed the stopwatch to the class leader, a student I'd appointed each term to assist, and stepped away to the back of the gym where I could still see them but take the call without being overheard. Hey, Lynn, what's up?
You lucky son of a bitch.
You found somewhere?
Yes. It's not an apartment, but a 2-bedroom cottage-style house. The owner died in hospice a month ago, and the kids no longer live there. They've been impatient to sell, but haven't had any luck. They're willing to rent it out ASAP.
I closed my eyes and exhaled slowly. Finally, things were turning around. When can I see it?
Are you busy now? We can go check it out.
I'm in a class, but I'm free right after.
Good. I'll text you the address and meet you there.
God, Lynn, you're a lifesaver.
Let's reserve judgment until after you see the place.
I couldn't wait to see the house. Thank God it was time to send the kids to the locker room to wash up and change. They'd helped me to put away the hoops, hurdles, and mats, so I didn't have to stay behind to do it. I hurried to my office and grabbed my keys, then signed out. The house was half an hour's drive away from the school at the other end of town. It would probably take me an hour to drive to my house, which was perfect. I needed all the space between Teresa and me right now with all the shit she was giving me about our divorce. If she ever found out Emery was the one I was with, she would lose her shit. Emery already went through so much. I wanted to spare him Teresa's wrath. She could be ruthless when she didn't have her way. It had never bothered me much before. Most of the time, she behaved like a shark in her court cases, but now we were the ones on the witness stand, and she would relish cross-examining us. I parked next to Lynn's GMC in the driveway and got out of my car. The front door opened, and Lynn walked out with a big grin on her face and her arms flung wide.
What do you think?
The house was much smaller than my current home. It looked cute. Emery would love it. I should see the inside first. I didn't want to get my hopes up. The outside seemed to have been covered with a fresh coat of paint, and the lawn was neatly trimmed, but maybe the owners had done that to distract from what the inside looked like. Where's the person managing the property?
The caregiver was instructed to give me the key. Don't worry, the house belongs to one of my exes.
She shook her head.
Such a pity. We might have worked if she hadn't moved.
This house belonged to her grandmother. I followed Lynn into the house, along a narrow hall and into the kitchen. The cupboards could do with some upgrading, and the appliances were new, but they seemed functional. All in all, it was a decent enough kitchen.
Yes, she spent a lot of time with her grandmother, which is how we met. It was an on-again, off-again relationship. Last week, we ran into each other and talked.
Her grin told me they had done more than talk.
Anyway, she's been looking to sell the place. I convinced her to rent it to you, and since I vouched for you, she agreed.
This is perfect. The house really was. The rooms weren't big. I wouldn't have a den, and the place was bare of furniture, but it was cozy. I could see myself with Emery sitting before the fireplace in the living room during winter, wrapped up in blankets and watching movies. Upstairs were 2 bedrooms, both as bare as downstairs, but they had their own bathrooms. A linen closet and a small washroom completed the second floor. We returned downstairs and walked out the screen door at the back onto a patio in a small yard. No pool, but that was okay.
It's a really nice place, and the rent she's asking isn't much, Lynn said. Plus, I'm sure she would be okay with selling to you later if you decide to make it a permanent home. What do you think?
I'll take it. I'd never signed papers for a house that fast. Teresa and I had shopped around for weeks before she'd settled on a home for us. She would never have been happy with me choosing a house for us by myself, but that didn't even cross my mind with Emery. I wanted to surprise him, to show him I meant every word I said about taking care of him. We went to Lynn's place, where I spoke with her ex-girlfriend about the property. I could see why Lynn still kept in touch with her. She was a kind, soft-spoken woman who still grieved her grandmother. We agreed on a lease period of a year. After that time, we would decide whether to extend the lease or purchase the property. I was leaning toward purchasing it. The price she was asking was ridiculously low. So low, I thought she was giving me a favorable price because of my friendship with Lynn. For now, my name was the only one on the contract, but I told her I intended to add my boyfriend's name. It was the first time I'd acknowledged Emery as my boyfriend in public, and it felt good. It felt like a future. Not just any future. Our future. I'd sent Emery a message that I would have to fulfill my lunch obligation with him another time so I could get everything wrapped up. We still needed a lot of shit, including the most important, a bed, but I didn't dare to choose those without him. That was Emery's forte. He would want to decorate the place himself, and I couldn't wait to see what he would make of our home. I arrived at school just in time for my football practice, but the keys in my pocket were worth it. We had a home. The football team didn't have a regular practice today. Instead, we talked about their expectations and fears and how to play well despite those fears. The school had yet to hire the sports psychologist I'd requested for the season, and I did what I could to motivate them. After our heart-to-heart, the boys left. Some watched the cheerleaders practice while others made plans to grab a burger. I excused myself and went to my office to lock up for the evening. Before I left, I sent Emery a text reminding him where to meet me. He sent me a picture of him, one side of his jeans pulled down to show me his left ass cheek covered in lace. I closed my eyes and exhaled softly. For Emery. I promised him I wouldn't confront his father, but I couldn't keep my word. I thought I could, but Emery's bruised body flashed through my mind, and I couldn't let it go. Emery deserved better. He deserved someone to be his voice. 20 minutes later, I arrived at Emery's home. I parked on the street. Last time his father had accused me of being on his property. I got out of the car, strode to the front door, and rang the bell. When no one answered, I hammered my fist onto the door. He had to be home. This might be the only chance I had to talk to his father, and I had to do it before Emery would get wind of it. I'd let him talk me out of it so many times, but now he wasn't with me to change my mind. The front door was yanked open, and Emery's father appeared. He was almost my height, but bulkier with large hands, tree-trunk legs, heavy waist, and a broad chest. How could a man this size think to smack Emery around? "What the fuck are you doing here?" he snapped. "The boy doesn't live here anymore. Get your fix elsewhere, you pervert. I clenched my hands into fists at my sides. I'm here to talk to you about Emery. What you gotta say to me, huh? He's your son, and... He spat at my feet. He's no son of mine. He's a pansy who deserves everything he's got. A few more months and I would have knocked him straight, but the little bitch hasn't been back since our last fight. He knows better too, after the shit he pulled. Heat blazed through me, and a cloudy haze filled my brain and distorted my vision. I slammed my fist into his face. He stumbled back, but he managed to steady himself against the wall, staring at me as though he couldn't believe I'd just hit him. Thank God once was enough. My hand hurt like hell. I entered the house and slammed the door shut behind me. No need to give a nosy neighbor a show. I hope you're listening real good, I said slowly. Emery's not your punching bag anymore. Do you hear me? You've hit and punched and slapped him once too many, and it stops today. Who the... I punched him again, and blood spurted out of his nose. He fell to his knees, clutching his nose and bleeding all over the carpet. The blood on my fist didn't matter. Nothing did except freeing Emery from this lowlife bastard. Doesn't feel good to be hit, does it? Now think about all the times you beat your son. How small he is compared to you, you piece of shit. If you ever, and I mean ever, lay another hand on him, I'll ensure you live to regret it. You can't threaten me, he groaned. I'll go to the police. Yes, please do that. I only wish I'd done that the first time I came here and you hit him. I pointed at him. You just fuck with him once more and see what I'll do to you. I wasn't a violent man by nature. God knew I wasn't, but I'd reached the limit of how much I could accept, knowing Emery had suffered without doing anything about it. It didn't feel like nearly enough. Chapter 30. Abe.
I don't know why I had to leave my car, Emery grumbled. Abe, what kind of surprise is this?
A good one. I slowed down in our new driveway and parked, acting all nonchalant, like my stomach wasn't churning and my heart wasn't pounding. This was it. What would he think of our new home? And we'll go back for your car, I promise.
We're there already?
Yes.
I have to say, Abe, when you blindfolded me and helped me into the car, I got all excited that something kinky was going to happen, but something tells me that's not it. Is it?
He pouted, and I chuckled, flexing my fingers, which still ached from punching his father earlier. I needed to tell Emery about that, but first I would show him the house. If he was happy enough, he might not be upset that I'd done something I might regret later. I reached across the console and unbuckled the seatbelt, then kissed his cheek. It's better than that. Trust me.
Better than sex with you?
He turned his head toward me.
Now I'm really curious.
Don't peek. I hopped out of the car and hurried to his side because I didn't trust him not to. He was too precocious. I opened his door and guided him from the car. Emery held onto my wrist, his grip tight.
Abe, will you tell me what it is already? Did you get me a puppy?
A puppy? He had never said anything. You want a puppy?
My dad never allowed me to have one, though I begged. I always thought I'd get one as soon as I left him.
Note to self, get Emery a puppy. Maybe sometime soon when we're not too busy with school and work. You shouldn't leave a puppy at home alone for so long.
True. Can I look now?
I stood behind him and worked at the knot at the back of his head, but as impatient as Emery was, he just yanked it down. My hands stilled on his shoulders. Surprise!
Abe, what's this?
It's our new home.
Our home?
Emery took 2 steps forward, then halted like he didn't believe it. Yes, I closed the gap between us. I talked to my friend Lynn, and she told me this house was available on short notice, as if it was waiting just for us. Emery slowly turned to me, his face white.
You mean I get to live here?
He whispered. Yes, it's your home, Emery. Our home. You never have to worry about where you're going to sleep, or if you'll make it to the shelter in time for... Emery threw himself at me and hugged me hard.
Abe! Oh, Abe, what did you do?
I got us a house, baby. He tilted his head back and looked at me with watery eyes.
I want to believe it, but I'm also scared it's not true.
I can show you the lease. I brushed the tear that rolled down his cheek. In fact, we're going to add your name to it, so you never have to doubt whether this is truly your home.
I walked back to the car, but Emery caught my arm.
No, I believe you. I just can't believe you did this in such a short time. And a house, Abe. I thought maybe a small apartment, but a freaking house?
He laughed and hugged me again, his head on my chest.
You gave me a home.
Emery snuggled against my chest, and I held him tight against me. I should have done this a long time ago, given him a safe place. When I told you I'd do right by you, I meant every word. But don't you want to look before you get all excited? Inside needs a lot of work. We don't have any furniture, and... He grabbed the back of my head, shot up on his toes, and kissed me. I kneaded his lower back and moved my lips over his, then sucked his tongue inside my mouth. He pulled back, laughing.
It's our first day on the block, and we're already giving our neighbors a show.
He turned serious, his eyes full of so much love. How could I have walked away from this boy?
I don't care about what it doesn't have. You gave me a home. That's all that matters. We can work on the rest. I'll get a job and help with everything, I swear.
You don't have to.
He shook his head. I want to. This is our life. I want to contribute to. Be my own man.
He brushed a hand through my hair.
I know how much you're giving up for me, Abe. This hasn't been easy for you, and I'll spend the rest of my life making sure that you never regret it. For giving me a chance to love you despite what everyone may say.
How can I ever regret you? I cupped his face. The only regret I could ever have is if I let you walk out of my life. If it's selfish of me to want your love and to make you happy, then I'll just be the most selfish man to walk this earth. He slipped his arms around my neck, and his radiance quelled any guilt, any shame, any anxiety I might have had about being with him. To make him smile like this every day would be enough for me. My purpose was eliciting that smile and keeping it on his face.
I, Emery Cannon, promise to love you, Abe, with all my heart, he said softly. I promise to work hard to make you proud and one day take care of you the way you take care of me now.
My heart clenched, and I tightened my arms around him. We had no audience, no witnesses, no piece of paper to sign, no object to symbolize our commitment, but none of that was needed. His worms formed a ring around my heart, and unlike the one on my finger, this wasn't so easily removed. Emery had never asked me to take my wedding band off. I released him and slipped the ring from my finger, then dropped it into my pocket.
Abe, you don't have to.
I placed a finger on his lips. It's not that I have to, but I want to. Shall we check out our home?
Yes.
He grabbed my hand and ran to the front door. Laughing, I had no choice but to follow him. As soon as I opened the door, he dropped my hand and sped off like a little kid on his first trip to a toy store. He zipped from the kitchen to the living room to the second floor, his excitement over such a simple cottage house so real it warmed my heart. This was the sort of realness I'd been missing. Teresa had been right when she chastised me for lack of ambition. I never wanted an enormous house and tons of money in the bank. I taught because I loved it. I coached because I enjoyed the game. As ironic as it seemed, the fancy corporate parties Teresa had insisted on attending never mattered to me. Our family time did. Now Mandy was my family, and Emery. For Emery, this simple cottage was his home. I could understand his feelings, given the threat of not having a roof over his head, but he was my home. He was the warm hearth at which I wanted to rest every day. If only Mandy would understand. If I had any regret, it was the way she was hurting right now. I clenched my fists. Please come around, Mandy. I love him so much. One day when you find someone who makes your heart beat the way Emery does mine, then you'll understand. How could I stop my heart from beating?
Abe, I love it.
I smiled and climbed the stairs. I found him in the bigger of the two bedrooms, lying on the floor with his arms and legs spread. I see you've claimed this one as our bedroom.
Yes.
He got to his knees and wrapped his arms around my legs.
Abe, I love you so much.
None of that. I helped him to his feet. Remember, you promised to take care of me when I'm old and not shove me into a rest home. Emery scowled and hit my shoulder.
How can you make jokes about that?
I chucked his chin and dropped a kiss on his nose. I'm just kidding, sweetheart.
Well, don't kid about that.
You're sure you like it?
Can't you tell?
Yup. If his sparkling eyes didn't tell me, the wide smile on his face would. All right, then. We need a lot of things, so let's go shopping. I frowned. I doubt they'll be able to deliver a bed tonight, though. Maybe you should stay in a hotel for a couple of days until we get everything delivered.
Emery shook his head.
We'll just spread blankets on the floor and sleep. It's not for long, and besides, it'll be fun with you.
Are you sure? He nodded. Emery was fashionable and could be extravagant, but the simplicity of his heart was so obvious. And I loved it. It also made me want to give him the best of everything.
Chapter 31. Emery. So many new things for our home. The living room was filled with curtains, bedspreads, rugs, and kitchenware, and I almost burst into tears. Our house was still bare. We'd bought the main furniture, but they would be delivered over the next couple of days. With everything he'd purchased, I worried he'd spent way too much money.
What are you thinking about?
Abe wrapped his arms around me from behind and nuzzled my neck. I smiled and closed my eyes, basking in the presence of how at ease and happy I was with him. I'm thinking there's only one fool in this world like you. Abe chuckled.
Did you just call me a fool?
You've bought a lot, Abe. Your life would be so much simpler if you haven't tried to help me all those times. Now you're doomed to spend the rest of your life with me.
Then it's a good thing I don't mind the doom.
He bit and sucked on the side of my neck, and I tilted my head back to his chest to let him have his way.
I'll gladly be a fool for you, Emmy, my love.
Who knew a jock could be so sweet and affectionate? He snapped his head back.
Is that the way you see me? As a jock?
You coach football, don't you? I spun in his arms and slipped my hands under his shirt. Besides, I'm not complaining. You're hot, coach. Am I really the only student who's ever been bold enough to hit on you?
Yes. I wouldn't have allowed it if it had happened.
Then why me?
You're special.
I leaned forward and licked his neck. I'm going to take a shower. If you want to show me how special you think I am, come and find me.
Be careful what you wish for, Emmy. You just might get it.
I grinned over my shoulder. That's what I'm hoping for. I want to get it so hard.
I'll give you a head start.
I'd brought up my toiletries earlier. While the water ran hot, I prepped for Abe, then stepped under the shower. I was soaping up when he came in behind me and closed the sliding door.
Here, let me.
He put the bottle of lube on the shelf where the shampoo and conditioner were and took the bar of soap from my hand. Abe lathered up his hands and teased my body, rubbing his soapy fingers against my sensitive spots. He circled my tight nipples, making them ache, then dipped down my chest over my stomach toward my cock. When Abe circled my hardness with his hand, I blew out a deep breath and moaned. He was plastered against my back, his cock poking me. I rubbed against it.
Emery?
Yes?
I don't want to use a condom with you anymore. Is that okay?
I stiffened for a second, but then relaxed. This wasn't just a man. This was Abe, my Abe, the man who loved me most. I nodded.
Are you sure?
I'm positive, Abe. I want to have that with only you.
It's just that I worry sometimes.
He slipped a hand behind me, inched his soapy finger between my cheeks, and probed at my hole. Worry about what?
That I'm taking advantage. You're young. So young.
Being young doesn't stop what's in my heart, silly man. His hard kiss caught me off guard. Before I could catch on, he released me.
First, I'm a fool, and now I'm silly. What's next?
Abe pushed a finger inside me, and I gasped. Said with affection, I reminded him.
Do you know you're the complete package for me, Emery? Sexy, sweet, fun, but knows when to be serious. You're loving, so damn loving and warm. Turn around.
I presented him with my back. He kissed my nape and my shoulders while palming my ass. I shuffled my feet apart to grant him access. He slipped 2 fingers inside me and slowly stroked in and out. Abe?
Yes, baby.
That feels so good.
Yeah.
I bumped my hips to his probing fingers.
You prepped yourself for me,
he said. Yes, less work for you. He chuckled.
So impatient.
He removed his fingers and took the lube. After coating his cock, he rubbed his fingers over my hole. Abe, I whined and twitched my butt.
Yes?
You're taking too long. He slipped a hand around me and cupped my cock.
Do I need to teach you patience?
He squeezed. Not today, please.
Because you're too pretty to say no to.
I knew I was above average in looks. Men had told me a million times, but when Abe said it, it felt different. Special. The head of Abe's cock strained against my muscles as he entered me. Bareback. We were skin to skin. Nothing to separate us anymore. I'm never going back. Abe pulled back and thrust inside me with one fluid movement, filling me up. I gasped. He stroked my cock and nudged me forward until I was up against the glass wall.
Hold on tight, baby.
I braced myself and arched my back. He grasped my hips, clutching me tight against him. He rocked into me with powerful thrusts, his pace unhurried but purposeful and demanding. My hands slipped along the wet glass as I hung on for the ride.
So damn beautiful.
Abe kissed my neck.
I'm glad I didn't have this with anyone else before you, Emmy. God, do you even know how much I love you?
I love you too. He rested his palm over my racing heart.
Do you swear it'll only beat for me?
Yes, only you.
I want to see you.
Abe pulled out and turned me around.
Up.
I hopped up his body, and he caught me by the thighs, then pressed my slick back against the glass and settled me down onto his cock. I wrapped my arms around his neck to steady myself and clamped my lips on his, moaning at the way he filled me up quickly. With each pounding thrust, my back slammed into the glass. Abe picked up the pace, and the smack-smack of flesh hitting flesh echoed in the small space. We kissed wildly, like our love was unbridled and untamable now that we'd had a taste of what it meant to roam free. Abe grunted, his body going rigid with each thrust. His hands tightened on my skin, and he clamped his eyes shut as he detonated, filling me with his seed.
Fuck.
He let out a puff of breath. I slicked his wet hair back from his face with one hand. Good.
Better. I'm going to put you down now.
He slipped out of me, and I clenched my cheeks. Abe lowered me to my feet and got to his knees. Abe, I don't really need to come. But his lips were already wrapped around my dick. Maybe I needed to come after all. I placed a hand on top of his head, gripped his hair, and thrust my hips. He let me use his mouth to get off. Abe, I moaned, my breath hitching. Finger me. Abe released my cock and held his fingers up.
Get them wet.
Oh, God. I leaned down and sucked his fingers into my mouth, coating them with saliva. Abe spun me to face the glass and spread my ass cheeks. He shoved 2 fingers inside my ass while he wrapped his other hand around my cock and jerked me off. Abe, I gasped and pressed a hand against the glass. Oh, God, Abe. He fingered me roughly, the squelching sound of his digits meeting his cum a sexy melody. So good. So fucking good. I'm gonna come. I cried out and clenched my fist against the glass. Cum shot onto the surface and slowly trickled down. I collapsed back against Abe, who wrapped his arms around me. Shudders racked my body. Shh. He rocked me against him and kissed the back of my neck, whispering soothing words of love until I no longer felt like such a hot mess.
Did I hurt you?
I shook my head.
Are you sure?
He stroked my back gently.
I was so rough with you, and you still have bruises from your fight with your dad.
Abe, do you trust me?
Yes.
I'm fine. I placed my head on his chest and heard the erratic beating of his heart. Abe? I'll always love you. Irrational fear clawed its way into my chest, and I struggled to breathe. No matter what happens, you're my forever home.
Nothing's going to happen. Everything will turn out fine. You'll see.
After washing up, we got dressed, then packed away the things we'd bought. We spent the rest of the evening putting up curtains, unpacking our kitchen utensils, rolling out rugs and mats, and hanging wall frames. While Abe worked on setting up the television, I created a place for us to sleep with the blankets. When I returned to the living room, he had the TV mounted on the wall above the fireplace. He beamed at me over his shoulder.
The TV's all set, but we won't be able to use it until someone comes to hook up the cable and internet, which might be a few days.
I wrapped my arms around his waist. I can be patient. He dropped a kiss on top of my head.
Are you hungry? I'm starving.
He smacked his forehead with his hand.
Emery, we forgot groceries. I'll have to.
You've done enough today, Abe. Why don't I order us a pizza? My treat. We'll hook up your laptop to the TV and watch a movie and relax.
Okay. Tomorrow I'm off work, so I'll get the groceries.
Yeah, you took the day off.
I have to meet with Teresa and our lawyers to discuss the divorce arrangements. My lawyer proposed trying to settle out of court.
How do you feel about it?
I'm not sure yet. Teresa won't make it easy for me, but I'm still hoping she'll come around.
His eyebrows knitted.
I mean, we didn't have a miserable marriage, but we weren't happy either. Everything was just stayed. We both deserve better than that.
I squeezed his hand. Let's hope for the best. What else could we do? The delivery service was quick with our pizza. We ate on the living room floor with an upturned empty box as our table. I never felt like anything was missing, not when I was sitting across from Abe in our own home. We watched another movie, me sitting in the V of Abe's legs. He would kiss my temple for no reason, or caress my arm, or slip a hand under my shirt and stroke my tummy. Little affectionate impulsive gestures he didn't seem to realize he was doing.
Did you get homework?
Abe asked when the movie ended. I wanted to lie and say no, but I couldn't do that, so I nodded. I did my homework at the kitchen table. At least the owners hadn't removed that, while Abe washed up the plates and cups we'd used by hand. The dishwasher wouldn't be delivered until the following week.
If you're finished, we'll go to bed.
Abe kissed my shoulder. So soon?
It's past 10, and we've had a big day. Not to mention you have class tomorrow.
I am a little tired. Half an hour later, though, when we'd settled on the blankets in our bedroom, I couldn't sleep, and it had little to do with the hard floor beneath us. I lay curled up against Abe with my head on his chest. Abe? I whispered. Do you think we're bad people for what we've done?
No, we're not. Do I wish it could have gone another way? Yes, but whatever we do, someone is going to end up hurt.
I'm going to be known as the one who wrecked your home.
There's no home without you in it, so what do they know?
I sighed. 90% of the time, I don't think we're bad people for falling in love, but then there's the 10% that says karma will get me for stealing someone's husband.
You didn't steal me. I walked away.
He lifted my hand to his lips and kissed the back of it.
And whatever happens, I'm here to face it with you. Now close your eyes and go to sleep.
I'm afraid to.
Why?
I'm afraid that when I wake up, this will all be a dream, and I'll wake up alone.
Don't worry so much. Sleep. When you wake up, you'll see for yourself that it isn't a dream. I'm not going anywhere. Chapter 32. Abe. Emery looked so peaceful, curled up under the blanket with his knees almost up to his chest, and I felt a smidgen of guilt when he opened his eyes after my gentle prodding.
Abe,
he murmured with a yawn. Good morning, baby. It's time to get up, or you'll be late for school. He groaned and stretched.
How long have you been up?
A couple of hours. I went out and got us breakfast.
You're so thoughtful.
He frowned.
It's our first morning waking up next to each other. I wanted to wake you with morning sex.
I chuckled. There will be many mornings together for that. Come on, hit the bathroom and meet me in the kitchen. Emery scrambled out from under the blankets, and I patted his ass when he walked by me. He grinned, looking more awake now than before. It took him almost half an hour to join me, but the sleepy look was gone. His hair was curlier than I was used to, and he didn't have on any makeup except for eyeliner. When he sat at the kitchen table, I slipped the bra strap that was peeking out back under his shirt. He'd matched it with a red skirt, a pair of black, thick knitted tights, and boots with 3-inch heels. You look beautiful. I handed him a cup of coffee. His cheeks pinkened.
Thank you. Everything smells so good.
We chatted while we ate breakfast, scrambled eggs with pancakes and donuts. Something sweet for a sweet boy.
This is so much better than sneaking off to your office in the mornings,
he said. Yeah, if we don't stop doing that soon, one of these days we're going to get caught.
I'm usually careful.
I know. It's fine. Now that we have our own place, we won't have to sneak around at school to be together.
Don't worry. I still might.
Of course he would. I couldn't even dissuade him. I enjoyed opening my office door to find him sitting in my chair. His presence always brightened my day, especially after a tough practice. Plus, he always wanted to keep my office neat and tidy. I'll see if I can get the internet and cable people to come today. I took a sip of my coffee. And don't worry, I'll sign for deliveries only, and not try to arrange anything without you.
Thank you. I want to do it.
I already knew he would. He thrived on organizing and beautifying his environment. As if him being in a room weren't enough to make it stunning. Emery leaned over the table and kissed me.
I'm so excited about doing this with you.
Yeah? How are you going to explain this to Mandy?
We're not talking so much right now, so we have time to come up with something.
I hated that they weren't talking. They'd been close since Emery started school. Maybe we should try telling her the truth.
You want to?
The longer we keep this from her, the more hurt she'll be.
You're right, but let's just take some time together living here before we tell her. I want to be happy for a while without worrying about anything else.
You deserve to be happy. We can wait a bit. Emery left for school, and for the first time, I didn't have to be uneasy about him. He had a place to live. I ensured he had money, and he was almost through with school. We were definitely moving along the right path. I spent the morning doing minor repairs on our house, and the cable and internet people told me they could fit me in today. Everything was slowly coming together nicely. I ordered some more essentials online and made a note of when shipping would be appropriate, since I didn't want our stuff left out on the porch when we weren't home. The living room sofa, chairs, and coffee table arrived on time in the morning. The delivery guys asked where I wanted them, but I promised Emery he would get to arrange the room, so I had them leave the furniture in the center. Since the rest we'd ordered wouldn't arrive until later that evening, I locked up, grabbed my keys, and headed home to change for my meeting. Teresa's car wasn't parked in the garage. I breathed a sigh of relief and let myself into the house. She hadn't responded to the voicemail I'd left her yesterday that I wouldn't be sleeping at home. I grabbed a duffel bag from our closet and threw in some t-shirts, sweatpants, underwear, and socks, then changed into a pair of dark jeans and a green shirt with the sleeves rolled up. Satisfied, I went back downstairs, but the sound of a chair scraping on the floor in the kitchen stopped me in the hall. Was Teresa here, after all? I walked back to the kitchen. What was Mandy doing here? She was in her robe, her hair unbrushed, and a hot dog on a plate before her. An open bottle of beer stood next to it. The duffel bag fell to the floor with a thud. She didn't look up. She must have known I was home. Was that the reason for the beer? Mandy, why aren't you at school? She snorted.
Why? You don't care.
Mandy, don't do this. She slapped her hands on the counter, and her nostrils flared.
Me? What am I doing, Dad? Aren't you the one who walked out on us?
Honey, I never walked out on you. I can never walk out on you. Me divorcing your mother doesn't have to affect our relationship. I'd already said it a dozen times, and I would keep saying it until she believed it.
How can it not? You didn't even bother to come home last night.
She glared at the duffel bag.
Are you leaving for good?
No, they are just some things I need for
when you stay with her.
Our relationship isn't about them, you know. I didn't want to mislead her deliberately by using the wrong pronoun. Mandy, listen to me. I love you, and nothing will change that.
You loved Mom too, but not anymore, right?
Of course I love her, just not in the way that makes a romantic relationship work. Please, don't fight me on this. I picked up the bottle of beer. Is that the reason you're drinking and not going to school? Because I expect better from you. If you have a problem, this isn't the way to solve it. Haven't you always been able to talk to me? So talk. I sat across from her. Ask me anything you want to know, but then I get to ask you a question of my own.
Who is she?
She asked. Of course, that had to be the number one question. Soon, we'll tell you, I promise, but now's not the right time.
I thought you wanted to talk, but you won't even answer one simple question.
Not that simple, Mandy. You're already having a tough time handling this. I just don't want to pile anything more on you right now. We can take our time to work through this. It's not a temporary change.
So it's someone I know, or you wouldn't hide it from me. Is it your friend, Lynn?
No, sweetheart. Lynn's not into men. You know that.
I don't know shit anymore.
I understand you're upset, but watch your mouth, Mandy. I've always treated you with respect, and I expect nothing less from you, regardless of how you feel about me divorcing your mother.
Are you really going to divorce her?
Yes. We both need to be in healthy relationships, and this is not it. How can you blame me for wanting out?
Because you didn't feel that way until this woman entered the picture.
Maybe because of them, I have the courage to do this. To say enough is enough, but our relationship has been degrading for a while. You know that.
If you loved me, you would try to work things out with Mom.
Her words lanced through my heart. Are you truly questioning my love for you, Mandy? After all I've done over the years to show you how much I do, can you really doubt that I've done the best a father could do for you?" She fell silent and lowered her gaze. Apparently, I hit a nerve. I shouldn't take her words to heart. She was only lashing out in anger.
"I don't want to be in the middle, Dad."
A sob tore from her, and tears trickled down her face.
"I don't want to be between you and Mom. Everybody expects me to take sides. If I take yours, I go against Mom. If I take Mom's, I go against you. I just want things to go back to normal."
She jumped to her feet, but before she could dash out of the kitchen, I caught her arm. "Mandy, honey, there's no reason for you to be in the center. None of it is about you. You don't have to take sides. Just love your mother and be there for her. That doesn't mean you have to hate me and not want anything to do with me. Do you hear me, Mandy? Just love us both and leave us to work through this mess, but be happy, go to class, think about your future. That's all you have to worry about."
Chapter 33. Emery. What am I doing here? I sipped my Coke, crammed into the booth between the other cheerleaders. We'd had an at-home game, and we'd lost. The defeat had been brutal. Nothing seemed to have gone right on the field, and I hadn't been able to concentrate on my steps. I'd seen how anxious and tense Abe had been throughout the game, how the loss devastated him, and I hadn't even been able to sneak off to console him during the game. It wasn't my idea to come here, but our coach had insisted that since it was my last time cheering, I should go with the group to this diner. She wanted me to tell the others I wouldn't be a part of the team anymore, rather than to leave without an explanation. Not that any of it mattered. The other cheerleaders would probably sigh in relief, and since Mandy and I barely talked anymore, maybe she would even be relieved. Instead of sitting next to her as usual, I'd claimed a spot on the other side of the table. She didn't chatter like the other girls, though. Like me, she was quiet, munching on fries and looking like someone had stolen her puppy. I lowered my gaze. It was all my fault she was so unhappy. If I had never hooked up with her dad, Abe wouldn't have fallen for me. But Mandy was the one who'd helped push us together, who'd insisted on Abe taking me home that night my father had hurt my ribs. And if I'd listened to her when she'd offered, I would still be living under their roof, with Abe sneaking into my bed in the middle of the night and likely getting caught. No, none of this was her fault. She'd been nice to me. She was a good person, and I hated that my actions hurt her. I took a bite of my burger, but it could have been sandpaper for how dry and bland it was. Could Mandy really accept Abe and me? She was responding a bit better to Abe these days, but she still gave her father the cold shoulder. They had a long way to go. I dared not think about how she would treat us both when she found out I was the reason for her parents' split, that I was the reason he no longer slept at home, even if most nights his things were still there. Over the past week, since he'd gotten us the house, he'd spent most of his time there with me. He left early in the morning, though, and went back home to change and make sure Mandy went to school. On alternating days, he had dinner with me and Mandy. Since Teresa was still rarely home and didn't cook, he didn't want Mandy to feel like she was on her own. As much as I loved having him with me, I felt less guilty when he was with Mandy. If only Mandy knew about us, then she could hang out with us and have dinner at our place, and Abe wouldn't have to wear himself out trying to please both of us. He looked so worried every time he left the house, like he thought I would get angry and leave him. And while I would never do that, it felt good knowing someone valued me so much that they worried about me leaving. I'd never had that before. "What's up with you two?" Kendra waved her hand between Mandy and me. The chatter around the table stopped, and everyone looked at us. "Did you two have a fight or something? You're acting weird." Mandy's gaze clashed with mine, and we both glanced away. "Nothing's wrong," I said. "We're fine, but I have something I want to say." "Don't you always?" someone mumbled. "We're the actual girls on the squad, and I swear people talk about you more than they do the rest of us." "Shut up, Ruby," Mandy shot back. "It's hardly Emery's fault he's an excellent dancer. Why do you always have to be so bitter and mean to him?" She didn't hate me then. A wave of guilt crashed over me. I'd been avoiding her, turning her down whenever she asked if I wanted to hang out. But what else could I do? Wasn't it better to distance myself from her before she would loathe me? I had trouble smiling at her and pretending everything was fine, when mere hours before, her dad had been in my bed doing all sorts of filthy things to me. Yeah, it was definitely better to stay away. "It's fine, Mandy," I said. "I know not everyone wanted me on the team when I joined, but thanks for giving me a shot anyway. Unfortunately, this will be my last game with you. I'm quitting cheerleading. You're quitting? Tatiana squeaked. But why? Is it because of Ruby? Because most of us don't feel the way she does. It's not because of Ruby, though she could benefit from being more open-minded. Me being a part of the cheer squad took nothing away from anyone. Except Ruby used to be the popular one before you took the spotlight, Kendra said. Well, the spotlight's all hers again. I already talked to Miss Reed about it. She wanted me to tell everyone in person, which is why I'm here. I placed a few bills on the table to cover my meal. And no, this has nothing to do with Mandy. I just have a lot going on right now and cheerleading clashes with my work hours. Working at a restaurant for minimum wage wasn't exactly what I wanted to do, but it was a start. And I'd smile my ass off for great tips. I must contribute so Abe doesn't have to handle everything on his own. That's a pity. You were really good at coming up with routines, Emery, Tatiana said. Thanks, but I think you'll all be fine. I have to go. I'll see you guys around school then. See you on Monday. But would I? I had no reason to sit at the cheerleaders' table in the cafeteria. I doubt they would have me now that I wasn't part of the squad anymore. Emery, wait! Footsteps pounded after me. I turned. Mandy was running up to me. She halted a couple of feet away, farther than she used to, and it hurt. We always hugged and walked arm in arm and fooled around. I clenched my car keys so tightly they dug into my palm. I was no longer that Emery, Mandy's bestie. I was the one who stole her mother's husband. Are you really going to quit cheerleading? She asked. You love being a part of the team. I did. It was something I'd wanted to do, but always been afraid to put myself out there like that. I'm glad I got the opportunity, but now I feel like I've outgrown it. Since being with Abe, certain things I always thought were important no longer mattered. It's because of me, isn't it? I was a horrible friend to you, and you're quitting now because you hate me. I don't hate you. Why would you think that? You've been avoiding me. She wasn't wrong. I licked my lips. Things were rough, and you had your drama with your dad to figure out while I was going through issues with mine. We needed to be apart to sort our shit out. I was thoughtless. You're homeless, and I was worried about my parents' stupid divorce. Yeah, well, no need to worry. I've got a place I can stay. Yes. Her face lit up. Where is it? Maybe we can hang out sometime like we used to. It's a bit too soon, but I'll let you know when you can come over. She frowned. Why are you being so difficult and pushing me away? I said I was sorry. It's not you, I swear. I brushed a lock of hair from her face. Would our friendship ever be the same again? Likely not. There's some stuff I'm still dealing with. Maybe I can help. I need to work it out on my own. Well, with your dad, but I can't tell you that. Okay then, if that's what you prefer. Her eyes were full of hurt, and she turned away. Mandy? She spun around. Yes? I'm really, really sorry. I swear I didn't mean for things to happen this way. What are you talking about? One day it'll make sense, and I can only hope you don't hate me for it. Emery? I got into my car and slammed the door shut, my eyes filling with tears. I wiped them away and started the car. My heart broke at the sight of her in the rearview mirror, just standing there, confused and sad. I'm really sorry, Mandy. Sorry I can't tell you what a wonderful man your father is to me. With a sigh, I pushed our conversation to the back of my mind and drove home to my man. Abe's car was in the driveway, the motor running. I parked right behind him, turned off the ignition, and jumped out. Was something wrong? I knocked on the driver's side window. The door cracked an inch, and I stepped back as he came out. What's wrong? Why are you... Ugh. Abe tugged me into his arms and hugged me tight. The game. He must still be upset about that. Hey, it's fine. You had a bad night, that's all.
I know,
he said into my neck.
But it was fucking awful. My team's never played like that before. What the hell did I do wrong?
I pulled back and cupped his face. Just a bad game, Abe. It sucks to lose, but your team will bounce back. This is just a temporary setback.
This was on our own turf. We played our hearts out during the season, and the moment we got to perform for our fans, we played the most horrible game I've ever seen in years.
Oh, Abe. Am I going to have to distract you tonight? I hate seeing you being so hard on yourself.
Did I somehow slack off because of the new job opportunity?
Now stop right there. I jammed a finger into his chest. You trained your team hard every day, and I should know because during cheerleading practice, I focused more on you than my own moves. You never slacked off one bit, so let's be kind to yourself tonight. I wrapped my arms around his neck. Anything you want, will do.
Anything?
He slipped his arms around me and slid his hands under the cheerleading skirt I was still wearing. Yes, anything. I jumped and he caught me, my legs around his waist. Can you think of something?
Your skirt is distracting. Now I'm thinking.
Thinking what?
That I've never fucked you wearing your cheerleading outfit before. And since it's your final game.
It's mine to keep, you know. I can whip it out any time.
Since you're already wearing it.
He settled his mouth over mine, and I slipped my fingers in his hair, angling my head to kiss him back. If a distraction was what he needed, I knew exactly how to give him that. Abe's hands under my skirt tightened on my ass cheeks.
I wish I dared to fuck you right here against the car,
he murmured against my lips.
But that's probably not a good idea. Let's go in.
I giggled and kissed his jaw. Sounds fun, though, but the neighbors would probably call the cops. Then we'd get arrested for indecent exposure.
Yeah, hold on tight to me, baby. I'm going to try to make it to the bedroom.
We didn't. We made it to the staircase, where I rode him until he came inside me and forgot everything but how good I made him feel.
Chapter 34. Abe. Are you nervous about today? I washed the suds from Emery's hair, comfortable doing the task as if I've been doing this all my life. His hair was so soft, it felt almost therapeutic to run my fingers through the strands. From the relaxed look on his face, I wasn't the only one enjoying it.
A little, he said. But at least my shift is during the day on the weekends.
Means I can spend the day with Mandy and have you all to myself in the evening. What do you want to do when you get off?
Why don't we play it by ear?
All right then, but I want to take you out somewhere nice for a change. Just the two of us.
Are you sure that's wise? We can't risk being seen together like that. If word gets out.
We'll be careful.
I think we should wait, he said. Soon, you'll know if you got the new job, and when you quit the high school, we won't have to worry about hiding as much anymore.
True, you're right. I kissed his temple. I just hate feeling like I'm hiding you.
Don't worry so much.
He handed me the conditioner.
Get to work. It feels so good when you do it like that. I'll never want to wash my hair myself again.
I chuckled and squirted the conditioner into my hand, then rubbed it in his curls. As long as I'm around, no problem. I can do it. The texture of your hair is so different from mine.
Are you hinting that you want to use my hair products?
God, no. I'm on the field in the sun most of the time with the football team. I'd be afraid my hair would catch fire. Emery giggled.
It's not that much.
Not much. I see the way you wield that hairspray like you're going to war. An elbow ended up in my stomach, and I laughed. It's not a complaint. You always smell nice, and there's the upside that you're so fucking adorable.
You're such a corrupt teacher.
You corrupted me. We continued teasing, which had become our habit, as we finished up in the shower. Wrapped up in towels, we entered our bedroom and got dressed. What time do you get off work again? I asked. Emery dropped the towels to the floor, showing off his slender shape. My cock twitched, and I almost reached for him. Almost. He couldn't be late for his first day of work. Working at the restaurant meant a lot to him, although I told him many times he didn't have to. He was adamant about contributing to our home. He stepped into a pair of lace panties that sat just right on his ass. I wanted to peel them down and bend him over, spread his legs, and go to town.
Are you okay, Abe?
He snapped his bra into place. At least the shirt that was a part of his uniform would conceal the undergarment. As much as I loved seeing him in nothing but a lace bra and panties, I didn't want anyone to pick on him and bully him because he loved feminine underwear.
You look a little parched over there.
I raised my gaze from Emery's pert ass. He was laughing at me over his shoulder. The minx knew how hard it was for me to keep my hands off him, how he was torturing me. I moved behind him, cupped his ass and squeezed. I shoved my finger roughly between his legs and rubbed the material right over his hole. He gasped. If you don't put clothes on, Emery, I guarantee you'll be late on your first day. He jerked away from me and scooped his pants up from the bed. He got dressed in a jiffy, then sat at his vanity to blow dry and style his hair. I'd never seen so many cosmetics in my life. Once, he'd explained what every single item was used for, but I'd stopped trying to understand after he got to the eyelash curler. Why was that even a thing? He'd batted his eyelashes at me and asked if I didn't think his eyes were pretty. I understood very little of it, but he was happy and felt good about himself wearing makeup. I never wanted to change him.
"What are you doing today?"
Emery asked. I dressed, then sat on the bed and watched him work his magic, transforming his hair from a mop of white curls to a sleek style that curled over one side of his forehead. Damn, he was sexy. Nothing much, other than dropping by the house to check on Mandy. See if she wants to do something together, although she keeps turning me down.
"Don't give up, yeah? One day she'll realize how hard she's been on you."
I won't, even if it takes decades. He frowned.
"I hope it won't be that long."
Emery unplugged his curling iron and came over to me.
"Still no regrets?"
I placed my hands on his hips. None. A few minutes later, Emery left for work at a swanky restaurant downtown. They preferred him to work during the day, since he was new, but soon he would be starting 3 night shifts. I cleaned the house and did our laundry as I waited for our new fridge to arrive. We'd discovered the freezer of the one in our kitchen wasn't working properly. After the fridge was installed, I locked up and drove by the old place. Yesterday, the divorce lawyer had contacted me to say that Teresa had changed some terms of the divorce to make it more favorable to me, but that she still held an inequitable portion of our property. He wanted to push for more, but I'd asked him to agree. I just wanted the whole thing done with. Anything for Emery not to get caught up in the mess. If Teresa found out about him before we signed the divorce papers, I would be lucky if I walked away from my marriage with even my clothes. I didn't have the energy to fight her on it either. Maybe I felt guilty about certain things, about the way Emery and I had begun, the kissing in the den, the sleeping together in the guest bedroom. Those things I was guilty of for sure. Damn it, Teresa was home. My instinct was to leave and return when she wasn't home, but I couldn't avoid her forever. We shared a daughter, and would need to talk in the future. I let myself in, then hovered in the hall. Was I even allowed to just walk in anymore? My keys still worked, but did Teresa want me to return them? Yeah, we definitely needed to talk more about how we would transition past this point in our lives. The idea of always having to ring the doorbell felt weird, but it would be the right thing to do. I no longer lived here. "Mandy," I called. No answer, but the television in the living room was on. I headed in that direction. Mandy sat on the floor, a textbook spread out next to her with a few colored pens and highlighters. Good. She was studying. When she'd skipped school the other day, I was worried she would make a habit of it. "Hey, what are you studying? Can I help, or—"
"How could you?"
Mandy scrambled to her feet. Her eyes were red and puffy, and her nose blotchy. "What happened? Why have you been crying?" I took a step toward her, but she flinched back. The last times we'd spoken, she'd carried a chip on her shoulder, but she'd at least been calmer. What was with the outburst?
"What happened?"
She slapped her hand on my chest. "Mandy, for God's sake, calm down."
"Don't tell me to calm down."
She pummeled me now.
"You're sick. You disgust me."
"Now wait a—"
"You're sleeping with him."
She was shaking hard.
"Don't you dare deny that you're sleeping with him. With Emery. How could you?"
My mouth went dry, and it was painful to swallow. She knew. Oh shit, she knew, and I hadn't told her.
You can what? Explain. How do you explain sleeping with a 19-year-old boy who needed your help?"
Tears rolled down her cheeks.
"And to know I was the one who begged you so many times to help him. Instead, you used him just like everyone else in his life has."
"I'm not using him."
"Aren't you fucking him?"
She slapped a hand over her mouth.
"God, I'm going to be sick."
Mandy rushed out the door, and I went after her. She ran into the half-bath and slammed the door shut. Loud retching followed. She hadn't been joking when she told me I disgusted her. She found the idea of Emery and me unpalatable. My stomach churned, and I closed my eyes. Fear crept inside my chest. Was this the way everyone would view me? A villain who used a young man? But I'd never preyed on him. Not once had I pursued him. But what did it matter? That was still the way they would all see me. If my daughter, who loved me, who had known me all her life, thought I'd taken advantage of Emery, how much worse would people judge me? But I love him. I truly love him. Emery's cheerful laugh tinkled in my ear. His smile as he cuddled up against me at night and whispered good night before he fell asleep flashed before my eyes. The scent of his shampoo wafted up my nostrils. The feel of his skin against mine made my hands tingle. We were happy. We were in love. I couldn't help it if other people were disgusted by that. I only knew what Emery and I had going on, and it was genuine. The bathroom door opened, and Mandy stepped out, even paler than before. She slinked past me, but I moved in front of her. "Mandy, let me explain, please."
"Are you sleeping with Emery?"
she demanded. "Yes, but it's not so simple. I love him."
"Of course you're going to say that to make yourself look better. He's a student."
"Believe me, we both know how much trouble I could be in for this."
"Then why did you do it?"
Tears welled up again.
You're like those straight men Emery tells me about who fetishizes sleeping with younger femme-looking guys. Is that it? Oh my God, how many students have you done this with?"
"Mandy, don't jump to conclusions. He's the only one."
"But he's my friend."
"I know. I never meant for it to happen." I reached out my hand, but she flinched back.
"No, don't touch me. I don't want you to touch me ever again. How are you my father? To do something like this to a kid? How would you feel if a teacher used me the way you're using Emery?"
Damn, she was hitting hard. Way harder than I'd expected. "It's different."
"How so? Because I'm a girl?"
"Emery's legally an adult. You're not." She raised her eyebrows.
"So if I were 18 and slept with a teacher, you'd be okay with that? Because I always thought Mr. Sherwood was sexy."
I scowled at her. "Now don't behave rashly because of something I did."
"So you would mind? You're a hypocrite, and I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're no longer my dad. Mom, please make him leave."
"Mom?" I spun around. How long had Teresa been there? Had she heard everything?
"It's okay, Mandy. I'll handle it. Go finish your homework."
My heart ached as Mandy walked away. I had broken the trust between us today. She thought I'd used her friend. At least she wasn't blaming Emery, although God knew what she would say to him when they finally came face to face. Would she be as unforgiving to him as she was to me? I exhaled loudly. "Now you know the truth."
Mandy found out. Good for her.
I frowned. She was oddly calm for such a revelation. Unless... "You already figured it out, didn't you?"
"From the first day that boy walked into my house, I had him pegged for trouble."
"That's why you tried to hook him up with one of your clients." She shrugged.
"A woman's got to do what she can before her man strays. Contrary to what you think, they were decent men who would have taken care of him. Unfortunately, he didn't take the bait. I didn't know he was dead set on you."
I shook my head. "If you knew all this before, why did you allow Emery to stay with us so many times?"
"Because I thought if I showed him some kindness, he would grow a conscience and know not to mess around with somebody's husband. Mandy has everything right, except she seems to think her friend is the victim. We both know he's very much the instigator."
"This isn't Emery's fault. Our marriage had fallen apart."
"You had no problem with our marriage until he came along. I just have one question."
"What is it?" She moved closer to me.
"Don't think you can lie to me either. Did you have sex with him in this house?"
I clenched my fists and dropped my gaze. "I'm sorry." I expected her slap. When she was upset, she was quick with her hands. I would gladly accept it this time. Several, in fact. I'd crossed the line. There was no excuse for it. No slap came.
"Did you fuck him in our bed?"
"No, I swear I didn't. That would have been low of me."
"Don't be so modest. You don't have much lower to go. Get out."
"Are you going to make the divorce more difficult now?" Teresa scowled.
"You have some nerve. The choice was yours. You picked that conniving little slut."
"Now don't go calling him names."
"That conniving little slut," she repeated. "He needled his way into our lives and ruined our family. Do you really think he can do anything for you, Abe? Is the sex worth it?"
"It's not just sex. I love him."
"Then you're a pathetic fool, and I hope he bleeds you dry, fucks you over, and moves on to do the same thing to the next man. You had a highly educated woman who worked hard to pull this family up with her achievements, and you walked out on that to be with a boy who sells sex online to other men."
I sucked in a deep breath. "How do you know about that?"
"Finding out things to use to discredit others is literally my job, Abe. Did you think I wouldn't find out?"
I'm just surprised you know, and yet you're willing to give up everything for him. That's in the past. I won't hold it against him. Emery has been a victim most of his life.
So that gives him a right to seduce other people's husbands.
He didn't seduce me. Get out, Abe. Don't come back. Your daughter hates your guts, and now that I've seen how stupid you are to walk away from our life, I no longer want you. I glanced toward the stairs. Mandy, I couldn't leave our relationship this way. Why did you have to tell Mandy?
I didn't. She figured it out on her own.
You expect me to believe that?
Believe what you will. Makes no difference to me. Tomorrow I'll have the locks changed, so get everything out of the house that you need. Mandy and I are fine on our own. We don't need you around here.
I wanted to argue, to demand to speak to Mandy again, and explain everything from the beginning. But what was there to add to what she already knew? Her friend needed help, and I ended up sleeping with him. Emery was a student at my school. I was a married man, and I slept with him. Maybe time would heal these wounds, but not today. There was nothing more I could do now, but I would never give up on my daughter. Somehow, we would get through this. We simply had to.
Chapter 35. Emery. Though I was tired from work, the moment I saw Abe sitting out on the patio, an extra burst of energy flowed through me. We had the whole evening to ourselves. I was looking forward to a quiet evening without interruptions. Just the two of us, away from the judgmental eyes of the world. Even if no one else was happy we'd found each other, being together would be all the happiness we needed. It had to be enough. I slid the glass door back, but Abe didn't move. He seemed deep in thought. 2 cans of beer were on the floor by his chair. He had another in his hand. Something must have happened. He never drank during the day. I slowly approached him. Abe? He snapped his head up, and my chest clenched. His eyes were red. Was it because he'd been drinking? Or had he been crying? He forced a smile to his lips.
I didn't hear you come in.
Abe, is everything okay? His throat worked furiously, and alarm bells went off inside my head. Something had happened, but why didn't he say anything?
Yeah, come here.
He patted his lap, and I went willingly. His arms came around me, and he buried his face in the crook of my neck, his body rigid and his breathing labored. Abe, what's wrong? I combed my fingers through his hair. Did I do something wrong?
No, you didn't. You're perfect. Can we just sit here for a while like this?
Sure. I missed you today. I'm so happy to come home to you. He knew that, right?
That's good. I'm happy you're home.
But he didn't sound happy. He sounded devastated, worried. What the hell had happened? Mandy. I had so many questions, but I held them back. He would tell me when he found the words. I trusted him. He was always open about things. All I needed was some patience. Time passed, and neither of us moved. I kept stroking his hair and letting him be, comforting him with my presence. Was I selfish for wanting his love? For not walking away so he could reconcile with his family? Abe, did you eat yet?
No, I was waiting for you to get home so we can eat together.
Silly man. Aren't you hungry?
Yeah, I just need you.
I kissed his temple. Is it okay if I take a shower and then we eat?
I'll come with you.
To the shower?
I don't want to be alone with my thoughts right now.
I got off his thighs and extended a hand to him. Come on then. Abe sat quietly in the bathroom on the toilet while I quickly showered, washing away the scent of food that seemed to come out of my pores. I would have loved to linger for a bit longer, but Abe's silent state worried me. He was always relaxed and smiling around me. Was he regretting us? Oh God, I can't think about that. He sat on the bed while I scrubbed my hair. Without a word, he got up, took me in his arms, and kissed me, as if it would be the last time. I dropped the towel and clung to him, responding to the desperation of his demanding lips pressing into mine with a force Abe had never treated me with. He was always gentle, even when we had rough sex. He lifted me and carried me over to the bed. He dropped me into the center and came down on top of me, then took my mouth again. I wanted to ask him what was wrong, but holy fuck, he trailed biting kisses down my neck and toward my chest. It was hard to breathe. I clutched at the sheet and gasped at his flickering tongue, lapping at one nipple, then the other. Abe traveled lower, over my belly button and down between my legs. He spat in his hand, grasped my cock, and stroked me. He raised his head. The look in his eyes shook me to the core. His gaze was so raw and honest.
Emery,
He whispered. Yes?
will you always love me,
Yes.
even if I have nothing?
Abe, what?
Please, I need to know.
I'll always love you. Always. Doesn't matter what you have or don't have. He rose over me and kissed me, shoved his tongue into my mouth. He licked inside, bruising my lips with his. I clawed his back, raking my fingers down his skin. God, how much he made me burn.
I need you.
He rasped hoarsely. I yanked the drawer open and took out the lube. He coated his dick quickly and dropped the bottle on the bed.
Need you so much, Emery.
Abe was so frantic his hand shook as he guided his cock between my legs, nudging my thighs farther apart. I braced for the intrusion, pushing out as he thrust, and with one move, claimed me entirely. I cried out and clutched his hips, stilling him to give me a second to adjust.
You weren't here today, and I felt like I was suffocating without you,
he said between kisses. He gently pushed my hands away and moved his hips back and forth.
What would I do without you, Emmy?
You won't have to do anything. I looped my legs behind his back and hung on as the bed rocked beneath us. He slipped his hands under my ass and held me in place, fucking me with swift strokes. I swear I'll never leave you.
I hope so.
He covered his body with mine.
Because everyone might hate me for loving you. I may lose everything I've built over the years, but I can take it as long as I have your love. As long as you come home to me every night. As long as we have this.
Oh, God, Abe, I cried out, clutching his broad shoulders as his thrusts became even more demanding and frantic. Every stroke hit my spot, and I forgot what we were talking about, too overcome by the pressure building inside me, filling my cock. Abe, oh my God, Abe.
Will you always want me like this, baby?
Yes, oh God, yes, Abe. I gripped him tight to me and sank my teeth into his shoulder. Shudders racked my body, and I shook against him. Abe pounded into me, slamming my hips into the bed over and over.
Fuck, Emery, baby, oh fuck, Emmy. I can't give you up. They can't make me. I just won't.
I'm not going anywhere. I stroked his back. I'll be staying right here with you, always. I promise. He squeezed me to him and came inside me. His rigid body collapsed on top of me. He started to roll off, but I clasped him to me. No, stay. I'm sorry for all the burden I've caused you.
There's no burden I wouldn't bear for you.
He nuzzled my neck, and some of the tension seemed to have left him. His soft cock slipped out of me, and I didn't bother to clench my ass to keep his cum from running out. We'll have to change the sheets anyways.
Mandy knows.
I tensed, and when he shifted off me and lay next to me, I didn't stop him. My heart slammed against my ribcage, and my lungs tightened. What?
She was upset.
Does that mean Teresa knows too?
Yeah, she's known all along.
I sat up in the bed and slicked my hair back. Oh my God.
Emery, we knew this would happen eventually. We had to tell them anyway.
I don't understand. You told them.
No, Teresa found out, but she claimed she wasn't the one who told Mandy.
You believe her?
I don't know what to think.
I buried my face in my hands. How long has Teresa known?
She said from the beginning.
All this time? And she said nothing? She must think I'm a terrible person. What did Mandy say?
She was livid. We didn't get to talk it out. I couldn't really get a word in, since she was too busy accusing me of taking advantage of you.
What?
Yeah, she claims you needed help, and I used that to get you into bed. She kept on ranting. I couldn't even say much to defend myself.
That's rubbish. You didn't use me.
You needed help, Emery. Not this complication. He sat up and rubbed my shoulders.
I love you. I threw my arms around him. Fuck what everyone else thinks. You didn't take advantage of me. I wanted you. I came onto you and didn't give you a chance to say no. If anything, I'm the one to blame. He stroked my back.
I don't want you to worry about it. Just know that Mandy may bring it up when you run into her.
Abe, I took his hand. You won't change your mind about us and leave me, will you?
Never.
He tumbled me back against the bed and kissed every inch of my face.
You're stuck with me. You just promised me you'd never leave me.
I laughed and half-heartedly tried to push him away to avoid his kisses. Everyone knows whatever is said when you're being fucked doesn't count.
No.
But in case you need to hear it again, when I'm clear-headed, I'm yours.
Yeah, we'll figure out the rest.
He placed his forehead against mine. Is that why you've been drinking? He groaned.
Yeah, hypocritical of me, since I told Mandy drinking solved nothing, but they were light beers, and I just needed to do something until you got home.
What did you think about? I inhaled deeply. Did you ever consider it might be best to leave me?
No.
Sure?
Never that. I felt awful for some of what I did, like sleeping with you in our home. It was in poor taste, even if it was convenient because we had nowhere else to be together at that time.
We can't go back to change things?
No, so we must give them the time they need to deal with this.
I'll try to avoid Mandy. What can I say to her? She was the only genuine friend I had.
Then I hope you can patch things up. It may take a little more effort on my part.
He sighed.
But we're in this for the long haul. Eventually, she'll come around.
For Abe's sake, I hoped like hell she did. I never wanted him to choose between the two of us. Mandy was his daughter, and oh God, if we ever got married, she would be my stepdaughter.
What's that look on your face?
I gave him my best puppy dog eyes. What look?
Like you had a strange thought. Tell me.
I groaned. Just thinking if we, got married, I would be Mandy's stepdad.
You want us to get married?
Abe's surprised tone and hesitancy were all I needed. I mean, not now, but someday we might, I stammered. Or not. We don't have to. But now that the idea had taken root, I couldn't dispel it. How would it feel to be Emery Cooper? To wear this man's ring and be recognized legally as his husband, despite what everyone else would think? Did he want it too? Abe looked stunned. The man's divorce wasn't even finalized yet, and I was making plans for a wedding. I should clean up again so we can have dinner. I scampered off the bed, as if I could run away from the words I'd just uttered. Chapter 36. Emery. Emery? I jerked awake. Miss Clara towered over me, a frown marring her forehead. My face burned. Shit, I'd fallen asleep in class. I'm sorry I fell asleep. I scooped my books from my desk and shoved them into my bag. Emery, is everything okay at home? Miss Clara asked. I'm not used to you sleeping in class. How could I tell her I was so anxious about running into Mandy that I slept poorly? Everything is fine. Just went to bed late last night because I was watching a movie. I gave her a sheepish smile. I promise it won't happen again. She frowned and didn't look as if she believed me. You see that you don't. It's your last year, and you need to focus on your grades so you'll graduate. Yes, Miss Clara. Thank you. She was one of the genuine teachers who gave a damn about their students. I hiked my bag onto my shoulder and walked out of the classroom. Right into Priest. Sorry. I jumped back and tried to dodge him. Since our last fight in suspension, he'd avoided me, and I preferred it that way. I tried to move past him, but he grabbed my arm. Huh. Had he always had that shiny gold bracelet around his wrist? I would never have thought him to be the type to wear that kind of jewelry.
Hey, can I talk to you?
I glanced over my shoulder, even though he was holding my hand. Me?
Yes, you. Who else?
He scowled at me. Why?
Not here.
He pulled on my arm, and unless I wanted to have my shoulder dislocated, I had no choice but to follow him. We walked along the corridor, him peering into every classroom. Priest,
This one's empty.
He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Can you let me go now? He released my hand and wiped it down his jeans. I shoved mine into my pocket and stalked to the window. What was he up to?
Where are you going?
He asked.
I'm just trying to talk to you.
The last time we had a confrontation, you wanted to smack me. I'm good over here. What did you want? Talk fast and don't waste my time.
Are you always so blunt?
Yeah? So? His face turned red, and he dropped his eyes.
I like it.
My mouth fell open. What?
I won't say it again. You tell anyone, and I'll punch you in the face.
Is that how you tell someone you like them? I scoffed. You're not 8. Excuse me if I don't believe you.
You're infuriating. and it's confusing. You're not like other guys.
What other guys?
The other guys I fool around with. They're always willing to keep their mouths shut. I can't decide with you.
Is that why you've picked on me since day one? Because I ignore you?
I don't pick on you.
I raised my eyebrows.
Maybe I did, but that was then. Before.
Before what? He scrubbed at his face.
Since I told my parents I like guys.
Oh, that was big. So fucking big I reined in my anger for all the times we'd fought, and he behaved like an asshat. He wasn't the first guy to shove me around because they were attracted to me and didn't like it. Therefore, it had to be my fault. How'd they take it?
Good, actually.
He smiled, more of a half-hearted lift to his lips, but at least it wasn't his usual scowl.
I told them everything. About you. They were shocked, but said I needed to apologize, and that if you agreed, you could have dinner with us.
Whoa, stop right there. I gripped the strap on my bag. I didn't need a lovesick priest on top of everything else. First, even if I liked you like that, it would be way too soon to meet your folks. Remember that when you meet the right guy for you.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm already with someone. He fell silent, but his face turned red and his eyes hardened. Would he return to his hateful self now?
Are you turning me down?
I'm flattered and all, and it's sweet you can man up about the shit you used to do to me, but that won't change how I feel. I'm with someone already.
Who? Someone better than me?
Was this guy for real? Who socialized him? A bear? Doesn't matter who. Just respect that and find someone else, okay? He stalked forward, fisted the front of my shirt, and yanked me toward him.
If you ever tell anyone about this, I swear I'll smack you, Emery.
Let go, priest! He grabbed my head and slammed his mouth on mine. What the hell? I stood still until he pushed his tongue into my mouth. I struggled against him, but he still clenched my shirt, making it difficult to break free. Maybe if I don't respond at all, he'll get the hint. I made my body go lax, neither fighting nor kissing him. He held me so tightly to him his erection poked my thigh.
What's going on here?
Priest sprang away from me, but his bracelet snagged my shirt, and with him trying to get away, a loud rip rented the air. Shit. A huge tear exposed my torso and the blush pink lace bra underneath. I bundled the material and hugged it to my chest, covering myself up.
It was an accident,
Priest said. His tongue in my mouth definitely hadn't been, though. The teacher glared at us.
You two, to the principal's office.
I groaned. It's a misunderstanding. We weren't doing anything.
I don't want to hear it. I'm tired of you seniors sneaking off in my classroom and treating it like a cheap motel. Get moving now.
The teacher motioned us to walk out the door, and Priest and I followed him like two scared sheep trailing behind a big bad wolf. As we made our way to the principal's office, the whispers and snickers grew louder and louder. My phone vibrated in my pocket. That damn group chat must be blowing up with all the gossip. I almost felt bad for Priest. Almost. Everyone knew I was gay, but it seemed he was now out of the closet. How could I feel bad for him when he'd forced a kiss on me? If he hadn't done that, I would still have been the weird one, and he would still have been in the closet. Suspended for a week. The principal's words echoed in my head as I drove home. No amount of explanation on my part that I hadn't invited Priest's kiss saved me from being punished for something I didn't do. According to the principal, I'd followed Priest to the classroom of my free will, which meant I had the intention to engage in sexual activity with Priest. Had the teacher not come in, we would have carried out the act. After seeing that nothing I said would get me out of trouble, I'd stopped wasting my breath, especially since Priest refused to acknowledge he was the one who'd kissed me. Of course, he wouldn't agree. He would be in even bigger trouble had he confessed to forcing himself on me. As if he was the injured party, he'd snapped at me to stay the hell away from him for the rest of the school year, then stalked off. All the messages had indeed been about Priest and me. They distorted the truth so much, the most outrageous being that I was caught having sex with both the teacher and Priest. My calls to Abe had gone straight to voicemail. On the way home, I stopped and bought a tub of Haagen-Dazs coffee-flavored ice cream. I needed comfort food. What was I supposed to do with an entire week free from school? Work more hours? At home, I sent off an email to the restaurant to let them know I had the week free so I could work during the day. I preferred the night shifts because I got more tips, but at least I would be home in the evenings. After an hour of stuffing myself with ice cream, I called Abe again, but he didn't answer. Ugh, that man. He probably had placed his phone somewhere and forgot where he put it. I swore he lost more items than I could keep track of. Had he heard about what had happened? He wouldn't believe all the rumors, would he? Messages from the group chat came pouring in, and I opened the app to mute all notifications. Oh, my God. My heart threatened to jump out of my chest. I scrolled up all the way to the last photos posted. Photos of me from my Camboy website. Where the hell did they get these? They were debating whether the person behind the mask was really me, with a majority concluding that the likeness was too similar for it not to be me. Then the name-calling started. Slut, bitch, whore. Of course I shouldn't read the messages. I knew that. Nothing good could come from it. They always grossly exaggerated the truth for laughs and popularity points. It was my old high school all over again. I bet he was the one who seduced Priest. I agree. Look at him, passing himself off as a girl with those skirts he wore. No wonder Priest fell for it.
Has anyone else fucked him yet? I bet he's good at giving head.
The comments all got a bunch of laughing emojis. Someone taunted that no one would admit it, but they were sure I'd had to have slept around. They poked at the way I dressed. Several pictures of me in my cheerleading outfit had been doctored, so I was nude. Someone had even changed my genitals. They said they would fuck me if that's how I really was. Bile rose in my throat. I vaulted off the couch to the bathroom, where I threw up all the ice cream. I hung over the toilet bowl until my stomach was empty. With a shaky hand, I flushed, then scrambled to my feet and brushed my teeth. I trudged back to the living room. My phone vibrated on the coffee table, and the screen lit up each time someone sent a message. When would they stop? A couple of hours later, Abe's car pulled into the driveway. The messages hadn't stopped, but they'd slowed down.
Emery,
Abe called. Abe was home early. I exhaled to relieve the tightness in my chest. What if he didn't believe me about Priest? I'm in here. His footsteps echoed in the hall, and the door opened.
Are you okay?
He asked. I wasn't, but I nodded. I'm fine, but they suspended me for a week. Abe swore and sat beside me on the couch.
What happened?
Didn't you hear the news? It's all over the school.
That you were caught having sex with Priest?
Yeah, that.
I don't believe it.
I inhaled sharply. You don't?
Of course not, Emmy. I want to hear from you what happened.
God, what a relief. I scrambled into Abe's lap and wrapped my arms around his neck. Oh, Abe, I didn't know if you'd believe what everyone's saying. He stroked my back.
I know you, and that didn't sound like you at all.
It's all that idiot's fault. He wanted to talk. He seemed genuine and harmless, so I went with him. Before I knew it, he was kissing me. Then the teacher walked in and wouldn't give me a chance to explain.
Fuck. He kissed you. When will he leave you alone? I think it's high time I have a talk with him.
I jerked my head back. You can't. It's not your place.
But I have to do something. You were wrongfully suspended. I'm sure I can convince the principal to reverse it.
I took his face between my hands and pressed my lips to his. It's enough that you want to stand up for me, but we both know why you can't do any of that. You can't interfere in anything at school.
I hate this for you. This is your second suspension because of it, Emery.
Let's just say I think he'll definitely be staying away from me now. My phone vibrated on the coffee table.
Aren't you going to get that?
Abe asked. No, it's not important.
What is it?
Kids from school. He frowned.
Are they talking about what happened?
I plucked at Abe's shirt. Among other things.
What else is there?
Someone's been sharing pictures from when I did the Camboy stint.
How did they find those?
Abe settled me on the couch and grabbed my phone. I didn't stop him as he scrolled through the messages. His face tightened.
I don't like this, Emmy.
There's nothing I can do about it. I pulled my legs up to my chest and wrapped my arms around them. I didn't think it would get out. My mask should have been enough.
Once you know who you're looking at, it becomes quite clear it's you.
He got to his feet and paced.
What are we going to do about it? We can't let this get out to the staff.
I'm not sure there's anything I can do. Was he having second thoughts about me? Maybe he was concerned people would think him stupid for leaving his highly successful wife for a guy who performed nude in front of a camera. I understand if you want to change your mind, I whispered. Abe stopped his pacing.
Change my mind about what?
Us.
Why would I change my mind about us?
Because of the nude pics and everyone knowing about them. You can do so much better than me.
You misunderstand.
He dropped to his knees in front of the couch.
I already know what I need to know about you. I'm worried that the pictures will make their way to the principal and you'll get expelled.
I gasped. I hadn't even thought about that. Can they do that? I made those videos on my time and they have nothing to do with the school. They can't expel me for that. Besides, I'm wearing a mask in all of them. Even if they suspect it's me, no one can prove it.
True.
Abe nodded slowly.
That makes me feel a little better. I'm still worried about the whole situation, though.
He sat back on the couch and pulled me to his side.
You didn't read all those messages, did you?
At the beginning, yes.
I don't want you to read any more. In fact, you should leave the group. You don't need that sort of negativity and cyberbullying right now.
Okay, I think that's for the best. I took his hand and slipped my fingers through his. Abe, thank you. He ruffled my hair and kissed the top of my head.
For what?
For believing me that nothing happened. I was so worried about it.
Silly goose.
He brushed a kiss on my temple.
Of course nothing happened. Do you think if I had any doubts about you or us, I would have gone this far with you? A relationship is built on love and trust, and I trust you. I only hope that you'll trust me in kind.
Chapter 37. Emery.
Aren't you working overtime this evening?
Jimmy, the cute red-headed waiter, asked. Nah, I've been doing it all week. I'm taking an early evening to go home and make dinner for Abe. Because of all the late shifts, I hadn't cooked for him once this week. He always had dinner ready when I got home. As much as I could use the extra money, I needed to make time for Abe too.
Okay, you've really busted your ass off this week.
Yeah, thanks again for helping me this week. Jimmy was a nice guy who'd been assigned the same shifts so he could teach me the ropes. I was still a newbie. At least I hadn't dropped any more dinnerware, nor had I spilled anything on the customers. My first day, a man had been staring at me so hard it had given me the willies. It had been really his fault that my hand shook so much that I placed the bowl of soup too close to the edge of the table, and it toppled down into his lap. Now I knew how to smile and repress my nerves, even when some patrons made me uncomfortable. A few times I'd been slipped cell phone numbers, or someone had made a suggestive comment. Once, a patron wouldn't stop touching me. He'd almost made me feel guilty for the big tip he'd left me, but I had done nothing wrong. I could hardly be blamed for people tipping me well. Some of the waiters who'd been working here for a while didn't seem to be too fond of me. That made Jimmy's kindness more special.
By the way,
he said,
are you going to call him?
Call who? I checked my phone. Abe had messaged me that he was going to be home about an hour later than usual. Good. I'll have more time to prepare a nice evening for us.
That last guy you served. Don't think I didn't notice the piece of paper he slipped you.
Oh, him? I threw it into the trash. Didn't even read it.
Why not? He looked rich and seemed into you.
I flashed him a smile. If I wanted to be a sugar baby, believe me, I know how to.
Sounds like you've already got someone. Do you?
Maybe. I hoisted my bag on my shoulders. What about you?
You expect me to answer when you don't give me a straight answer.
I nodded. He glanced around, then whispered into my ear. I gasped. Bruce! He clapped a hand over my mouth and put a finger on his lips.
Shush, we don't say it out loud. Damn, maybe I shouldn't have said anything. But you look like you can keep a secret.
I pushed his hand away. Don't worry, I can. I won't say anything about you banging the head waiter. I had a secret of my own that I wouldn't like anyone to find out.
It's just sex.
The wistful look on his face said otherwise. I'll see you tomorrow. He waved absent-mindedly. I slipped out the rear entrance and stepped into a cloudless afternoon. After being in the air-conditioned restaurant for so many hours, I relished the warmth of the sun on my skin. On my way home, I stopped at the grocery store to pick up a few things for dinner, as well as Abe's snacks and beer. Of course, I had to show them my ID. The guy peered at my fake ID, then shook his head like he couldn't be bothered and rang up the groceries. Abe would probably lecture me about buying beer for him, but what the hell? If the law said I could sleep with the man, I could sure as hell buy him beer. After almost 2 weeks of living with Abe, every time I parked, I had to sit for a couple of minutes and let reality sink in. Our home. Since my dad beat me, I hadn't heard from him. He seemed to have washed his hands of me, which was just as well. I'd been worried he might cause trouble for Abe and me, but so far, so good. I took a quick shower and washed my hair. I did the latter twice as much now to avoid the scent of the restaurant food clinging to me. One evening, Abe had sniffed me and jokingly asked why I made his mouth water, and he suddenly felt like eating. I'd ended up with my legs spread on the couch, my hands tangled in his hair, as he did just that. Back in the kitchen, I rearranged the pantry with a smile. Abe always shoved things back in any place he could find when he was in a rush, although lately he was trying more to remember how I organized our pantry. The ringing of the doorbell startled me. I stilled. The person on the other side of the door had the wrong house, surely. The doorbell trilled again, though. How curious. Who could be coming here? We hadn't met any of our neighbors yet. I opened the front door, and tectonic plates shifted beneath my feet. I hung onto the door. Mandy? She didn't say anything, just stood there on the step, staring at me as if I were a bug under a microscope. I steeled myself for her hateful words. She'd completely shut Abe out, ignoring his calls, and Teresa had been true to her word and gotten the locks changed. Why wasn't she saying anything? She blinked rapidly, and tears fell down her cheeks. Since this whole affair started with Abe, I'd never felt as horrible as I did then. I'm sorry. A sob tore from her, and she threw herself at me. I held up a hand to block a blow to my head, but she slung her arms around me in a tight hug. Her body shuddered from the force of her tears. I released the door, letting my arms hang limply at my sides. Should I hug her back? I didn't understand. Why was she hugging me? Hadn't she been about to hit me? To fight me for wrecking her family? Yet she clung to me, her head on my shoulder. I'm sorry, she sobbed. I'm so sorry, Emery. It's all my fault. She was sorry. What was there for her to be sorry about? I walked her into the house and shut the door. When she was like this, it was no use talking to her, so I waited and patted her back awkwardly. Friend? Step-parent? What label fit? Her shoulders calmed down, and she sniffed. She dropped her arms and stepped back, wiping her face with the backs of her hands. You must hate me, I said. Hate you? She inhaled a deep breath. I don't. I hate my father for doing this to you. What are you talking about? I feel like it's my fault. I asked him to look out for you when all along he's wanted to sleep with you, use you. It makes me so sick every time I think about it, Emery. How could he do this to you? Do what to me? I shook my head. Her words didn't make sense. What did Abe do to me? He manipulated the whole situation and took advantage of you and how badly you needed someone to help you. That was the reason she was upset? We should sit, I nudged her. I'm about to make dinner. Let's talk in the kitchen. She followed me into the kitchen and sat at the table. I handed her a bottle of water, even though she hadn't asked. She guzzled it down. I sat across from her and clenched my hands on top of the table. Mandy, is your father the sort of person to manipulate someone? She frowned. I didn't think he could be. So why do you think he's manipulating me? You're just a couple of years older than me. He could be your father. How can I not blame him for this? He should know better. What you should know is that your father's a good man. You've always seen him that way, but ever since the divorce, you've been giving him a hard time and doubting him. He's still the same man, just in love with me. Emery, she swallowed hard. And I'm in love with him. I pulled my hands into my lap. If anyone's to blame, it's me. He tried to resist me so many times, but I couldn't help the way I felt about him. You wanted this? I nodded slowly and smiled. He makes me happy, and I feel safe with him. He takes good care of me, Mandy. And you have sex? Yes. Oh, God. Mandy groaned and closed her eyes. What the hell's happening here? I don't know what to think anymore. Mom's ranting about Dad's cheating, and now you say you're in love with him. What am I supposed to feel? For what it's worth, Abe loves you and has never stopped loving you. You shutting him out has hurt him, Mandy. Really hurt him. She snorted. Well, he has you, and that has nothing to do with your relationship. You're his daughter, his only child. You were always so close, and suddenly you shut him out. He cheated on my mom with you, Emery. What else am I supposed to do? Act like nothing happened? Then I'd be betraying my mom. You wouldn't. Abe cheated on her with me. Her, not you. Let them work things out between them, but you shouldn't get involved. If I had a father like Abe, I'd never let him go. She pulled a face. That sounds weird coming from you now. Maybe, but it's the truth. And I know what a catch he is as a boyfriend too, and I'm not going to let him go. So I hope you can be okay with us. You really love him. Emery, he's so kind and considerate. Warm and loving? Yes, he's all that, and stern with me when I need him to be. She opened her mouth as if she was about to argue, her shoulders drawn up to her ears. A heavy sigh escaped her, and her shoulders fell. You're right. He's always been those things. But how can I let Mom know I'm okay with this? No one should make you feel guilty for loving your dad. I don't want to say this, but I have to. Your mother's playing on your emotions to get you on her side and not on Abe's, but you don't have to pick a side. Dad told me the same thing, but you don't know what it's like. If she badmouths Dad and I disagree and remind her that maybe the divorce is for the best because they used to fight so much, she looks at me like I'm a traitor. I'm sorry for everything. So, you're serious about my dad? She swiped a hand out. You live together? Yeah, we're serious. Will you marry him? I cleared my throat. It hasn't come up. But if he asks you, I'll say yes. Oh boy, you've fallen deep. I chuckled. I have. He's everything I could ever want in a guy, Mandy. I'm sorry about how it turned out and how we started, but I can't regret the outcome. I see. So, will you stop being mad at him? She drummed her fingers on the table. Maybe. Mandy, please, it would mean the world to him. Fine, but he's hurt Mom. If he hurts you too, his romantic relationships shouldn't have any bearing on the fact that he's an excellent father. That may be so, but you're my closest friend. She wrinkled her nose. Oh God, if you marry him for real, am I going to call you Dad too? I mean, only when we're in public, I joked. Mandy burst out laughing, her merriment soothing. Finally, things were working out. Don't worry, it's your punishment for sleeping with my father. I'll call you Daddy all the time if you get married. Don't start. You'll confuse people. She giggled. I can't wait. I sobered up. By the way, how did you find out where we live? That night when you told us you were quitting cheerleading, you were being so evasive about where you lived and so on. I got suspicious and thought you were just telling me so that I didn't worry. I followed you that night. Oh no. Abe and I had been kissing in the driveway that night. My face burned. That's how you found out? Yeah, I was shocked as hell. Had to pull over several times on the way home. I'm sorry you found out like that. I swear we planned to tell you. We just wanted the divorce to be finalized first. You should have told me from the very beginning, but I forgive you. Thank you. By the way, you don't have to worry about Priest anymore. I heard his parents removed him from the school and he's not coming back. Really? Well, that was a relief. One less thing to think about. How could I have faced him after the last stunt he pulled? Yeah, I didn't believe a word they said about you. Thank you. I stood. I should get started on cooking. Want to stay for dinner with Abe and me? She got up too. Maybe some other time. I think I still need to process everything. But I can tell your father you're not mad at him anymore, can't I? She nodded. Sure, I'll unblock him. That was savage. Yeah, well, I was horrified at the idea he'd taken advantage of you. Well, now you know better. Your father's a sweet man. Don't make me barf. She laughed and walked out of the kitchen. I should get home. But, Emery, yeah? Be careful. My mom doesn't like to lose. It couldn't have been easy for her to tell me that. I will be.
Chapter 38. Abe.
Abe?
I glanced up from the sauce I was making. Emery walked into the kitchen, dressed in black slacks and a white long-sleeve shirt. I knew he hated the uniform. He said it was boring, but he was committed to his job and contributing to our relationship.
Do you need help with anything?
he asked.
I have half an hour to kill before I leave.
Just sit here and talk to me. It came up to me and hugged me from behind.
Why are you so nervous about this? It's just Mandy. She said she would come to dinner.
Yesterday, I'd called Mandy, even though she'd blocked me, but I kept hoping. To my utter surprise, she'd answered. When I got home, I'd found out why. She'd talked to Emery, who convinced her to cut me some slack. It had been Emery's idea to invite her over for dinner. I just want everything to be perfect, the way it was before everything that happened. He kissed the back of my neck.
You worry too much. Everything is falling into place. Your divorce will be settled by next month. The college has an interest in you as a coach. Priest is out of the picture. My dad seems to have washed his hands of me. Mandy has come around, and we have each other.
Regret any part of it yet? I asked.
Nope. You?
No, never. How are things at work?
Good. I haven't made any grave errors, and the tips are great.
I bet they are. Do men flirt with you? When he fell silent, I peered over my shoulder. You can tell me.
Women, too, but I never encourage it, I swear.
Relax. Receiving tips comes with the job. I don't expect you to treat the patrons poorly because I might get a little jealous about the phone numbers I find in your pockets when I do the laundry. Emery groaned.
I forgot to throw those away. Abe, you know I'd never cheat on you, don't you? I have everything I need right here. You know me doing that cowboy stuff might seem like I'm into different men.
Hey, I'm just joking. I turned off the flame out of the pan and tugged a worried-looking Emery to me. I brushed a lock of hair out of his eyes. He needed a trim, but the strands obscuring his eyes were cute. Listen, I trust you wholeheartedly, and unless you did something to break that trust, I'm going to believe in you and us.
Please.
He circled my neck with his arms.
I'd be too afraid to hurt and lose you to do anything stupid with anyone.
I lowered my head and kissed him. Sweet Emery. He shoved his tongue into my mouth, and I rubbed my hands down his back and down to his full ass. We hadn't been together long, but we'd had sex too many times to count. Emery matched my sexual needs in every way. He was a little tiger in bed and a pussycat in the aftermath. The doorbell rang, and Emery pulled back.
That must be Mandy. I'll go get the door.
Damn. Why hadn't I done this when Emery was off work? Then things wouldn't be so awkward with the three of us. Emery could be our buffer, someone to keep the conversation flowing. Some of the things Mandy had said to me had hurt. Did she really believe the painful words? That I would manipulate and use Emery? The two came into the kitchen, Emery following Mandy. Sweetheart, you're here. I took a few steps toward her and stopped. I'm glad you could make it.
I promised Emery I'd make an effort.
She shrugged out of her coat, and Emery took it from her.
Let me put this in the closet.
Left alone with Mandy, I floundered. What to say to her? I'd apologized enough, hadn't I? I'm glad you're here, Mandy. Emery helped me to make dinner, but he's not staying. He has a night shift.
I thought you were taking care of him. Why does he have to work so hard when he has school?
He doesn't have to, but he wants to. You know Emery.
I thought I did.
She ran her fingers over the back of the chair.
But maybe not so well, given where he ended up.
It's not his fault.
I'm not blaming anyone. Maybe we don't have to talk about this. Can we just move past it?
Of course. I'm almost finished with dinner. Do you want to eat here or in the dining room?
Here's fine. It's a cute little kitchen.
Emery fixed the place for us. He has a knack for decorating and did an excellent job. I chuckled. If he ever leaves me, it's because I don't put things back where they're supposed to go.
Silly. Why would I leave you for that?
Emery swooped back in.
I have other ways of making you suffer.
He threw his arms around me. We'd never talked about how to act in front of Mandy, but his affection shouldn't have taken me by surprise. If not for hiding our relationship when we were in public, he would touch me all the time. It was one of the things I loved about our relationship, how easy it was to be together. Are you leaving now? I asked.
Yes, though I wish I could stay. Maybe some other time when I'm off.
I stroked his cheek. Take care of yourself. I dropped a kiss on his lips, not a full tongue-waging war one, but long enough for Mandy to get the idea. This was real. Our love for each other was genuine, and as soon as Emery had graduated and I'd got a new job, we wouldn't hide it anymore.
See you later.
Emery released me.
You two have fun.
Emery left, leaving us in silence. Mandy shifted on her chair, but at least she wasn't making that barf face she had when she had confronted me about being with her best friend. "Help me set the table." She nodded, and we worked quietly together. I'd made her favorite dish, lemon butterfish with roasted potatoes and grilled vegetables. "Emery cooked the fish. What do you think?" She took a bite and nodded.
"It's good. Didn't know he could cook."
"Things have been different. We cook together, and he always wants to learn, so I don't have to cook all the time. Yesterday, I'd come home not only to the news that Mandy and Emery had reconciled, but also to a delicious dinner. And after, well, he'd made quite a dessert in the bedroom."
"You seem to get along great."
"We do. It's just easy with him, simpler. I could be myself, and seeing him so happy makes everything worth it."
"It's good that you're both happy."
"I hope you can be too."
"It's hard being home alone with Mom."
"We have a guest room if you ever want to sleep over. I'm sure Emery would be okay with that."
"Maybe sometime in the future. Mom wouldn't like that right now."
I bit back my disappointment. "I understand. Just know the offer is there." I stirred the vegetables on my plate. "How's your mother doing? I really hope we can be cordial to each other again."
"I don't know. She's hardly ever home. She spends a lot of time at the office. I think she's looking to start her own practice since they screwed her over and didn't make her partner."
"They should have. She's the best damn lawyer they have, and she's given so much to that firm. Good for her if she's really striking out on her own. Her clients will follow her for sure."
"I wish we weren't going to Grandma's for Thanksgiving next week." "What are you and Emery doing?"
"We haven't decided yet, but more than likely, it'll just be the two of us. Or I'll invite Lynn so Emery doesn't tire of seeing just my face. Sometimes I worry he's settling down at such a young age, when boys should be exploring, finding themselves. I wish he would quit his job and stop thinking so much about contributing. He should go out with you and have fun." "Will you still invite him to parties?"
"Sure, but he seems happier now than I've ever seen him since he started school. I was wrong for accusing you of preying on him."
"I admit it hurt you thought I could be that cruel to use someone," I said.
"I didn't know what else to think. Emery showed no signs that he was into you, and suddenly you're together. I know he had problems at home, so I'm sorry. You've never been a bad person, and I thought the worst of you."
"It's okay. It's behind us now. Just promise me in the future to talk to me about what's bothering you. I won't hide anything from you now that everything is out."
"Okay, but aren't you afraid for your job? What if someone finds out? People will think the same thing I did, or that Emery's using you for your money."
I chuckled. "What money? We make do. We're not living an extravagant life. And yes, I worry about my job, but I have an interview the day after tomorrow, so I might resign soon. When I do, I won't have to worry so much anymore."
"You do?"
"Yes, we just need to make it through the year, and everything will be fine."
"Well, I'm glad he's happy. No one deserves to be happy like Em, and I know you'll take care of him. And since he's in love with you,"
she shrugged,
"you've got each other."
"Exactly. Are you keeping up with your classes? We talked enough about Emery and me. I didn't want her to think all I could talk about was my relationship with her friend."
"Yeah, I thought I flunked a test, but I didn't."
She grinned sheepishly.
"I'll study harder, I promise."
"And if you need help..."
"I know, I can count on you."
There were no sweeter words that a father could hear than those. Finally, I had my Mandy back.
Chapter 39. Emery.
"Busy night, huh?"
Jimmy asked as I picked up the laden tray from my table. He was right. This time of night on a Friday was always busy, but that meant a good night for tips. I'd already made more in tips tonight than my entire week's salary. Thank God for a pretty face. It sure came in handy. "Yeah, I've been on my feet all night." We'd been asked to postpone our breaks until the crowd lessened. Luckily, I had thought of bringing an energy bar.
"But definitely a good night for you, right?"
Jimmy asked.
"He's flirting with the customers,"
another waiter said.
"Because he looks like that, they try to impress him."
"Don't be a hater, Cole. If you think it's just his looks, why aren't you lining up to get a nose reduction?
Maybe you get better tips then."
I bit back my laughter and poked Jimmy with my elbow. "Don't provoke him." It was best to ignore Cole, who'd been making snide remarks about me since I started working here. I usually ignored him. I dealt with people like him too much to know to give him a wide berth. As I delivered the next meals, I plastered on my signature smile. The couple looked wealthy and could be big tippers, and best of all, they didn't flirt or touch me. "Thank you," The wife, I assumed from her wedding band, smiled at me. You're welcome. Anything else I can get you?
Not right now, thanks.
The husband said.
Everything looks great.
Then enjoy. If you need anything, just let me know and I'll get right on it. I pretended not to overhear the wife's comment about how nice their waiter was. My job might not pay well or require complicated skills, but I was committed to doing it well. The experience wasn't all bad, and it taught me how to handle different people. The busser cleared the table to my right, and a new couple sat there. I ambled over with a smile. Hello, welcome to... I froze, and the words stuck in my throat. My boyfriend's soon-to-be ex-wife shot me a steely glare. My hands trembled, and I swallowed hard. Welcome. I'm your waiter for the night. My name's Emery. I think it's pronounced homewrecker. Teresa smirked. Cute. My husband never showed much ambition. I can see why he would go for you.
Teresa, this is the guy you told me about.
The man asked.
Yes, he's the one who's sleeping with my husband.
She spoke so loud several heads turned in our direction, and their curious gazes seemed to pin me in place. The couple I just served gaped at me. Don't let her get to you. I kept my smile, even though my heart was pounding. Is there anything I can get you for appetizers?
Let's see. She opened the menu. What would you recommend?
It wasn't the first time a diner asked for recommendations, but for the life of me, I couldn't remember what was on the menu.
You work here, but you don't even know what's on the menu.
She shook her head.
You're just a sloppy guy all around, aren't you?
The baked mussels on the half shell?
Have you ever had it before?
Teresa asked. No, ma'am.
Ma'am? How rude. You know my name, don't you?
Oh, God. Why did this have to happen to me? She didn't speak softly either, so those at the tables closest to her could hear the exchange. I'm sorry, I meant nothing by it. The mussels are a favorite on the menu.
We'll have that then.
And bring us a bottle of wine,
her gentleman friend said.
Teresa placed her hand over the man's. I'd like him to decide on the wine too. Bring us your finest bottle.
I'll get on that right away.
Not so fast.
She picked up the flatware and handed them over.
These are filthy. Bring me a new set.
I don't see anything wrong with them.
Are you insisting I eat with your dirty cutlery?
I'll get clean ones right away. My face burned all the way to the kitchen. Oh, God, what a horrible night. What the hell was that? Jimmy rushed up to me. Why was that customer giving you a hard time? I shrugged. I know her. What did you do? Sleep with her husband? I swallowed hard. Jimmy's eyes widened. Holy hell, I was only kidding. Did you actually? I can't talk right now. Help me pick one of the best bottles of wine. If I don't get it right, she's going to throw a fit. She would throw a fit either way. When I returned to her table with the wine, stammering what kind it was, and poured the glasses, she accepted it with a thank you. They seemed to be discussing a case. Thank God she was too preoccupied to pick on me. I dealt with my other patrons, but they must have heard Teresa's accusations, because they were more reserved. I had the feeling they wouldn't give me any tips either. When the mussels were done, I brought the dish over to Teresa's table. Are you ready to place your order for the main course? I asked.
Not so fast.
Teresa bit into one of the mussels and spat it out into a napkin.
I thought you said these came highly recommended. They taste horrible. Take them back.
But you already ordered them.
Based on your recommendation.
The man, date, colleague, hookup, whatever, sat back, his eyes ping-ponging between us as if he were watching a highly entertaining table tennis match, and said nothing. I can take them back to the kitchen, but I'm afraid we still have to charge you for it.
How dare you?
This isn't worth it. Okay, I'll omit the meal from your bill. Is there anything you'd like instead?
What else would you recommend?
Yeah, I wasn't falling for this trick again. I'm not qualified to make that choice, since I don't know your taste. Maybe your date can suggest something you'd like.
Smooth.
The man chuckled.
He's got you there, Ter. As much as I find this tete-a-tete amusing, I'm starving, and I'd actually like to eat before we leave the restaurant.
Thank fuck. Teresa seemed to think this was a game instead of her messing with my livelihood. I wouldn't let her see me crack. The man took over and ordered for both of them. I hurried back to the kitchen with the discarded mussels and placed the new order.
That dish is coming out of your wages,
Bruce said. I didn't care. I just wanted Teresa and her companion out of here as quickly as possible. To make things worse, they didn't even let me keep the mussels, but gave them to another guest. How is that fair to me? If I were you, I'd spit in her food, Jimmy whispered. That'll teach her to mess with you. Eat my saliva, bitch. I scrunched up my nose. Do people really do that? Of course not. It's just a rumor to get diners to be nice to us. Though that woman would certainly deserve it. Oh God, she did. Teresa had me running back and forth as if I were at her beck and call. She needed fresh salt. She needed fresh pepper. Her water goblet was dirty. The steak was too hard. Her portion was too small. Bring the check. Oh no, they forgot to order dessert. Then they took their sweet time in doing so. By the time I brought their check, with dessert and coffee, I was near tears. But I handed her the little black book with the brightest smile I could muster. She yanked it out of my hand, bumping into the coffee cup. The cup wobbled, and I grabbed for it. While I saved the cup, half of its content spilled onto her cream dress. You imbecile, she snapped. You did that on purpose. I froze. It was an accident. You've been antagonizing me all night. She burst into hysterical tears. Dumbfounded, I stared at her. What the hell was happening?
What's going on here?
Bruce asked. This evening couldn't get any worse. He spilled the coffee on me purposefully. Teresa wiped at her eyes with the handkerchief her date handed her. Bruce looked pointedly at the coffee cup I still held in my hand. I dropped the cup on instinct. It bounced on the table and overturned, right into Teresa's lap. See? I told you he did it on purpose.
Emery,
Bruce said, his voice hard.
What's the matter with you?
It was an accident, I said softly. Fatigue rolled over me. My feet ached from all the running back and forth, and my head spun from her unfair treatment. She has a grudge against me and has been on my back all night. A grudge against you? You're so far beneath me, why would I waste my time on you? It's because I swallowed the words. How could I confirm right here that I'd slept with her husband? No matter what happened, I'd turn out to be the bad guy.
Emery, go pack your stuff. You're fired.
I sucked in a painful breath. Was she happy? She'd gotten me fired from my job. Did it satisfy her now she had her revenge for me sleeping with Abe? I did as instructed and grabbed my bag. Bruce, it's unfair, Jimmy argued on my behalf. That lady was picking on him all night.
Don't you have customers to serve, or do you want to pack too?
Bruce snapped at him. I didn't want to cause problems between them. Jimmy liked Bruce, but he looked as if he wanted to argue. To not be accused of favoritism, Bruce would have to carry out his threat. It's fine, Jimmy. Thanks for being a friend. I have your number. I'll call you, Jimmy promised, then stalked out of the locker room.
Look, Emery, I don't have a choice, Bruce said. It was fire you or offend that woman. In case you don't know who she is, she's a vicious lawyer with some very influential people as friends. We can't have her reviewing this restaurant badly.
It's okay. I understand. At least I was still going home to the man she wanted. That thought soothed me a little, until I walked out of the restaurant and she was waiting for me. I tried to walk by her, but she gripped my arm. You're not going to say anything to me? I don't have anything to say to you. I forgot. You're more about action, aren't you? Like jumping into bed with my husband right under our roof and after we took you in and gave you a place to stay. How could you? Don't think I'm ungrateful for what you did. I'm not. This isn't something I wanted to happen. I fell in love with him. She released me. You should have accepted my offer and found yourself a wealthy man. How long do you think you'll be satisfied with the minimum Abe can give you? Do you understand what loving someone means? Because if you did, you wouldn't have to ask me that. I ran to my car. Mandy had told me to be careful. I should have listened. Teresa and I were bound to be enemies because of my relationship with Abe. Hopefully, I wouldn't have to run into her again. Not soon, at least. I could only deal with her in bite sizes. And now I had to find another job. When I got home, I parked my car beside Abe's, then let myself into the house. I followed the sound of the TV into the living room, where Abe was sprawled on the couch, watching a football game.
Hey.
He looked up.
You're home early.
Tears burned my eyes, but I desperately tried to keep them at bay.
Emery, what's wrong, baby?
He vaulted off the couch and came over to me. I found my comfort place, burrowed into his chest with his arms around me. I sniffled. I got fired from my job.
What happened?
I had a difficult customer who threw a fuss, and they fired me.
That's messed up. What can I do?
Promise me you'll protect me from your wife. Nothing.
Let's get you out of these clothes and into something more comfortable.
But your game.
You're more important. Let me take care of you, Emmy, and you can tell me what happened.
Yeah, no way would I tell Abe his future ex-wife had bullied me. It was better for him to think it was just a random customer. The last thing I needed was to stir up things and have him confront Teresa to protect me. Abe could never learn the truth about what had happened tonight.
Chapter 40. Abe. Damn, baby. Emery glanced over his shoulder.
What's wrong?
Wrong? How could he think anything was wrong? He looked smoking hot. Earlier, when he'd asked me if it was okay for him to wear a skirt, I told him that whatever he felt comfortable wearing was always okay with me. The important thing was what he wanted. My opinion shouldn't matter, but for what it was worth, the russet-colored corduroy skirt he had on with the cream cashmere sweater was stunning. I was certain I would find lace somewhere beneath, and my cock hardened even more than it already was. Come here. Emery put down his curling iron carefully and got up.
Yes?
I spanned his waist with my hands. You look beautiful. A smile spread across his lips. He'd been awfully quiet since they fired him from his job, but as Thanksgiving approached, he gotten back some of the sparkle I was used to seeing in his eyes.
Thank you.
He kissed my chin. I caught his face in my hand and tilted his head. Our lips clashed, and he opened up for me with a little coaxing. Emery rested his hands on my shoulders and moved even closer so our bodies bumped. He moaned, tightening his grip on me. I slipped my hands over his hips, grasped the hem of his skirt, and pulled it up. I might get it crushed, I murmured against his lips. He bit his bottom lip.
I'll risk it. We don't have much time before they get here.
I groaned and kissed his cheek. I should be able to control myself around you. There's later.
And there's now.
Emery went down on his knees and pulled down the zipper of my jeans. He took my cock out and trailed kisses along the side as he stroked me gently.
So big.
That's the way you like it.
Yes, you know I do.
He opened his mouth and sucked on the head of my cock, swirling his tongue around the soft plumpness and toying with the slit at the top, then lowered his head and took me in deeper. Emmy, I hissed. I didn't want to mess up his hair. He'd just curled it, but he took my hand and placed it on his head. I tightened my fingers in his curls, and he moaned, his eyes rolling back. Fuck, he was perfect. I worked my cock deeper to the back of his throat. He opened wide, making room for me to use his mouth the way I wanted his other hole. The blowjob was excellent, as always, but only worked as an appetizer. Come here. I helped him to his feet and laid him onto the bed. I kissed him once and grabbed a lube and a condom from the drawer. We had company arriving in a few minutes, and it would save us a lot of trouble cleaning up. Emmy pouted.
I want you to fuck me bare.
Are you sure? I don't want to ruin your outfit.
You won't. Please, Abe. It's amazing when we're skin to skin.
I threw the condom over my shoulder and lubed my fingers. With my other hand, I pulled his underwear down over his thighs, leaving them around his knees. I fingered him, coating his hole with enough lube to stretch him. Emery held his legs up to his chest and breathed hard, moaning each time my fingers grazed his prostate. That's a good boy. I removed my fingers and pressed my cock against his opening. He consumed me whole, sucking me into his body. Oh, God, Emery.
Abe?
Tell me how you want it.
Hard,
he gasped when I thrust.
Yes, give it to me like that, Abe. Fuck me just like that.
I grabbed his thighs, my nostrils flaring at the sight of his thong hanging between his knees. I worked my cock with quick, deep strokes. His stretch around me was always so fucking good. Oh, fuck. You're such a good boy. I watched my cock disappear inside him. Always so eager for me.
Yes.
How could I ever regret this? Ecstasy pooled in my gut. I can't keep my hands off you. It was useless to even try in the beginning.
Should have given in sooner. You could have been fucking me for so much longer. I'd have given it to you those times in your office, Abe, oh God, so many times I thought about you fucking me on your desk and sending me off to class with my ass full of your spunk.
But I get to do it now. Get to make you mine, always.
Always?
Fuck. I slapped my pelvis into his ass and stayed there, fused to him as I came, filling him. A gasp escaped Emery. He was jerking on his cock, moving his hand rapidly.
Gonna come, Abe.
I pulled out of him and lowered his legs, leaning forward just in time to settle my lips over his cock as he came. Emery's stomach crunched, and he made choking gasps, then fell back against the bed. He laughed softly.
Nice save. We didn't ruin my outfit.
The only thing ruined is me. I kissed him softly, my eyes open, watching him watch me. He smiled and stroked my hair.
I love you, Abe. I'm sorry for being so down this week.
It's okay, baby. I'll be here through all the emotions. Do you want to talk about it? I suspected something specific was bothering him, but he always dismissed it as nothing. He shook his head.
I'm excited about today. I finally get to meet your friend Lynn.
I got off him and helped him to his feet. We shuffled to the bathroom, where I wiped him up, and we washed our hands. When we looked presentable again, I kissed his cheek. Sorry, I messed up your hair. He grinned.
I'm not. It looks good this way. Hairstyle's a statement, you know?
Yeah, and what statement is this style making?
Freshly fucked.
I laughed and nuzzled his neck. How are you so bad and yet so good?
You'll just have to spend the rest of your life finding out the secret.
Don't mind if I do. We kissed leisurely, neither of us attempting to move, like we didn't have guests arriving soon. The doorbell chimed.
They're here.
Emery broke away from me and checked his appearance in the bathroom mirror once more. So vain where his looks were concerned.
What are you smiling at, Abe? Go get the door.
Bossy brat. I copped another feel of his scrumptious ass. I hurried to the door, Emery at my heels. Lynn and her current girlfriend wore matching sweaters with a turkey face on it. I wasn't surprised Lynn's girlfriend was in her mid-20s. She was a perky blonde with vibrant blue eyes. Lynn introduced us to Pamela, and I introduced Emery to both women.
So this is the Emery who has Abe playing for the same team,
Lynn chuckled.
I can see why. He's stunning, Abe.
I know. I wrapped an arm around Emery's shoulders. I tell him so all the time.
As you should,
Pamela said.
He's gorgeous. Have you ever done any modeling?
Emery preened under the compliment.
Not at all. You should give it some thought. In fact, my agency is always looking for fresh male faces. I can hook you up if you're interested.
Pam's a model, Lynn said.
How lucky are we? We must have been fucking saints in another life.
Emery looked at me as though seeking my approval. It's up to you. I'll always support you, no matter what you decide.
I need to think about it. Sure, no problem. I'll leave my business card with you before I leave.
Well, the evening was off to a great start. Emery seemed comfortable with both Lynn and her girlfriend. We chatted with Pamela about her idea of launching a clothing line. Lynn followed me to the kitchen while the two conversed in the living room. They didn't even seem to notice us leaving.
He's a doll, Abe, Lynn said. And the way he looks at you, he's clearly in love.
Yeah, your Pam surprised me too.
How so?
She actually has a job and seems to do well for herself. You usually lean toward women who need to be taken care of.
Who says Pam doesn't need taken care of?
Lynn winked.
Just not financially.
How'd you two meet?
She'd just broken up with her boyfriend, came into my bar, and I flirted with her. Like Emery's your first, I'm hers.
You like her?
Yeah, she's a good girl. Unless she's deliberately bad just to be spanked.
Damn. Too much information.
Like I believe you haven't spanked that boy a time or two.
My face heated, and she laughed.
You're so transparent. What's for dinner?
Turkey, of course. We finished cooking early, and we're just waiting for you two to show up before we eat.
We were a bit late, sorry. Pam was looking too cute in her outfit when I picked her up. Though from the look of Emery's skirt and hair, you might have been thinking the same thing.
Doesn't this feel creepy? Talking to you about him like this.
Nope. We've talked about Teresa and my string of women. What's different about Emery?
I shrugged. Guess I'm being paranoid. I always think twice about things because he's so damn young.
Don't sweat it. If he's uncomfortable, he'll tell you. How's the divorce coming along?
My lawyer said it should be finalized next month.
That quickly?
Yeah, in the end, Teresa didn't contest it.
Good. I thought for sure she would make trouble for you. Good thing you got it over with before the Abe and Emery special aired.
Actually, she knows. She didn't take it well.
No kidding. No woman would handle that well.
Sighing, I opened the fridge and took out the Applejack mulled cider I'd made earlier. Yeah, I take full responsibility for how things were handled. It might get worse, too.
What do you mean?
I'm going to ask Emery to marry me. Lynn's mouth fell open.
Isn't that too soon?
Maybe. I've been thinking about our future, and I want to marry him. Whether now or 5 years from now, what difference does it make? Plus, moving on to a new job might not solve our problem either when it comes out I'm dating someone so much younger. If we get married, people will talk, but it won't be that bad. I hope. Of course, we'd still wait until he graduates to get married, but I want him to feel secure about us. Sometimes I think he still doubts how much I love him.
That makes sense. Talk to him about it first, though, and see if he even wants to get married before you propose to him.
We did. I think he wants it as much as I do.
Damn. I'll get to be the best gal twice when you haven't even reciprocated once for me.
I chuckled. Whose fault is that? Maybe you shouldn't let Pamela go. She seems like a nice person, and Emery likes her, I can tell. He doesn't have nearly enough friends. Sure, she's older than him, but still closer in age than the people I interact with.
Don't worry so much. I know he's been having a tough time now, but soon he'll be off to college. It's a fresh start for him to meet new people.
But what if meeting new people meant discovering he'd made a hasty decision when he'd settled down with me?
I can see your brain working overtime again.
Lynn tapped my temple.
Don't think so much. Just let things flow.
Maybe not a bad idea.
Chapter 41. Emery. Are you going to do it? Mandy asked after we'd ordered 2 big buckets of popcorn and blue raspberry slushies. The only kind worth drinking. I'm thinking about it. I told her that Lynn's girlfriend had suggested I could be a model. It's not what I really want to do, but it's easy money, right? It could go a long way in helping to pay for college. I get sick at the thought of Abe doing it all alone, but he insists I go. You're such a dork. She bumped me with her hip. If he wants to do nice things for you, let him. You already know that's the man my father is. He's going to want to do right by you. He already has to put you through college. My college fund is already secure, so you shouldn't worry about that. But I think you should do the modeling thing because it's cool. At least do it a few times and see how you feel about it. Your father says he's okay with it. As he should be. It's your life. Just because you're having sex doesn't mean he gets to control what you do. The poor woman at the concession looked scandalized as she handed over our popcorn and the cups for us to fill up at the slushy machine. Mandy and I giggled. Did you see her face? Mandy asked. It's your fault. We shouldn't talk so freely about this in public. Screw people and being judgmental. I didn't bother to point out she'd been pretty opinionated about Abe and me being together too. When Mandy called to ask if I wanted to go to the movies with her and a couple of cheerleaders, I hadn't been sure, but Abe had urged me to go. Said he worried about me being home with him all the time and didn't want me to feel like he wanted to clip my wings. He was the sweetest man ever, even though he didn't get that I preferred to spend quiet evenings alone with him. I was looking forward to it, though. It had been a while since I'd gone, and even an afternoon movie sounded good. It would be less crowded than in the evening for sure. Kendra and Tatiana were already inside. They'd brought 2 guys from school with them, so we ended up being a party of 6. Watching a movie they should have stopped making after part 3. Now they were on part 9 with rumors that there would even be a part 10. The theater was jam-packed, and we were lucky to find seats together. I wasn't too keen on the 2 guys who joined us. Ever since the incident with Priest and everything the senior class had to say about me, I've been wary. But they didn't say anything when I sat next to Mandy. During intermission, all 3 of us guys went to get more snacks and a refill of slushies.
Hey, Emery, right?
Bryson, Tatiana's boyfriend, said. Yeah, I stiffened, waiting for some offensive comment. I wasn't wearing feminine clothes today, but I had on eyeliner and a dash of eyeshadow.
Are those any good?
He nodded at the candy I just bought.
I always meant to try them, but never did.
That was it. You can try it. I poured some of the colorful sweets into his palm, and he chewed on them.
Not bad.
He grinned.
Thanks. I think I'm going to get some.
Relaxed, I waited for them. Then we returned to the theater. You okay? Mandy whispered. I didn't know they'd take those guys with them. It's fine. They were actually nice. Yeah. I handed her a couple of snacks.
You shouldn't have. You're spending all your money on candy.
I grinned. Your daddy gave me money to buy candy. Don't worry, I'll be grateful enough for both of us later.
Ew.
Mandy shoved at my shoulder, and I laughed. Several people shushed us as the movie came back on. The movie turned out to be better than I'd expected. Or maybe it was the company that enhanced the experience. But when we walked out of the movie theater, I felt light and happy.
We should do this again sometime, Kendra said.
But maybe a late-night movie. Might be even more fun. Or we can continue the fun later tonight, Tatiana said. My parents are away for the weekend. We can get our hands on booze and invite a few people over.
Hold on. I have a few missed calls from my mom. She never calls unless it's something important.
Mandy walked off to the side to call back her mother. I'm not sure I can go out tonight, but I'll see, I hedged. If booze was involved, it wouldn't be long before things got out of control. I had better things to do than get drunk. Abe would only worry. Come on, Emery, Tatiana said. It'll be fun.
Emery!
Mandy's face was pale, and she stared at her phone as if she didn't know what to do with it. Hey, what's wrong? I rushed over to her.
We need to go to the hospital.
Okay, I'll take you. Who's hurt? Is it your mom? How serious is it?
It's Dad.
All the air left my lungs, as if a boulder had been dropped on my chest. Abe!
He got hit by a car.
Coach is hurt, Bryson asked. Oh my God, Abe was in the hospital. Abe was hurt. Mandy was freaking out, and I couldn't do the same. I had to keep it together and get us to the hospital in one piece.
I'm so sorry, Mandy, Kendra said.
What can we do? Should we take you to the hospital? Thanks, but I'll take her. I took Mandy's arm.
Keep us posted,
Bryson said.
Oh man, the team's going to be crushed.
I guided Mandy to my car and helped her in.
Are you sure you can drive?
She asked. Yes, I'll be fine. Maybe it's not bad. Maybe he's okay. How could he not be okay? On the way to the hospital, Mandy kept holding my hand, and I didn't dare to tell her to let go, afraid she might lose it altogether. As soon as I had parked, she was out of the car and sprinting inside. I raced after her. She took my hand again in the elevator to the 4th floor. Teresa was the only one sitting in the blue and white waiting area. Abstract painting and potted plants didn't come close to making the sterile-looking place any warmer. The nurse at the desk gave us a cursory glance, then returned her attention to her computer.
Mom!
Mandy rushed over to her mother. They embraced, Mandy crying softly. I'd never felt more alone in that moment. All I wanted was Abe. Despite everything between us, I swallowed any grudge I still held against her for having me fired and approached them.
How is he?
I asked. Mandy pulled back.
Yes, Mom. Is he going to be okay? What happened?
Teresa shot me an icy stare.
You should leave.
I sucked in a deep breath. I have every right to be here. We live together. I had more right to be here than she did, but I didn't dare say it to her face. I want to see him.
Well, you can't, so you might as well go home. His family is here to take care of him.
You can't stop me from seeing him. Sorry, Mandy. I don't want you to see us fight like this, but Abe's hurt, and I need to be with him. I need to know he's okay.
Can't I? Teresa asked. Because the last I checked, our divorce isn't final. I still have every say about what happens to him, and I'll be damned if you get anywhere near him. I've already explained to the staff that Abe should be in a private room as soon as he comes out of surgery. No one but Mandy and I are allowed to see him.
The vindictive bitch. Why are you doing this? You know it's wrong. Abe would want me to be here.
Mom,
Mandy sniffled. Don't treat him that way. He loves...
This has nothing to do with you, Mandy. Stay out of it.
I can't.
He has every right to see Dad. Maybe more than you do.
Teresa glared at Mandy.
How dare you?
Mandy, it's okay. I shook my head when she opened her mouth to argue. If Teresa kept up her nonsense, Mandy would be my only link to finding out what was wrong with Abe. If she angered her mother, she might not allow Mandy to see Abe either. Could she do that? Mandy was his daughter, but I'd rather not chance it. Will you at least tell me what happened? I asked. Please.
Mom, please,
Mandy begged.
He was crossing the street. A car struck him. He has a broken leg and arm, but the worst is that there's internal bleeding and potential damage to his organs. They're operating on him right now.
Oh, God. I stumbled back into a chair and sat with my head in my hands. Would he be okay? The question was on the tip of my tongue, but I didn't ask, too scared I wouldn't get the answer I wanted. I clamped my eyes shut, and scalding tears rolled down my cheeks. Oh, Abe, please be okay. Emery. Mandy sat beside me and wrapped an arm around my shoulders. He has to be okay, Mandy. I clung to her and let the tears fall silently. He has to be. How could he be in surgery? He'd been so happy I was out of the house and hanging out with Mandy and friends. Before I left, I hugged him, teasing that I wouldn't go, that I'd rather stay home and be bored with him. Me clinging to him like a monkey hadn't stopped him from walking me to my car. He had told me he'd have a surprise for me when I came home. I should have stayed with him, I sobbed. If I'd stayed, he wouldn't have gone out. He would be home safe. You don't know that. None of us could have known this would happen. We sat together, worried sick about Abe. Teresa had taken a seat a few feet away from us. Mandy alternatively comforted me and talked to her mother, who glowered at me every time I sneaked a glance at her. She really hated my guts. Hated that I was here waiting for information about Abe. In the restaurant, I'd back down, allowed her to take her shots and torment me because I felt guilty for what I did with Abe. But this was going too far. I loved Abe, and she was deliberately trying to push me out when she damn well knew Abe would want me here. That when Abe woke up, he would ask for me, not her. Please wake up. If he were awake, then he would overrule Teresa. A doctor walked towards us and asked for Mrs. Cooper. That made the tears come even faster. They denied me information about Abe. How cruel could they be? Teresa and Mandy followed the man. I covered my mouth to stifle my sob. They couldn't do this to me. Another half an hour passed before Teresa returned, her eyes red. I jumped up and rushed to her. Please tell me he's okay. I'd suggest you go home. You won't be able to see him without my permission. She walked past me, and I stood there frozen. A hand touched my shoulder. Emery. Mandy. I swiveled around and grabbed her hand. How is he? Is he okay? She shook her head and wrapped her arms around me. I'm so scared, Em. They put him in a coma and will keep him like that for a few days until the swelling in his brain has gone down. He's all bandaged up. There are tubes everywhere. He's really hurt, Emery. My legs buckled. Thank God for Mandy holding me tight. Otherwise, I would have surely fallen. Please get her to change her mind, Mandy. I need to see him. They said people in comas could still hear, right? I needed to talk to him, to tell him how much I needed him, how much I loved him, that I was too young to lose the love of my life. We had so many things to explore. We had a life to build together, a family to expand. You should go home for now, Mandy said. Mom's upset and not thinking straight. Tomorrow after she's settled down, I'm sure she'll let you see him. I won't stop asking her until she changes her mind. I shook my head and took a seat. I'm not going anywhere until I see Abe. Emery, I know how you feel, but you can't stay here all night. They won't let you see him without Mom's permission. You don't get it, Mandy. I can't leave him. Please don't ask me to. I'm staying here until she allows me to see him. Chapter 42. Emery. Young man. A finger prodded me. I jerked upright and swiped the drill from the corner of my mouth. A nurse peered at me over her glasses. I stiffened. Thank God it was the kind nurse and not the one who told me in no uncertain terms that the hospital waiting area was no place to loiter. Loiter? Didn't they all know I was waiting for Abe to wake up so I could talk to him? Is Abe okay? I straightened up. I'm not at liberty to divulge information, but it's been 3 days already. You should go home and get some rest. Then you can continue keeping vigil. I can't leave him. And I hadn't, just as I'd promised. Mandy had brought me a change of clothes each day after school. I used the bathroom to wash up as best I could, not caring about the peculiar looks I got. Nothing else mattered but Abe waking up. You're not leaving him, just taking a rest. The nurse dipped into her pocket, fished out an energy bar, and handed it to me. At least eat something. You haven't moved all day. Not entirely true. I'd gotten up twice to use the bathroom. Both times, I'd hurried back to the waiting room, not wanting to miss Abe asking for me. If only Teresa would allow me to see him, then I could hold his hand all day long. Then he wouldn't have to feel alone. I can't accept this. I insist. The nurse pressed the snack into my palm. It's the least I can do if you won't listen and take better care of yourself. The honey grain energy bar was my favorite, but now it might have well been cardboard. I munched on it, though, if only to please the kind nurse. An hour later, Lynn walked into the waiting area, and I got to my feet. "Emery!" "Lynn!" She hugged me to her and patted my back. "You poor thing. What did the doctor say?" I shook my head, my throat clogged with tears. "You haven't spoken to the doctor. It's been 3 days. Teresa moved Abe to a private room. Nobody except her and Mandy are allowed in the room. They won't tell me anything." "That witch! How can she do this when Abe's fighting for his life?" She patted my back again, then released me. "I'll talk to that nurse over there and see if there's anything she can do." Lynn approached the nurse, and I clutched my hands. Hopefully, she would get someone to listen to me. Teresa shouldn't have to decide what was best for Abe. I was the one who shared his bed every night. I was the one he loved. From the pinched look on Lynn's face, she had no success either. Damn it. I slumped back in the chair. They couldn't keep me away forever. At some point, someone had to tell me something. "I'm sorry, Emery." Lynn squeezed my shoulders. "This is fucked up, I know. Abe's going to raise hell when he wakes up and finds out what she did." "But what if he doesn't?" I gasped as an overwhelming wave of grief surged through me. "What if I don't get to see him one more time? She'll control everything, Lynn. Would I even get to attend his funeral? Oh my God." My breathing became faster and faster. Short, shallow gulps of air in, but not out. The room spun and my knees buckled. Lynn held me upright, told me to breathe, shouted at someone to help. My heart palpitated in my chest so hard it hurt. Hands shifted me to lie on the floor, and a gentle voice told me to concentrate on my breathing. Exhale through my mouth, inhale through my nostrils. Hold my breath to the count of 7. Why did they want me to hold my breath? I couldn't breathe. I needed air. My chest heaved, and I grabbed Lynn's hand. "Abe, please let me see Abe." I woke up in a hospital bed, disoriented and confused. Then it hit me. Abe. I needed to see Abe. I threw back the sheet and struggled to sit up. They had me hooked up to an IV drip that was almost empty. How did I get it out? How long had I lain here? The door opened and a nurse rushed toward me. "No, don't take that out. You gave everybody quite the scare." She gently pushed me back. "What happened?" "What happened, young man, is that you haven't been taking care of yourself. You're exhausted and haven't eaten nearly enough over the past 3 days. You had an anxiety attack and passed out. We won't hold you, so you're free to go once the IV runs out. We recommend getting some rest. There's really nothing you can do here." She patted my hand. "If it's any consolation, his condition has improved." I blinked several times to dispel the tears. "Thank you." At least that was better than nothing. "The woman you were with left a note for you." She pulled a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to me. "I'll be back in a few minutes to get you unhooked." When she left, I unfolded the note. "Emery, please take care of yourself. Abe wouldn't want to see you this way. I'm meeting with his lawyer to see if there's anything we can do to get you to see him. Listen to what the nurses and doctors say. I'll get in touch with you soon. Lynn." I settled back against the pillows, my eyes drooping shut. I startled awake by a hand on my arm. The nurse had returned and was now removing the IV line. "How do you feel?" she asked. "Better." I still felt like shit, but I smiled and swung my legs over the edge of the bed. My legs wobbled, but I managed to stay upright. The last thing I wanted was for them to admit me. "Good. Please go home and get a proper rest." I nodded my thanks and walked out of the room on shaky legs. My heart pounded in my chest. Abe was on this floor. I'd overheard them talking. Room 409, just a few doors down. I glanced over my shoulder. The nurse was taking the linens down from the bed. It was now or never. I shuffled down the corridor as fast as I could and checked the doors. Here it was. Abe's room. Another quick glance along the corridor showed it was empty. I slipped inside and closed the door behind me. The steady beeping of a machine was the only sound in the room. "Abe." I slowly walked over to the bed. His face was pale, and a thick white bandage was wrapped around his head. His lips were peeling and dry. I leaned forward and touched my mouth to his and forced back my sob. "Abe, it's me, your Emmy." I kissed his nose and took his hand. Why did it feel so cold? "I can't stay long, but I want you to know I'm here, waiting for you to wake up." "What are you doing?" I stiffened and clung to Abe's hand, ignoring Teresa. I didn't take my eyes off Abe. These couple of minutes were all I had. I felt steadier now that I'd seen him breathing for myself. He was alive. Now all he had to do was wake up. "Get well soon." I kissed his temple and placed his hand on the bed. then faced Teresa. She was wearing aviators, hiding whatever she was thinking of me. I'll go if you promise to take care of him and do everything to make sure he gets the best treatment.
He's my husband. Of course he'll get nothing but the best.
She could guarantee it too. She had the clout. I didn't have to keep her word. Maybe I should walk away and let her stay by his side. I nodded. I'll go, then. I walked around her and opened the door.
Wait.
I straightened my spine. How much more of this could I take? Yes? I slowly turned around. She'd removed her glasses. The gloating I'd expected to see wasn't there. Instead, her eyes were swollen and red.
Why are you still here? She asked. You've been here for 3 days. Do you think I'm going to change my mind and let you see him?
I expect nothing from you. I let out a deep breath. Maybe I can't even blame you because of what I did, but Abe's been there for me, and I'm not leaving him. He's going to wake up. He has to, and when he does, he'll want me by his side, whether or not you accept it. Her eyes flashed and her face turned red. I clutched the doorknob tight. We shouldn't do this here. What if Abe could hear everything?
You stole my husband, and everyone expects me to still be nice to you.
I'm not going to fight with you. Not here. Not when Abe's life is on the line. If you want to argue, curse me, hit me, anything you want. You can do it later, but the only thing I care about right now is that Abe wakes up. I slipped out of the room and closed the door behind me. Feeling steadier than I'd been in the past 3 days, I returned to the waiting room and curled up in a chair where I could place my head against the wall. A throat clearing woke me from my doze. Teresa stood before me.
You can't even take care of yourself. How do you expect to take care of him?
I'll do my best.
Do your best? She scoffed. Get up.
What?
I said get up. I'm taking you home.
I clenched the edge of the chair. I'm not going anywhere.
You being here can't help Abe, but when he wakes up, he's going to want you here. Is this how you're going to present yourself to him? Make him worry about you when he should be worried about recuperating?
I opened my mouth, but not a sound came out. What was happening here?
You need a proper bath, some decent food, and a bed. When you're rested, you can come back and sit with him.
Was this some kind of trick? Was she trying to get me to leave? No thanks. I'll just wait here.
As sure as my word is that I'll never forgive you for what you did, you can take my word for it that after you get some rest, you're free to come and visit Abe as you please.
Why would you let me now all of a sudden?
I'm not doing this for you. Don't provoke me, or I'll change my mind. Let's go.
She walked off without answering my question. What should I do? Stay and be barred from Abe's room indefinitely, or play her game and hope she kept her word? I hurried after her outside. Teresa drove a high-end Lexus. I got in without saying anything, and the whole drive I stared out the window. What if she only said what she did so she could get rid of me? I had no idea what this woman was capable of. I only knew she hated my guts. Why had I gotten in her car? For fuck's sake, my car was parked at the hospital. I could have driven myself. When she turned onto the street Abe and I lived on, I clutched the edge of my seat. Had Mandy told her where we lived? I highly doubted it. Was there anything this woman didn't already know about Abe and me? It was creepy. Instead of letting me get out in the driveway, she turned off the ignition, opened her door, and climbed out. I've got it from here, thank you. I needed to take some of the power back. This was my home, and she didn't get to make me feel like a stranger here. She produced Abe's set of keys. The hospital must have given her his belongings. Another blow I didn't want to handle. She opened the front door.
Get in.
You don't have to.
Don't try my patience, Emery. Go take a shower. You'll eat something after, then sleep.
I licked my dry lips. I didn't have the energy to argue with her. What if she snooped around our home and trashed everything? Without Abe here, none of it mattered anyway. Tears pooled in my eyes and spilled down my cheeks. I clung to the banister as I climbed the stairs and walked into our bedroom. My hands felt like lead as I stripped out of my clothes and got into the shower. I slid down the glass wall, sat on the tiled floor, and let the water beat down on me, drowning my tears. Abe. The scent of him filled my nostrils. I closed my eyes and absorbed the memories. Of him washing my hair and smothering me in kisses to make up for getting soap in my eyes. Of his lips trailing kisses along my neck and shoulder. Of him lifting me in his arms, pressing me to the glass, and making love to me while under the hot water. Abe, you have to be okay. A shiver ran through me and my teeth chattered. Damn, it was cold. How stupid I hadn't adjusted the temperature. Teresa's words echoed in my ears.
You can't even take care of yourself. How do you expect to take care of him?
She was right. I couldn't fall apart. Abe had once said that I was the strong one in our relationship. Even if it was bullshit, for his sake, I could pretend to be. I stood, turned on the hot water, and washed my hair. After I dried myself, I walked into the bedroom. The shower had done me good, and my stomach was grumbling. To feel close to him, I pulled one of Abe's shirts on over my underwear, then went to the kitchen. I stopped dead in my tracks in the doorway. What the hell? Why was Teresa still here? She'd taken off her jacket, revealing a pretty peach top, the quality of which I could only ever dream of affording.
Sit.
She placed a bowl of tomato soup and a plate of grilled cheese sandwiches on the table.
Eat.
I sat without a word. Why did she scare me more than my dad did?
Seriously, how does Abe put up with you?
She scooped up a spoonful of soup and swallowed it. Next, she cut off a piece of the grilled cheese sandwich and shoved it into her mouth.
I didn't poison the food.
My face flamed. I wasn't thinking that.
Weren't you?
I picked up the spoon and started on the soup. Teresa sat opposite me, typing on her phone. What was she waiting for? She said nothing while I ate. I gobbled up the soup, then ate the sandwiches much slower. Thank you. The hard glint was back in her eyes. She really looked like she hated me. Why was she doing all this then?
Do you think you deserve for me to be kind to you?
She asked. I shook my head.
Then why the hell do you make me feel guilty like I was the one who did you wrong?
She balled her hands into fists on the top of the table.
You needed a place to stay. We took you in, and then you slept with my husband under our fucking roof. You wanted to play adult games, yet you can't keep up, and now I should feel sorry for you.
I know, and
don't you dare say you're sorry, because I know you're not. If you were sorry, you wouldn't have continued to sleep with him, wouldn't have set up home with him. You claim you love him, but loving him doesn't excuse what you both did. Neither you nor he deserves any kindness from me.
We didn't do it to hurt you. I hated how pathetic I sounded, but what else could I say? Why are you here if you feel this way?
Because of my actions, he doesn't believe I love him anymore, but I do. Of course, that doesn't matter because he wants you. I was the one at his side before they brought him in for surgery, and yet it was your name he called. Over 20 years of marriage, and within a couple of months, he's forgotten everything about us. All he cares about is you.
I care about him too. She heaved a sigh.
You want to know why I'm doing all this? Because today, when I visited him, the doctor told me he flatlined last night.
Oh my God.
He's fine now, but when the doctor told me that, every time I'd wished him dead for leaving me for you played through my mind, and I knew I didn't mean it. As much as I hate losing to you, I'd rather he be alive and with you. I'd rather see his fucking face and hate it every day than him dying. So, you get some rest and take good care of yourself, because you're going to have to sit with him and give him a reason to live.
I'll do everything I can. Teresa got up from the table.
Mandy will be here after school to pick you up and take you to the hospital. Get some sleep.
Teresa, thank you.
Don't thank me. I made you lose your job.
We both made mistakes.
Damn it.
She snagged her coat from the back of the chair and felt around in the pocket. She dropped a small black box next to my plate.
I fully expected you to tell Abe about that night at the restaurant, but I'm guessing you didn't. Don't think it absolves you from what you did.
What's this? I stared at the box.
Abe had it clutched in his hand when they brought him into the hospital. I'm guessing he was looking at the damn thing when he crossed the street and got hit by a car.
I picked up the box and opened it. My breath was trapped in my lungs. A simple gold band with a single diamond. I let out the breath and, with a trembling hand, took up the ring. An engagement ring. Abe wanted to ask me to marry him. Was that what he'd meant when he said he would have something for me later that evening? I slipped the ring onto my finger. A perfect fit. I looked up, but Teresa was gone. I rubbed my finger over the band and closed my eyes. Yes, Abe. I'll marry you, I whispered. Now all he needed to do was wake up so I could tell him.
Chapter 43. Abe. Light filtered through my eyelashes, and I squinted against the harshness and clamped my eyes shut. Why did it feel as if I hadn't opened my eyes in days? A hand slipped into mine, soft and slender. Emery. I squeezed it as I tried to remember what had happened, but forcing myself to think only made my head hurt. I relaxed and listened to the soft, steady beeping around me. What was that? It sounded like one of those machines in a hospital. Hospital? Why was I in the hospital? I lifted my arm, but a heavy weight pulled it back down. A cast. Just like when I was 10 and had broken my wrist. The same heaviness was around my left leg. Beep! A car hurtled toward me, and I stepped back, closing my hand over the ring box. But the car was going too fast. I braced for impact.
Abe, open your eyes.
Not Emery. Teresa. My heart skipped a beat. Had Emery just been a fantasy? Had I dreamed of him? The ache in my heart was worse than the throbbing in my body. He had to be real. The delightfulness of his laughter, how he curled up into my lap, the way he kissed me until we were both out of breath. Had nothing been real, I'd rather live in my fantasy where I would see him again.
Abe, please. We're worried sick about you.
I frowned and slowly blinked my wife's face into focus. Or my soon-to-be ex-wife.
Thank God, Abe.
Teresa smiled.
It's been a week. Why must you scare everyone like that?
I swallowed past the dryness of my throat. Emery. Her smile fell.
Does he have to be the first one you think about after coming out of your coma?
He was real then. Emery was real. The tension seeped out of my body, and I closed my eyes. Water. She brought a cup of water over with a straw and elevated the head end of the bed so I could drink. When I didn't feel like I was an extension of the Sahara, I lay back against the pillows. Snippets of the accident were coming back to me. How bad is it? I asked.
Could have been worse. They had to operate and repair some damage to internal organs. You have 3 broken ribs, and your arm and leg are broken. You were in an induced coma for the past week.
1 week? I closed my fingers around the sheet. How is he taking it?
You want me to talk to you about the person who ruined our marriage?
Please, Teresa, I mumbled. You don't understand. I'm all he has. If something were to happen to me, he would be devastated.
He is.
She got up and walked over to the window. She peered through the half-open blinds, letting a ray of sunshine into the room.
Don't worry. He'll probably be here soon.
She checked her watch.
He was here last night. I sent him home to get some rest and promised him I'd sit with you today.
I let out a sigh. Thank you. She chuckled softly.
Don't thank me yet. For the first 3 days, seeing him here made me so mad. I refused to let him have any contact with you.
What made you change your mind?
It doesn't matter. The doctor should be here any minute to check on you.
No sooner had the words left her mouth than the door opened, and a middle-aged man came in with a bright smile.
Mr. Cooper, I'm Dr. Fisher. You had us worried. How are you feeling?
Like I've been hit by a truck and loaded up with a ton of drugs, I grimaced.
Thanks to those drugs, you're not feeling the full brunt of your injuries.
He raised the sheet and trailed something along the bottom of my foot. It tickled, and I moved my foot.
Good. I guess I don't need to ask if you felt that. There was some trauma to your spine, but not as serious as the injuries to your thorax.
Will there be any lasting effects?
Too soon to tell. It all depends on how well you respond to therapy once you're up and about. It's going to take time to heal.
Not exactly what I wanted to hear, but it was better than being dead. The doctor checked me over and made notes on a chart, then left. Teresa stayed by my side the entire time. Thank you, I said.
For what?
Being here. You didn't have to be.
Yeah, well, I wasn't the one who wanted to give up on 20 years of marriage.
I closed my eyes.
Don't worry, I'm not here to rehash our divorce. No matter the animosity between us, you're still Mandy's father. There's no way I could have walked away and pretended like this had nothing to do with me.
I appreciate it. I wanted to ask her more about Emery and how he was coping, but I bit my tongue. She'd mentioned keeping him away for 3 days. My poor baby must have been going crazy.
I want to hate him, she said, her back to me, and to hate you too. But seeing how traumatized he was by what happened to you made it impossible. We all shared the same burden, fear of losing you. But despite what he tells you, don't make the mistake of thinking we're suddenly friends. You might not want to think the same, but I refuse to see you as the enemy. You should. Like I said, for 3 days, I watched him bawl his eyes out. He didn't eat, sleep, or shower because he was worried about you, and I wouldn't allow him to see you. I'm surprised he didn't tell you I got him fired at the restaurant. What do you mean? Teresa was the customer who'd bullied him that night and gotten him fired? Why hadn't he told me? A short tap and the door opened. A head full of curls poked around the door. Emery. The vice around my heart loosened, and for the first time since I opened my eyes, I felt like I was really breathing.
Abe!
He dropped his school bag to the floor.
Abe, you're awake!
He ran up to me, leaned over the bed, and pressed his lips to mine. I brushed his hair back from his face. My poor boy. He was so pale, paler than usual. Could someone lose so much weight in just 1 week? It was noticeable.
I was so scared,
he said with a shaky breath.
You scared me. Did you see the doctor? What did he say? You're going to get better, right?
He took my hand in his and pressed my palm to his cheek.
Abe, I missed you so much.
I know, sweetheart. I looked at our joined hands and my heart nearly stopped. The ring. He was wearing the ring I'd bought for him when the disaster happened. Emery. I turned over his hand. Where did you get this?
Teresa gave it to me. They took it from you when they brought you to the hospital.
I turned to thank Teresa, but she was gone. You're wearing it. Does this mean? He nodded, sobbing.
Of course I'll marry you, but you can't ever scare me like that again, Abe. Do you hear me?
I can't control some things, love.
You'd better. You can't do that to me again.
He kissed my nose and cheeks.
If Teresa wasn't here bossing me around, I wouldn't have known what to do with myself. Your ex-wife's scary, Abe.
I chuckled, then winced. Pain lanced through my ribs. Shit. He gasped.
Are you okay? Should I get the doctor?
I'll be fine. I just need to remember not to laugh. Sit beside me and tell me what happened.
Well, Mandy and I went to the movies with her friends.
Emery filled me in on all the details of everything that had happened. Teresa borrowing him from my room didn't sit well with me, but at least she'd caved. I would let it go. Being angry with her would only prolong the cycle of resentment.
She made me go to school yesterday and today,
Emery pouted.
Threatened that she would kick me out of your room again if I didn't do what she said. I don't even know why I bothered. I haven't learned a thing since you've been here, Abe. How was I supposed to concentrate?
Poor baby. He put his hand in mine. I'm going to make sure this doesn't happen again. After I filed for divorce, I should have made you my emergency contact. I'm sorry, I didn't think to change the names.
I kept imagining.
What? He shook his head.
I don't want to talk about it.
But I knew what he'd been about to say. He'd imagined me being dead.
I wouldn't have had a say.
His eyelashes glistened with tears.
And that worried me so much. Not being able to tell you I love you one last time.
Baby, if you keep crying, you're going to mess up your eyeliner. He snorted.
What eyeliner? My hand wasn't steady enough to not poke my eye out if I tried. I was too worried about you.
It's going to take some time to fully recover.
I'll help you through it.
You'll go to school and concentrate on your lessons.
But who?
Don't argue. Do as I say. He sighed.
Fine. I'll concentrate on my lessons, as much as I can, but if you really want me not to worry, you'll get better quickly.
I chuckled. You drive a hard bargain. I'd love to keep talking to Emery, but I couldn't keep my eyes open. Exhaustion left me drained.
Go to sleep,
Emery said.
I'll be here when you wake up.
I squeezed his hand. When I woke up, I thought you were just a fantasy. I'm glad you're not, Emmy. I woke up several times, not long enough to talk, but enough for me to glimpse Emery. I was probably being selfish, not sending him home to rest, but I liked that when I opened my eyes, his face was the first thing I spotted. He sat hunched over a notebook, doing homework.
Thank God he wasn't forsaking his studies. Hushed chatter woke me up. I blinked my eyes. Mandy sat in the chair where Emery always sat, my hand in hers. Lynn was talking to Emery. I assured Mandy I was fine. My daughter was a mess, but I was happy to have her back.
We were so worried.
She wiped the tears from her cheeks.
And poor Emery was... Mandy, don't tell him, Emery chimed in.
You definitely should tell me. I winked at her. Mandy did exactly that. She filled me in on things Emery had kept from me, such as his anxiety attack and him fainting. Now I understood why his face looked so pale and thin. He'd been worried sick, so sick he hadn't been eating properly.
Yup, you need to get better soon so he can stop worrying, Lynn said. If I had any doubt about how he felt about you, Abe, I would have none now. That boy loves you something fierce. He already knows that, Emery said.
Yes, I did. I didn't doubt him at all, but at least the important people in our lives saw for themselves that Emery reciprocated my feelings.
What happened anyway? Lynn asked. You getting hit by a car is just wild.
Emery went out with Mandy, so I thought it was the perfect opportunity to pick up the engagement ring I've been looking at. That night, I planned to ask him to marry me. I was crossing the street back to my car when I got struck. It was my fault. I was too busy looking at the ring and not paying attention to the traffic. We chatted until the nurse arrived and announced that I needed to rest and that only one person could stay in the room. Mandy and Emery looked at each other, and I couldn't decide for them either. Mandy hugged Emery.
You stay, but keep me up to date. Are you sure?
Mandy rolled her eyes.
You know you don't mean to ask me that.
Emery's face turned red.
I've just been so worried, and I don't want to leave him yet. Yeah, I get it. You love him. Just take care of him.
When she left, Emery sat next to me with a sigh. Are you finished with your homework? I closed my eyes. Why was I so damn exhausted? Hadn't I been sleeping for a week?
Not quite.
What are you waiting for?
For you to fall asleep. I can do it then.
Promise me you'll get something to eat when I'm asleep.
I will.
Good boy. So sleepy, I could stare at him all evening. If only I could keep my eyes open.
Abe?
Hmm?
You have to pull through this. How else am I going to keep my promise about taking care of you when we're older?
Do you love me? I asked.
Yes.
That's all that matters. We'll take care of each other. He clenched my hand tighter, and I squeezed back.
Chapter 44. Emery.
Do you have extra clothes?
I helped Abe into the chair of the private bathroom and picked up the cast covers. Why would I need extra clothes? I stopped him before he pulled the cast cover over his leg, just like the nurse had shown me the first time I'd volunteered to help him bathe. She'd grumbled at first, but when I pointed out that when they discharged him and we were home, I would have to help him in the shower, she agreed. She taught me what to do to make sure his casts stay dry.
Because something tells me it's going to be a very wet shower.
I chuckled. Is there any other kind of shower but wet?
Are you deliberately misunderstanding me?
Abe circled my wrist when I stood. I bit back my grin. Since the doctor gave him the go-ahead for non-vigorous sex, he'd been hinting at how horny he was. To take pity on him, I'd blown him in the bathroom yesterday. As soon as I shut the door, I'd raised the hospital gown and worked him over with my lips, my tongue, and the gentle scrape of my teeth. He must have really been turned on because in less than 3 minutes, I was swallowing his load. You're a sick man, I said. You shouldn't be thinking about sex. He held up his arm cast, and I slipped the cover over it and checked to see both were sealed properly. I took my job of taking care of him seriously. Over the past 3 weeks, it had been hell leaving him whenever his colleagues and the guys from his team came by to check on him. Once, when the principal showed up unannounced, I had to hide in the bathroom for almost an hour.
Why not? You look extra pretty today.
He released my arm and trailed his hands up my leggings. Despite trying to be the sensible one, I couldn't stop the shiver that ran down my spine. Since his accident, Abe seemed bolder and less hesitant about touching me. Like the accident had taught him there was too little time to not go after what he wanted. And what he wanted, he gently squeezed. I peeled his hand away from my semi-hard cock, but I couldn't let his compliment slide. Thank you.
It's been a long time since I've really touched you, Emmy,
he said, as I got the washcloth and soap. It was. My nipples tingled, but I passed the soapy washcloth over his shoulders, his neck, his torso, his nipples. No, I can't. But nobody will know. He's about to be discharged. We can do this at home. Arguing with myself didn't work. I grazed Abe's nipple with my finger.
Emery, don't tease me,
he whispered.
My body's already on edge.
He moved his hand to show me his erection. I lowered the washcloth over his stomach and toward his cock. I soaped him up, ignoring the way he tensed and panted heavily. With the rag on his thigh, I used my hands to wash his cock from the tip to the tightly curled hairs on his groin.
God, Emery, you're killing me,
Abe groaned, leaning his head back and clutching the chair. I detached the handled shower head and turned it on. When the temperature was warm enough, I rinsed the soap from his body. Stroking his cock slowly, I directed the pulsating stream, using the massage setting onto his cock.
Fuck.
Abe half rose out of the chair, and I turned off the water.
Don't stop.
Feels good.
It'd feel better if you were naked too. Your sweater's getting wet.
So it was. After 3 weeks of recuperating slowly, Abe deserved a reward. I could be generous, couldn't I? Besides, no one would enter the bathroom, knowing I was giving him a bath. The nurse had said it might take another couple of hours for the doctor to make his rounds and sign the release form for Abe. Mandy was back at the house, checking if everything was ready for Abe's return. Christmas was in a few days, and I kept my fingers crossed that they would discharge him so we could spend our first holiday together at home. Mandy and I had decorated instead of Abe and me like I'd always dreamed of. Eggnog, wrapping our gifts in separate rooms before placing them under the tree, would have selected and decorated together. We'd put Christmas movies on and curl up on our sofa while I begged him to let me open his gift for me early. The most important thing, though, was having him home. Next year, we could live our dream of making our holiday our own. But if there was one thing I'd learned, it was that love meant staying together through thick and thin, even when the dream got disturbed. I handed Abe the shower head and pulled my sweater over my head, giving him a good view of his favorite bra beneath. He watched me with his lips slightly open, his eyes following my every movement like a predator stuck on its prey. I didn't bother to unhook the bra. I knew he enjoyed seeing me wearing it when he was deep inside me. We'll have to go slow, since we'll have to use spit as lube. I pushed down the waistband of my leggings and stepped out of them.
Check the inside pocket of the hospital gown.
I scooped up the gown I discarded and felt inside. A small tube. No, he didn't. I took it out. Yes, he did. How long have you been thinking about this?
Too damn long. Do you know how embarrassing it is to ask your lesbian friend to bring you back lube when she comes to visit? Come here, baby.
I went over to Abe and sat on his lap, chuckling. I bet Lynn had a field day with that. This how you want me?
Yes.
He circled my waist with his good hand.
Look how beautiful you are. I missed you sitting on my lap with your arms around me.
What else did you miss? I dug my fingers into his hair and ghosted his lips with mine.
The way your sexy little moans turn into screams.
He ran his hand up my stomach.
How you eagerly spread your legs for me, baby. Every single time.
I'm a horny boy.
I know, and I love it. Love you.
I clamped my lips to his in a kiss, sweeping my tongue into his mouth. The shower head tumbled from his hand and hit the floor, but that was the least of my worries. We had little time for me to make us both come. Abe rubbed his fingers between my crack and over my hole.
When we get home, I want you to sit right on my face and let my tongue do all the work for you. Lube.
I squeezed the lube onto his fingers and pulled my thong to one side. It'd been 3 weeks without him inside me. He stretched me with 2 digits, scissoring and fucking me. I braced an arm on his chair and gently rocked back against his fingers. Abe, I moaned, my cock now fully erect.
You missed this, didn't you, Emery?
Yes, I missed everything about you.
But what did you miss most about sex with me?
How you stretch me. I undulated my hips, fucking myself back on his fingers. And the way you grab me by the hair when you're about to pound my hole really hard.
Fuck.
Abe removed his hand.
Up.
I raised my hips and settled over his cock. He held the broad base, and I slid down, taking him into my body. A shudder ran through me, and I gasped.
What else would you have missed about this, Emmy?
He rasped. The way you love to come inside me and how you play with my hole afterwards like you cherish it.
Because I do.
He moved.
How could I not? It's so good to me.
He looked almost pained from the way I rode him, careful not to jolt him too much.
I walked away from everything for this. Keep riding me, baby.
You like how I fuck myself on your cock, Abe?
Yes, baby.
I bit my bottom lip and released it with a moan. So good, Abe. I can feel you so deep inside my hole.
I can feel it. Jesus, Emery, don't stop.
I sat down on his lap and gyrated on his cock, grinding down on it until his pelvis pressed up against my ass. Abe's hand came behind me and squeezed my cheek.
Right there, baby. Right there. Let me... Oh.
Abe grunted, his body jerking a few times as he came inside me. I stroked my dick and continued to rock on him. My breathing turned shallow, and I moved my hands harder. Abe slipped his uninjured hand beneath the bra and squeezed my nipple. Fuck! Fuck! I exploded over Abe's stomach and couldn't stop stroking my dick until every last drop ended up on him.
Ooh.
Abe grinned, flashing pearly white teeth.
Damn, baby. I didn't say to give me a heart attack. That was amazing.
No jokes about heart attacks or anything like that. I kissed him, and because he was right and I'd missed being on his lap, I wrapped my arms around him and pressed my face to the spot between his shoulder and neck. I miss this too, but you're going home today.
Things will be very different for a while,
Abe said.
Are you sure you still want to do this? Not scared off yet after the past 3 weeks?
I bit his neck and sucked hard to leave a mark there. He groaned, but didn't tell me to stop. I'm going to marry you, Abe Cooper. I wiggled the fingers on my left hand. You bought me this ring, and I'm never taking it off, ever. If you thought Teresa was bad for not wanting to let you go, you haven't seen anything yet. I fought hard for you, and I'm never letting you go. Within the hour, the doctor arrived for one last checkup, then signed his get-out-of-jail card, as Abe called it. Abe would have to come back as an outpatient and follow through with his therapy appointments, but he was just as happy as me to finally be out of the hospital. Although he hadn't complained to me once, I knew Abe. He was a man of the outdoors. Lying in the hospital bed for almost a month would have been his idea of hell. I drove him home while he dozed off. A day had never felt as good as this one. I parked next to Mandy's car and nudged Abe. Abe, we're here. He unbuckled his seatbelt and stared at the house. I got out, went around to his side, and helped him into his wheelchair Teresa had delivered to the hospital.
Damn, I can't believe I missed this place in such a short time,
he whispered.
You decorated for the holidays.
Wreaths hung from ribbons in the windows. The mat at the front door had been replaced with a green and red one. An oversized cutout letter spelling out joy dangled above the door. No guess there about how I felt about his coming home. 2 galvanized planters with small fake Christmas trees decorated with lights sat on either side of the door. Of course I did. I always loved this time of the year, and you coming home after what happened just makes this year more special.
Come here.
I bent my head, and he kissed my forehead.
I haven't thanked you enough for taking care of me, have I? I know it's been tough on you with school and everything.
It was, but I'd do anything for you, Abe. You have to know that. A cool gust of wind brushed by, and I shivered. The weather had changed so much in the past 3 weeks. Snow on the ground, the frosty bite in the air competing with the warmth of a winter's sun.
We should get in.
Be careful. I opened the door and wheeled him in. I sighed at the warmth that enveloped us like a hug.
Something smells good,
he said.
Did you bake?
I tried, and it was a disaster. Mandy must have picked up the treats I'd asked her to.
You didn't have to do all this, Emery, especially on your own.
I'd put a photograph of us in the center of the table in the hall, surrounded by garlands, silver ornaments, and tea lights in jars. Over the banister ran an evergreen garland topped by dried hydrangea heads fused with fairy lights. A string of sparkling green and silver balls draped along the sides, simple but elegant. But you like it, right? I crouched next to his wheelchair.
I love it. You did so good, babe.
He cupped the side of my face and kissed me. I had to resist the urge to squeeze him in a hug. I laughed instead. He pulled back and smiled.
You're happy?
I am. You're home. He touched the corner of my mouth in a light caress. Is this the final destination? Mandy, dressed in a red sweater dress with reindeers on the front and a Santa hat on her head, was beaming. I wasn't the only one overjoyed to have Abe home. "It's good to see you here, Mandy." We had reached a sort of unspoken truce during Abe's time in the hospital. Teresa hadn't come around often, but she no longer stirred conflict whenever Mandy wanted to see her dad either. I'd been afraid when Abe's divorce papers came through that she would have been upset, but she'd been rather quiet, as if she'd accepted the inevitable. Mandy and Abe embraced and chatted as we went to the living room, which had taken a bit of creativity to give it a Christmassy feel while making it our temporary bedroom. The doctor had advised against making unnecessary trips up and down the stairs. The tree in the corner was a small one, given we had little space, but I decorated it with metallic ornaments, pine cones, and burlap bows. I hadn't been able to do much Christmas shopping, but I had gifts placed under the tree for Mandy and Abe. I had even bought something for Teresa from both of us, but whether she would accept it was a different matter. Our bed was now in the corner, taking up much of the free space, and I'd had to remove one of the couches, but it worked. Most importantly, Abe didn't have to use the stairs. Thanks to Lynn, the half bath now had a shower installed as well, a small one that would fit only one of us. Bathroom sex was definitely out of the equation for some time. Our quickie in the bathroom of the hospital would have to be enough to live on for a while. "Isn't it great, Dad?" Mandy asked. "I don't know how Emery made a bedroom and living room combo that works, but it looks amazing."
"It does."
He shook his head.
"How'd you find the time to do all this? It seems you were always at the hospital when you weren't at school."
"You slept a lot." He laughed.
"Well, that's true. This accident has turned me into an old man."
"You were always an old man," Mandy said.
"Emery doesn't think so."
Mandy's face turned red. "That's my cue to get the eggnog and cookies." I swatted Abe's chest. "Stop making her uncomfortable."
"It's cute every time she blushes when we hint at anything intimate between us."
"Don't torture her. She's helped me a lot while you've been away." I helped him out of the chair and supported his weight. "Couch or bed?"
"Couch. I've been in bed for 3 weeks. It wouldn't be too soon if I never see a bed again."
Together, we got him situated on the couch with a pillow under his broken leg. It would be at least another month or so before the cast could be removed. They should remove the one on his arm in 2 weeks. Although his ribs were on the mend, he still had a long way to go.
"What are you thinking about?"
Abe asked. "That it's good to have you home."
"You love me that much, do you?"
I lowered my eyes coyly. "I just didn't enjoy sleeping alone." Abe chuckled.
"Is that what it is?"
"Yes. What else?"
"So you don't mind if all we do is sleep, then?"
I swallowed at the heat in his stare. "Well, I never said that was the only reason."
"Care to fill me in on the rest?"
"Well, I have the treats," Mandy called out. I was sure she meant it as a warning she was coming and to wrap up whatever disgustingly affectionate gesture we were showing to each other. I laughed and shook my head. "I'll tell you later. How about that?"
"Something to look forward to."
Something to look forward to. Not just tonight, but a future with him. I admired the ring on my finger. Mandy came in with a plate of cookies and ripped me a new one for not helping her, but making moon eyes at her father. Laughing, I jumped to my feet and swiped a cookie from the plate. "Seriously, Dad, how do you manage when he's such a troublemaker?"
"Love makes you do unexpected things, sweetheart. One day you'll understand."
I glanced over my shoulder. Abe was watching me, the love in his eyes warming my heart. I could have been so angry, so jaded and lost, but his forbidden love had saved me right on time. Who would have thought my best friend's father would be the one? Sure as hell not me, but despite all the troubles we had encountered and would certainly face in the future, I wouldn't want anyone else but Abe Cooper. Epilogue. Emery. "That's Papa! Papa! Daddy, look, Papa!" My 2.5-year-old daughter bounced on my lap, her blonde pigtails swinging from side to side as she clapped her hands and pointed to the man's face that appeared on the screen. I laughed at her enthusiasm. The camera focused on Abe talking to one of his players. Only 10 minutes left in the game, but if his team maintained their stellar defense and didn't allow the other team to score, they would win for sure. It was a tense, close game, so no one wanted to call it too soon. The crowd went wild, as it should be for a championship game, and even I, who still didn't get what the hoopla was, could channel my inner cheerleader and applaud. It was no secret that I found the most fascinating thing about football to be my husband, and watching his intense focus as he coached his team. His commanding presence still sent a shiver down my spine, and there was no other place, outside of our bedroom, where he exuded such command than on the field. Abe was at the pinnacle of his career. After our doubts about what would happen after his accident 8 years ago, the college he'd applied for had offered him the position of head coach. Tonight proved they had made the right decision. For the first time in the college's history, they'd made it to the finals. The camera shifted its focus from Abe, and Rory tilted her head back and looked at me in confusion. "Papa's gone. Where's Papa?" Her little mouth turned down, and I plucked a sucker from the bag on the seat next to me and handed it to her. I tried not to bribe her with sweets, but desperate times and all that. I always had to distract her when we came to her father's games because one glimpse of Abe, and she wouldn't stop crying until she was in his arms. Did I miss anything? Mandy returned to our front row seats with our 5-year-old son. "Look, Daddy." He showed me his hot dog. "Sissy bought me a hot dog." "That looks yummy, Jameson. Didn't you bring me back one?" "You can have half, Daddy." "Thanks, love, but you eat. Daddy's just joking." I ran my hand through his dark curls and wiped a smudge of mustard from his glasses. "It's still so close, but the time is almost up." "We have to win," Mandy said. "Dad wants this." He really did, although he'd been acting all nonchalant, as if being in second place would be enough for him. Yes, he would have still made history for the college, but goddammit, he deserved to win that title. And 5 minutes later, he got it. I grinned so hard my cheeks hurt. Nobody deserved this more than Abe. This is for everyone who ever doubted you. After graduation, we got married at City Hall, just the two of us, with Mandy, Lynn, Jimmy, and Pamela as our witnesses. Fortunately, I didn't attend the same college as Abe, but we talked about it and kept our relationship private. We didn't hide it, but we didn't shout it from the rooftops either. Only our family and close friends knew about us. When it finally got out that we were married and our wedding date had been only a couple of days after I graduated, Abe had lost a lot of so-called friends from the college. Some were downright homophobic, while others questioned whether he could be trusted to coach the athletes under his care. That had been a worrisome time in which Abe had even been pressured to resign. He hadn't. He did what he did best, coaching, and let his professionalism speak for itself. I never once doubted his love, never believed he would fool around with other students. Our lives were full with our 2 kids, his coaching and my business. We didn't have to look outside our marriage for anything. Whenever something was bothering us, we talked about and worked on it, strengthening our bond and the love we had for each other. Abe would be tied up in post-game interviews and celebrations, which could take a couple of hours. Mandy and I took the kids back to the hotel where we were staying. She'd moved here to Florida 2 years ago to live with a girlfriend, only a 30-minute drive from the football stadium. She'd come to spend the day with us and watch the game. I washed up the kids, promising Rory that Papa would be there when she woke up. She always looked forward to Abe tucking her into bed at night, since he didn't always get the chance. Football season was hectic, with him flying with the team to wherever their games were. "You're so good with the kids," Mandy laughed. "I wouldn't have seen this coming from the Emery I knew in high school, but then I didn't see you and my dad happening either. But here we are, 8 years later, and you're making it work." Do you think that after 10 years, the people who still doubt us will finally get it? That we're committed to each other? I wouldn't hold my breath. Besides, you're after Dad's money. Or haven't you heard? I snorted. We were damn poor our first year together, especially after Abe's injury. If not for the modeling gigs I did, we would have been in trouble, so that can't be it. Unless I'm a psychic and knew he would be making way more than I do one day. What you make from your interior decorating business is nothing to scoff at either. Heard you're getting featured in Architectural Digest. Yeah, our life's not so bad. In fact, it was fucking fantastic. Our greatest joy, though, was our kids and Mandy and how much happiness they brought us. I should get going, Mandy said. I have to drive back to Miami Beach. If only you could stay a few days and come party with us. She waggled her eyebrows at me. Don't you miss going to the club, Emery? I didn't take her question to heart, but herded her out of the hotel room. She always poked fun at me that I got married so quickly I never had as much fun as I could have. What she didn't know was that Abe never tried to stop me from going out. During college, he'd insisted on me enjoying the experience, so I'd been to my fair share of parties. They just felt different, insignificant. All my life, I'd wanted a home to feel safe, and Abe was that. I hadn't needed anything else. With Mandy gone and the kids out, I took a shower and got ready for Abe. Post-game adrenaline made the best sex.
Abe, The press conference took longer than expected, and then I had to appear at the celebration party afterward. I'd called Emery earlier to explain why I was delayed, and he told me to take my time and he'd be waiting for me. With a surprise. I've been curious about that damn surprise all night. Not to mention, I was on such a high after the epic game that I needed something. No, not something, but Emery. Only he knew how to handle all my pent-up emotions. We'd fucking won. I let myself into the hotel suite and closed the door. First, I checked on the kids and found them fast asleep. I kissed their little foreheads and whispered that Papa loved them so much. They were as different as night and day. Jameson was the serious one, whereas Rory was our little ray of sunshine, but they were both smart as a whip. At first, Emery and I had worried we'd done something wrong because Jameson didn't run off to play or get boisterous as other kids did, but we learned his unique personality and how to meet his needs. Behind his inquisitive mind was a kid who had a fascination with toy trains, enjoyed bubble baths, loved purple Skittles. Yes, we had to get rid of all the other colors in the pack, and had a sweet protectiveness of his little sister. Rory was the opposite, and I saw a hellraiser in her future. She was Emery's spitting image, both in attitude and looks. They were adorable kids, and we couldn't have asked for better children.
I've been waiting for you.
I smiled. Just had to see the kids before. I turned and lost my train of thought. Emery had bunched his curls up in pigtails and was dressed in his cheerleading uniform from high school, although the sheer thigh-highs hadn't been a part of the outfit back then. Neither had been the heels.
It's so damn sexy that I can still make you speechless after 8 years.
He crooked a finger at me as he walked backward out of the kids' room.
Come on, Papa. Don't keep me waiting.
Emery, you... I followed him out of the room in a trance and closed the door.
What are you thinking?
That I'm seriously trying not to pounce on you. How are you even sexier now than when I first laid eyes on you?
I think you're hot too, Coach.
He went down on his knees and tilted his head.
I've watched you all night, and I keep thinking that I'd love to blow your whistle.
Which one? My insides shook from his smoldering gaze.
Come a little closer, and I'll show you.
For the press conference, I changed into a suit, as was expected. Emery opened my belt buckle, slid the belt through the hoops, and dropped it to the floor. The pants followed, then my boxers. He hummed at the back of his throat, and those perfectly manicured nails of his scraped gently along the underside of my cock. A shiver ran up my spine. Emmy.
What do you want, Coach? I can't give it to you unless you tell me.
Open your mouth and be good. I want to use your holes tonight.
What if someone finds out?
He stroked my cock with a tight flick of his wrist that had my toes curling.
That you like to put your cock in your students' holes. Aren't you afraid you'll get in trouble?
They won't find out.
But what if they do?
I don't mind getting in trouble for this. You know you want it. Open up.
There's one more thing.
He peered up at me from under his lashes.
No one can know. They'll think I'm a shameless slut.
But you like being that for me, don't you? I hissed. Please, Emery. I wasn't beyond begging my husband for his mouth. Get me wet. He cupped my balls and captured the head of my cock with his lips. I groaned when he sucked me all the way to the back of his throat over and over. He pulled back, spat on my cock, and spread the saliva down my length, then took me back into his mouth. Snapping out of my trance caused by his hypnotic mouth, I slid my fingers into his hair. Relax that throat for me, baby. Show me how deep you can swallow it. I gripped the back of his head and pushed his face forward while I fucked his throat. One thing the last 8 years had taught me was how much he could take. He clutched my thighs, hands tightening each time I glided past his tonsils. Lips stretched around my girth, and his wet eyes tracked mascara down his cheeks. He already looked wrecked, and I'd barely started. Fuck, I pulled out of his mouth before I came. On your feet. I helped him up and took his lips with mine, kissing him hard. He moaned and slipped his hands into my jacket. Together, our hands worked to divest me of the rest of my clothes.
Coach,
he moaned.
You're so fucking hot.
Yeah. He ran his hands down my hard chest. With a husband who looked like Emery, I was motivated to keep fit. It took a little more effort than when I was younger, but seeing the genuine appreciation in his eyes made it worth it. I turned him around so his back was to me and pushed him onto the bed. He squealed when he hit the mattress. I didn't give him a second to recover, but flipped his skirt up, showing the black thong that disappeared between his round ass. I hissed a breath. So perfect. I hooked my finger at the top where the thong made a T and pulled the piece of cloth from between his cheeks. Spread for me, baby. I want to see your hole. Did you prep for me?
Yes.
Good boy. He reached back to spread his cheeks, bearing the darker hue of his hole, all relaxed and ready for me. I leaned in and licked him. Emery's thighs twitched, and his moans grew louder at the thrusting of my tongue, opening him up and getting him wet.
Oh, God,
Emery gasped.
Feels so good. Oh, God, your tongue feels so good.
I bit inside his cheeks, and he yelped. Want to feel something else right here? I pressed my thumb into his hole. He thrust back against the finger.
Yes.
Did you get lube?
On the nightstand.
Hard to miss. I slapped his ass. On the bed. I need you on your knees with your back arched. You know how I like you. That sexy little ass poised just at the right angle, waiting for me. I worked the lube down my shaft and settled behind Emery. I caressed his slender back and around to his front, pushing my hands under the tight top and pinching his nipples through the bra he had on. The feel of that lace bra still turned me on so much. Everything about Emery did.
Coach?
Emery moaned. Yes?
Show me how you think of fucking me when I'm not here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guided my cock between his cheeks and entered him slowly, making that first stroke last for as long as I could. Those precious seconds when my cock remembered where home was and how good it was to be back. I grabbed Emery by the hair, the way that drove him wild, and pushed until he tilted his hips some more for me. Just like that, baby. I pounded inside his ass long and deep. Gotta work you a little bit looser.
So good.
Emery reached back and smacked his ass hard. He grasped the fleshy part of his cheek and pulled it to one side, opening himself up for me.
Fuck that ass, Coach. Fuck me deep.
Sweet fuck. How was I still so insatiable after 8 years of this? He was like the water I needed to quench my thirst, but I never had enough. I always had to come back for more. The bed rocked beneath us. Emery released his cheek and clutched the sheet. I pulled his skirt down to cover his ass, then fucked him like that, the hem brushing against my skin and turning me on even more. I pulled out of Emery and slapped his ass. On your back. He turned over and spread his legs. I caught them and caressed his slender ankles and the heels. He was one part feminine and one part masculine, and I loved them equally. I loved him whole. The part of my job I hate is when I have to be away from you, I said, driving my cock in and out of his ass.
Oh, God, Abe.
Emery wrapped a hand around his erection and stroked himself. His lips fell apart, and his breathing hitched. A tremor ripped through him, followed by a jerk and a gasp. His body went rigid, and,
oh my gods,
rolled off his tongue in one syllable as he offloaded on his stomach. I pumped my cock into his contracting channel, hitting his prostate and milking him. He opened his eyes and met mine. The dark brown depths pulled me right in, invited me to join him. Fuck. My lips got stuck on the last letter as I came, filling him so much with my load that it seeped from the sides. Oh my God. I fell over Emery, my arms braced on the bed on either side of his head as I fought to regulate my breathing. He chuckled and circled my neck with his arms.
You stole my line.
I kissed him softly. What else is there to say? Another slow kiss. You blow my mind every single time. He opened up for me, and I sucked his tongue into my mouth and devoured him like a succulent fruit. I brushed at the mascara trail on his cheek.
I'm glad, then. You were so brilliant tonight. I'm proud of you, Abe.
Thank you. I kissed his nose. My #1 supporter. That's you.
Always. I think Rory is trying to compete with me for that spot. She loves her papa so much. As does Jameson and me, of course. We love you, Abe.
I shifted off Emery and rolled over to my side with him in my arms. From the first day I met you, I had a feeling you would be trouble, I said softly.
And now?
Still a lot of trouble. He wiggled against me in protest, and I held on to him tight,
chuckling.
Abe, your romantic skills are deteriorating.
Wait, I'm not done. I'd rather go through all the troubles in this world with you than go back to the way my life was before you. Thank you for helping me prove everyone was wrong about us.
Want to prove them wrong for another 50 years?
But then I'll be...
Abe?
Point taken. I kissed his shoulder and linked our fingers. I have a better idea. How about we live for us?
I love that. You're right.
For so many years, we'd felt the need to prove to others that we were really in love. That it wasn't just lust keeping us together. That Emery wasn't with me for my money. That I wasn't with Emery because he was young and hot. Or that he was effeminate. That we hadn't adopted our kids because we had nefarious ideas. The world would always have its opinion. If we proved them wrong in one area, people would only find something else to criticize us about. We weren't exactly friends with Teresa, but we'd achieved a high level of cordiality over the years. She'd opened her own practice and taken the legal world by storm. She still focused mostly on her work, but had an on-again, off-again relationship with another lawyer. In the end, she seemed happy with the way everything had turned out. She had her freedom to excel at what she loved, and a man who shared her view on relationships. Yes, it was high time we started living just for us, and to be done with the class act. We were two men in love with two beautiful kids we adored, and we would cherish that for as long as we could.
Afterword. Welcome to the Afterword, the place where I get way too personal to convince you how personally to not take this book. Cheating. Oh, how we loathe this topic. How can I let this book go without talking about the inspiration behind it? First, this book wasn't meant for the public. Like Daddy's Stepstalker, this was a Patreon serial. However, seeing how well received Class Act was on Patreon, I decided to publish it widely for everyone. Much love to my patrons. Without your enthusiasm, this book might not have been half of what it is today. Like so many, I've had my experience with cheating, in the worst possible way. Is there one way that's worse than any other? Let's just say, were I to divulge the gaslighting and the paranoia I was put through during that period of my life, the medical scarring, the depression, the attempted S-word, the self-loathing, the self-harm, and years that it took to put myself back together again, then you might wonder, Gianna, how could you find the heart to write such a book? Writing Class Act was more cathartic for me than I could have ever thought when I started the book. I should probably mention that I wrote this book from a place of peace with what happened, so it was easy. A few years ago, I'd have stopped writing altogether rather than write this content. I do not intend this to define how cheating should play out, or that reconciliation should be sought. However, this is my experience, and I've chosen to infuse a large part of it into this book. Deciding on the end of this book came straight from my life. I'm not saying the way I chose to handle things is perfect and not flawed at all. Again, it's just been my experience. Like Teresa, my ex and I share a daughter. After years of loathing him, the more she grew, I realized that the animosity I harbored would not do her any good at all in the long run. I chose to heal and find peace for not only me, but also my daughter. You'd have seen this happen in Class Act. You would have also seen a bit of animosity even after making peace, as Teresa still dislikes Emery for what he did, even as she makes peace with Abe. That's my reality with my former best friend, who is now married to my ex. So clearly, I still have some work to do. Not because this is the right way to handle cheating. Only one person can decide how to handle their situation. But I chose to be happy, and to be truly, that is to remove every stumbling block out of my way of happiness. As I wrote this book, I once again had me examining what happened in my own relationship, and examining the entire plot as I would a novel. In the same way I had to write a convincing story from a place of empathy with each character in this book, I also applied the same lens to my life, and it was quite the revelation. That they were justified to cheat? God, no, never that. There's never an excuse for that. However, once I realized that he wasn't my person, and we were really incompatible, I saw the futility, and even the relief, that he left my life in that capacity. Now, we're very close friends. Shocker. This is going to sound weird, but my ex is like a big brother to me now. Sometimes I can't stand him, but mostly, if anything is wrong, he'll call me, and vice versa. We make better friends than we did as partners. In fact, he's probably the first person I'll call if I'm in trouble. In the same way Mandy ends up having a good relationship with her half-siblings, I tried to do the same for my daughter. As much as is possible now, I allow her to see and spend time at their home, so she grows and bonds with her little sister. There's also more of me in Teresa as well. Not the pimping out Emery's part. She's dedicated to her career at the expense of her love life. Sometimes there's the fear, because people tell us we need more, that we try to form intimate relationships, but we know fully damn well that what we want to do is focus on our careers without splitting time to handle a partner. I eventually wrote her an ending that I would have written for myself if my life was a story I could craft. A successful career, a relationship with her daughter, and a very casual partner who understands the space she needs. That said, I want to thank those who made this book possible. Like I mentioned earlier, my patrons. You all rock. You were all so excited about this book, eagerly awaiting new chapters, and I was right there with you. Thanks to Ida Umfers for beta reading for me. This is the second time we've worked together, and I'm so happy I found you. Ashlyn Mills, you listened to me moan about how long this darn book was getting. Thanks for making this writing journey not a solitary one. Thanks to Kelly Fox, who helped me with my blurb and talked me through doubts while I was writing this book. You have such a positive energy, and I adore that. Special thanks to my final proofers who did a stellar job. Tammy Jones, Lori Martini, Marissa Miller, Kim Anderson, Jenny Kaplan, and Corinne Francis. Finally, my cover. In the age of book covers being censored, I was delighted to have this beautiful cover thanks to Kate Ashwood, my designer. But most of all, a massive thank you to Davide Roccatano, my Italian cover model, who said, "Yes, just tell me which photo you would like. You are absolutely gorgeous." Find me. I have a vibrant Facebook group that all readers are welcome to join. I share lots of teasers, book covers, and author friends stop by for giveaways and parties. Looking forward to having you join us in Gianni's Gems. I also have a Patreon account where readers can join to access my exclusive book club, Patreon cereal, signed paperbacks, and artwork of my books. Join my Patreon and get exclusive access to Not Safe for Work stickers and mini prints of Baz and Andy. Also by The Simple Rules: to not fall for my dog, to not date my best friend, to not marry my enemy. The Grim Tales of Smoky Vale, Biker Daddy, Fable's Foes, The Mortician, Miles High, Crow's Creed, Daddy's Little Deviants, Dark Daddy Kink Romance, Daddy's Stepstalker, A Hitman's Bait, Lure, Standalone, Ginger Kisses, To Love Permit series, Let Me Love You, Let Me Hate You, Let Me Remind You, Taking Care series, Daddy Kink, Take Care of You, Take Care of Me, Take Care of Us, Mother's Day Special, Father's Day Special, Secrets and Scandal, Secrets, Scandal, Till There Was You series, Hurt/Comfort, Easy Does It Twice, Ollie on the Out, All Hearts on Deck, The Runway Project series, May/December, Unwrapping Ainsley, Where There's a Will. About Gianni. Gianni Holmes is a former high school Spanish teacher who is fulfilling her dream of being an author. A mother of one who hails from the Caribbean, she loves her romance with a bit of danger and intrigue. Join her on this journey of love is love. This has been Class Act, a coach-student romance. Written by Gianni Holmes, Sage Abbott. Narrated by Zachary Zaba. Copyright 2022 by Gianni Holmes. Production copyright by Gianni Holmes.
You know you want it. Open up.
There's one more thing.
He peered up at me from under his lashes.
No one can know. They'll think I'm a shameless slut.
But you like being that for me, don't you? I hissed. Please, Emery. I wasn't beyond begging my husband for his mouth. Get me wet. He cupped my balls and captured the head of my cock with his lips. I groaned when he sucked me all the way to the back of his throat over and over. He pulled back, spat on my cock, and spread the saliva down my length, then took me back into his mouth. Snapping out of my trance caused by his hypnotic mouth, I slid my fingers into his hair. Relax that throat for me, baby. Show me how deep you can swallow it. I gripped the back of his head and pushed his face forward while I fucked his throat. One thing the last 8 years had taught me was how much he could take. He clutched my thighs, hands tightening each time I glided past his tonsils. Lips stretched around my girth, and his wet eyes tracked mascara down his cheeks. He already looked wrecked, and I'd barely started. Fuck, I pulled out of his mouth before I came. On your feet. I helped him up and took his lips with mine, kissing him hard. He moaned and slipped his hands into my jacket. Together, our hands worked to divest me of the rest of my clothes.
Coach,
he moaned.
You're so fucking hot.
Yeah. He ran his hands down my hard chest. With a husband who looked like Emery, I was motivated to keep fit. It took a little more effort than when I was younger, but seeing the genuine appreciation in his eyes made it worth it. I turned him around so his back was to me and pushed him onto the bed. He squealed when he hit the mattress. I didn't give him a second to recover, but flipped his skirt up, showing the black thong that disappeared between his round ass. I hissed a breath. So perfect. I hooked my finger at the top where the thong made a T and pulled the piece of cloth from between his cheeks. Spread for me, baby. I want to see your hole. Did you prep for me?
Yes.
Good boy. He reached back to spread his cheeks, baring the darker hue of his hole, all relaxed and ready for me. I leaned in and licked him. Emery's thighs twitched, and his moans grew louder at the thrusting of my tongue, opening him up and getting him wet.
Oh, God,
Emery gasped.
Feels so good. Oh, God, your tongue feels so good.
I bit inside his cheeks, and he yelped. Want to feel something else right here? I pressed my thumb into his hole. He thrust back against the finger.
Yes.
Did you get lube?
On the nightstand.
Hard to miss. I slapped his ass. On the bed. I need you on your knees with your back arched. You know how I like you. That sexy little ass poised just at the right angle, waiting for me. I worked the lube down my shaft and settled behind Emery. I caressed his slender back and around to his front, pushing my hands under the tight top and pinching his nipples through the bra he had on. The feel of that lace bra still turned me on so much. Everything about Emery did.
Coach?
Emery moaned. Yes?
Show me how you think of fucking me when I'm not here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guided my cock between his cheeks and entered him slowly, making that first stroke last for as long as I could. Those precious seconds when my cock remembered where home was and how good it was to be back. I grabbed Emery by the hair, the way that drove him wild, and pushed until he tilted his hips some more for me. Just like that, baby. I pounded inside his ass long and deep. Gotta work you a little bit looser.
So good.
Emery reached back and smacked his ass hard. He grasped the fleshy part of his cheek and pulled it to one side, opening himself up for me.
Fuck that ass, Coach. Fuck me deep.
Sweet fuck. How was I still so insatiable after 8 years of this? He was like the water I needed to quench my thirst, but I never had enough. I always had to come back for more. The bed rocked beneath us. Emery released his cheek and clutched the sheet. I pulled his skirt down to cover his ass, then fucked him like that, the hem brushing against my skin and turning me on even more. I pulled out of Emery and slapped his ass. On your back. He turned over and spread his legs. I caught them and caressed his slender ankles and the heels. He was one part feminine and one part masculine, and I loved them equally. I loved him whole. The part of my job I hate is when I have to be away from you, I said, driving my cock in and out of his ass.
Oh, God, Abe.
Emery wrapped a hand around his erection and stroked himself. His lips fell apart, and his breathing hitched. A tremor ripped through him, followed by a jerk and a gasp. His body went rigid, and, "Oh my gods," rolled off his tongue in one syllable as he offloaded on his stomach. I pumped my cock into his contracting channel, hitting his prostate and milking him. He opened his eyes and met mine. The dark brown depths pulled me right in, invited me to join him. "Fuck. My lips got stuck on the last letter as I came, filling him so much with my load that it seeped from the sides. "Oh my God." I fell over Emery, my arms braced on the bed on either side of his head as I fought to regulate my breathing. He chuckled and circled my neck with his arms.
"You stole my line."
I kissed him softly. "What else is there to say?" Another slow kiss. "You blow my mind every single time." He opened up for me, and I sucked his tongue into my mouth and devoured him like a succulent fruit. I brushed at the mascara trail on his cheek.
"I'm glad then. You were so brilliant tonight. I'm proud of you, Abe."
"Thank you." I kissed his nose. "My #1 supporter. That's you."
"Always. I think Rory is trying to compete with me for that spot. She loves her papa so much, as does Jameson and me, of course. We love you, Abe."
I shifted off Emery and rolled over to my side with him in my arms. "From the first day I met you, I had a feeling you would be trouble," I said softly.
"And now?"
"Still a lot of trouble." He wiggled against me in protest, and I held on to him tight, chuckling.
"Abe, your romantic skills are deteriorating."
"Wait, I'm not done. I'd rather go through all the troubles in this world with you than go back to the way my life was before you. Thank you for helping me prove everyone was wrong about us."
Want to prove them wrong for another 50 years?
"But then I'll be—"
"Abe."
Point taken. I kissed his shoulder and linked our fingers. "I have a better idea. How about we live for us?"
I love that. You're right.
For so many years, we'd felt the need to prove to others that we were really in love, that it wasn't just lust keeping us together, that Emery wasn't with me for my money, that I wasn't with Emery because he was young and hot, or that he was effeminate, that we hadn't adopted our kids because we had nefarious ideas. The world would always have its opinion. If we proved them wrong in one area, people would only find something else to criticize us about. We weren't exactly friends with Teresa, but we'd achieved a high level of cordiality over the years. She'd opened her own practice and taken the legal world by storm. She still focused mostly on her work, but had an on-again, off-again relationship with another lawyer. In the end, she seemed happy with the way everything had turned out. She had her freedom to excel at what she loved, and a man who shared her view on relationships. Yes, it was high time we started living just for us, and to be done with the class act. We were two men in love with two beautiful kids we adored, and we would cherish that for as long as we could.
Afterword. Welcome to the Afterword, the place where I get way too personal to convince you how personally to not take this book. Cheating. Oh, how we loathe this topic. How can I let this book go without talking about the inspiration behind it? First, this book wasn't meant for the public. Like Daddy's Stepstalker, this was a Patreon serial. However, seeing how well received Class Act was on Patreon, I decided to publish it widely for everyone. Much love to my patrons. Without your enthusiasm, this book might not have been half of what it is today. Like so many, I've had my experience with cheating, in the worst possible way. Is there one way that's worse than any other? Let's just say, were I to divulge the gaslighting and the paranoia I was put through during that period of my life, the medical scarring, the depression, the attempted S-word, the self-loathing, the self-harm, and years that it took to put myself back together again, then you might wonder, Gianna, how could you find the heart to write such a book? Writing Class Act was more cathartic for me than I could have ever thought when I started the book. I should probably mention that I wrote this book from a place of peace with what happened, so it was easy. A few years ago, I'd have stopped writing altogether rather than write this content. I do not intend this to define how cheating should play out, or that reconciliation should be sought. However, this is my experience, and I've chosen to infuse a large part of it into this book. Deciding on the end of this book came straight from my life. I'm not saying the way I chose to handle things is perfect and not flawed at all. Again, it's just been my experience. Like Teresa, my ex and I share a daughter. After years of loathing him, the more she grew, I realized that the animosity I harbored would not do her any good at all in the long run. I chose to heal and find peace for not only me, but also my daughter. You'd have seen this happen in class act. You would have also seen a bit of animosity even after making peace, as Teresa still dislikes Emery for what he did, even as she makes peace with Abe. That's my reality with my former best friend, who is now married to my ex. So clearly, I still have some work to do. Not because this is the right way to handle cheating. Only one person can decide how to handle their situation, but I chose to be happy, and to be truly, that is to remove every stumbling block out of my way of happiness. As I wrote this book, I once again had me examining what happened in my own relationship, and examining the entire plot as I would a novel. In the same way I had to write a convincing story from a place of empathy with each character in this book, I also applied the same lens to my life, and it was quite the revelation. That they were justified to cheat? God, no, never that. There's never an excuse for that. However, once I realized that he wasn't my person and we were really incompatible, I saw the futility and even the relief that he left my life in that capacity. Now we're very close friends. Shocker. This is going to sound weird, but my ex is like a big brother to me now. Sometimes I can't stand him, but mostly, if anything is wrong, he'll call me, and vice versa. We make better friends than we did as partners. In fact, he's probably the first person I'll call if I'm in trouble. In the same way Mandy ends up having a good relationship with her half-siblings, I tried to do the same for my daughter. As much as is possible now, I allow her to see and spend time at their home, so she grows and bonds with her little sister. There's also more of me in Teresa as well. Not the pimping out Emery's part. She's dedicated to her career at the expense of her love life. Sometimes there's the fear, because people tell us we need more, that we try to form intimate relationships, but we know fully damn well that what we want to do is focus on our careers without splitting time to handle a partner. I eventually wrote her an ending that I would have written for myself if my life was a story I could craft. A successful career, a relationship with her daughter, and a very casual partner who understands the space she needs. That said, I want to thank those who made this book possible. Like I mentioned earlier, my patrons. You all rock. You were all so excited about this book, eagerly awaiting new chapters, and I was right there with you. Thanks to Ida Umfers for beta reading for me. This is the second time we've worked together, and I'm so happy I found you. Ashlyn Mills, you listened to me moan about how long this darn book was getting. Thanks for making this writing journey not a solitary one. Thanks to Kelly Fox, who helped me with my blurb and talked me through doubts while I was writing this book. You have such a positive energy, and I adore that. Special thanks to my final proofers who did a stellar job. Tammy Jones, Lori Martini, Marissa Miller, Kim Anderson, Jenny Kaplan, and Corinne Francis. Finally, my cover. In the age of book covers being censored, I was delighted to have this beautiful cover thanks to Kate Ashwood, my designer. But most of all, a massive thank you to Davide Roccatano, my Italian cover model, who said, "Yes, just tell me which photo you would like. You are absolutely gorgeous." Find me. I have a vibrant Facebook group that all readers are welcome to join. I share lots of teasers, book covers, and author friends stop by for giveaways and parties. Looking forward to having you join us in Gianni's Gems. I also have a Patreon account where readers can join to access my exclusive book club, Patreon cereal, signed paperbacks, and artwork of my books. Join my Patreon and get exclusive access to Not Safe for Work stickers and mini prints of Baz and Andy. Also by The Simple Rules: to not fall for my dog, to not date my best friend, to not marry my enemy, The Grim Tales of Smoky Vale, Biker Daddy, Fable's Foes, The Mortician, Miles High, Crow's Creed, Daddy's Little Deviants, Dark Daddy Kink Romance, Daddy's Stepstalker, A Hitman's Bait, Lure, Standalone, Ginger Kisses, To Love Permit series, Let Me Love You, Let Me Hate You, Let Me Remind You, Taking Care series, Daddy Kink, Take Care of You, Take Care of Me, Take Care of Us, Mother's Day Special, Father's Day Special, Secrets and Scandal, Secrets, Scandal, Till There Was You series, Hurt/Comfort. Easy Does It Twice, Ollie on the Out, All Hearts on Deck. The Runway Project series, May/December, Unwrapping Ainsley, Where There's a Will. About Gianni. Gianni Holmes is a former high school Spanish teacher who is fulfilling her dream of being an author. A mother of one who hails from the Caribbean, she loves her romance with a bit of danger and intrigue. Join her on this journey of Love is Love. This has been Class Act, a coach-student romance. Written by Gianni Holmes, Sage Abbott. Narrated by Zachary Zaba. Copyright 2022 by Gianni Holmes. Production copyright by Gianni Holmes.